Opening and Court Debut Prologue. Queen's Circle. During the final battle against Sion, one of the portals that was blown open led to Earth Harry Dresden's home Earth. Months after Gold Morning, Taylor Bear arrives in Chicago, seeking to attend university. Now, between the rise of para-humans, a certain skullbound spirit's lack of sense, and one lonely, royal shard getting ideas, things are about to get very paranormal. Welcome, back, to my latest story, where post-canon Taylor ends up in post-Stormfront Dresden files. For people coming from the old thread, I would recommend you still read everything, while you can technically skip the prologue and court debut one, as it's a conglomerate of the first 3 post-prologue chapters from the previous thread, with only minimal edits/changes. Everyone could probably use a small refresh before getting into the new content. For everyone new, well, read on. March 2000. Harry. It had taken Harry a while to get out of the hospital, and he was not happy. Sure, Murphy was alive, the 3-eye ring had been rolled up, and the White Council had lifted the doom of Damocles, and those were all good things. But he'd also spent a few days hearing about the aftermath of a party gone wrong on the University of Chicago campus, where a particularly rambunctious affair had resulted in dozens of students getting injured in a mass evacuation from a dorm that had nearly burned down. So yeah, he wasn't happy. One could even say he was pissed. "What did you do, Bob?" he ground out, glaring at the skull. "I didn't do nothing, boss." Harry's glare intensified. Though the doctors had finally taken the cast off his hips, there was still a lot of stiffness when he moved, and going down the ladder into his lab hadn't done his mood any favors. "Bob, I'm only going to ask one more time," he said, reaching for a nearby hammer. "The one night you go off, the U of C campus nearly burns down because of a college party, and you're telling me you had nothing to do with it?" Bob was conspicuously silent. "Thought so." "Talk, Bob. What did you do?" "Nothing, I swear. I just made the kegs a little more potent, spiced up the lust, you know, regular college things." "That's the exact opposite of nothing, Bob," he growled. "Look, I didn't start the fire, and far as I can tell, the fire started after the fire alarm was pulled and everyone started to run. Someone probably left their stove on, or knocked over a candle in the rush." Harry frowned. "After? You mean it was an accident?" "No, I don't think so. There was this girl at the party, tall, glasses, one arm. Something was seriously wrong with her boss, and I'm talking major trauma. Her soul looked like it had been put through a shredder and then only partially reassembled. She pulled the fire alarm a little while after I showed up." Harry set the hammer aside and pulled up a chair, then sat down and scratched his chin. "Did she notice you?" he asked, trying to put the pieces together in his head. "Doubt it. I didn't sense any magic on her." He frowned. "Didn't you just say it looked like her soul had been through a shredder?" "Yeah, and there wasn't a trace of magic on her. Whatever she went through, it was mundane, or at least something I haven't seen or heard of before. Hey, maybe she was in Central Park when those portals opened." "Then she'd be dead," he replied, though he didn't dismiss the idea out of hand. 9 months ago, something had cracked open a few portals in New York. No one knew how it was done, or why, or by whom. The only thing that was known was that about a minute later, a wave of golden light had come through the portals and probably would have blown away a good chunk of the city if the Merlin and the other wizards that were around hadn't thrown up a major ward. Even then, lots of people died and got injured, and a good chunk of the park was just toast. In the aftermath, it came out that the portals were interdimensional, and that Central Park had been collateral damage, an incidental casualty in some kind of apocalyptic war. He'd heard a lot of crazy things since then, about superheroes, dimensional doppelganger refugees, time travel, and stories of parallel Earths. It sounded almost too crazy to be real, but no one on the supernatural side had any better explanation. No one had seen it coming, and from what little he'd heard, the White Council were taking claims of superpowers showing up seriously. Hell, the entire supernatural community seemed to be taking those claims seriously, and also spreading them to muddy the waters about what happened in New York. Some of that had already splashed over to Chicago, affecting his business. It was a hell of a way to start off the new millennium. Harry shook his head, putting aside his thoughts of New York and forcing himself to focus on Bob. "Anyway, it sounds like she realized someone was messing with the party, and took exception to your methods." "Well, that's not my fault." Bob cut himself off as Harry went for his hammer again. "I don't want to hear it," Harry said. "Now, do you think you could track this girl down?" "I could," Bob said slowly. "She was very distinctive. It could take a while though." Harry snorted. "I'm not giving you a free pass, Bob, not after this disaster. If I'm letting you out, it's to search for this girl, and nothing else. No taking a detour through a strip club, no loitering on campus to watch the co-eds, nothing." "Or what?" "Or I burn your romances and leave you alone in a box for a month," Harry snapped. "Maybe 3. You fucked up, Bob. If Morgan had heard about the incident on campus, and had the slightest suspicion I was involved, I would be dead right now. I don't care that you didn't meant to start the fire or injure dozens of students, the point is you did, and your actions reflect on me. Bob's response was a sullen silence. So here's how it's going to go. I'm going to let you out, so you can go look for this girl. You'll find me her name, and her mailing address, which is probably where she lives, and then you'll come straight back. Then I'll send her a letter, apologizing for your mess. So you want to apologize by stalking her, hey? Hey, ow. It's an imperfect solution, Harry said, putting the hammer back down. But I'm not going to leave this girl living in fear of another incident, or wondering what exactly happened. Besides, I need to examine her. If her soul's as damaged as you say it is, she could be in danger from any number of entities. It took Bob a few hours to find the girl Taylor Hebert, as it turned out. Harry didn't recognize the name, but he didn't expect to either. He spent the hours Bob was gone writing and discarding letters, debating what to write. He definitely wasn't going to write anything incriminating like "I'm sorry my bound spirit screwed up your college party," but he needed to write something that was the right mix of informative, apologetic, and not creepy. The not creepy part was the hardest. In the end, he settled on simple condolences, an implication he knew what had happened, and an offer to explain if she came by his office. Or rather the diner across the street from his office, since A, his office was wrecked after a giant scorpion had torn through it, and B, the girl would probably appreciate meeting in a public place. Getting a personal letter addressed to you by name from a person you'd never met tended to put one on guard. Not that he was speaking from experience. The diner was a cozy little hole in the wall. It had a long bar, about a dozen stools on one end, and 6 booths along the far wall, the kind with leather couch seats on either side of a wooden table. In the letter, he'd set the time as noon on Saturday, though he came half an hour early. There were a few people when he walked in: the proprietor, a 40-something man with a receding hairline and a bushy mustache, a woman who looked to be devouring a late breakfast, and a couple of college-aged kids sitting at a booth near the front. They all shot him a look as he walked in. 6'9" men walking around in spring wearing leather dusters weren't exactly common in Chicago, but they all went back to doing whatever it was they'd been doing after he ordered a couple burgers, an extra-large Coke, and took a seat in the back booth, facing the door. It only took 15 minutes before Taylor arrived, and Harry saw that Bob's 4-word description of her had been basically accurate. She was a few inches shy of 6 feet, with large, rectangular glasses, and 2 arms. For a moment, he wondered how Bob had missed that detail, and then he noticed that her right arm didn't look right, like it was a prosthetic. He took in other details as she approached: the slimness of her figure, practically stick-thin, the long, curly black hair, the thin, wide mouth, the tired green eyes. But what struck him the most was the way she looked at things. She'd taken in the entire diner with a glance when she'd walked in, lingering on the others, before settling on him with an annoyed expression. Not confused, or afraid, or uncertain. She stopped and ordered a breakfast sandwich along with a Coke, awkwardly balancing the drink in the crook of her arm. He got up to help her, but she ignored the implied offer, setting her plate down on the table before sitting down across from him. There were stress marks all over her face, black bags under her eyes that suggested she hadn't been sleeping well, and there were 2 round dimples on her forehead that dimly resembled scar tissue. "So, you're the wizard," she said quietly, setting her can of Coke on the table and cracking it open with her left hand. "What did you do?" Harry blinked. "I'm sorry. I'm not stupid. Your letter mentioned the party that went wrong. You were apologizing without apologizing, and I was the only person at that party who got a letter from you. I asked around," she said, before taking a bite from her sandwich. "So you thought I was strange enough to get in touch with, which makes me think I noticed something was wrong with the party. That tells me you're involved somehow." Harry leaned back in his seat and took a sip of his Coke. "You're perceptive. Get to the point. I have assignments to do," she grumbled. "What do you want?" "I want to apologize," he said slowly, finding himself unsure about how to proceed. "Do you believe in magic?" Taylor didn't respond immediately, instead taking another bite and chewing thoughtfully. "Not really," she said finally. "But, I'm not willing to entirely discount it, either. Well, in my line of work, I tend to deal with spirits. Some of them, I employ. A few weeks ago, I made a rather open-ended agreement with a rowdy spirit, and he ended up at your party." Taylor shot him a disgusted look, one he avoided before it could start a soul gaze. "And what did you need with a date rape spirit?" she asked. Harry winced. "It wasn't a date rape spirit, it was a spirit of air. I needed him to toss me something. He wanted to wander around for a little while. I didn't really have the time to set conditions, and that particular spirit has peculiar tastes." That was putting it lightly. Taylor shook her head. "Fine. Whatever. Say I believe this story about a spirit coming to the party and messing with my with our emotions, and that you're sorry about it. What now? Why did you track me down, send me a letter? That's a pretty big violation of privacy. That's a bit more complicated, he said. Do you have nightmares? Taylor narrowed her eyes. I ask because the spirit noticed your soul was seriously damaged. That leaves marks on a person, emotional problems, stress, nightmares. Worse, it means things can get into the cracks, change you, things that are a lot worse than a spirit with a voyeuristic bent. And what, you can help? She snapped. I can try, he said. If you're right, then this sounds like something I should take to a therapist, not a guy who calls himself a wizard. Harry bit back his initial, snarky response, and instead asked, then why haven't you? She shot him another look, though this one was more irritated than disgusted. Then, she sighed. Like I said, I'm not entirely willing to discount the idea of magic. And I doubt there's a therapist alive that can handle my particular issues. She took a deep breath, then looked back at him. Fine. What would this involve? I hope you're not expecting me to pay you out of the blue. He shook his head. I'll do this free of charge, as recompense. And to start with. Harry finished off his last burger, slurped down the rest of his Coke, and wiped his mouth clean. Then he closed his eyes, focused on a spot just above and between his eyebrows, and then opened both his eyes and his sight. The sight was a blessing and a curse. It let you see things, peer past the veil of mundane, physical reality to see the energy and power moving underneath, to look at the stirrings of the spirit world. It let you see things the way they really were, in spirit and soul, as well as in body. The downside was that reality wasn't always nice, and what you saw with the sight, you never forgot no matter how much you might want to. And when Harry turned his sight on Taylor Hebert, he found himself cursing that fact. Bob had been understating the state of her soul. Under the sight, she barely looked human. Large tracts of her were just gone, empty, gaping wounds, and in their place were mounds of dead insects, spiders, flies, wasps, butterflies. Higher up, parts of her face bled away into an ant-like mask with rotted mandibles. Half of the mask was missing, revealing features that were sallow and gaunt and somehow looked less real than the mask, as if the human part of her face was the mask and the ant mask was the real her. Small, thin trails of blood seeped through the bugs that covered her injuries, and they flowed up her body, not down, staining chitin and flesh alike until they got into her hair and soaked into the black locks. The hair itself was strange, fluttering like something was moving it, playing with it. There was something there, behind her, something he could barely sense. He leaned forward, peering at and through the hair, and suddenly he saw. He saw. Enormous didn't even begin to describe it. He didn't think there was any word that could fit it. Continental, maybe. It was a mass of black, hair-thin tendrils that wound around each other, fractals spiraling around, through, and into each other, forming larger and larger tendrils. Some of those tendrils were trying to touch Taylor, caress her, but the best they could manage was to brush up against her hair, to wind around and nudge it slightly. The tendrils got thicker and thicker the higher up they went, reaching taller than skyscrapers, and once they reached the thickness of cars, enormous, glassy green orbs started to appear across the tendrils, thousands upon thousands of eyes that stared every which way, gazed upon everything, but somehow didn't see Taylor. But they could see him. He slammed his eyes closed and shut his sight before the thing could reach towards him, envelop him, and as he came back to himself he realized he was hyperventilating. Something touched his hand and he jerked his arm back, opening to find the entire diner was looking at him with concern. Taylor didn't. Well, she did look concerned, but she also looked interested and afraid. Are you all right? She asked, pulling her hand back. Yeah, he sputtered, shaking his head. I need a minute. You saw something, didn't you? Something around me. Harry could only nod. Taylor let out a long sigh, her expression turning into one of resignation. I think we should have the rest of this conversation somewhere private. A/N, this is a fusion setting, roughly. You can expect things to go off the rails fairly quickly, the story's going to move pretty fast up until the time of full moon, and then Cannon's going to be shot and left in a ditch. You'll see what I mean when we get there. Court debut 1. March 2000. Taylor. We couldn't have used the elevator. I asked after the second flight of stairs. My office got attacked a couple of weeks ago. The elevator got torn up pretty bad, the wizard replied, his voice still shaky. By you. His silence was telling. Harry Dresden didn't look much like a wizard. Sure, he was tall, incredibly so in fact, but he didn't have any of the stereotypical trappings, no beard, no staff, no robes, not even a pointy hat. Though, Murden hadn't worn a pointy hat either. Murden also had more control over his powers, enough to not accidentally master a bunch of partying college kids into having an orgy. Though, I doubted I would have realized something was wrong if my emotions hadn't been screwed with too, it's not like I was ever a social butterfly. And I did think it was an accident. Now, Harry's actions so far were just too strange to be born of actual malice. That didn't rule out insanity, though. Part of me wondered if Harry really was the dimensional twin of Murden. The odds on there being two different people with powers in two different versions of Chicago who both thought they were wizards were incredibly long. They did also look vaguely similar, with the height and brown hair, but I couldn't say for sure. In any case, it was a nice idea, but it had a few holes in it. First was that para-humans were very rare on this earth, and had only really started appearing after I punched a hole into this dimension, something that still confused me. I'd known Scion's attack would have been devastating, so why had I kicked open a door to an inhabited earth? Did I just have no other choice? Did I make a mistake somehow? And how was New York still standing? I forced those thoughts aside and focused on the present. Whatever their source, Harry clearly had powers. And based on my limited research, he had been wizarding since before Scion's attack and the rise of para-humans in this dimension. That either meant that he had been acting like a wizard before he got powers, something I considered unlikely, or he had gotten powers before the fight with Scion. If that was the case, then he would have been one of the only para-humans on this earth, possibly the only one in America and almost certainly the only one in Chicago. That provided an easy explanation for why he thought his powers were magic, particularly if Harry was an alternate Murden, without any other known para-humans to compare to, without a flying golden man to serve as a touchstone, without an entire global phenomenon and thousands of scientists obsessively investigating it. What else would he have assumed his powers were, except that they were magic or some freak mutation? It all made sense. But there was another inconsistency that troubled me, that made me uncertain. When I had crossed over, every local had sworn the year was 1999. And while powers were capable of many things, creating a stable interdimensional, intertemporal portal where it was 2013 on one side and 1999 on the other was a stretch. That the portal had been made by Labyrinth and Scrub, two para-humans whose powers had nothing to do with time manipulation, made it even stranger. The date discrepancy itself wasn't inherently a problem. Just because an alternate Earth had a modern human civilization didn't mean they had to use the same dating system, or have the same history, except this Earth did. It used the exact same dating system as Earth Bet and had the exact same history, up until the early 80s. The geography looked the same. The language was the same. Everything looked the same. And yet, somehow, 14 years were missing. So I was willing to entertain the idea of magic, at least a little. We stopped at the 5th floor, and Harry led me through the hall to a half-broken door. The bottom part looked like it had been torn open, and just across from it there was a dent in the wall, like something had crashed through the door. The top part of the door was still intact though, including the knob and the frosted glass that read Harry Dresden Wizard. The inside of Harry's office was a mess. Papers and flyers were strewn everywhere, littering every remotely flat surface in the room. Some of the filing cabinets were dented, the wooden desk had been shoved against one wall, and one of its drawers had been ripped apart by something. "Sorry about the mess," he said. "This is actually my first time back in the office since, well. You can take a seat." I nodded and gingerly stepped around the taller man, moving to one of the chairs that had been pushed out of the way and dragging it where it wouldn't interfere with Harry's attempt to organize his office. "So, you didn't seem surprised when I saw something," Harry began, words tumbling out of his mouth. "I mean, people are usually more skeptical of magic, and I know I would have thought I was crazy if I just started staring off into space." I took a seat and considered my answer. I would have preferred to avoid any mention of me being a para-human, but that particular cat was probably already out of the bag. Also, I had to know if what he had seen was really my passenger. If so, it meant it wasn't gone, that I wasn't free of it. And if that was the case, if my passenger was still with me somehow, then I needed to make sure I wouldn't relapse. For everyone's sake. "I've known a few people with power sight," I said. "And I know, vaguely, what my power was supposed to look like." "Power? You mean like those, para-humans?" "Yes." "Ah. So, you have a power? You're a para-human." I said. "I lost it. Or so I thought." "Well, it's still there. Did you know your power is a giant tentacle monster made of your hair and eyes?" That made me blink. I'd asked Chevalier about my power, once I'd learned that he had power sight, and he'd told me that it put him in mind of a membrane, a network of cells with tendrils spreading out, that bent and warped as I move. That my passenger was a creature of hair and eyes, of my hair and eyes. "That's different," I said. "It was described to me as a network of cells." Harry paused in the middle of picking up papers off the floor and cocked his head. "I guess that works too. Everyone's sight works a little differently. Met a lot of people with power sight?" I asked. "Every wizard has the sight," he said, putting special emphasis on that last word. "It's one of the hallmarks of being a wizard, as compared to a general practitioner." "Every wizard? Implying you're not the only one." "There are more, yet," he said. Do you have any proof of that? I asked. Not at hand. And if you think I'm a para-human, which I do, for now, well, I'm not too surprised, I'm getting some of that these days. Anyway, I'm not sure how I can convince you otherwise, at least right now. He paused again, and looked back at me. Do you want to be convinced? That was a good question, really. I was out of the Cape world. I had no power, no reputation, no reason to get involved again. As long as I confirmed I wouldn't relapse, wouldn't lose control of myself, then I could stay out of, whatever this was. Para-humans, or magic if it was real. I could just be a civilian. A bystander. Helpless. I'll hear you out, I said. My power, does it seem like it's connected to me? Sort of. It seemed like it was trying to reach out to you, to touch you, but it couldn't really see or interact with you. He shuddered then. Damn well could see me, though. That's an image I'll never get out of my head. He shook his head, moved his desk and chair back into position, and then sat down, gesturing for me to join him at the table. I dragged the chair over, then sat back down. Harry took a deep breath. Okay. I'm forming an idea of things in my head, and I'm going to work through it out loud. If things get too personal, or there's something you don't want to talk about, or you have a question, just say so. I nodded. So, the spirit noticed your soul was torn up, and so did I. I'm surprised you're still alive and sane, honestly, you barely looked human under my sight, you had so many giant holes in you that were plugged up by dead insects, and half your face looked like someone had sewn a mask onto your skin. I thought you said you could see my power. The sight shows me how things really are, in a sense. When I look at people, I see the whole of their being, facets of their personality, their state of health so on. When I look at you, that kind of jumble, that damage, suggests to me that your identity was tied in very heavily with your power, and when you lost that, it took a lot out of you. I kept my expression placid, refusing to show how close he'd come to hitting the mark. That sounds about right, I half lied. And you say it's left a hole there? A vulnerability. Yet. People with torn up souls like yours tend to develop mental illnesses, imbalances. Hearing voices that aren't there or worse, that are there, but no one else can hear, that might be malevolent, losing control of your emotions, paranoia, self-harm, so on. You seem stable now, but you say you have nightmares, and those can get worse. I assure you, my nightmares have nothing to do with losing my powers, and everything to do with what led up to me losing my powers, I said. They don't exactly have to be related, Harry replied. I'm just saying that mental instability can lead to nightmares, and nightmares into mental instability, and so on until it becomes a vicious cycle that leaves you insane. I nodded, accepting the explanation. Can I ask what kind of nightmares? He asked after a brief pause, his tone tentative, like he didn't want to know but felt obligated to ask. Sometimes nightmares, particularly vivid nightmares, are the result of demons, malevolent spirits, and other nasties trying to feed on you, stir up your fear and terror so they can draw power from it. I shook my head. No. I still don't buy this magic thing. I'm confident my nightmares are normal for what I went through, and to be frank, I just don't trust you enough to tell you. That's fair. Let's talk about this magic thing, then, because I don't know if we'll get anywhere if you stay skeptical. Not very far, at least, I agreed. In that case, here's a start, he said, handing me a pile of pamphlets with such colorful titles as Real Witches Don't Float So Good, and Magic in the 21st Century. Pamphlets? I asked, awkwardly flipping through them. Really? Hey, we've all got to get with the times, he replied, shrugging. And I'm not expecting this to convince you on its own, but to get you to start thinking. How old was the para-human phenomenon, on your world? I glanced up at him, meeting his eyes, and he quickly looked away. He kept doing that, avoiding eye contact. Did it have something to do with his wizardness or powers, his nervousness around me, or was it just social awkwardness? I couldn't tell. In any case, I wasn't surprised he'd guessed right. I'd handed out enough information to make him suspicious, and it wasn't like I could have gotten my experience with powers on his Earth. I'd need to be more careful in the future though, assuming I ever came to see him again. 30 years, about, I replied. So, if you found proof of strange things and occurrences going back to before the 70s. Before 1982, I corrected. Harry frowned. I thought you said 30 years. I did. It was the middle of 2013 when I left my Earth, I said. The fact you guys have a practically identical world and history, and yet have somehow lost 14 years is the only reason I'm considering this crazy idea in the first place. That, and the comparative lack of destruction in New York. Sion's last attack should have devastated New York, and yet somehow it hadn't. I didn't say that aloud though, since I didn't want to draw any attention to the fact I was there. This would be easier if I could remember what had happened then, what had led me to open the portal, remember what mitigated the damage. But I couldn't. Across from me, Harry blinked. Wait, you mean that time travel talk was real? He asked. I thought those were just crazy rumors. They're not. And you're right. If I find evidence of strange, para-human-like events dating from before 1982 or 1969, to be sure then I might believe that magic is the explanation. Otherwise, Occam's razor would tell me that you're just mistaken. After all, it wouldn't be the first time a self-styled wizard in Chicago was wrong about the source of his powers. Harry frowned. You're going to have to explain that one to me. There was a hero in Chicago, called himself Merlin. He thought his powers were magic. Harry blinked. Wait, Merlin? Like, Merlin. I guess. Harry blinked a few more times. Hey. That's interesting. I shot him a look. What, are you suggesting that Merlin was real? Harry nodded. I snorted and shook my head. Well, if he was, and was on my Earth, he's dead now, I saw him die. I flipped through a few more pamphlets before looking back at him. Anyway, we're off topic. Do you have anything else besides pamphlets, some of which I see you wrote? There's a few places in town where the supernatural crops up, or tends to congregate. There's Mac's Pub, McAnally's, a few blocks away from here. It's a kind of common, neutral ground for all the fringe types. If you stick around there, you might see bits of magic, and maybe some of the regulars will be willing to talk with you. Beyond that, there's Bach-ordered books, up in Lincoln Park. The area's a little rough, but it should be safe enough during the day. It's the city's oldest occult shop, and it's got plenty of books on magic, things that go bump in the night, the supernatural, basically. Anything else? I asked. Or anywhere else? Nowhere I'd recommend for a college girl with one arm, he said. Especially a newcomer onto the scene, you'd get eaten alive. I considered arching an eyebrow at him, then thought better of it. While I wasn't the doe-eyed, naive college girl it sounded like he was making me out to be, he did have a point. I was powerless, still learning how to use my left arm for everything, and had no clue about what was happening under the surface of this Chicago, mundane or otherwise. I had no business getting involved with anything dangerous. Give me the address for both, then, I said. I'll do my own research. Harry nodded and pulled a business card out of one of his pockets, plucking a pen from his desk with his other hand. A brief pang of envy shot through me, but I fought it down as he flipped the card over and scribbled on its back. He then handed it over to me, and I took a look at the front. Harry Dresden, Wizard, I read. Lost items found. Paranormal investigations. Consulting. Advice. Reasonable rates. No love potions, endless purses, parties, or other entertainment. I'm in the yellow pages too, under wizards. I gave him another look, then shook my head. I left Harry Dresden to his cluttered office, and thought about the future. Harry genuinely thought magic was real, that there was a whole community of people that thought magic was real. I wasn't so certain. But he'd seen my passenger, and what had happened to me, though he hadn't guessed exactly right. He had powers, of some sort, and he thought others did too. With his sight, or power sight, he was probably right. So either there was a small, subtle para-human community here in Chicago, or magic was real. Or both. Either way, I needed to know more. I didn't read the pamphlets right away, as I'd told Harry, I did have assignments to do. The term was wrapping up, papers were coming due, a lot of papers, as I was going for an English Lit degree and exams would start in a few weeks. It was like schooling had been under the PRT, only worse because now I had only one hand, my left, at that a smaller and more limited internet, an older and slower computer than I was used to, with a completely different OS and style as well, and none of the support systems that had helped me get through what had seemed then as a giant waste of time. Oh, and I was in college, not high school. I was also alone. Dad hadn't made it through the end of the world, and whatever bureaucratic miracle Contessa or whoever had cooked up to help interdimensional refugees like myself wasn't going to last forever. No one was going to go out of their way to help a struggling, crippled girl put her life back together, so I had to do it myself. And besides, my parents would have wanted me to go to college. I could at least do that, after failing them in so many other ways. I came back to my dorm to the sounds of a pot of water boiling, the oven buzzing, and my roommate humming. Marcy reminded me of the old me, small and scrawny, with straight, thin dark hair and large, oversized glasses, and with an almost annoyingly earnest personality. She was a nice roommate, did most of the chores, and was a pretty good cook. I tried to return the favor by helping her with her comp-sci classes, but my knowledge of computer science and coding had never gone beyond the high school level, and the languages were markedly different to the ones back home. I was still helpful, but not as much as I wanted. Hey Taylor. She called, looking over her shoulder. I'm making lunch, you want some? Sure, I said. I'd eaten an hour ago, but I could go for more. I went into my room and threw my bag on my bed, then went back to the main living/kitchen area to help out. It took another 10 minutes, and when it was done Marcy laid out some kind of macaroni and chicken spread, emphasis on the chicken. Mostly, when we ate like this, Marcy would be the one to fill the silence. She'd go on about her friends, or her classes, or her part-time job, just talking and talking. I usually didn't know what to say in response, so I just didn't say much. Today though, I had some questions for her. You're from Chicago, right? I asked. Marcy nodded. Born and raised. Why? Have you heard about Harry Dresden? Harry Dresden, Harry Dresden. The guy who thinks he's a wizard, I added. Oh, him. Yeah, a little. He's been around a few years. Why do you ask? I shrugged. I think I ran into him today, on the streets. Made me curious. Oh. Marcy looked a little nervous. Well, I don't really pay attention to that kind of thing, and I'm not sure you should either. I frowned. Why? I heard he might be involved with the mob, like a hitman, she said. My eyebrows rose. I hadn't gotten that impression off of him. He'd been too nervous and awkward during our meeting, but I suppose it wasn't impossible. Stranger things had happened, after all, like a 16-year-old girl taking over a city. Hey, I said, turning back to my food. I waited a few minutes, letting Marcy fill the silence, then asked, well, it does make me think. Do you think magic is real? Marcy froze as I asked that question, and not very subtly either. A moment later she let out a forced laugh and shook her head. No. I mean, come on, magic? PSHHH. Something was up there. Embarrassment over secretly held beliefs, or something more serious. Really? I pressed. I mean, considering what happened over in New York. Marcy winced. Yet. She said, biting her lip and looking away. Well, that was because of that supervillain, Scion, wasn't it? The explosion. Supervillain, hey? Well, considering how little the general public of this earth knew, that wasn't a bad way of looking at things. And he couldn't have been using magic? I asked. Marcy shook her head, still shaken by my mention of New York. I didn't understand it, really. I knew what happened was pretty bad, by this Earth's standards, but the actual damage was so minor it may as well have been a blip. The only thing that bothered me about it was that I still had no idea how so little damage had been done. If he was using magic, then he wouldn't be a supervillain, he'd be some dark wizard, she replied, speaking firmly as if to convince me or herself. I snorted. Can't argue with that logic, I said dryly. Marcy smiled, the expression fragile, and then leaned forward. Yeah. Hey, on a lighter note, have you heard about that guy from Boston? Morpheus. I nodded. There'd been an attempted bank robbery in Boston a week back, fairly standard as things went, only they had the misfortune of running into America's first maybe superhero. Going off the name, and what little truth the news had managed to share, it sounded like he had some shaker ability that put everyone around him to sleep. I was surprised he was the first, though. Parahuman or parahuman related crime had been on the rise for months now, and only now was powered opposition stepping forward to combat it. It struck me as wrong, unbalanced towards the villain's side, and it didn't match how the parahuman culture had developed on Bet. Maybe the public disfavor was pushing new parahumans into villainy, but... well, the idea the supernatural was real was starting to look plausible. At the very least, it explained where all these villains were coming from. Not exactly an exciting power, I finally said, allowing Marcy to distract me. I didn't want to be ungrateful and push her too much. Or get her caught up in my problems. The next month was split between two things, studying for school, and researching magic. Between the accommodations and extra time some of my professors gave me, I managed to scrape out an average in the high 70s, which wasn't great or scholarship worthy, but wasn't terrible either. I figured the next terms would be better. Most of my issues came from being forced to do everything with my left hand, not with my motivation or understanding, and I was slowly overcoming that limitation. As for the magic research, I either pored over the pamphlets or went looking through news articles. The pamphlets themselves were fairly basic, talking about things like how magic was born of life, shaped by emotions, sacred, and so on. There were warnings about how it could be dangerous, hints about what you shouldn't do with it which could be summarized as don't be evil, and some advice about how you should be careful about inviting people in or handing out your name. It all seemed very mystical and designed to lead you back to Harry for questions, which I suppose was the point. The newspapers were about as useless. Most of them didn't even talk about magic and chalked all the new, strange events up to parahumans. The only one that didn't do that, the Midwestern Arcane, went almost too far in the other direction, publishing your typical conspiracy theories about mole men, haunted houses, and budget Bigfoot sightings. It made it hard to sift out anything interesting from all the junk and unrelated para-human news. Though, the fact that this dimension also went on about how Elvis had faked his death and was still touring under a fake name did make me laugh. Anyway, one of the more reputable reporters for the Arcane did repeatedly mention McAnally's pub, so once exams were over I decided to go see what it was all about. It was late April when my last exam wrapped up, and I went to the pub the moment I left campus. I took the bus as close as I could, then walked the rest of the way. The pub itself was almost sunk into the ground, with a staircase leading down from the ground-level parking lot. It didn't look like much from the outside, just short, squat, and with a bunch of narrow windows around the top to let light in. When I took the stairs down and opened the wooden door, though, I stopped. The inside looked archaic and more than a little dangerous, with a low clearance and several whirling ceiling fans. Practically everything seemed to be made out of wood, and there wasn't any TV, radio, or even music box, just some kind of piano player in the corner. Looking around, I saw that the interior designer for this place had a thing for the number 13, 13 wooden columns, 13 tables in the room, 13 stools, 13 windows, and 13 mirrors, all scattered around the room except for the stools, which were all lined up at the bar at the far end. There were only 3 people inside, 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women looked very similar, almost like twins, and they sat playing chess with each other at one of the far tables. When I walked in they turned to look at me, stared for a few seconds, then turned back to their game, all with eerie coordination. The man stood behind the bar, tall and gangly, and looked like he was in his 50s Mac, presumably. "Miss," he greeted me, as I approached. I nodded and looked past him, glancing over the chalkboard menu that was hanging off the back wall. "Steak and fries," I said after a moment. "And lemonade." Mac grunted and turned around to work the stove, while I fished a couple of bills out of the fanny pack at my waist. It didn't look particularly fashionable, but then again, I didn't really care. After that, I looked around the room again and went to sit at the table farthest from the entrance, positioning myself so I could see the entire room, and pulled out my copy of Cryptonomicon. If there was one good thing about being stuck in an alternate dimension without my powers, it was that I had a lot more time to read, and a very different selection of books to choose from. A shadow fell over me some time later, and I looked up to see Mac standing by my table, a platter in his hands. He set it down on the table, and I saw that the steak had already been cut up into smaller pieces. Beyond him, I could see the sisters staring our way, one at Mac, one at me. Both looked surprised. "Thanks," I said. Mac grunted in response and went back to the bar, and a few moments later the sisters turned back to their chess game. I closed my book and set it aside, then took a few moments to arrange the platter so everything was in easy reach of my left hand. The steak was good, good enough that I could see myself coming back here later, magic or not. Though, if I wanted to see magic, I'd clearly come at a bad time. The 2 sisters were a little weirdly synchronized, but that could easily be chalked up to them being twins. Still, I had time, and nothing better to do for the rest of the day, so after cleaning off my plate and bringing the platter back I settled into read, keeping one eye out for any newcomers. A handful of people trickled in and out over the next few hours, but none of them really stood out to me. The strangest ones were a trio of older men, and even then all they did was huddle around a table drinking beer and talking in low tones. I'd thought about the subject of magic a lot over the past month, and I'd come to the conclusion that the fastest way of seeing if there was anything interesting or supernatural about this community was to try my hand at it myself. After all, I had no powers or preconceptions, and if I still managed to pull something off, then that would let me know that I should dig deeper into the matter, that there was something to these claims of the supernatural. Watching other people, trying to catch glimpses of magic, tracking down news articles, all of that would take time, and there would be no guarantee that what I'd actually found was magic and not some para-human, or a crazy person whose story got out. Basically, I needed to take a more proactive approach. Once the pub emptied out, I went over and took a seat at the bar. Having watched Mac for the past few hours, it was clear that he was a man of extremely few words, and he almost never left his position behind the bar. Everyone else who'd ordered food or drinks had needed to come and pick them up themselves, which explained why the sisters had looked surprised when Mac had brought my food to me. I guess he took pity on the poor cripple. Mac looked up as I sat down in front of him, and put another lemonade in front of me after I slid another dollar bill over. Honestly, I liked that he didn't say much, it left little room for awkward silence. "I hear this is where the magic types come to mingle," I said, sipping from the glass. He said, staring past me at the door. I couldn't tell if that was a yes, a no, or a prompt to go on. I took it as the latter. "If I wanted to learn more about the scene, or get into it, what would you suggest?" I asked. That made Mac pause, and for a moment he looked me dead in the eyes, as if weighing me up. Then he grunted, went back to polishing his bar, and said one word. "Don't." I didn't end up following that advice, of course. If anything, it just made me more curious. You rarely got warned off of harmless interests or hobbies, after all. That being said, since the food was pretty good, I didn't feel like pushing or annoying the proprietor. That left me with only one other place to explore. Bach ordered books. It took me an hour to get there, as I'd decided reduce the risk I got caught up in anything by skirting the bad parts of Lincoln Park. Even a simple mugger was a big threat as I currently was. I slipped into the shop without really drawing notice. The proprietor, a 50-something giant of a man with scarred and weathered features, shot me a single glance as I came into his store, one that lingered briefly on my false arm, before he dismissed me and returned to the conversation he was having with a customer. I wandered into the stalls and listened in briefly, but none of it sounded immediately interesting, with the customer just asking about different kinds of candles and incense. I wandered through the stalls for a bit, taking note of everything that was on display. It seemed like your usual array of occult implements, crystal balls, incense burners, oils, candles, wands, idols, dream catchers, and other bits of mystical paraphernalia from all over the world. Nothing I was going to waste money on just yet. The bookshelves just past the occult area looked a little more promising though, and I spent a good 10-15 minutes going through the selection. Unfortunately, the books seemed to be related more to philosophy or religion than magic, which I personally found rather worthless. If there were any gods worth a damn hiding in the woodwork, where had they been when Scion was obliterating humanity? No, if gods did exist, they weren't worth a single moment of my time. That wasn't to say that my time at the bookshelves was wasted, however. Between all the browsing and reading I was doing, I managed to get a good look at the back wall, and found there was something off about it. It took a bit of surreptitious examination, but I finally realized that there was a door hidden along the back wall. It was frameless, set flush against the wall, and covered with the same paneling as the wall, until it almost blended in. Once you knew it was there though, the knob stood out. That meant there was a back area to the shop, and I was willing to bet that was where the more interesting items could be found. I lingered at the back, picking through the bookshelves to see if there was anything of worth I'd missed while I waited for the other customers to clear out. The only thing that really stuck me was a literary analysis of fairy tales, which seemed an odd thing to include in the occult section, but a quick glance through made me interested enough to take it. I went back to the front counter, book in hand, and set it down. "Mr. Bach?" I asked. "Yes," he asked, looking up from the magazine he was reading. "The Arcane, I noticed. Is there a back section to this store?" Bach frowned and stood up properly, putting the magazine aside. "Why would you like to know, miss?" "A bear," I supplied. "Harry Dresden sent me your way, said you might have books on the supernatural." "Did he now?" he grumbled. "Give me your hand." I frowned, but did as he asked. He brushed my hand with one of his fingers, like he was expecting static shock, then pulled back with a grunt. "Don't see why, you don't have talent. Not much of it, at least." "What do you mean?" I asked, pulling my hand back. "If you've got talent, magic, you can sense it on others by touch." "Feels like a shock," he said. "Interesting, if true." "And I've got none," I said. "Supposedly." Bach grunted. "And he should have known that. So why are you asking?" I considered my answer for a moment, and then said, "I got caught up in something involving him, and I'd like to know what I'm missing." Bach stared at me for a few moments, then shrugged. "No skin off my back, I suppose. But what I've got in the back is expensive." "You sure you can cover it?" "How expensive?" "Cheapest thing I've got back there, besides spare inventory, goes for $200. If you're looking for something that would be of use to you, it's closer to $5. My eyes widened. $500 was more than I had on me, and while I could get that much from my bank, that was still a lot of money to spend on something that might end up being a highly expensive paperweight. Hell, I could buy an entire semester's worth of college textbooks for that much. Put that way, $500 for an introductory text to magic or the supernatural actually sounded reasonable. Assuming magic was real. "I'll come back once I've got the money, then. But I'd still like to buy this now." I walked out $25 poorer, and came back the next day with almost $700. It was a risky amount of money to be walking around this neighborhood with, but it wasn't like I was walking around carrying around a gold watch or expensive clothes, or any other sign that I was worth robbing. Bach led through the door at the back into a small rear area, consisting of an office, a storage area for spare inventory, and a pair of long bookshelves set behind a heavy iron grill. He unlocked it, then rolled the cage door open and picked out a book before handing it to me. "You can browse if you want," he said. "But if you want an introduction, this is the one to start with." The book Bach was holding out was titled Elementary Magic, with a subscript beneath it saying by Ebenezer McCoy. It was a plain brown book, no embellishment or cover art. Carefully, I set it down on a nearby table and flipped to the table of contents, finding it filled with such refreshingly blunt chapter titles like Magic and Where It Comes From and Controlling the Flow of Energy. I spent another couple of minutes perusing the shelves with box help, but in the end I only walked out with that one book. It wasn't that I was suddenly convinced magic was real. I still doubted that. But there were a number of people that believed something was out there, and the development of the para-human phenomenon and movement was strange. Maybe it was magic, or maybe it was just the passengers playing some weird game. Either way, an introductory text would hopefully shed some light on the matter. So I started to read. Elementary magic was, as the name suggested, about the basics. It talked about the sources of magic, life, emotions, the soul, that kind of thing, and the importance of controlling magic, along with methods on how to do so. There were sections on meditation, sensing ambient power, channeling it through various structures, and making sure you controlled your emotions, not the other way around. In fact, there was an entire chapter devoted to just that last part, along with a segment on something called the laws of magic. Something that quickly became apparent to me was that, by the rules the book set out, I was never going to be a wizard or witch or whatever the term was for a serious practitioner. While the book made it out like you could become skilled at controlling magic, it also said that the amount of magic you could wield was fixed, dependent on talent determined at birth, talent which I hadn't inherited, or ever had a chance to inherit. Moreover, the kind of spells you saw in movies and TV shows, where the wizard mumbles some words, thrusts out their wand, and out comes a red bolt of lightning evocation, the book called it was just physically beyond me. The flow of magic for that kind of spell involved taking in magic through the left hand and expelling it through the right, and I no longer had a right hand, or even much of a right arm. What I could do, supposedly, was ritual work, setting up a framework to pull in and manipulate energy towards a specific end, without ever touching the current myself. It was basically useless in terms of field work. Battles were too chaotic for me to ever get the opportunity to set anything up, but it could be of use in defending wherever I settled down to live. Again, assuming magic was real. After 2 weeks of reading, rereading, cross-referencing with the pamphlets, and just thinking in general, I came up with an experiment to test the principles laid out in the book, to see if magic was actually real. I even considered it rather likely to succeed, if the book wasn't a load of crap. The trouble was, for the experiment I had in mind, I needed a thunderstorm, a big and heavy one. That wasn't the only thing I needed, but it was the most crucial part. Fortunately, the news forecast said that a big storm would be coming soon, so I didn't have to wait long. It was Thursday evening, and I'd gone to sleep for the night, expecting the storm to hit in the morning. Unfortunately for me, this was one of my nightmare nights. They were fairly common, occurring once or twice a week with no set pattern. Sometimes, the nightmares were manageable, reruns of fights and disasters I'd been involved in. They were uncomfortable and unnerving, but at least as I was active in those nightmares, even if I never held on to the details for long once I woke up. Sometimes, the nightmares were worse, where things were happening to me and I had no input or direction, where I was just along for the ride. And then, there were the really bad ones. They were the ones that stuck with me in perfect clarity even hours and days after I woke up. I was in Cauldron's meeting room where Khonsu and Sion had been discussed, only all the alcoves were dark and empty. I was laid out on some kind of table, angled such that I could see into half of the booths, look at the panels and video screens contained within them. The clips they were showing were disjointed Brockton Bay, an oil rig, New York, the United Kingdom, parts of Africa, more. The images never stayed for long, flickering and shuddering between scenes. The only constant in them was Sion, angry, contemptuous, sadistic. What made it worse was that I couldn't move, could barely twitch, and I could hear Bonesaw, the old Bonesaw, humming from somewhere behind me. The shrill scream of a buzzing saw started up shortly after, and then she was cutting into my head, ripping open my skull. The pain was bad enough, but it was what happened after that really made the nightmare stand above the rest. The dream Bonesaw followed through on the threat the real Bonesaw had made, years ago. She reached into my head, twisted my gemma, and then I felt more than saw the swarm rush towards me, boiling and bubbling out of the darkened alcoves. They crawled over and around me in absolute silence, nesting, building, entombing me in a locker of chitin and silk and wax as the world burned around me. I woke up screaming, and it was frankly a fucking miracle that Marcy didn't burst in moments later, wondering what was going on. I threw the covers back and shot out of my bed, and I paced around my room for a bit before heading into the common area of our little dorm apartment. I flipped the switch on the tea kettle so hard I almost broke it, and spent the next 3 minutes just pacing through the apartment like a caged dog. Once the kettle clicked off again, I unceremoniously dumped a packet of tea in a cup, poured in the hot water, and went to drink some, uncaring of the scalding temperature. It didn't really calm me down, but the pain gave me something else to focus on, something to fight. Thunder clapped a moment later, and I realized why no one had come in response to my scream. There was a storm outside, one heavy enough to drown out almost everything else. The rain alone slammed against the windows like a battering ram, and when combined with the howling winds and the intermittent roar of thunder, it was a wonder I'd even heard the tea kettle. I'm not sure exactly how long I sat in the kitchen, gulping down my tea, but I knew I wasn't going back to sleep after that doozy of a nightmare. I fucking hated being helpless, trapped, and that nightmare had just pressed all my buttons. Fuck it. There's a storm on. Now's my chance. I tossed the cup in the sink and went back into my room, digging around for the backpack full of materials I had packed for this occasion. Once I found it, I put on my shoes, grabbed my keys, and stormed out of the apartment. I rushed down the stairs to the ground floor, then headed over to the laundry room. It was a fairly large room with a dozen pairs of laundry machines, but it was empty and dark at this time of night, perfect for my purposes. The experiment I had in mind was fairly simple, to light some oil-dipped candles by channeling power towards them. Fires were supposedly easy to set off with ambient energy, and if I could light a candle without striking a match, using a lighter, or otherwise adding fire myself, then I'd consider that proof enough. I turned on the lights and took the fire extinguisher off the wall, before going over to the far side of the room to crack open the windows. The howling of the wind intensified, and rain started to pour through the openings I'd made. I laid out a number of towels to soak in the water, then moved back to the center of the room. The candle holders, candles, and oil came out next, followed by the salt, a loop of copper wiring, a number of crystals I'd bought from box, and a lightning rod. The copper wiring was strung out in a circle that I then covered with salt, and after that was done I started sprinkling salt around according to a diagram I'd found in elementary magic. After that, I triple-checked my work, then dipped the candles in oil, set them in their holders, and laid them and the lightning rod out in an inverted Y shape, with the lightning rod angling towards the open windows. Then I turned off the lights, assumed my position by the circle, and stretched out my left arm. At this point, I was flying blind. The book had described the process of drawing in energy, and while I wasn't trying to do exactly that, I figured it was close enough. If things were going right, I was supposed to feel a pressure, a change in the air, goosebumps, that sort of thing. At the moment, all I felt was cold. I focused on the candle I'd set in the middle of the circle, and started thinking about the end of the world. The book had spoken about how you should avoid drawing on volatile emotions like anger, and how it could prompt you to lose control, and if this magic thing turned out to be real, then I'd probably follow that advice. But right then, I was just trying to stack everything in my favor. So rather than being calm and still, I instead thought about how everything had fallen apart at the end, about how stupid and dumb everyone had been. The world was ending, humanity was dying, and after one failed fight so many people just gave up. They betrayed each other, betrayed the rest of us that were still fighting, and started pursuing their own petty vendettas, grudges, and interests. Teacher, the YA with grave NGBN, the irregulars, the warlords, the fucking everything, the people in capes, all that pointless infighting got killed. It was a lot to get angry about. I think something changed with the air after that, but it was hard to tell. The hairs on my arm stood up, and I took that as a good sign. I kept going through the exercises the book had described, drumming up emotions and imagining the flow of energy through the room and into the circle. Still, nothing happened. I thought about what I'd told Canary, about why people fight, why they struggle. Pride, revenge, stubbornness. Which one was motivating me to grasp power, in this moment? Pride, the notion that I just couldn't be weak, couldn't be unimportant. Revenge, at a world that had screwed me over so many times and left so little in return. Stubbornness, in that I just didn't know when to stop moving, stop trying things. All three? Lightning struck far off in the distance, a flash of light momentarily blinding me, and in the moments after the flash but before the thunder hit, I felt something change, felt something fill the room. My fingers grew warm in defiance of the cold, the lightning rod twitched, and then something raced across the circle, brushing up against the candle holders. I saw the candles glow brightly, as if they were about to spark, and my breath caught. And then, nothing. The moment passed, the glow faded, and the oiled candles didn't catch. I had no clue what to feel in that moment. This wasn't just a failure I could handle. This, though, was a disaster. Something had been on the verge of happening, and then it had just guttered out. I'd set everything up in my favor, seen that I was dealing with something real, and then I'd fucking failed, even with the odds stacked in my favor. Maybe if I'd been in a better headspace I would have taken the flicker as a positive, a sign that I was on the right track and had overlooked something in my setup, but in the moment all I could think about was how I'd come so fucking close to recapturing some fraction of what I'd had once had, and fallen so fucking short. I snarled and dragged my thumb against my index finger, cutting the skin open with my nail. Then I squeezed my finger, forcing blood to drip onto the candles. Mixing in my own blood was even riskier than calling up the anger, considering I was playing with fire and lightning, but I wasn't in a state to care. Sheer, bloody-minded frustration pushed me onwards as I soaked the candles with my blood and willed them to light. And, of course, nothing happened. I let out a sigh of disgust and dropped my arm, the frustration reaching a boiling point inside me. All that effort, all that money, all that time, and the only thing I had confirmed was my own powerlessness. I hated it. Fuck this, I muttered, and turned to leave without bothering to clean up my mess. It wasn't like it would be traced back to me, anyway. As I turned to leave though, lightning struck again, and a memory rose up unbidden, Sundancer, burning her friend to ash. It made me think of fire, of light. Heat surged inside me, and a bright flash of light illuminated the room, not from the lightning but from somewhere close by. I whirled around and saw the 3 candles burning brightly, spouting gouts of flame that reached almost a foot into the air. They flickered and danced and twisted for a bare second, a handful of heartbeats, and then guttered out. I stood there, shocked. I couldn't deny what I'd just seen, but I hadn't done anything. I'd given up, I'd turned away. Why had that been the trigger for something to happen? I frowned, and approached the circle again, crouching down to get a better look. Despite the dim light, I could see that the oil had burnt away and taken a good chunk of the candle with it, the flames consuming their fuel. I could see that hot wax coated the candle holders, and the arrangement of salt was different, disturbed. Something had clearly happened, but I had no clue what or why. Had it been the lightning? No, lightning had struck a few times while I was down here and nothing had happened then, so that couldn't have been it. What, then, was different? Sundancer? Why had I thought about her, out of the blue? I hadn't given her any mind since she went back to Olive, and while I was fairly certain I'd used her against Sion, that entire fight was a haze to me, everything after Panacea's alteration just one long blur. The memory rose again, unbidden, and persisted, even when I tried to think about something else. It almost felt familiar, like something that had been done before. It took me a moment to figure out when and why, and when I did I froze. Passenger. I eventually whispered, fixing the image of Sundancer burning Noel in my mind. On the ground in front of me, a weak, guttering flame sparked in response. Court debut 2. April 2000. Taylor. I freaked out. I felt justified in doing so, considering the last time my passenger had so bluntly and directly spoken to me, I'd been spiraling towards insanity. But after a few hours passed and I retained my ability to speak, read, walk normally, and not automatically take control of anyone I got close to, I calmed down and started exploring this new connection. I didn't have a power in the para-human sense. I didn't feel some internal reserve of energy or extra sense, couldn't stretch out towards nearby insects or people or anything, couldn't think and have the passenger do. But I could speak, and have my passenger react. And I had to speak out loud despite being able to send me images and memories, my passenger somehow wasn't able to read my mind and thoughts. It seemed a strange limitation, all things considered, but if my passenger was approximating a bootleg connection through magic, then that could explain it. Well, no, it didn't actually explain anything at all, it was just the only explanation I could come up with. Certainly, my passenger had never had any trouble hearing or interpreting my thoughts back when my gemma was whole, so this new limitation had to be related to the damage I'd suffered and the magic my passenger was now using. Magic that my passenger couldn't use independently of me, either, no matter how many memories my passenger sent my way, if I didn't grasp the underlying intent and purpose like the connection between Sundancer and fire and fix it in my head, then nothing would happen. Which meant we both had to be thinking of the same effect in order to be able to produce it. Something that was complicated by the lack of two-way telepathy. It wasn't the worst or most stringent limitation I'd worked under however, and after a few weeks of quiet experimentation, reading, and simple dialogue, we fell into a rough rhythm. My passenger was content to let me take the lead, describing the effect I wanted and picturing it in my head before giving the reins over to my passenger. I, in turn, had to trust that my passenger could fulfill my request, because while we had to be aligned for it to perform magic, we didn't have to be perfectly aligned, as I learned when it accidentally immolated one of the candles we were using. In short, I provided the framework and expectations, and my passenger provided the details and the power. It was a new dynamic, cooperating and communicating directly, and it took some getting used to. There was another limit even beyond that, in that this new ability was strong, but not powerful. Or was it powerful, but not strong? In any case, I was a conduit through which my passenger could shape the world with magic, and as a conduit I had some pretty bad flow rate, bandwidth, whatever you wanted to call it. My passenger could only direct so much power through me at once without literally burning me up from the inside, and unless that rate increased with time, I would never be able to exercise any kind of useful brute force, not for long anyway. But for once, I didn't care about that kind of weakness, because I had something close to one of the holy grails of powers, a power that truly improved over time, that grew. Maybe not in direct strength, but certainly in versatility. My passenger may not have been able to accomplish much in terms of magic just yet, a bit of fire, a flimsy directional force field, and some direct applications of kinetic force, but my passenger hadn't been able to do any of that before I came to this earth. It was learning, growing, and if there was one thing elementary magic had stressed above all else, it was the importance of control and skill over raw power. Unfortunately, right now my passenger had neither great power nor great skill, so we had to make do. And the first idea I had in terms of development wasn't to try and improve what we already had, it was to recreate the power I used to have. It wasn't out of nostalgia, not really. It wasn't even an attempt to work around the power issues by controlling lots of small, weak entities as a mass or anything like that, even though that was a consideration. No, the real strength of my power had always been the information it provided to me, the way it allowed me to map out and picture any particular situation I found myself in. Recovering even half of that information gathering capability would be a major boost to my plans going forward, whatever they ended up being. It turned out to be a good decision. Within a day, my passenger was able to control small swarms of insects. Within a week it had recovered its original range and figured out how to send me the information I wanted from the swarms, and by the end of June it had expanded to affect rats, squirrels, cats, dogs, birds, lice, and basically every kind of small animal except fish and crabs and other aquatic creatures. Strangely enough, something about the water interfered. It also made rainy days particularly annoying, as my control over my swarm diminished whenever there was a rainstorm. A few weeks in, we found we could boost the range of my control extensively by relying on what elementary magic called the basic principles of thaumaturgy. If I kept a piece of a creature on me, a clump of fur, a feather, some blood, then my passenger could thread its control through whatever mystical connection tied the creature to some cast-off portion of itself. This allowed my passenger to control the creature at great range, and even use it like the relay bugs panacea had made for me, extending the reach of its control from that creature, though in my case, I used birds instead of bugs. Unfortunately, this took up a good amount of the available bandwidth, so it wasn't something I could freely abuse, but the ability to reach across the city at any time, so long as I properly maintained my collection of thaumaturgic links. That was powerful. What that spell didn't affect was humans. I was sure it could, if I wanted it, if I asked. I didn't. Box had become a regular haunt of mine since I discovered magic was real. At least once a week, and more often twice, I came by his shop to speak with him, ask him about the questions I felt comfortable asking. He was reticent at first, but I employed a two-part strategy. First, I mentioned that I was looking for some supplementary summer work, and I'd be willing to help him stock and organize shelves. Second, I mentioned I was concerned about what kind of supernatural threats I might run into in Chicago, and how I should avoid and protect myself against them. It wasn't my best act, and if Bach were aware of the reputation I used to have, he wouldn't have bought it for a second. But to him, I just looked like an overly curious, somewhat worried crippled girl, and that won me a lot of points. What I learned was not comforting. "You're seriously telling me Chicago has a population of cannibal monsters that live underground?" I asked one weekend. "Yeah," Bach confirmed. "Ghouls. In their proper form, they look like a cross between a hyena and those goblins you see in media. Some can transform enough to pass as human, and they're the most dangerous ones. And no one does anything about them dragging people off to eat," I demanded. Bach shrugged uncomfortably. "The ghouls that stick around are smart enough to pick at the fringes and not leave evidence. With Chicago's crime rate, no one really notices the extra disappearances. I don't like it, but what can I do? I'm a shop owner." Things only got worse from there. Vampires ran a good portion of the sex trade, fairies lurked around every dark corner, and ghosts were apparently real. I mean, I'm not sure why I expected them not to be, after everything else, but that still shocked me. It had uncomfortable implications about life after death. Later, in the middle of August, I finally felt comfortable asking the question that had been sitting in my head since I first read Elementary Magic. What exactly are the laws of magic? That made Bach stop and put down the box of books he'd been hefting around, shooting me a stern and mildly concerned look. "Why do you ask?" "Elementary magic mentioned them, but it didn't really explain them," I said. "I get the gist of them: don't murder, don't violate others, don't raise the dead, don't mess with time. But, what kind of laws are they? Are they closer to the laws of physics, things that just can't be done and that I don't have to worry about? Or are they like, laws, where you just shouldn't break them?" Bach relaxed slightly. "More of the second than the first. There are some bad personal consequences to breaking them, magical consequences, but the laws of magic were laid down to prevent the abuse of magic. So what? There's some magical law enforcement agency out there, policing magic." Bach snorted. "Something like that." He gave me another look, this one more concerned. "You should hope to never run into one of them wardens, I mean. They aren't very tolerant or understanding, and if they catch you breaking a law, or think you've broken a law, they default towards execution." Well, I hadn't been planning on becoming Kepri again. I hadn't enjoyed that time, and had no desire to return to it, but the knowledge it could get trigger-happy law enforcement to come after me if I did make that mistake just reinforced that decision. It wasn't a great loss, I hadn't planned to engage in any kind of human mastering. Mostly, that was because I was deeply uncomfortable with the notion after I was Kepri, though there was a colder part of me that chose to avoid it for pragmatic reasons. Scary powers like mind control and body puppeting tended to develop bad reputations in the eyes of the public, which would play havoc with my plans. And my plans were taking shape. Morpheus had been the start of a trend, the first sign that there were heroes out there willing to step forward and combat the rise in crime, but that was merely a band-aid on a larger issue. Unlike on Earth Bet, opinion of para-humans had started off negative on this Earth on account of what happened in New York and had only gotten worse since. The first known para-humans, or para-humans, had been villains instead of heroes, and tough-on-crime politicians were trying to ride and boost the tide of anti-para-human sentiment to their own ends. It was a short-sighted move, one destined to end badly as the hero-to-villain ratio spiraled wildly out of control, but then again I'd never had much faith in politicians to do the smart thing. The Protectorate, for all its corruption, inefficiency, and dirty secrets, had been a good idea at its core, a visible, strong institution of heroes, supported by the government and a massive media machine. It attracted new para-humans, gave them allies, resources, a support system, kept things stable. I couldn't recreate it myself. I didn't have the power of the original four, or the backing of Cauldron, or the benefit of Contessa working behind the scenes to smooth things over. But that didn't mean I shouldn't try. After I'd gotten my powers, I had never been one to sit around and watch things crumble around me. I sure as hell wasn't going to start now. I didn't want go in half-cocked though, as I'd done my first night out. If I wanted to make a difference, a real difference, then I needed to be prepared, and the act of preparation took up a lot of my time. While I couldn't contribute much to the development of our power, there were other things I could, and in fact had to do before I was willing to go out in costume again. I needed equipment: a gun, a knife, a baton, pepper spray, a police scanner, a disposable phone. I had to map out the city to figure out where all the gang territories were, supernatural and otherwise, and learn the best ways to get around. My time in the Chicago wards helped in this regard, in that the layout of the city and its underground tunnels, sewer systems, and pedway weren't that fundamentally different between dimensions, but there were enough differences that I couldn't afford to just rely on my memories, lest I wind up lost in a bad part of town. I had to learn to coordinate with my passenger, develop a shorthand and system for determining how our power was used in combat so we weren't tripping under our feet while some enemy tried to take a bite out of us. Figuring out code words, practicing hand symbols and body language, and establishing standard reactions to common contexts and stimuli took a lot of work. I also had to design a new costume and pick out a new name. It wasn't that I was terribly concerned about keeping my identity secret, though that was a consideration. I didn't want the few friends I had to be targeted, or for people to go looking for my parents and finding their dimensional twins. Instead, it was about presentation. Reputation. Despite the fact that I hadn't known him for long, the lessons Glenn had taught me had served me well, and they told me now that my plans would be seriously set back if anyone found out who I was. The words and message of a mysterious, powerful cape like I planned to be had weight, impact. By contrast, the words of a 19-year-old girl were too easily dismissed as teenage folly, the product of a young woman with no experience about what she was talking about. I was fucking done with being dismissed. My costume was the last thing to be finalized. It involved quite a bit of discussion with my passenger, figuring out what it could supply through its powers, what I would have to acquire myself, and how the costume as a whole would be worn and managed. It took weeks before we settled on a firm concept, and another 2 months for the costume to actually be finished. October 2000. September saw a rash of killings around the middle of the month, people being torn apart in ways that made it look like a pack of wolves were attacking people at night. Whatever evidence made it to the newspapers suggested otherwise, said that the attacks were just made to look like wolves did it, but I wasn't so sure. If the supernatural was real, there could easily be some magic breed of wolf, or a werewolf, or something that was close enough to the common wolf, but didn't exactly match. Hell, it could even have been a new changer or master lashing out with their power. When that was put together with the fact that all the killings had occurred on and around the full moon, it made me suspicious. It was the kind of thing I wanted to investigate, but couldn't. Not easily, anyway. I didn't yet have the skill set or connections to do it the normal way, and while thaumaturgy allowed me to spread my network of informants across the city, I couldn't actually spy on everything at once, or track every single person and see if they turned into some wolf-like creature to murder people in the gutters. My passenger had to rotate through zones, tapping into relay creatures and slowly sweeping the area through bugs and other animals. I did try though, when the killings started up again. Solving the Lobo killings and bringing in the murderer would make for a good start, a good entrance, and even if I was unlikely to manage it I still had a duty to try. It was during one of those sweeps that my passenger noticed something odd. Around 9 p.m., 2 people wandered onto the campus my dorm building was in. One of them was a tall woman wrapped in a too-big coat, a haunted expression on her face. The other, my passenger easily identified as Harry Dresden. The hell? I muttered as I leaned back in my seat. Even after I learned magic was actually real, I'd avoided going back to Harry. I just didn't trust him. He hadn't left a good first impression on me, and the rumors Marcy had passed on hadn't helped in that regard. I probably would have gone to him eventually, see if he was willing to teach me or at least share information, but only later, once I'd grown stronger and learned enough to defend myself and get away. Out of curiosity, I got out of my seat, leaving the essay for later, and headed for the main room. I turned on the kettle, and watched as Harry Dresden and the woman made their way towards my dorm building. And as I couldn't think of any other reason for him to be here but to talk to me. Gather a few swarms, just in case, I muttered, dropping a tea bag in my favorite thermos. They entered the front foyer, and after a brief period of examination, Harry managed to buzz my room. I went over to the intercom, waved down Marcy when she poked her head out, and asked who was calling. The response was garbled, more static than coherent sound. I'll hear. My passenger supplied me with what he actually said a moment later, and I asked, yes, this is Taylor, who is this? IARRESDOKLKOU. What the hell was going on with the call box? Did I need to go to my dorm rep and get them to call in a mechanic? Look, I can't hear you, I lied. I'll be down in a moment. Then I turned to face Marcy, who was looking at me with a curious expression, and shrugged. No clue what that was about. Think they were asking for me though. At night? Marcy asked, a smile creeping across her face. Do you have a boyfriend you didn't tell me about? I shook my head. No. I'm not ready for a relationship. I moved back over to the kettle, and filled up my thermos. I'll be back in a bit. All right, Marcy said. Just be safe. I'll be fine, I said. It took me a few minutes to get down to the lobby. The moment I came out of the elevator, Harry turned to look at me, the shorter woman doing the same a moment later. After a brief pause and a review of where all my swarms were positioned, I went to open the door. I cradled my thermos against my elbow, pulled the door back slightly, and levered it open the rest of the way with my foot. Then I waited for one of them to say something. Most people, in situations like these, felt compelled to fill the awkward silence, to talk, maybe ramble. Others were more reticent, or recognized it as an interrogation technique and stayed silent. I was curious which way Harry would fall. As it turns out, it was the first category. Hey, Taylor, right? I nodded, and he went on. I think I need your advice. My advice? I raised an eyebrow, and took a good look at the pair. Harry looked more or less the same as when I'd first met him, with messy brown hair, a few days' worth of stubble, and a basic shirt and jeans combination. The woman somehow managed to look even worse than him. The clothes she was wearing were ruffled and hastily thrown together, and even my anemic fashion sense could tell she'd just thrown on the first bits of clothing she could find, then covered that up with what looked like Harry's coat. Put together with the puffy eyes, the faint scars on her neck, and the way she was hiding her arms inside the coat, it came together to form the image of a woman who had just escaped some kind of abusive situation. And then there were their expressions. Harry looked nervous and antsy, while the woman, who was maybe 5 years older than me, at most, looked haggard and haunted. Ah, I said, the pieces coming together in my head. The only reasons I could think of for Harry to come to me all revolved around powers, and the woman had that shocked, new trigger look that I'd seen quite a bit as a ward. I think we should go somewhere private for this. The nearby cafeteria should be empty this time of night. I led them over to the nearby cafeteria/study hall, unlocking the door with my keys and flicking the lights on. I gestured at a nearby table, large enough to fit all three of us, and sat down at one end. Harry and the unnamed woman took the other end. Hey, I asked, keeping my voice calm and level. What's your name? Kim, she said quietly. Her voice was hoarse and scratchy, and she winced a moment later. Okay Kim. The first thing I want you to know, what I want to emphasize, is that whatever happened to you, whatever you did, was not your fault, alright? Kim blinked in faint surprise, then stared at me, brow furrowed. Whoa, Harry interjected. How do you? You came here to ask about powers, didn't you? I asked, unscrewing the top of my thermos. For a moment, I considered drinking some for myself. Then I bit back a sigh, and pushed it towards Kim. She looked like she needed it more than I did, an impression that was reinforced when her shaking hands tried to pick it up and nearly spilled it across the table. I did have a few questions about that, he said. I nodded. Figured. In most other circumstances I'd be annoyed at you showing up with someone else in tow, but... I sighed. I don't think these are normal circumstances. I drummed my fingers against the table, and considered my response. I assume something happened with Kim? Something horrible and or life-threatening, and then she demonstrated strange abilities she didn't have before. Harry nodded slowly. Okay. That's usually how people get powers, I said, skipping over the whole cauldron vial thing. I doubted there were any loose on this earth anyway. It's called a trigger event. They come at the worst moments of your life, the point where you feel hopeless, lost, and broken. Then the powers come in, and they fill that void, trying to fix that situation. Depending on the power you get, the first few moments can be intense and destructive. How? Kim gulped, sputtered at the tea, and took a more measured sip. How do you know this? She asked. I glanced at Harry, then looked over at her. Because I am a para-human. I know what it's like to suffer a trigger event. You don't have to talk about yours if you don't want to. Most people don't, for fairly understandable reasons. Kim hunched in on herself, her hands curling around my thermos. I killed him, she said, her voice a bare whisper. He was coming right at me, and I don't even remember what happened, just pain and pressure and. And when I came back there was water and steam everywhere, and. And he was just in pieces. He was my friend and I hit a wince and looked over at Harry. As trigger events went, it wasn't the worst I'd ever heard about, but killing a friend with your power was up there. Though. He was coming right at you? I asked. Kim retreated further, and Harry cleared his throat. Yeah, look, if I talk about magic, can you at least consider it? It'll make this go easier. Sure, I said. I've done enough research to think you're genuine, anyway. Harry blinked. Oh. Well. He shook his head. So, you know what your classical werewolf is, right? Cursed to turn into a crazy monster at the full moon. I glanced over at Kim. I see where you're going with this, yes. Yeah. Well, in this case the werewolf's supposed to have incredible regeneration and be nearly unkillable if you don't have some very specific equipment. Like silver, I guessed. It's a bit more complicated than that, but good enough for now. And, well. The unkillable just died, I said. And a friend's traumatized, so you're freaking out. Yeah, he said, looking over at Kim. I have no clue what's going on or how to deal with this. I was hoping you could help, somehow. I sighed and leaned back in my seat, trying to catch Harry's gaze. He looked away the moment I established eye contact, and I sighed again. I can offer some advice, at least. The thing is, I don't know if I can trust you. Harry frowned. What do you mean? I mean, that while I don't think you're lying to me, I have no clue if you have ulterior motives, or if you're using this as an opportunity to pry information out of me. I can guess with almost absolute certainty that there are a lot of people trying to figure out the secrets of powers right now, and I have no interest in carelessly sharing most of what I know. I crossed my arm over my prosthetic and tried to catch his gaze, only to fail again. So I'm trying to figure out how much I'm willing to tell you, given the circumstances. That. Harry worked his jaw, then sighed. I get your point, he said reluctantly. But I really do need help. Kim really needs help. I know, I said. Which doesn't make this any easier. I leaned forward in my seat, and rested my chin on my fist. I've been hanging around the fringes of the supernatural community here in Chicago for a few months now, picked up a couple of things. One thing I noticed is that no one with even a scrap of magical ability seems to make eye contact, and I'm not entirely sure why. My first guess is that there's some truth to that line about how eyes are the window to the soul, but... There is, Harry confirmed. The more magic you've got, the stronger the effect is. Oh, I said, vaguely disappointed. That could have been a useful ability to have. So it's one way only. Well, not quite, he said slowly. At a certain level of power, around the point people start considering you a wizard, looking into someone else's eyes can start a soul gaze. Assuming you're human, that is, monsters, animals, and supernatural creatures don't really have souls in the same way we do. And the soul gaze specifically is two-way. The wizard sees into the other person's soul and gets an understanding of that person, and vice versa. And since you call yourself a wizard, I'm guessing you can do that, I said. Yes, Harry said, looking uncomfortable. I don't really like to do it. Just on its own, it freaks people out, and most people that have looked at me that way have reacted badly. One woman fainted. And you can't ever forget what you see in a soul gaze, either, it stays fresh in your mind, forever, so you can't forget any detail. I nodded. I couldn't be certain he was telling the whole truth, of course. I doubted he was lying about the way soul gazes started, or the way they worked. But, that didn't mean he was telling the truth about what happened during a soul gaze. It was possible a wizard could control what was shown to some extent, put their best foot forward, in a sense. And, I also didn't feel comfortable with letting a total stranger get an understanding of me. But trust went two ways, and if I wanted to get any help out of Harry in the future, I had to make some concessions now. Okay, I said. Then let's soul gaze, and if I'm convinced, I'll tell you what I know. Harry looked hesitant at my response, uncertain. I couldn't really understand his hesitance. Sure, the never forgetting part didn't sound good, but if he was telling the truth, the power to just look into another person's eyes and tell if they're trustworthy or reliable or lying to you, or, if it worked like he said it did, I just didn't understand why he didn't use it more often. I know I would have. For a good 20 seconds, he didn't say anything. He just sat there, fidgeted nervously and looked down at the table, his brow furrowed in thought. Then he glanced over at Kim, who looked like she was practically hugging the thermos for warmth, and took a deep breath. I've got to fix my mistakes somehow, he said, more to himself than me. He looked up at me, and met my eyes. A moment later my senses were replaced, and I found myself somewhere else. It felt like when King of Cups had second triggered, and I'd suddenly seen things from Sion's perspective. Only now, I was looking through Harry's eyes. He stood in front of a house that felt eerily familiar, and I could feel his exhaustion, his anger, his confusion, and his sorrow as if it were my own, though there was something strange about them, something cold and dark and off. He stood against an older man with a full, dark beard, a cobra-headed staff held in his hand. A blonde girl, maybe 16 years old, stood behind the older man, her eyes dead and empty. My perspective started moving, Harry and the other two trading blows with magic. Harry fought wildly and forcefully, an unstoppable force, leveraging brute strength to his advantage as he pushed the others back into the house. Where Harry fought simply and directly, throwing around great blasts of fire and shielding himself with some blue force field, the older man manifested a variety of spells, mixing blasts of fire with telekinesis, snake conjuring, some kind of geokinesis, gravity manipulation, and even stranger and more bizarre effects. The blonde contributed in her own way, using spells that seemed like they were meant to bind and restrict, sometimes covering the older man when he faltered. The way they fought struck me as familiar, but I couldn't place the feeling. I could tell that I was seeing something fundamental about him, something as foundational, important, and life-changing as my own trigger event had been. I understood the context of the fight, how he had fought against a mentor, a father figure, someone that had betrayed him, how that had shaped him. It felt like a desperate struggle, one that Harry won by the barest margin. He had too much raw power for his opponents to match, too much rage and determination, and in the end he was left alone, kneeling down to cry in the burning ruins of his former home, the flames dancing across the frame with malicious glee. And yet, as my perspective decoupled from his, the scene took on a different tone. I wasn't seeing the broken kid crying amidst the ruins of his former life, I was seeing something dark and terrible, exulting in its victory, and I realized what had seemed familiar about the fight. It reminded me of the way we had fought against the Endbringers, against Sion, leveraging every single power we had, every clever trick we could come up with, and falling short in the face of sheer, overwhelming power. It colored the scene and my perceptions, until all I could see was the black-red skeleton of Behemoth, moments after Fear blast had ripped the flesh and muscle off the beast, wounded, yet triumphant. All that effort, and we barely made him flinch. I saw that dichotomy, felt that dichotomy, and I realized how similar we really were. I felt his distrust of authority, the way he grappled with his darker impulses, the sheer horror, violence, and destruction he was capable of. And I also felt the other side of him, the better parts of him. His desire to do good, to help people, his sense of loyalty, his iron determination. He was the kind of person who would have stood against Sion from start to finish, just because it was the right thing to do. In that moment, I saw him for who he was, a monster and a hero, something more and less than human, all wrapped together in one tall, gawky package. Court Debut 3. October 2000. Taylor. When I came back to myself, I found myself shaking in, not fear, but something close to it. A mix of determination and creeping dread, like I was gearing up to fight something so far beyond me that the very idea that I could accomplish anything was laughable, but that I had to fight regardless. I felt tense, and were I still connected to my bugs, I imagined they would be buzzing now, milling about and preparing to strike. What the hell are you? The words broke me out of my reverie, and as my eyes refocused I saw Harry staring back at me, a horrified expression on his face. What the fuck happened to you? Are you even human? I frowned at him, and the fragile hold I had of my emotions snapped. I could ask the same of you. A single beat, and then Harry's face blanched, as the implications of what I said hit him. He looked away, shaking his head. You know what, let's try and move on from this. I don't. Sure, I said quickly, leaning back in my seat. I looked over at Kim and found her staring at the two of us, fear and confusion creeping onto her expression. Right, it wasn't just me and Harry here. I took a deep breath and steadied myself, fighting down the strange fear and tension I was feeling. Okay, Harry reminded me of an Endbringer, for some bizarre reason I could deal with that, I had dealt with that. Hell, I'd dealt with worse. I could work past it, focus on the good I'd seen. It wasn't as easy as it sounded, but I had experience working with terrifying people. All right, I'll tell you what I know, I said, looking first at Harry, and then Kim. But this stays secret, all right? You tell no one else without my permission. Got it? Kim nodded hesitantly, while Harry shook his head as if to clear it. Yeah, just, stars and stones, he muttered. Okay, I said, then considered what I should actually say. If it was just Harry, maybe I would have laid out the truth, but this situation was about Kim, not Harry. If I laid out the unalloyed truth, it would just freak her out, break her further. I had to be delicate about this, selective with what truths I shared at this early stage. I could have lied, of course, though that was a pretty poor long-term solution. Harry would notice if I kept back certain details, and assuming he didn't just openly contradict me, I'd need to talk them out with him later. And it would also tie my hands for the future, in case I had to deal with Kim again. No one liked being told that they'd been lied to for their own good. Okay, I repeated. From what Harry saw when he met me, I'm sure he already suspects this, but I'll lay it out for both of you. Powers are not intrinsic to you. They don't come from some mutation, or cosmic radiation, or that weird notion of getting bitten by radioactive spiders. Seriously, who thought that made any degree of sense? They're alive, and trigger events don't involve your power awakening or anything like that, it involves your power connecting to you. The things that give powers go by a few names, but the one I prefer is passenger, because it's a fairly good, one-word descriptor. I glanced at the thermos of tea Kim was still clutching, and suppressed a sigh. I could really use a drink, damn it, and the one I'd brought was taken. Passengers are complicated and difficult to explain, so I'm going to settle for broad strokes here. Your trigger event is the worst moment of your life, and it often involves some kind of problem, social isolation, the realization you made a horrible mistake, someone coming at you with intent to kill, something. And these passengers, they watch and they see and they adjust themselves, taking the form of a power that fits the situation, that tries to solve the problem you're facing, and then gives it to you. And then, like that, I snapped, you've got powers, and the passenger takes a back seat. I was leaning heavily on the things I'd learned from my own passenger as I spoke. Once we'd started communicating, somewhat properly, all of the old questions and worries I'd had about how powers worked, how they manifested, why they did what they did, how much control they really exerted all came rushing back to the fore. My passenger hadn't been able to explain as well as, say, Lisa might have the downsides of only being able to communicate in strings of memories and vague impressions, but my passenger also just knew more than Lisa, understood the why along with the what and the how. That, more than anything else, was why I was hesitant to spread this kind of knowledge around, because if people realized I had that kind of half-fettered connection to a passenger, to perhaps the biggest and most important passenger after Sion's death, I would never get any peace. How do you know this? Kim asked. A mix of things. I'm from Earth, bet, I said. I felt a little uncomfortable giving away a secret like that, but it was one of the least important ones I held. Harry already knew it, and it would hopefully occupy her attention enough that she didn't try and dig deeper. So, for one, I had access to decades of research papers dedicated to figuring out what powers were and how they worked. I also spoke with a number of para-humans who either had powers that let them figure stuff out, or connections with their passenger that let them peek behind the curtain. And then, once Sion started rampaging, well, no one bothered to keep secrets at that point. Except Cauldron, of course. Could we have won earlier, with fewer casualties, if they'd laid all their cards on the table from the start? Explained about Sion's partner, let our thinkers start working on the problem earlier? If we'd known from the beginning that we had to strike at his emotions. I shook my head and focused on what was in front of me. And lastly, just plain experience, I continued. I've lived years with my passenger, and we've done a lot together. When you're as active as I was, you pick up a few things. So let me give you some advice. Your trigger event sucks. You will never escape its shadow, especially now that you have powers. And you can let it haunt you, dominate you, and break you, or you learn to live with. Accept that you have powers now, and try to use them to good ends, because you will use them, one way or another. Why me? Kim asked. I mean, I don't know, I said. But passengers, they're not human, not even close. But they choose their para-humans, because they think they've got a connection with that person, that they can work with them. God, I was stretching the truth so much, ascribing benevolence and consideration where none really existed, and from the looks Harry was sending me, I think he realized that. But he didn't interrupt me, didn't question me, and it was obvious why. Kim didn't need to hear the truth, not right now, not right away. She needed to hear a truth, one that would help her come away from this tragedy mostly intact. And now, we come to the other half, covering this up, I said. Kim blinked. What? I understand that this was a tragedy and you didn't mean to kill your friend. Harry understands that. You understand that. But if your friend turns back and people find a headless, dismembered corpse, they're going to think a murder's been committed. And with the Lobo killings going on. I shook my head. No, the safest option is to make the body disappear, and cover up your involvement. There's no sense in involving the police or the media. Kim looked over at Harry, who slowly and helplessly shrugged. I think she's got a point, he said. Mac Finn was, a big deal. People are going to notice his death or disappearance and the police will investigate. If they find evidence you were there, if Murphy finds evidence you were there. Murphy, I said slowly. Would that be Corinne Murphy? The Special Investigations Lieutenant. Yeah, Harry replied. Do you know her? I shook my head. Just heard of her. From what I've managed to dig up, it looks like she believed in the supernatural before para-humans started getting wrapped up in it. She did, Harry said. And she takes her job seriously. If, say, homicide got a hold of the case, I don't know that they'd consider the supernatural, para-human angle. If Murphy did, she would. I checked my left pocket, made sure I still had those small plastic bags packed with bird feathers my passenger used to connect with my relay birds, and nodded. Where did he die? When Kim didn't answer, Harry cleared his throat and spoke in her place. His house. I rolled my eyes. I meant where, like an address, or a place. 888 Ralston Place, Harry replied, pitching it almost like a question. Kim nodded a moment later. Ralston Place. That's, in the Gold Coast, as I recall, I said, consulting my rough mental map of Chicago. Harry nodded. Okay. That should be about a mile north of the Loop, in downtown Chicago. Could you check it out? Yes. Harry said slowly. I shook my head. I wasn't talking to you. That just confused Harry even more. For a moment, I considered just not explaining what I meant, then realized it wouldn't work out in the long term. I've got a less than normal connection with my passenger. Usually, it's a direct connection through the brain. The passenger provides you with all the extra senses and knowledge you need to use your power, and then reads your brain and nervous system to manifest it. In my case, I've got brain damage that prevents that, so I have to vocalize my requests. Brain damage? Harry asked. What kind of brain damage? The kind I don't like to talk about, I replied, glancing at Kim. And it's not relevant to this discussion anyway. What is relevant are my powers. I took a deep breath, and considered my wording carefully before continuing. By the sounds of it, and what I know of trigger events, my very rough impression of Kim's power is that it's physical in nature. My powers are varied and esoteric. Mental, really. One of them is clairvoyance. Kim and Harry both looked at me when I said that. Wait, you're clairvoyant? He asked. I nodded. That. He shook his head. Okay, I can easily see that as a superpower, but the Gold Coast is like 9, 10 miles north of here. Your point? I asked. Harry opened and closed his mouth a few times before shaking his head. I mean, that's, wow. You can see that far. Farther. Not that much farther, admittedly, but still farther. The current limit was somewhere around 13.5 miles, and at that point my passenger was limited to seeing out of just one animal or clump of bugs, without even the ability to control anything. Stars and stones, Harry whistled. That's impressive, yes. I can't see everything in my range, yet, but I can get snapshots, limited perspectives. It shouldn't take that long for my passenger to find the place, and then I can get a look at it from here, so we can plan our approach. Whoa, we? He asked. You did come to me for my help. Your advice? I think we're way past the advice stage here. But if you don't want my help? Harry sighed and shook his head. No. I mean, I'll take it, but... He trailed off and looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. I didn't press him, and waited for him to come back to reality. Your clairvoyance, he said slowly. Is it just sight? Can you hear through it, track a target? Yes, to both, I confirmed. Harry worked at his lip. I'm working on the Lobo killings, he said a few moments later. I raised an eyebrow. Oh. On the down low, he continued. SI Lieutenant Murphy sometimes hires me on cases that seem weird. She brought me in on this one too, but it's not strictly official, you know. I nodded. The trouble is, I've got a lot of leads, but not enough time to run them all down, or the ability. But if you could track some people for me. You want me to spy for you? I asked, more amused than anything else. He let out a long sigh. Yeah, I guess. I snorted. Sure. It's nothing new for me. I was hoping to solve the killings anyway, or at least track down the perpetrators. This works for me. I leaned forward and rested my chin on my fist again. So while we're waiting for my passenger to find the right house, tell me what you know. It took about 10 minutes for my passenger to track down the right house, about what I expected, given I doubted it paid much attention to human city planning, maps, or road names. It took another 5 for Harry to finish laying out the facts to my satisfaction, with Kim occasionally chipping in. I could tell he was keeping a few facts close to his chest, but I didn't begrudge that. What he did share formed a clear enough picture. I considered the pieces before me: 9 deaths across 5 nights in September, some before the full moon, some after. Most of those killings had been seemingly random people, gang members, an old lady, the homeless, a guy coming from a liquor store. But the last 2 of that set had been killed inside a parking garage, rather than somewhere outside, and had included an incredibly wealthy businessman. Strange, odd, but not enough on its own. Then, yesterday, another killing, this time of one of Gentleman Johnny Marconi's bodyguards. It cast the murder of the businessman James Harding III in a different light, because that man had been a business partner to Marconi. 2 people tied to Marconi, dead, the only real connection among the victims. Were the killings the result of someone moving against Marconi? Picking at his allies and organization? Or was Marconi the killer? According to Harry, he'd taken control of James' business interests after the man's death, and all the other killings, including the death of his own bodyguard, could be a cold-blooded attempt to cover his tracks. Or were the killings actually random, and I was seeing connections where none were? And then there were the other threads: Harley MacFinn, environmentalist billionaire and cursed werewolf, the FBI, the new and out-of-town investigators on the case, and the alphas, teenage werewolves that just didn't seem to fit. Kim, you said that someone broke Harley's containment circle last month, the thing he used to keep himself locked up during the full moon, I said. That's right, she replied. Could he have been responsible for some of the deaths? Particularly the homeless people in Burnham Park, the ones that were ripped to pieces. She shook her head. No, I don't believe it, she muttered, her voice hoarse. He told me he ran off once he saw the circle was broken, went where he couldn't hurt anyone. All right, I said. I didn't quite believe it, but there wasn't a point in contradicting Kim, not when she was still so fragile and tense. Besides, there wasn't really any evidence one way or another. All right, I repeated. I see 2 main leads here. First, there's the connection to Marconi. The most recent deaths were both connected to him, and James and Marconi were both working to block this Northwest Passage project, which Harley's been pushing. Kim nodded shakily. He's been working on it for years, like I have. Which is how you met, I said. So on the face of it, Harley looks suspicious, considering the available facts. He's a werewolf, or a wolf-changer para-human if we want to dress it up nicely, and if that gets out, people are going to blame him for the Lobo killings, rightly or not. If you put it together with the fact that the only 2 connected killings tie back to people opposing Harley on a personal project, then you've got means and motive, and if a prosecutor smudges over the inconvenience of his transformation only occurring on the full moon, you've also got opportunity. Not the most solid of cases, but a highly sensational one. Or it could be a frame job, Harry said. Or it could be a frame job, I agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. In fact, I think it is a frame job, though that raises the question of how the real killers learned about Harley's curse and set him up. I took another sip of water. And then there's the FBI. What about them? Harry asked. In terms of the investigation, the FBI were called in for their forensic expertise, and now they've taken over. They think the killers are using themed weapons to mimic all the wolf bites and claw marks, and don't seem to be considering the possibility that para-humans, or para-humans, may be involved, despite the fact that a para-human crime wave has been sweeping the world, never mind the nation. It's a curious oversight. Then, yesterday, your contact at SI calls you in, and after some research, you deliver a report on magic werewolves to her, which the FBI read. Yeah. Okay. And immediately after that, the lead FBI agent Denton got one of his subordinates to send you into a trap. Harry frowned. How do you figure? He asked. Sure, Harris wanted me to snoop around in the FBI's place, but I don't see why that means he was sending me into a trap. Harry, we live in Chicago, I said. Our police force and court system is one of the most corrupt in the country, perhaps the most corrupt. And you think that system wouldn't give the FBI a surveillance warrant on a biker street gang named the Street Wolves, right as the Lobo killings start up again, the Lobo killings they said were being perpetrated by themed killers. And then there's the fact that they sent you, the wizard, the one they ostensibly think is a crazy kook, to investigate this gang, rather than literally anyone else, any other private investigator or friendly contact. I shook my head. No, it doesn't add up. They didn't send you because the bureaucracy was tying their hands, they sent you because they wanted you, specifically the one guy who had just delivered evidence to the police that contradicted their story and offered another perspective to head to the street wolf's garage, poke your head in, and provoke them. Like you did. Harry leaned back in his seat and ran a hand through his hair. Hey. Now, I don't know why they did that, or what angle they're playing. But that chain of events is incredibly suspicious, I said. Just a little, he agreed. And with Mac Finn gone, that leaves them as the only real lead. About him, I said, turning to face Kim. You said you tore him to pieces, right? Kim winced and looked down. Yes, she said in a small voice. And you said he regenerates from any injuries not inflicted by inherited silver, I said, looking over at Harry. He nodded slowly. Not in so many words, but I guess that's one way to interpret it. How else was I supposed to interpret the combination of recovers from injuries almost instantly and can only be hurt by inherited silver? I shook my head. Well, there's good news, bad news, and strange news. The bad news is that the police are at his place. Given they've got the fire department and emergency services with them, they probably responded to a fire alarm set off by the steam. The good news is that his body wasn't really the right word, considering the state it was in. Corpse is still that of a wolf, if a very strange one, so there's no human body. As for the strange news, I see a lot of pieces, I don't see a head. Harry blinked, and Kim looked up at me with confusion in her eyes. What? She asked. I don't see a head, I repeated. And given he's a regenerator, you think he survived decapitation? Harry asked. Unless you have another explanation for how his head disappeared, I'm willing to consider it, I said. I'll set my passenger to tracking him down. Maybe it'll find him, in which case we'll know for sure. That's good news, I guess, Harry said. But, hell, that just scares me more. I raised an eyebrow. If you're right, Mac Finn came back from decapitation. I mean, if he can take that kind of punishment. I shrugged. I've seen and heard of stranger things. And it is good news, assuming it's true. It means Kim didn't kill her friend. It was maybe a little irresponsible to dangle that hope in front of her before it was confirmed, but I'd already crossed that line when I'd spoken about the missing head. Besides, she could use some hope. You said the police are there, Harry said, waiting for my nod before continuing. Do you see Lieutenant Murphy? You'll need to describe her, I don't really know what she looks like, I said. She's short, barely 5 feet tall. Blue-eyed, blonde with a bob cut, sort of muscular but not incredibly so, carries her gun in a shoulder holster. I see her, I said, my passenger sending me an image of the woman, standing in an empty and ruined room. She's looking at the corpse. Harry sighed. That's great. And complicated. What are we going to do, then? I asked, passing the planning off to him. He knew the lieutenant, after all. I have to go and see her. We can't cover this up at this point, not completely. So I'll go there, talk things over, explain what happened. I was planning on going there to check up on the circle anyway, to see how it was sabotaged. If he's still alive, maybe I can salvage portions. Are you going to tell her about Kim? I asked. I don't know, he said, looking over at Kim. What do you want? Kim shrugged slowly. Whatever you think is best. She shook her head. Maybe I should just come with you, explain everything. If you want, he said slowly, glancing my way. That didn't strike me as a good idea, personally, but I was biased against authority figures, and well, it really wasn't any of my business, what Kim chose to do from here. Whatever you decide on the police front, keep me out of it, I said. I don't want the authorities looking into or coming after me. That, I should be able to manage, he said. It's not like you're really connected to the case, and I don't think you want anyone learning about your ridiculous clairvoyance. You're right, I don't. Not outside of my costumed identity, anyway. I sipped some more water. You said Harley will turn back in the morning, right? Once the sun comes up, Harry confirmed. Which leaves him? I cocked my head to the side and asked, when's the sun due to come up? Harry furrowed his brow in response, and my passenger got back to me with a vague answer a few seconds later. Which leaves him about 9.5 hours to wreak havoc, assuming he's out there, I said, continuing where I left off. That's a lot of time. People could die. Harry furrowed his brow. Are you saying we should hunt him down? He asked. We don't exactly have anything to slow him down, let alone deal with him. Unless you've got some inherited silver lying around or have some trick up your sleeve. I don't, I freely admitted. I have some ideas for ways I could distract him, and maybe I could work out a way to temporarily trap or impair or paralyze him, but I don't have a way to injure him and make it stick, or remove him as a threat entirely. Doesn't mean I'm not willing to try and keep his curse from killing anyone. Distract how? Harry asked. I can disrupt his main senses, sight, hearing, smell, bombard those sensory organs with so much pain and irritation he can't use them properly. So you can make the wild, angry killing machine even more wild and angry, Harry sighed. Maybe it could work, as a step one, but we'd have a hell of a time getting him into a circle after that. I see. Kim coughed, grimaced, and continued. I can help. We both turned to look at her, frowning. You don't have to, I said. You're nervous, fresh off your trigger, and probably don't have all that much control or understanding of your powers yet. And I still beat him, didn't I? You don't even know what you did, I pointed out. I'm not sure what I did, that's true, but I can figure it out. And this is my mistake, he's loose because of me. Harry put a hand on her shoulder. Kim, it's not your fault. Kim shrugged him off. Don't. Just, don't, please. She took a deep breath. I made a promise to him. I need to do this. Please. I sighed and looked over at Harry. He looked back, not quite meeting my eyes, and gave a small shrug. Okay, Kim, he said. You can help. Court debut 4. October 2000. Taylor. We quickly hashed out a rough plan, and by rough plan I meant we're going to grab some gear, then meet up and go from there. In my case though, I had a little more to do than just grabbing some gear. There was currently a very convincing werewolf corpse in Harley McFinn's apartment, and if the FBI crashed that crime scene like they had the others, I wanted to have observers in place ready to surveil and record them. I took the stairs 2 at a time, hurrying back up to the 6th floor. Marcy was sitting on our couch when I came back, reading some textbook and clearly waiting for me to come back. She looked up as I walked in, and blinked. Why? Who was that? Marcy asked. Just some friends of mine, I lied. Want to drag me out to a movie? Marcy blinked again, and I frowned. What? I asked. Nothing. Nothing. Just. She licked her lips, suddenly hesitant. This is going to sound insensitive, but, you have people you call friends. I furrowed my brow, and Marcy hurried on. I mean, I never see you going out or spending time with other people, except if it's for a project or I drag you along. And maybe I'm just not around at the right times, but I never hear you talk about anyone either. I didn't have anything to say in response to that, and she shrunk back, afraid she'd offended me. She hadn't, it'd take a lot more than that to offend me after everything I'd been through, but I felt startled, regardless. I had friends, right? People I spent time with without being obligated to. Marcy, Bach, Andy, Billy. Except, were they really? I liked Marcy, sure, but she was my roommate. Bach and I were friendly, but I treated him more as a source of information than someone to hang out with. Andy came around because she was Marcy's friend, and Billy I rarely interacted with outside of philosophy classes or off campus. He had some strong and interesting opinions on para-humans and heroism, and somehow I ended up drawn into those discussions more often than not. But I didn't spend time with them, not really. Hell, I barely spent time with anyone, I just focused on school, and lately, on magic and the supernatural. Why? Hadn't I said I'd do things differently, given a chance? I couldn't blame myself for my initial detachment, back when I was just one person in a strange new world, without anyone else to help or support me. With that much history, that much weight behind me, who could I have really connected with? Except it'd been over a year now, and I still wasn't much better. But, I mean, I guess you just don't talk about yourself, so. Marcy's words brought me out of my reverie, and I looked over to see her folding up her textbook. And you look excited, so I guess I'm wrong, right? Excited? I went over to the sink to rinse out the thermos, and while I was there I touched my lips, my face, my expression. What I found wasn't a smile, not really, but it could be mistaken for one in the wrong light. It felt determined. Anticipatory. Fuck. I was doing it again, getting caught up in the powers, in the ideas, losing sight of everything else. God, this was Lung all over again, dangle the threat of people being hurt in front of me, and I charged off to fight a monster I had no real way to fight, no real hope of defeating. No thought, no strategy, barely even a plan, just the burning need to be a hero, to do something. How much damage had that attitude caused? And I couldn't stop now, either, I'd committed, and Harley did need to be contained. But then again, wasn't that the exact same reasoning I'd clung to the first time around? It's fine Marcy, I said, suddenly, intensely aware of the gap between us. I don't really like talking about myself. I had some bad experiences when I was in high school. Oh. I'm sorry. It's fine, I said, shaking my head. I couldn't see her, but I could imagine her expression, wincing, hesitant, maybe cringing. I'll probably be back late, so good luck with the test tomorrow. Thanks. She went back into her room, and I let out a long, low sigh. I didn't know what to do, how to fix or address this issue, but I knew I had to try. But not tonight. Tonight, I had a werewolf to cage and federal agents to stalk. I set the thermos to drying and headed into my room. I opened my window, muttered "Get the falcon," and started digging through my drawers. By the time I'd found what I was looking for, a huge peregrine falcon almost 2 feet tall had swooped in through my open window, and landed right on my desk. "Okay big guy, let's get this on you," I muttered, laying out my low-budget aerial surveillance array. It consisted of a mini cassette recorder with 30 minutes storage, a small directional microphone, and a set of straps that sort of blended in with the falcon's feathers. This falcon wasn't the only one I had nesting around campus, but the rest were all relay birds, finches and pigeons and crows, common enough I could get a constant supply of feathers without injuring or irritating any individual bird, and nondescript enough to go anywhere without comment. I would have preferred using one of them as a proper spy bird, but I wasn't made of money and couldn't afford the kind of lightweight spy rigs a crow could comfortably carry. Or, if cheap alternatives did exist, I didn't know of them. At least it was dark out, and the cassette recorder would be on the falcon's back. With a little luck, no one would even realize something was off about the bird, let alone that it was carrying a recording setup. It took me a few minutes to get the straps on the falcon, even with my passenger's help. I managed it in the end though, and the falcon looked at me once I was done, its dark black eyes boring into my own. "Wait until the FBI arrives to start recording, if they arrive," I said. "And if they're being quiet, don't waste the tape." I wasn't sure how my passenger would actually start and stop recording, but I was sure it could figure that out. Maybe by conscripting another bird to tap the buttons? The falcon cocked its head to the side, then flew off. "Now, the werewolf," I muttered, before grabbing my field backpack from my closet and heading back out. It took me 10 minutes to get to our designated meeting point, and another 7 minutes of waiting before Harry rolled up in his vehicle. It had clearly once been a blue Volkswagen Beetle, but for reasons I didn't understand, the hood had been painted red, the driver's side door painted green, and the passenger side door painted white. Was he trying to go for some color wheel theme? Why only 4 colors then, and why in that arrangement? Was Harry trying to stand out? Did I need to revisit my Murden theory again? I got out of my car and wandered over to meet with Harry and Kim, my swarm staying behind in my car. Harry and Kim got out as I approached, with the former looking around like he was expecting Harley to jump out of the shadows. "I've got good news and bad news," I said as I approached. "The good news is that I found him. The bad news is where I found him, stalking around the pier, near the water purification plant." Harry winced, and I commiserated. While the layout of the pier area meant there was a natural choke point for Harley to pass through if he wanted to get back into the city, that choke point was still a few hundred feet wide. That wasn't even getting into all the people Harley could run into. While the purification plant and its surroundings were fairly empty this time of night, the same couldn't be said for the pier immediately to the south. It wasn't the best place to try and keep a monster trapped for hours. "That's not ideal," Harry said. "But I think I can rig something up that'll keep people away." I nodded. "Let's hope it works then, and that he doesn't move before we get there." "What's the plan?" "We'll try and make the circle first," he said, gesturing at Kim. "It's complicated, and I really don't want to worry about surviving a Lugaru while working on something that complicated and delicate. After that, I was hoping you'd have a plan." "Of course." I took a deep breath. "We just need to get him into a circle, correct? Without smudging or breaking anything." Harry nodded. "If I get some of his fur and blood, fresh fur and blood, I can very temporarily bind him, long enough to drag him into the circle. But that's going to require injuring him, then surviving the 10 to 15 seconds it would take for me to get off a spell like that." 10 to 15 seconds was a long time to be staring down a ravenous, regenerating monster. "What kind of combat spells do you have?" I asked. For this situation, call it a fire bolt, a force push, and a force field, to keep it simple." "That's it?" I asked, feeling slightly disappointed. That seemed like a small bag of tricks for a wizard. "I don't really focus on evocations," Harry replied. "It's not my field of interest or expertise." "Fine." I looked over at Kim. "What about you? You said you wanted to help, so what can you do?" In response, Kim looked around, and once she made sure no one was close by she stretched out one hand and twitched. Vents split open across her fingers, spewing out boiling, steaming water that sharpened into claws. "It feels like a pressure inside me," Kim said. "I can let it out like this, and this is fairly sharp, but I think there's more to it. It feels like I can transform, let it all out in one go." A transformation into some kind of steam water form, and judging by the way Kim had cut up Harley the first time around, that steam was either incredibly hot, or the water incredibly pressurized. Or both. Does the transformation have a time limit? Or does it feel like it's indefinite? I asked. Kim shook her head. No, I think there is a limit. I can feel the pressure building slowly, slower when I do this. She flexed her water claws. If I let it all out? I don't know. 20 seconds, maybe. She shrugged. I can't be sure. I don't really remember the last time. Let's assume 20 seconds. If that's your first instinct, that's probably your passenger giving you a hint, I said. So, 20 seconds of some kind of supercutting, some pyro and telekinesis, and my animal control. Animal control? Harry asked. You'll see. I fell silent, considered what we had, and tried to find a way to put it all together. It took me a minute to come up with a rough plan, and another few minutes to think it over and poke at the flaws. Okay, here's what we'll try. We headed off to the Navy Pier, heading north along Lake Shore Drive. Fortunately, Harley didn't move much in that time. By my guess, being dismembered and decapitated by Kim had spooked him, even through the bestial rage his supposed curse forced on him. That wouldn't last forever though, and once the rage overcame the fear, people would die. We chose to make our stand in Olive Park. It was a small yet dense clump of trees, which would hopefully provide some cover for the trap we were preparing. Even better, it was right in the middle of the only path off the artificial outcropping Harley was hiding on. Every other direction was surrounded by the cold, autumn waters of Lake Michigan, which I doubted he would be willing to brave. While Harry and Kim got down to planning out the circle, I set my backpack on the ground and took off my hoodie. Then I took a deep breath, straightened up, and invoked part1. Part1 was a break from my current system of spell words, fitting the person behind the mask rather than the power they wielded. It felt better that way, more fitting. Saba had never been a fighter, not really, and so this particular spell wasn't meant for combat, in any way. Instead, it was meant for costuming. Cloth and silk and panels began to flow out of the backpack as ephemeral fingers picked at my hair. I plucked out a few wooden sticks to support my impending hairdo, and my passenger took hold of them. I put on my costume, and my passenger pulled it tight, clasped the pieces together, and smoothed out the clumps and wrinkles. Bugs that had followed me from the car began to clamber and clump together around my right arm, neck, and hair, joined by the bugs in the park. Finally, I tossed my cloak over my right shoulder, though I stopped my passenger before it could weave it into place. I had a feeling I'd be throwing it off before long. The entire process was slow, precise, and the closest I would ever come to a makeover. My current costume was reminiscent of the one I'd worn as Weaver, all whites and electric blues. It was the only concession I'd given to my old style, my old look. While I wanted to move on from all the baggage in my past, I didn't want to forget it entirely either. There had been good in those times, mixed in with all the bad, and so I took the parts I liked, and built a new style atop those. The costume had layers, a cloak over a dress over a bodysuit, white on blue on white. The spider silk cloak was big, wide enough to cover my back and both my shoulders, stretched down to my calves, and included a hood I could flip up, in case I felt I needed the extra protection. I wore the cloak at an angle, exposing the left side of my body while covering up the right. It was attached to the back of my costume by only a few clips and thin threads, to prevent anyone from pulling me along with it, and so I could tear it off in a pinch if I had to. It also served a secondary purpose. As a big and durable piece of silk, I could use it like a net, mixing it in with ballistic to snare or blind an enemy. The dress itself was fairly simple, with an outer layer of cheap, electric blue fabric. That in turn attached to a spider silk underlayer at the neck, bust line, waist, and knees, giving the outer layer the appearance of roiling waves. It covered everything from my neck on down, and split at the waist to give my legs a wider range of motion. Put together with my cloak, it made me look like I was going to a ball, not a battlefield, like I didn't think highly enough of my enemies to bother with proper armor or gear. I wasn't stupid, but image and reputation would be my greatest weapon, one I had to wield properly. The dress emphasized what few feminine attributes I had, and while it was kind of sexist, a touch of humanity and femininity helped calm and reassure people. Image gave way to practicality with my bodysuit though. It was a close facsimile of my old costume, a spider silk bodysuit that covered almost every inch of my body, augmented with strategically placed armor plates made out of insect shells and exoskeletons. It also accounted for a utility compartment on the right side, with part of the dress on that side cut open to expose it. Then there was my mask, an armored, featureless expanse of electric blue, broken up only by two oval-shaped lenses to mark the eyes, along with the partial opening at the back for my hair bun. The bun was a deliberate departure from my typical hairstyle, an attempt to put a little more distance between my civilian and costumed identities for anyone that went looking. After all, the more features I shared between identities, the more clues I left uncovered, the easier it would be for others to discover who I was. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to hide my hair entirely, to get rid of it even if covering it all up with a wig or hair dye would have been smarter. It also made sure my hair wasn't flying around and easily available for anyone to grab. Physically, getting grabbed by the hair could get me injured, magically, having parts of my hair stolen could get me killed. All in all, I didn't look very approachable, but then again, I hadn't tried to be. I didn't have the personality or desire to be an open, approachable hero, and with the way I tended to be brutal in fights, I wasn't aiming to be the model superhero. In a way, I was modeling myself after Alexandria, indomitable, implacable, unstoppable. Of course, the dressing up was far from subtle, and drew gawking looks from Harry and Kim. That, what, you have a magical girl transformation sequence? Harry asked. I have no clue what that means, I replied. And gawk later, we're on the clock. The two turned back to their work, one layer of their three-ringed circle already complete, while I focused on Harley. The werewolf was hiding in a copse of trees on the far end of the purification plant, pacing around and staring out into the darkness. He hadn't yet spotted us, and with the distance between us, he wouldn't until I lured him in. With my costume in place, I reached into my utility compartment. It contained my gun, a nice Glock 17, stolen from a drug house, my throwaway prepaid phone, a knife, a baton, some EpiPens, what spare ammo I'd managed to scrounge, a can of mace spray, a couple of bandages, and some high-concentration capsaicin cream. It was that last one I took out, and unscrewed with the help of my passenger. Then I started dipping my wasps in it. Harry and Kim had both given me some disturbed looks when they'd seen my swarm of wasps and hornets, which was now milling about my right arm. Harry shot me another look now, frowning as he saw my wasps dipping their stingers and legs into a shallow, round container. Are you dosing their stingers? He asked. Yes. With what? Capsaicin. That's the stuff that's in chili peppers, right? I nodded. Harry's expression turned queasy in response, and he quickly turned back to his work. I managed to augment my entire swarm of flyers with capsaicin and land flies on every one of the werewolf's joints by the time the pair finished the second layer of their circle, and so I allowed myself to relax and assume things would go to plan. Of course, that's exactly when things went wrong. I saw the werewolf's frenetic pacing slow, his head turning to look at the occupied, noisy pier to the south. He'd glanced at it a bunch since we arrived, but they'd been idle glances, irritated. This one seemed considering. Focused. Thankfully, he wasn't moving yet, but when he did decide to leave, he would cut right through Olive Park and us. I think he's getting ready to move, I said. What? But we're not done. Harry exclaimed. Well, hurry it up, I snapped. And I'll distract him, I suppose. I moved to the edge of the woods, and asked for my passenger to assemble a flock of birds. They weren't going to be able to do much to Harley. The patchwork flock of birds around the pier were all pigeons or seagulls, but that wasn't the point. I wanted to confuse him, delay him as much as possible. I would only attack him if he started moving, because once I did that a fight wouldn't be far off, and I didn't want to get in a fight with a relentless killing machine if I could avoid it. A mass of seagulls, maybe 20 in all, flew off from the pier and converged on the clump of trees Harley was hiding in, along with about 12 pigeons, with more birds flying in from the coastline. The sudden motion caught his attention, and he spent a while just staring at them, watching. After about 10 seconds the werewolf turned away from them and back to the pier. Unfortunately for me, that only lasted another minute before he turned and started padding out of the copse of trees he'd been hiding in. So I went to stage 2, and sent the birds in. The sudden, unprovoked, and most of all frenzied assault caught him completely by surprise. They went for his eyes and nose, biting and tearing with uncharacteristic fury and vigor, and the sheer shock of being assaulted by birds bought me a few seconds as the werewolf reeled in confusion. Then he started fighting back, and even with rough hit-and-run tactics, he tore apart most of the birds in moments. Through the survivor's eyes, I watched his lupin head so much like a wolf's, but ever so subtly wrong, just a little too human swivel this way and that, looking for a threat, a target, anything. I didn't give him one, yet. Instead, I had my passenger call in more birds, along with squirrels, flies, butterflies, everything in range. They irritated him, and he swatted and bit at a few, but his attention was no longer on them. Whatever human instinct or rational thought remained in him was telling him that this was unnatural, that there was some cause to this, that he was under attack. A few moments later, the werewolf stopped bothering with my distractions and burst into motion, loping down the outcropping towards us. I saw the moment it noticed me, the brief hitch in its movements, the evaluating stare. It looked at me like that for a single, calculating moment, before snarling and running off again, even faster than before. From start to finish, it took him about 40 seconds to cross the 800 yards between us. It was time I used to gather my swarm, take my cloak in hand, and steady my nerves. Well, at least he can't control fire. Then I had no more time for reminiscing before the werewolf was upon me. Court Debut 5. October 2000. Taylor. I threw my cloak, held out my fingers in a vaguely pentagonal shape, and cried, "Burn." The throw and gesture was a prearranged signal I'd worked out with my passenger, a mixture of posture and context that told my passenger to leverage kinetic force in a specific way. Burning was the term I'd come up with for pushing magic beyond my body's limits. It was kind of like a thinker headache, if a thinker headache also risked fever, general pain, and spontaneous combustion. Combined, it meant my passenger devoted all the power I could safely handle and more into billowing out my cloak and catching the werewolf right as he leapt at me, even as I stepped out of the way. It wrapped around Harley's head and blinded him, fouling his strike and sending him crashing into the ground right beside me. I dodged out of the way of a blind swipe, and he started tearing and clawing at the obstruction. He ripped it off fast, but not that fast. The cloak was relatively heavy, and made of multiple layers of strong spider silk. Just one layer had stood up to Mannequin's knives, and while Harley was much stronger than Mannequin, it still took him a few seconds to actually get it off. I took the time to recover from the wave of pain and heat that had washed over me with that spell, and muttered Weaver to reconnect with my swarm. My passenger seized on my halo of bugs first, and the flies and other small insects dotting the werewolf's body second. Then, as the werewolf ripped a hole in the middle of the cloak and exposed his face, a detachment of my swarm descended on him. They went for his eyes, his ears, his nose, his snarling maw, the gaps between his claws, any and every sensitive place they could reach, and then they stung. As one. Again and again and again. The werewolf screamed in pain, a long, drawn-out, piercing howl that could probably be heard for miles around. My passenger took advantage of the opening to send a tide of bugs down his throat, and the howl cut off as he started choking. Then, to add insult to injury, I pointed at the werewolf and quietly muttered, "Lung." A stream of fire shot forth in response, singing his tail. The werewolf whirled on instinct to lash out behind him, ripping out a part of my cloak as he jerked around. What remained of my cloak was thrown out of the way by an errant paw, and I moved to snatch it up and throw it over my shoulder, in case I needed it again. With the werewolf temporarily occupied by my bugs, I took the opportunity to take out my mace spray, move around to his side, and add to his torture by spraying him right in the eyes. The wild, uncontrolled swipe he made in response caught the edge of my foot, driving a spike of pain into my heel and sending me toppling to the ground. The momentary contact drew the werewolf's attention, and he blindly rounded on me, snarling. I quickly rolled over onto my back and shot another stream of fire at him, this time down his throat. The heat and burns made him gag, the instinctive flinch interrupting his lunge, and I managed to quickly push myself up and away from him, wincing every time my right foot hit the ground. Hopefully it was just a bruise, that attack had only clipped me, and the silk of my leggings concealed a heavy boot, but the pain was bad enough I had to limp. Without a clear enemy to attack and my swarm still harassing him, the werewolf started clawing at its head, tearing great rents into his face that healed in moments. Every swipe killed dozens of bugs, and while I still had hundreds waiting in the wings, he was whittling through my reserves. Frustratingly, none of his flailing had torn free any useful clumps of bloody flesh, his wounds healing right as he made them, and while his claws gleamed with his own blood, I couldn't exactly get any off them. Seconds passed in agonizing slowness. I had no tricks left to play, and given another half a minute, at best, he'd destroy enough of my swarm to see and smell again. I had more insects streaming in, thousands more, but they wouldn't be laced with capsaicin, and after the sheer agony I'd just put him through, I doubted he'd even notice any amount of regular stings. I swapped my spray for my cloak, yelled "Need some help here," and immediately started running. As I expected, the werewolf turned at the sound and rushed at the spot I'd just been standing on before lowering his head to the ground and sniffing. Oh fuck! I bolted right, along the tree line, then took a left away from the tree line, then another right along the tree line, and so on and so forth. I limped for all I was fucking worth as I tried to stay ahead of the blindly hunting werewolf literally tearing up my trail to mark down the places I'd already been. I was staying ahead for now, especially with my passenger focusing the swarm on his eyes and nose, but every time the werewolf stopped to smell my trail, he clawed off more bugs, cleared up his senses a little more. It was only a matter of time until he got some level of sight back, and then I'd be dead. Before that happened, Kim blindsided him. She came out of the forest, breathing fast and with a terrified expression on her face, and the werewolf turned at the sound. He must have seen something, because he tensed and prepared to lunge. He never got the chance. She screamed and leapt at him, transforming in midair. The shift was explosive, and not at all what I expected. Steam boiled off her body, burning away most of her clothing, and her form shifted and swelled. Her back bulged to give her a hunched-over look, her arms and legs stretched and warped into grotesque shapes and proportions, and her skin folded away to reveal a roiling, steaming mass of water in the rough shape of a human body, only with bizarrely jagged and angular features. She fell on the werewolf like a wave, her watery claws and teeth ripping and tearing through solid, muscle-packed flesh, shearing off great clumps. It was hard to see in the darkness, particularly after her attack drowned and burned away my swarm, but it looked like the swirling, pressurized water of her claws and teeth interrupted the werewolf's regeneration, allowing her to actually dig into the werewolf's body. The werewolf fought back, clawing and biting at Kim's watery form, but all that did was damage, burn, and crush everything that touched her. Even when he managed to claw through one of her arms, it didn't seem to do anything. Instead, his paw temporarily blinked out of existence, and when it reappeared on the far side of her arm it was burnt to a crisp. How did that work? Was her outer body just one giant portal, and his paw had gone in one end and come out the other? Did she even have a body under that, or was her breaker form entirely extraneous, a power construct sustained by some kind of portal-like core? Was there even a difference? However it worked, the tide turned against the werewolf. Nothing he did could land a meaningful blow on Kim, while every strike back took more and more out of him. Injuries mounted, his teeth and claws constantly breaking and regrowing in what must have been an agonizing cycle. Still, he fought. Did he realize Kim's transformation wouldn't last? Or was he just so enraged he didn't care that he wasn't making any progress? The answer didn't matter, only the result, and that was a messy, violent, and catastrophic brawl that tore up the ground around them. Fortunately, it was also a mobile brawl, and one of the paws that Kim had dismembered in the first moments was lying at the edge of the cloud of steam she was emitting. I darted in to grab it, winced at the sudden heat, and leapt back the moment I had a good grip on the paw. Got something? I cried, before rushing back to the trilene. For a few long moments, it looked like Kim hadn't heard me. Then her form shifted, her claws shearing through his spine to separate head from body. She pressed the decapitated head to her chest, her water claws digging furrows into the werewolf's snarling face, and then her back burst with a spout of water. She rocketed forward awkwardly, tumbling to the ground a couple of yards short of the tree line. Her time ran out before she could get back up, her watery form collapsing back into a human state, leaving her holding a severed head in her hands. She yelped, and threw the head onto the ground, where it lay, twitching and snarling helplessly. For the first few moments, I stayed tense, watching blood flow out the jagged stump and waiting for the werewolf to start regenerating. When he didn't, I started to wonder if Kim had actually managed to kill him, had dealt so much damage that even his curse couldn't bring him back. Or perhaps the regeneration was simply slower when the werewolf was just ahead, or it was busy healing some internal damage or trauma. Either would explain how Kim had managed to escape the first time. Still, I didn't allow myself to relax, and that vigilance was rewarded about a minute later when the blood finally stopped flowing out of the werewolf's head, and his stump began bulging and stretching. He's getting back up. I called. I'm not done yet. Harry yelled back. Well, hurry up then. The regeneration wasn't as fast as lungs or crawlers, but the werewolf was smaller than both of them and any amount of fast regeneration was still too much in this instance. I directed my passenger to stall the regeneration, sending a swarm of insects to sting and bite at the bubbling flesh. When that didn't seem to do anything, I passed the severed paw to Kim, aimed my palm at the shifting, oozing stump, and intoned, "Lung, max burn." My entire body exploded with heat and pain as my passenger funneled as much power I could handle into a stream of fire, which burned away my swarm in any way I had to track his regeneration. The heat and fire washed over him, completely obscuring my view, and I had to drop to one knee when the pain proved to be too much to stand. I couldn't focus on anything else except the fire, except my need to slow the werewolf's regeneration, to buy even a second or two of extra time. I didn't even have the focus to spare to wonder if I was actually accomplishing anything. Eventually, the fire cut out, and it was an effort of will to not immediately topple over at the sudden absence of power, of the feeling of energy rushing through me. I looked around, my vision blurring, and found Harry holding some kind of doll, which had been tied to the severed paw in such a way that it looked like the doll was hugging the paw, restraining it. It looked comically silly, but when I glanced at the werewolf which had regenerated its entire front half I saw that it was twitching but immobile, its immense muscles straining against some invisible bonds. "Hold this," Harry said, striding over to me and handing me the paw doll thing. "Kim, grab the head, help me carry it in." Kim rushed over and grabbed the werewolf's head, while Harry picked him up by the belly. "Heavy bastard, aren't you?" he grumbled as the two awkwardly rushed back to their circle, the werewolf continuing to regenerate all the while. "Mind the circle, we don't want to smudge anything." Their progress was slow and clumsy, particularly with the wolf twitching and fighting for all it was worth. His movements were minor, but they seemed to get more frequent as the pair struggled to haul the now fully regrown werewolf along. It was as if he was fighting off the binding, and I worried that they may not be able to trap the werewolf in time. Fortunately, they managed to somewhat carefully set the werewolf down in the middle of the circle before he regained the ability to properly move, and then both Kim and Harry immediately knelt down at opposite ends of the circle and started chanting, one in Latin, the other in a language I didn't recognize. The air grew sharp with the tang of ozone, and something popped in the doll thing I was holding. The werewolf immediately sprung up, snarling and enraged, and leapt for Kim and bounced off an invisible plane of force, like a fly against a windshield. That only made the werewolf angrier, and he thrashed and tore and slammed against the edges of the circle. I saw sweat begin to form on Kim's brow, and she started to sway and shake. Then the sound of snarling and thrashing cut off, and both Harry and Kim slumped to the ground. "There, it's done," he said, breathing hard. "We got him." He started laughing then, hysteria mixing with relief, and after a moment Kim joined in. I left them to their celebration, set the doll thing on the ground, and forced myself to stand up. My head spun for a moment, but when I didn't black out, I turned around and headed back out to the field Kim and Harley had fought. There, I picked up the torn-off piece of my cloak, bunching it together with the rest and throwing the bundle over my shoulder. As I did so, my passenger started reaching out to the birds and animals it had disconnected from during the fight, re-establishing my surveillance net. Fortunately, my passenger's orders lingered on the creatures it affected, so nothing had gone wrong in the 3 minutes the fight had taken. No one was approaching our little stretch of trees, the falcon was still stalking the FBI, and I could still walk and think, not clearly, really, but coherently enough. I allowed myself a small smile at the victory, then turned around and headed back to the circle. When I got there, Harry had passed his duster off to Kim again and had set some decorated, rune-carved skull on the ground next to the circle. They were talking in low tones, and cut off as I approached. "Is that it?" I asked. Harry nodded. "I'll need to stay here for the night, put up more wards to hide him, maintain everything, but I can do that myself now. Thanks for your help." "No problem. Don't forget to pick up all the werewolf leftovers, don't need the police asking questions about what happened here," I said, before looking over at Kim. "Kim, are you staying?" She looked down at her naked body, then pulled the duster closer. "No, I think I'd rather go home. Could you drive me?" "Sure." I walked over to my backpack, stuffed the remains of my cloak inside, and then stretched, letting out a long sigh as I did so. Once I was done, I muttered Parian, and helped my passenger take my costume off, before throwing on my hoodie once again. Then I dug out my car keys, and tossed them to Kim, who caught them with a faint look of surprise. "I'm tired, you're driving." I loaned Kim my boots for the ride back, and then took a catnap in the passenger seat. I didn't actually manage to fall asleep. I was in too much pain to fall asleep, and I had to keep some attention on the surveillance my passenger was running, but for the most part I just allowed myself to relax. Every inch of my body burned like I'd just run a marathon, and I suspected I'd be dealing with a fever when I woke up in the morning. Then there was my foot. While the werewolf's claws hadn't broken skin, his paw had still left a nasty bruise, one that was going to screw up my morning runs and bother me for days and weeks to come. But everyone had survived, which was the important part. Eventually, I felt us come to a complete stop, and I opened my eyes. We'd stopped at the driveway of a small, quaint, single-story bungalow, with a grey tiled roof and walls, some blue Toyota parked further down the asphalt driveway. "Well, we're here." Shit," Kim cursed. "What?" I asked, blinking my eyes to clear out the drowsiness. "I just realized, I left my key back at Harley's place." "Shit. No spare key under the doormat?" I asked. "No, She worked at her lip. "God, I'm going to have to break into my own house, aren't I? Or..." She glanced down at herself. "Call a locksmith, or..." I sighed and stretched in my seat. "I can probably get it open." "You've got a turn lock, right? Any deadbolts or chains?" "No, it's just the lock." "And could you?" she asked. "Sure, why not? Shouldn't be that hard." "What about the threshold?" I blinked. "Threshold? What is that? Why does that matter?" "A threshold is a kind of magical barrier that forms around a home. If you try to cross it without an invitation, or work magic through it, the threshold keeps the power outside to some degree." I blinked again, and shook my head. I hadn't noticed an effect like that so far, but then again, I wouldn't have, I wasn't the one actually shaping and measuring the magic. I'd have to ask my passenger about it, later, though, when my headache stopped drowning me in pain. "Can't you just give me permission to reach inside?" I asked, not bothering to correct her assumption about my powers being magic. She was right, after all. I guess. Her brow furrowed. "I mean, it's my house, so..." "Then let's try that," I said, unbuckling myself and stepping out into the brisk night air. "Assuming that's the only defense you've got." "Oh, right, the wards, let me deal with them." I put her muttering out of mind and walked up her porch, coming to a stop before her front door. "Nice house," I muttered, fighting the siren call of exhaustion. It was my parents', before, well. Kim put a hand up to the door frame, and muttered a few unintelligible words. There. I also give you permission to come inside. That should be it. Right. I brushed my fingers against the lock and whispered rune, my general purpose, close-range telekinesis spell. A few seconds passed without anything visibly happening, and then there was a soft click, the door handle pressed down of its own volition, and the door creaked open. Thank you, Kim said, hurrying inside and stripping off my boots. You've been a great help, thank you, thank you. Thank me when I'm awake enough to appreciate it, I muttered. In fact, can I just crash for the night? I don't want to get into a car accident like I cut myself and shook my head. Wow, I'm tired. Especially if I almost blurted out that. Kim didn't say anything in response, she just pressed the lock button on my key fob, wrapped an arm around me, and helped me inside. You're burning up, she said as she closed her door. That would probably be the burning, I muttered. Let's just get you down, she said. Sure, I slurred. Things got a little hazy after that. I remember being helped to a couch, having some cool, wet cloth applied to my head, and being bundled up in a blanket. Then nothing, except for dreams of birds and monsters. Court Debut 6. October 2000. Taylor. My dreams were fragmentary things, blurry and strangely connected. A scene where I was a bird watching people in suits turn into wolves bled into a scene where Tag shot me, raving madly. That, in turn, fell away into a frenzy of crystalline worms, which ended in darkness and left me feeling trapped, cold and alone, suffocating under black and red rubble. The dreams were strangely clear. Disjointed and bizarre, but memorable. They were even pleasant in a way, nice departures from my usual fare of nightmares and losses. But they didn't last. It was sunny when I woke up, the sunlight illuminating an unfamiliar, open room. I instinctively panicked, adrenaline shooting through me like a shock of cold water, and I sat up on the surface I'd been sleeping on. That turned out to be a bad idea, as pain exploded behind my eyes and forced me to lie back down. Slowly, in spurts, the memory of what happened last night came back to me, and I realized I hadn't been kidnapped or abducted. I'd just pushed myself too far, too hard, and crashed at a stranger's house. Passenger, you still there? I muttered. My response was a brief flash of emotion, a sense of reassurance. Good, I mumbled, then turned over and closed my eyes, as the headache, fever, and all-around pain I was feeling proved to be too much to bother with on a Friday morning. I'd have to drag myself back to campus at some point, to reassure Marcy, to go to classes, to see if my passenger had managed to get any useful recordings, but all of that could fucking wait until Bakuda's pain bomb finished with its encore. I was dimly aware of someone moving around somewhere, heard the clatter of padded feet against the hardwood floor, but I ignored them in favor of getting some more sleep, and blearily cooperating with my passenger as it re-established my surveillance network. At one point the footsteps got closer, and I instinctively tensed, but all that happened was that something clinked against the nearby table, and then the footsteps retreated. I slept for maybe another half an hour before I grudgingly forced myself to get up, the warm, dark blue blanket that had been draped over me falling onto the couch. I looked over at the table to find a breakfast offering waiting for me, tea, and cereal. Well, that was a combination. I passed on the cereal and went for the tea. It tasted like green tea, bittersweet, but also a little dull and cold. I sipped at it carefully, and once I was done, patted the pockets of my hoodie to make sure nothing had fallen out overnight. Then, I finally took a long look around the room I'd woken up in. It was quaint. A lot of the furniture looked old and more than a little worn, like it had seen many decades and weathered the slow decay of all that time. The tables and chairs were all made of wood, the couch I was on was a little lumpy, and the fireplace looked like it could fit a German shepherd. All of the table lamps looked old as well, with those bead strings you'd pull on to turn them on and off, and there wasn't a TV in the room, not even one of those ancient CRT boxes. Oh, you're awake, Kim said, and I turned to find her standing at an open doorway. Are you all right? You kind of collapsed yesterday. Yeah, I just pushed myself too hard, I said. I'm fine now. Thank you for letting me stay the night. No problem. It's the least I could do, she said, walking into the room and sitting down on a nearby rocking chair. She glanced at the bowl of cereal. Are you not going to have that? I don't really mix cereal and tea, no, I said. Kim flushed, an action which highlighted the scars on her neck and how much they'd faded. I'm sorry, I'm in between grocery runs and... I shook my head. It's fine, I'll just have breakfast when I get back to my dorm. I threw the blanket off completely, and stretched my legs, waiting for her to say something more. It didn't take her long. I was hoping to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. About powers. I guessed. Kim nodded. Yes. I had a lot of time to think, while trying to go to sleep. How do they work? She raised her hand, extending her index finger. She grit her teeth, and the skin of her finger split open in a line, a claw of steaming fire bursting from the wound. She stopped and trailed off as she saw the fire, her eyes blinking in surprise. After a few long moments, I said, "That's different." "Yes, why is it not water?" She shook her head and extinguished the claw, the fire retracting into her body and sealing the wound, leaving only a faint scar. "Where does it come from?" "It doesn't feel like magic, so it can't be creating the water and the fire. But I also feel this pressure inside me, and I don't feel like I'm burning up, so I don't think it's generated inside me." There were two parts to that answer. The first part was that the shards weren't using magic, but this wasn't exactly a useful answer, and it also revealed details I didn't want to get into just yet. I wanted to have this discussion with the actual wizard first, and figure out exactly how noticeable my odd powers really were. The second, useful part was the actual how of her powers, and while I didn't know that, I could guess. "It could be," I said. "Powers can get pretty weird. Generally though, passengers make use of dimensional portals." Which didn't actually mean much. From what I'd learned, every power made use of dimensional portals in some fashion, even if that was only to reach into our world. My own Gemma had basically been a portal that my passenger used as a range marker. In Kim's case though, based on the breaker form I'd seen and the way her skin split open, my guess is that when you manifest your claws, your passenger is making a portal to somewhere else, I said, choosing not to voice my suspicion that those portals were being formed right under her skin or that they might just exist there, constantly, and her skin was the only thing keeping the water or fire from coming out. Somewhere that's on fire, or underwater, and then bringing the fire or water or whatever through. Kim blinked. "But that has to be incredibly exhausting and inefficient. Why would they do that?" I shrugged. "It's easier for them. And required, given the passengers lived a dimension over." She shook her head. "That doesn't make sense to me." I shrugged again. "Again, powers can get pretty weird. Then what about when I transformed?" My memory of the event is hazy, but I remember Harley cutting into my arm? I think. "Did you feel pain when he did that?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. That whole experience was strange. I didn't really feel much, and I couldn't hear or smell or really touch anything. I could see, vaguely, but it was like, in black and white, gradients, except not really. Everything at the edges of my vision was so bright and Harley and you were so strange. That, I don't know for sure. But from what I saw, I believe your passenger expanded the portal to cover every part of you, effectively insulating you from the world. Good thing too, as it meant that when Harley clawed you he just passed over you. Which made for a great brute rating, so long as she was transformed. Did it feel like you were in control, when you transformed?" "Not entirely. It was like I was being swept up in a tide. I could direct things, to some extent, and I remember moving, but..." She sighed. "It felt weird. I don't have another way to describe it." "That's fine, you'll figure out your power with time. As to what was going on with your senses, maybe you were sensing water? We were right at a pier, the brightness could have been Lake Michigan, and you were controlling a body of water. There's some connection there, maybe." "Maybe," Kim muttered. "That would make sense." She sighed then, and shook her head. "What do they want? Passengers, I mean. If they have this kind of power, what do they need us for? Why do they do this?" I looked at her for a few moments, examining her. She looked more confident now, focused, no longer on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Still not great, but I could share a few more sensitive details now without pushing her over the edge. "They're like most intelligent organisms. They want to grow, develop, and learn. But they lack creativity," I said. "The spark of imagination. So they bond with us. They give us powers, because they want to see how we use them, what new uses we come up with, and once we eventually die, they move on. It's a symbiotic relationship. And a parasitic one." Kim furrowed her brow. "So we're, what, lab rats? Partners?" I hedged. "I admit, it'd be nice if they gave us a choice, but..." I shrugged. "We make do with what we've got." I decided it was time to switch topics, before she dug deep enough that I ran out of excuses. "Were there any other elements to your power you noticed?" I don't think so." "Why do you ask? When you showed up last night, you had these scars right here." I gestured to my neck. "Like you'd been bitten or clawed. They were red, and not exactly prominent, but not subtle either. Now, if I didn't know they were there, I wouldn't even be able to tell you had scars." Kim's hand flew to her throat, and she patted around, feeling at her scars. You're right, there is something there, barely." "Your voice is also clearer," I added. "It was hoarse and scratchy last night. If I had to guess, your passenger gives you a healing factor of some sort. That's useful, she said. Very. And that's why I ask if you noticed anything else, anything that was different or new, physically or mentally. Kim frowned, and furrowed her brow. Well, I remember being very focused last night. Scared, and panicking, but when I helped bring up the circle I remember everything being so sharp. And now my mind's kind of clearer, faster. She shook her head. I can't really tell. Can passengers do stuff like that? Affect your brain chemistry or intelligence? I asked. Easily. I knew one para-human whose power helped them come up with intricate plans and solutions to problems. The harder and more complex the problem, the stronger the power. By comparison, some clearer thinking is trivial. That look of worry came back, rather understandably. She didn't seem comfortable with the idea of some alien creature screwing with her head. But it was better for her to learn this kind of thing early, so she could form better habits and coping mechanisms, and so she could be aware of the passenger's influence from the start. How much had my passenger influenced my personality, before I learned of its existence? How much had it influenced me even after that? How much was even me, at this point? I didn't want to drop those kinds of existential questions on Kim, not right away. Eventually, maybe, but for now I was fine with just nudging her in that direction. Before the conversation could continue, my passenger sent me an image of a riotous, multicolored Volkswagen Beetle, which from the distance felt like it was a minute or two out. Harry's on his way, I noted idly, watching the perspective change. He's got 2 people with him, a man and a woman. Not sure who either of them are. Can you describe them? Kim asked. I nodded. The woman's got tan, dark skin, with graying brown hair. She's fairly fit, though naked except for a coat, for some reason. The other guy's big, as tall as Harry, but broader, with the same kind of brown and grey hair as the woman. He's at least wearing some clothes, though they don't look like they fit well, spares, maybe. That sounds like Harley and Tara, Kim said. Tara. Harley's fiancé, she explained. Are they close? About a minute away. Okay. Do you want to leave? She asked. No, that's fine. I'm not going to leave before they get here, and I've got a few things to discuss with Harry anyway, I said. Kim nodded and took the empty teacup and the full bowl of cereal and rushed back into the kitchen. I took the opportunity to lean back on the couch and relax, before prompting my passenger to catch me up on what the Falcon had managed to catch. The summary was very interesting and also concerning, because some of this information my passenger could only have learned after I'd fallen asleep. And yet, somehow, the connection to the Falcon had remained. Why? How? I know I hadn't been capable of that before, so what had changed? Was the burning responsible? I'd have to look into it. Harry's Frankenstein mess of a car pulled up along the curb shortly after, and the trio of individuals got out of the car and hurriedly rushed to the front door. Kim was already waiting there, and threw herself at Harley the moment the door opened, hugging and crying into his shirt. Between the size disparity, Harley was a foot taller than Kim, at least, and so much broader than her in the way the bigger man just froze the moment she made contact. It looked more than a little awkward. Heartwarming, but awkward. After a few moments, Harley's tense posture relaxed somewhat, and he carried Kim back inside, lifting her up as easily as if she were a child. The coat-clad woman came in after, looking at the pair with an expression that mixed fondness, amusement, and sadness. That expression slid off the moment she noticed me, and she looked me right in the eyes, her own bright amber eyes almost seeming to glow. I stared back at her, crossing my arm over my stump, and after a brief stare down she dismissed me and turned back to the hugging pair. That cleared the entrance enough for me to see Harry, and for him to see me. He didn't blink when he saw me. He'd probably seen my car out front and guessed I was still here, though he did look a little confused. I gestured for him to come in and, after a brief glance at everyone else, he stepped inside and took off his shoes. I got up from the couch as he approached, and moved over to stand by the fireplace. Harry joined me a few moments later, and up close it was easy to tell he was exhausted. His shoulders slumped, his eyelids were drooping, and he had the kind of look that said he'd just pulled an all-nighter and was still being denied sleep. Did something happen? He asked slowly. I thought you would have gone back to your dorm. What happened last night took a lot out of me, I said. I crashed by the time we got back here, so Kim put me up for the night. How about you? How was your night? Oh, it was just great, he began. I got to sit by a circle for 8 hours straight watching a werewolf straining to get out, and wondering if this attempt was going to be the time he broke out and murdered me. And if that wasn't fun enough, this crazy, cryptic, yellow-eyed, naked woman just appears out of nowhere and walks through the wards I put up to keep people away. And then, as if one heart attack wasn't enough, she sits down next to the circle, leaving me with another thing to worry about. Oh, it was just wonderful. I raised an eyebrow at his rambling, frustration-laced response. But it worked out. Harry let out a long sigh. Yeah, it worked out. I still have no clue who broke Finn's circle or why, but at least I managed to corner Tara the naked woman and figure out how she was involved in this whole mess, along with the alphas. Oh? How is that? I asked. Not at all, he said. The alphas are just a bunch of college kids she taught to be werewolves. He blinked, paused, and then hurriedly added. They'd turn into a regular wolf kind of werewolves, not they'd turn into a body regrowing killing machine kind of werewolves. He shook his head. Stars and stones, this has been a crazy week. I blinked. You can learn to be a werewolf. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that bit, he said. Sorry. It's just not something I've ever looked into, I had other things to worry about, and. He sighed. Anyway, Finn's alive, and I'll rig up a better circle for him before tonight, one that doesn't need me to stay close and maintain it. How about you? I slept, I said, which drew an irritated look. And my passenger watched. Harry grunted. What did it learn? The FBI are the killers, I said bluntly. They didn't talk about their whole plan, but what I heard was conclusive enough. They were concerned about what happened to their patsy, wondered what they were going to do now, and low-key panicked. They're going after Marconi for some reason, and they talked about using belts. I think that makes them the Hexenwolves you described, the ones that use borrowed tools and magic to transform. It would, if they've got wolf hide belts or something similar. Did you get a good look at them? I shook my head. Not really. They didn't look like normal belts, though. Or feel like plain leather belts, for that matter, but I wasn't about to tell Harry the fine details of my clairvoyance. Harry nodded. All right. Not a lot to go on, but it's more than I had a few minutes ago. And you're sure about the FBI? Completely. He let out a long, despairing sigh. Well, shit. That makes things complicated. Convincing Murphy's going to be a bitch, and even if I manage that, she's not going to be able to get a warrant, and. Hell's bells. He sighed again. Life just loves to kick me while I'm down. A moment later, Kim, Harley, and Tara all came into the living room, with Harley looking the worst for wear. His movements were sluggish and slow, and I noticed him leaning on his fiancée as he went to sit down. I suppose regrowing from a head twice in one night exhausted a man. For a few moments, no one said anything, the newcomers looking a little awkward and me and Harry having nothing to say. That lasted for another few seconds before I decided secrecy was shot already and decided to just keep going. If you catch them in the act, you won't need a warrant, I said, turning back to Harry. And while I don't know the lieutenant, I'd say you have enough to at least make her suspicious. Plus, isn't Harley a billionaire or something? Surely he can exert some political influence, even if it's just in the form of throwing money around. Harry shot me an irritated glance, then sighed and turned to look at Harley, who looked between the two of us with faint confusion. Perhaps I could, but what are you talking about? He asked, his voice a deep rumble. The guys who broke your circle, Harry asked. We were talking about how to bring them in. I see, he said. He leaned forward, anger overpowering his exhaustion, and his voice took on a menacing tone. Then, what's the issue that requires political leverage? They're FBI, I said. Harley blinked, fell back into the couch, and let out a long sigh. Ah. He shook his head and looked at me with haunted, green eyes. He stared for a few seconds, then said, I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met, miss. Bear, I replied. And we did. I was the one who hit you with birds. And bugs. And pepper spray. And fire. Harley furrowed his brow and looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. His eyes widened in realization a few seconds later, and when he looked back at me, his expression was wary. Oh. I'm sorry, then. I don't remember much of what happens when I transform. I shrugged, not having a better response to that. Instead, I turned to look at Kim and asked, where's the bathroom? Down the hall, first door on the right, Kim said, pointing towards the front door. Thanks, I said. I needed some time alone with my passenger, to think and plan. I limped out 5 minutes later, feeling marginally more awake after having splashed myself in the face with cold water. I took a seat in the rocking chair to rest my leg, and gestured for Harry and Harley to continue their discussion. They were discussing plans for dealing with the FBI, and at first glance, Harley seemed to be arguing for a vengeful response, and Harry for a measured approach. I turned towards Kim and quietly asked, do you have something I can write on? Kim nodded, glanced at the ongoing discussion, and ducked back inside her kitchen. That left me alone with the half-naked, ember-eyed woman, who turned to look me over. Her gaze lingered on my missing arm, the exit wounds on my forehead, and my eyes, especially my eyes. It was an assessing gaze, like she was sizing me up as a threat, but there was something off about it, something not quite human. And her posture, the way she sat, seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't place why or how. Can I help you? I asked, her staring weirding me out. You've seen many hunts, she said. What? I suppose, I replied. Assuming you mean fights. I was spared further interaction by Kim's return. She handed me a small pocket notebook and pencil. I laid the notebook down on my leg, took out my car keys to hold the notebook open, and then scribbled down the number of my disposable phone. In case you need to reach me, I said, taking my keys and passing the notebook back to her. I noticed her staring at my missing arm with embarrassment, and tried not to sigh. The byplay between Harry and Harley continued for another couple of minutes before a tapping at the back window interrupted both of them. Everyone turned to look at the noise, and everyone else was briefly dumbfounded by the sight of a falcon pecking the glass. I, meanwhile, just said, "Oh, it's here, good." While everyone else turned to look at me, I glanced at Kim and asked, "Can you let that in? I need to get something off its back." Kim blinked a few times, and she looked back and forth between everyone else. "Please," I added. "Okay," she said slowly. She rounded the couch and went to the back window, undoing the locks and pushing the window outwards. The falcon flew in the moment it had room, and landed on the central table, presenting its back to me. While everyone else continued to stare, I took out the cassette recorder, and began taking off the straps. Once I was done, the falcon turned around and stared at me, my passenger waiting for further orders. "Go sleep," I said, and watched as the falcon flew right back out. Why did I never think of that? Harry muttered with awe and confusion, and I turned to find him staring at the cassette recorder. I shrugged and set the recorder on the table. "No clue," I said. "Now, let's see what I managed to record." I pressed play, then sat back to listen. "Oh, Jesus, fuck, guys, what are we going to do?" A moment later, I got a rough mental image of a young man, with red hair, freckles, and big ears, with an absolutely panicked expression. He was surrounded by 3 other people, all wearing suits. 2 were men, one tall and fit, the other overweight and disheveled, and the third was a woman whose hair had gone prematurely grey. She was also breathing hard and fast, loud enough that the recording faintly picked it up. "Shut up, Harris." As the second voice spoke, my mental image shifted and played on, the fat man huffing in disgust. He might have also looked afraid, but it was hard to tell from what I was seeing. "Fuck you, Wilson, something tore apart our guy, don't tell me you're not freaked." "Oh, man, what are we going to do now?" Harris asked, backing away from the dismembered, wolf-like body parts. "We proceed with the plan," the last man said. The woman was Agent Ben, which meant by process of elimination that he had to Agent Denton, their leader. "What plan?" "Mac Finn's dead and that wizard fucking screwed us. We use the belts again and..." "Quiet!" Denton growled, glaring at Harris. "We can still just kill them all," Ben purred. She sounded disturbingly excited, even in the recording. Denton shot her a look, then turned back to face Harley's ravaged torso. "We still have the street wolves, and no one has to know Mac Finn died. The plan is still on." He turned to face Harris. "Harris, this crime scene's ours now, so do your job. I'm going to check out the basement." I pressed pause, then took a look around. Anger seemed to be the dominant expression in the room, but Harley understandably looked enraged. "Not the most conclusive evidence, but it's a start," I said. "Keep going," Harley growled. I nodded and pressed play. The tape went on for about another 20 minutes, but most of it wasn't useful, a good chunk of it was Harris grumbling, and the only other comments of note on the tape were how Wilson was to keep an eye on Marconi and that bastard will get what's coming to him. My passenger had heard a lot more through bugs and other vermin, but that hadn't gone on the recording, so it wasn't exactly useful evidence. I could have kept the recording secret, used it myself. I could have sent it to Marconi, tried to arrange things so that he, the FBI, and the street wolves all took each other out. It was a very compelling idea and it was for precisely that reason that I rejected it. Unilaterally making a choice like that, cutting everyone else out of the decision process, would have been a step back into bad habits. The need to stick my nose into every single issue, the need to be in control, it was a problem. It wasn't wholly my problem, my passenger had encouraged it, but I needed to be aware of it going forward, take steps to limit myself. I still liked the idea of using Marconi, so I'd present it. But that was as far as I was going to involve myself. Once the recording was finished, I turned to look at Harley. "Can you take out the cassette, please? I don't want to get my prints on it." The huge man nodded, and gently extracted the cassette from the recorder before passing the latter back to me. "Thanks," I said, slipping it into a pocket on my hoodie. "How you decide to play this is up to you, but my suggestion is to bring in Marconi somehow. The guy's a criminal, but a successful one, and he's being targeted by these guys. You want to bring them in fast, without any more deaths, he can probably help. Are we talking about the same Marconi here? Harry asked. Because if we give him proof of people trying to assassinate him, he's not going to take it lying down. Of course he isn't, but these are federal officers, I replied. You can't just kill them and expect nothing to happen, and I'm sure he knows that. But like I said, it's just a suggestion. Plus, I really need to get going now. Wait, what? Harry asked. Where? Why? To class, I said dryly. It's Friday morning, and I'm in college. Not to mention the fact that my roommate's probably freaking out because I didn't come back last night. Oh. Right. He rubbed the back of his head. Kind of forgot that part in the middle of, well, everything else. I'll, walk you out. Sure, I said with a shrug. It was a transparent attempt to get me alone to talk some more, but I wasn't against that. We walked back to the entrance, which was a small area maybe 6 feet across in both directions, with a drawer on one side and a sliding door closet on the other. I dug out my shoes. Kim must have taken them off last night, because I don't remember taking them off, and slipped into them with the help of a shoe stick, waiting for Harry to speak. My costume's boots were already helpfully placed inside a plastic bag, which was nice. You'll keep watch over them, the FBI, I mean? He asked once I straightened up, bag in hand. I nodded. Of course. Then I stopped, and lightly slapped my head. Right, we need a way to keep in touch. Do you have a phone I can call? Not really. I've got an answering service, and a phone at home and in the office, but that's it, he said. My eyebrows rose. You're a private investigator and you don't have a cell phone. I'm not exactly made of money, he said. Besides, technology and wizards go together like peanut butter and cabbage. Sure, you can do it, but it's messy and ugly, and in the end everything just goes wrong. I stared at him for a few seconds, baffled by his choice of metaphor, before I shook my head. Whatever. Tell Kim that I'll have a bird knock on her window if anything comes up, so if that happens she needs to call me, and then she'll get in touch with you somehow. Does that work? Sure, assuming Murphy doesn't arrest me. She probably left a dozen messages last night and is wondering why the hell I haven't answered, he muttered. Do you think Denton and his pals will try anything crazy today? Today? I don't know. Tonight? Probably, I said. They sounded scared and concerned when they stood over Harley's remains. I shook my head and shrugged. Whatever the right term is for body parts left over after regeneration. Anyway, I got the sense they might try something reckless now that their Patsy's seeming death has thrown off their plan, which is why I suggested bringing in Marconi. If their target exposes himself, they'll jump at the chance to take him out, and you'll be able to bring them in on some other crime or offense. But for that to work, the FBI can't learn Harley's still alive. I frowned. And maybe you should lay low, too. The street wolves are still after you, and from what I heard, it sounds like the FBI aren't sure if you're dead or alive right now. Is that so? He sighed. All right, I'll figure something out. Then he took a deep breath, drew himself up, and loomed over me. It was even mildly intimidating, as it made me recall the things I'd seen in our soul gaze. I've got a lot of questions for you, you know. So do I said quietly. But you've got a case to deal with, and I have classes to get to. So how about we meet on the weekend, assuming things don't go horribly wrong with the FBI? Somewhere neutral we can talk in private. Neutral, hey, he said slowly. And on Sunday? How about McAnally's, at 10 in the morning? Again, assuming I'm not arrested, I'll book us a corner booth, and it should be early enough that the place won't be crowded. Sunday at 10 works for me, I agreed, fishing my car keys out of my pocket and turning to leave. I stopped when he put a hand on my shoulder. Just, tell me one thing, Harry said. Is Kim going to be all right? I glanced back at him, and considered my answer. In the short term? Probably. In the long term? I shrugged, dislodging his hand. It depends on her passenger, what powers she's got, and how she deals with them. They don't look that bad, so she'll probably be fine, but there's no way to tell for sure. Court debut 7. October 2000. Taylor. I had only a moment's notice after I opened the door before a 5-foot-tall missile tackled me. I stiffened and moved with the blow, and as the added weight sent me tumbling to the ground, I angled myself to land on top of my attacker rather than the other way around. Unfortunately, rusty instincts and a wounded foot meant I twisted my ankle halfway through, and we both fell, hard. I fell on my right side, slamming my stump against the ground. I groaned in pain and rolled over onto my back, propping myself up on my backpack. My hand came around to grab the attacker by her hair, force her off me and bash her into the wall, but before I could do that, I got an actual look at her, and realized that Marcy had hugged me. She pushed herself off my chest a second later, her face red as a beet, and immediately began babbling. Oh god, oh shit, oh I'm so sorry, oh shit. Marcy, it's good to see you too, I groaned, adjusting my glasses before leaning forward to rub my injured ankle. Please don't do that again, ever. Now can you get off me, please? Yeah, Marcy clambered off me and dusted off her hands, staring at me with wide-eyed, apologetic eyes, which quickly narrowed in concern and curiosity. Taylor, are you all right? You look, well. I just twisted my ankle and smashed my arm, I said, hissing at a sudden twinge of pain. And on top that, I had a rough night. Oh, shit, I'm so sorry, Marcy repeated, babbling and backing up. But, didn't you go to see a movie? Oh, right, that was the lie I used. Yeah, and then I got drunk, I lied. Which is an experience I don't care to repeat. I slowly pushed myself forward, got up on my knees, and forced myself to stand up. I had to brace myself against the doorframe to balance myself, and slowly work through the pain in my foot again. Anyway, don't you have class right now? And a midterm later today. Class can wait. Taylor, you didn't come back last night. You didn't call or leave a message or, what was I supposed to think? That's fair, I sighed. You didn't call the cops, did you? No. I was thinking about it, but... She shrugged. What was I gonna say? My roommate didn't come home on time? Jackasses would probably chalk it up to wild college girl goes out for a night on the town and hang up on me without even bothering to listen to me. That made me wince. Not because it was an inaccurate description of the police honestly, it was spot on but for the helplessness I must have made her feel. Look, thanks, A&D. I need a shower, and some actual breakfast, but I'm fine, really. Mostly. Marcy gave me a skeptical look, then sighed and stepped back into our room. Alright, I'll whip something up. Do you want some of that tea you bought a while back? Sure, couldn't hurt, I replied. I went to my room to drop off my field backpack I'd need to launder and clean my costume later, and replace the damaged bits before stripping off, grabbing a change of clothes, and heading off to shower, just standing under nice, hot water for like 15 minutes. When I got back out, I found that Marcy had whipped an eggs and bacon breakfast. It smelled good, and after thanking Marcy for her help, got around to devouring it. Turns out, I was very hungry. The entire time I ate, Marcy sat across from me and fidgeted, looking at once awkward, concerned, and afraid. The awkwardness and concern I could understand, but the fear struck me as odd. What did she have to be afraid of? I'm sorry, she blurted out. I'm really, really sorry. I raised an eyebrow at that. Sorry, I cut myself off, finished chewing, and then took a sip of water. Sorry about what? About last night, Marcy replied, sounding confused. I waved my fork around in a circle. Pretty sure that I'm the one who should be apologizing here. Marcy stared at me. Taylor, I was a total bitch last night. I mean, I said it was surprising you had friends. It was the wrong thing to say, but, don't you remember that? I cocked my head to the side and thought back to what she'd said. Hey, you did, I said, then shrugged. Apology accepted. You, that, what? I mean, if you want a more detailed response, I said, taking a bite of a bacon strip and chewing for a few seconds. Yeah, now that I think about it, that was a bitch a thing to say, but, it just flew past me, honestly. I've heard way worse, A&D. You had a point? You could have phrased it more politely, sure, but... I shrugged. You apologized, you're remorseful, and I barely noticed. What's there to get hung up about? You're weird, Taylor. I shrugged again. More, jaded, I think, I said slowly. I didn't like digging into my past, telling other people about it, but I had gone to therapy a number of times, and I still remembered some of the lessons. Talking was supposed to help, and while there was a lot of shit I didn't or couldn't talk about, that hurt too much, the trio weren't a part of that, not anymore. My high school experience was, really shitty, to put it mildly, I said. A bad slip of the tongue? I can understand that, move past it. Hell, I've made a lot of shitty comments too, so I'd be a hypocrite if I tried to hold one against you. Even more of one, anyway. Marcy trailed off, her eyes falling on my missing arm, and she sighed. I still feel like I should do something to make up for what I said. You made me breakfast, I replied. Marcy giggled. I make food every day, this isn't really different. Then she frowned thoughtfully, and looked me in the eyes. You know, complete tangent, but I just realized I don't know when your birthday is, and we've been living together for about a year now. I don't know yours either, I pointed out. You, right, I don't think I ever told you, Marcy said. Well, it's the 12th of November for me. How about you? June 13th, I replied. Marcy blinked. Wait, I missed your birthday? Why didn't you tell me? Because a week after my 18th birthday, my world literally ended. But I didn't say that. Instead, I said, I lost my dad in Sion's attack. Marcy flinched, and I went on. Combined with everything else that happened around then, it's not a very happy time for me. Birthdays are a reminder of that, now. Losing everything was a hell of an entrance into adulthood. That's sad, Marcy said awkwardly, her voice unsure. But, are you okay? I raised an eyebrow, and she flushed in embarrassment. Right, stupid question, she muttered. I chuckled and shook my head. It's fine. I wouldn't say I'm okay, exactly, but I'm getting there. Slowly. I took a sip of water, and looked back at Marcy. In fact, do you want to do something this weekend? Not Saturday, because there's a good chance I'll be busy, watching to make sure nothing blows up, but I should be free later on Sunday. Something like what? She asked. I shrugged. I don't know. You pick. It's been a while since I've been able to just hang out. I forced myself to smile. I'm a little out of practice. Marcy gave me a weird look, then took a deep breath and drew herself up. There wasn't much to draw up though, so it ended up looking more funny than serious. Sunday. Okay. I'll think of something. Do you mind if Andy comes along? Sure. Marcy headed off to her next class soon after that, leaving me alone in the dorm. My first class of the day wouldn't start for another hour and walking there wouldn't take long even with the limp, so I was left with around 40 minutes in which I had nothing to do. Nothing but homework, anyway. I never did finish that essay. However, just as I sat down to continue writing, I got a call on my Cape phone. That confused me for a few seconds, before I remembered that I'd given my number to Kim. That phone was still buried in my field backpack, so by the time I'd dug it out the ringing had stopped. I pressed redial, waited for the line to connect, and asked, "Hello? Hey, Taylor, it's Harry." The line was a little garbled and staticky, but the words were understandable, more than they'd been over the intercom. The discrepancy was interesting, but a question for another time. Yet? I asked, trapping my phone against my shoulder and sitting back down in my chair. Did something happen? Not really, we're just continuing an argument about how to proceed, he said. Your tape's a big part of that. I figured. What do you want? Harry sighed, I think, but I couldn't really tell, as the line screeched like one of those old dial-up modems. I flinched at the noise, and had to quickly scramble to catch my phone. Sorry, can you repeat that? I asked the moment I put it back to my ear. I said Harley's going to go to Marconi, and I know that was your suggestion, but I think that's a really bad idea, he said. I frowned. Wait, he's going to go? Himself? No, he's talking about sending Tara, and anyway, not important. Look, I'm trying to argue him around to something less criminal, and I've got a question for you. Go ahead. Can you look into the FBI more closely? With the story they're pushing about the perps being a group of killers with a wolf motif, I figured they'd actually have the wolf tooth weapons they're claiming the killers are using. I mean, they need something to frame the street wolves with, right? I frowned, and leaned back in my chair. You could be right. Do you want me to try and find them? No. I mean, yes, I want to know if they exist, and where they're keeping them, but you don't need to get them yourself. If the FBI's holding onto those weapons, and we can finger them for it, that might be enough to bring them in for the killings. That's a big might, I said. Involving Marconi's the safer bet. Is it? Really? And even if it is, you know he's going to kill them. Maybe not right away, but he's not going to just ignore them either. If you're right about that, then they're dead either way, I pointed out. Corrupt FBI being brought in on spree-killing charges is the kind of news that will go national. There's no way Marconi isn't going to hear about this sooner or later. For a long moment, the only sound I heard was the static crackling of the line. Then, Harry let out another screeching sigh and said, I'd still rather it be later. And either way, it'd be useful evidence. So can you look? I looked down at my essay and let out a long sigh. Yeah, I'll look. I'll call back if I find anything. Thanks. I didn't find the weapons. I tried, but my power had limits, and the FBI had been smart about where they'd hidden their evidence. It wasn't in their hotel rooms, or in their cars, or anywhere they went from the moment I started tailing them. What this meant was that Harry lost his argument with Harley, and Tara set off to meet with Marconi. Turns out, I'm the fiancé of your business rival and I want your help to get revenge was enough of a hook to get a meeting with him. Their discussion was very brief. Tara spoke curtly, stated the FBI had arranged for her fiancé's death without ever actually saying whether Harley was alive or dead and negotiated some minor business compromise. Marconi probably would have pushed for more had he known Harley was alive, but it seemed he'd gotten a hold of the police report on what had happened in Harley's home, and reached the conclusion that Harley was dead. From there, Marconi moved to set up a meeting with the street wolves, moving obviously enough that word got out. The FBI caught wind of that meeting, and while they were suspicious, they were spooked and crazy enough that they jumped at the opportunity to remove all their targets in one fell swoop. Incidentally, that was when I found the weapons when Agent Denton went to retrieve them from a buried stash in Graceland Cemetery. I didn't keep track of Harry, but from what I gathered, after he made another circle for Harley to spend the night in, he went to the police. Whatever he said to Lieutenant Murphy, it was enough to get officers assigned to shadowing the FBI. All in all, everything was gearing up for one clusterfuck of a trap. And in the middle of all that, I was sitting in class, trying to pay attention to lectures and discussions. I didn't have a heavy load of Friday classes this term, but there were enough classes that I had no opportunity to leave campus and tip the scales of the developing situation. Not that I particularly wanted to weigh in, the corrupt FBI were being drawn into a trap, and I didn't particularly care how a meeting between violent criminals panned out beyond that. It'd be nice if the FBI could be brought in and charged, it'd be annoying if Marconi died as it'd spark a succession crisis among the gangs, but I didn't really care about either side. Really, the only people I was in any way concerned for were the street wolves, while their immediate, murderous response to Harry's investigation didn't say good things about their restraint. They were only involved in this clusterfuck because corrupt cops thought they'd make a convenient patsy. I could be sympathetic to their circumstances, even if I didn't know or care much for the gang itself. In any case, things moved fast after that point, so fast, in fact, that by the time the day's classes were done, the FBI was finished. Court debut 8. October 2000. Taylor. Saturday flew by. I spent most of that time inside my room, nursing my ankle and catching up on my schoolwork. I knew I was going to be busy on Sunday, so the schoolwork I usually spread across the entire weekend I instead squashed into Saturday. Spending an entire day studying and working was tiring, but it cleared out some free time for me over the week. When Sunday came around, I went out for a morning walk. I still couldn't jog or run yet, and American healthcare being what it was, I was limited to taking painkillers and hoping things didn't get worse. Had a very light breakfast, and headed off to McAnally's. I didn't see Harry's multicolored car when I arrived, and I didn't see him inside when I walked in either. In fact, the only people inside were Mac and some old guy with an impressively twirly mustache, who looked up at me when I walked in, grumbled under his breath, and went back to reading some book. "Hey Mac," I said, taking a seat at the bar. I wasn't really a regular patron, but I came around enough during school terms to be familiar with the place. "Do you have anything warm to drink, besides the beer you can't sell me?" The few times I'd had alcohol, I'd never really enjoyed it. But, I still found it silly how I could go out and risk my life fighting Endbringers and the Slaughterhouse 9 and other major threats, but having a drink was somehow too irresponsible. Mac grunted in the negative, as far as I could tell. I could tell he had an entire language of grunts, but so far, all I'd been able to figure out was when he was saying yes or no with them. "Water, or lemonade?" I grimaced. "Warm lemonade. Water to start with, then," I said. Mac grunted positively, filled up a glass, and passed it over to me with a questioning look. "I'll order more later," I said. "I've got a meeting with Harry Dresden in 10 minutes, about. We're going to need one of your back tables." Mac grunted and went back to polishing his bar. "Didn't take my advice," he said after a few moments. I frowned, thought about it, and remembered what he was referring to. "No, I guess I didn't," I said. Another grunt. I took a seat at a side table, as far from both the old man and the bar as possible. It didn't take long for Harry to arrive. About 5 minutes later, the door cracked open, and the tall, duster-wearing man walked in, ducking his head to avoid the low-hanging ceiling fans. He glanced around the room, nodded to the old man and Mac, and then moved to take a seat across from me. I raised an eyebrow as he approached, setting aside my copy of Good Omens. "Not going to order anything?" I asked. "I'm sort of, in between paychecks right now," he said. My other eyebrow joined the first. "You saved a rich guy, and yet you're between paychecks." "It's not like he had cash on hand when we ran into him," Harry replied. "And I only saw him once yesterday, and only briefly." I shook my head, reached into the one damn pocket my jeans had, and dug out a wad of low-denomination bills. "Get me a sandwich while you're at it, Mac'll know what I mean," I said, handing him the money. "You can pay me back once you're no longer in between paychecks." Harry glanced at the wad of bills and, when I didn't move to put them back, sighed and grabbed them. While he went to order, I turned back to my book, and waited for him to come back with the food. Once he did, I put my book back into my hoodie's pocket. I didn't want to get any grease on it. "How are you even in between paychecks anyway?" I asked quietly, as I took my plate off the platter and set it in front of me. Wouldn't you be getting a lot of business from the para-human craze? I used to, but then things got complicated with SI and I stopped getting as many cases. I think that's turned around now though, he said, sorting out his own steak lunch. Brunch? I have to ask, were you watching when things went down Friday night? I nodded. I was. Messy resolution. Harry scowled. Yeah. You could say that. Damn Marconi. He and his didn't really get anyone, I said, slightly censoring myself. I doubted Mac or the old man were listening in, and the whirring of the ceiling fans made for good background noise, but it paid to be careful. The gangers were the ones that escalated. At first, the situation had been manageable. Marconi and a number of bodyguards met with the street wolves to discuss the latter's grudge with Harry. The FBI crashed the talks, started shooting, and clipped a few street wolves, right before special investigations showed up in force and attempted to arrest everyone. The operative word being attempted. While Marconi went along with the arrest with a smile, and the FBI grudgingly accepted they were outmatched, some of the street wolves didn't. They got angry and attacked everyone in retaliation, at which point Ben went for her belt, turned into a giant wolf, and started killing. The fat guy and the redhead Wilson and Harris joined in, and while Denton tried to reel them back in, he just so happened to get shot in the head in all the chaos. Complete coincidence, I'm sure. Just a run of bad luck. The end result was that half the street wolves were killed or crippled, most of the FBI were dead with the exception of a panicking Agent Harris, and Marconi looked unconvincingly sad about the whole affair. Yeah, and Marconi had to know that. It's a wonder any of the agents or street wolves even survived, with how they went at everyone, Harry said, vigorously cutting up his steak and just blurting out all the sensitive details. I mean. He set his knife and fork down and sighed. They didn't have to die, and I'm angry that things played out like that. He shook his head and turned back to his meal. And to make it worse, Marconi seems to think I owe him a favor now, for taking care of the street wolves. You don't, I replied. Won't stop the rumor mill, he grumbled. Look, I don't want to talk about it, all right. All right, I said, biting into my sandwich. It was standard fare in principle: steak, cheese, lettuce, tomato, bread, only it was fresh, not like the frozen and reheated stuff served at fast food places. That wasn't to knock fast food, it had its place, and when I did finally work up the courage to visit this world's Brockton Bay, I'd try and track down Fugly Bob's, but it was nice to eat quality food. When we were half done with our respective meals, Harry leaned back in his seat and sighed, before stretching in a slightly odd way. The roof was too low for him to raise his arms straight up, and our place in the room meant a solid wall was to his right, so he stretched his arms out to the left one after the other. It called attention to his height and size, which immediately made me think of what I'd seen in the soul gaze of Behemoth, and of that thing's own impressive size. It sent a thrill of fear through me, a lingering, unexplained tension. I was starting to get why Harry was reluctant to use his magical sight powers. The soul gaze felt like a visual version of earworm, a bastard of a blaster whose attacks had the side effect of forcing the mind to replay some sound or string of words. I'd spent 3 days listening to the reprise of some hit All-F song, and the really annoying part had only become apparent after that, when some random thought or snippet of conversation brought that reprise back to mind. It had gotten better, but even to this day the words "so call me" maybe haunted me. But even that irritating memory would, in time, fade and diminish. According to Harry, the soul gaze never would. I could try and ignore it, focus on other things, and eventually I'd forget about it in the same way you'd forget about an earworm, with it just falling into the back of your mind through lack of use. But just like an earworm, seeing or hearing or even thinking of the wrong thing brought it back, pushed it to the forefront. It also made me wonder why Behemoth? Was it just the association with height, and the fire I'd seen in the vision? The brute force approach, and the way the enemies in the vision had fought? Or was there something deeper to it? What did it even mean, that his magic or my subconscious or whatever compared him to an Endbringer, the first Endbringer? Was it a comment on his destructive potential? Was he some harbinger of the apocalypse? Hey Queenie, you there? Harry asked, waving his hand in front of me. I blinked and shook my head. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Then his words caught up with me, and I frowned. Queenie? Where'd that come from? That, Harry swallowed, and looked away for a moment. Your thing, with the bugs. You know? Control, bugs, Queenie. Reasonable excuse, on the face of it, but it made me wonder what exactly he'd seen in our soul gaze. Did I even want to know? Please don't call me that again, I said. I took a moment to look around the room and make sure no one was listening to us. The mustached old man was still buried in his book, and while Mac looked up when I glanced in his direction, he went back to reading some magazine when I didn't do anything more. I turned back to Harry and lowered my voice, enough to be lost under the buzz of the fans. You had questions? I asked. Harry worked his jaw, leaned forward, and took a sip of his beer to steady himself. Yet. I talked with Kim about what you told her, he said quietly, finally seeming to respect the fact that we weren't precisely alone. And I can smell that there's some grade A bullshit mixed in. The lab rat thing's true, isn't it? I took a few more bites to buy time, then nodded. On the large scale, yet, we were chosen to be lab rats, I replied. On the individual level, it varies by the passenger. Some are mild, others are not. Harry narrowed his eyes slightly and cocked his head to the side, looking at me like I'd just said something outrageous, like a compliment for skid mark. And that doesn't bother you? He asked. At all. Of course it bothers me, I replied sharply. But what can I do about it? The only thing any of us can do is make the best of a bad hand. At least now I get answers. Harry leaned back at the tone of my voice and raised a placating hand. Okay, I'm sorry. You just seemed very calm, discussing your alien brain parasite, and I had to ask. I gave him a look. What makes you think they're alien? I asked, trying to not sound surprised. Harry furrowed his brow and tilted his head to the side. It's look, that was a joke, just bear with me. For a joke, he'd hit the mark dead on. I scrutinized his expression, checking to see if there was any realization or shock there, and found none. He just looked confused at my reaction. Okay. You were saying. Someday, I'd tell him that his guess was on point. Not today, and not now though. Harry gave me a weird look. Right. Now, large-scale testing, brain parasites, unethical human experimentation, sounds like your typical schlock science fiction fare. Except it's real, and horrifying. And they do it all because, what, they're dumb. Not dumb, I said. Not dumb at all. Just, limited. They're not as creative as us, or they've exhausted their creativity, or both, so they outsource to us. Give broken people a taste of power, and they go out to use it. Harry grunted. I was wondering about that trigger part. I figured there was nothing good in targeting people facing the worst day in their life. Like giving a grieving man a gun and telling him to go out and get revenge. Basically, I agreed. It was part of the setup, to minimize interference. Not much point in seeing how we do things if they constantly meddle. So they mostly target young people, kids and teens and young adults, those in volatile stages of life, people already inclined to make something of themselves. And people remember the bad more than the good, so if you make the worst moment of someone's life even worse, it will stick with them, define them. Sometimes it goes wrong from the passenger's perspective, and people don't use what they've been given, or don't use it creatively. I thought of Panacea, and the thing she'd turned her sister into. My passenger had used her as an example of someone who'd screwed up, back when I'd asked about how passengers influenced para-humans. It doesn't always end well. How do you get rid of it? Harry asked immediately, his expression sharp and determined. Figured he'd ask that. You don't, I said. They're very, very good at sticking around. In my case, I had the most powerful and capable person alive cut the connection, and even then it didn't stick. You try to remove them, cut them out, I wiped my hand on a napkin and tapped my head, and things go wrong. You don't remove the power, you remove the control, the discretion. The power starts firing off completely at random, which leads to mass destruction or insanity or both depending on the power. Harry's posture shifted, brow furrowed, shoulders tensed, lips thinned until he looked like Golem. Every time he'd gone to the mat with me, the determination to take down Jack burning in his eyes. What I saw in Harry's wasn't quite as strong or focused, but it was close. There's got to be a way, he said. I shrugged. Maybe magic can do it. I don't know enough to say. What I'm telling you is that it won't be easy. The woman who helped me her power was one of a kind, obscene. The way she described it was that she saw the paths to victory, and how to carry them out without fail. I drummed my fingers on the table and considered how best to illustrate. I faced her down once, with an entire team. Good fighters, strong powers, powers that could control the environment, reshape it. She had a napkin and a stiletto knife, and a suit jacket that I doubt was armored. We couldn't touch her. Couldn't even ruffle her suit. Because she could see what everyone was going to do, how they would respond, every possible permutation of events, and she could perfectly follow through on any action she wanted to take, even months and years out into the future. Harry leaned back in shock, his eyes going wide as the blood drained from his face. That's impossible, you're talking about precognition on an obscene scale, that's... I don't even know of anything that can do that. Well, now you know of one. And yes, it is absurd. One of the strongest powers out there. But that's not really my point is that you need something on that level to achieve even partial success. I shrugged. It sucks, but your friend's best option is to reach a balance with her powers. At least for the foreseeable future, who knows, maybe you will be able to figure something out. I wasn't against Harry looking into ways to take away powers. A safe, reliable way to do so would solve a lot of problems. I just didn't believe he could succeed. Harry clenched his jaw. Fine. There's no quick or easy cure, I don't have to like it, but I'll work on it. He took a deep breath and rolled back his shoulders. Let's talk short term, then. What does she need to do? Again, that depends on her passenger, but, well, she can do magic, right? I asked. She does, Harry said. He paused for a bit, sitting up and looking past me for a moment, then leaned forward again. She's sort of my apprentice. Not a fully dedicated one, but I teach her enough that I think the shoe fits. Then just continuing to study magic is a good start, along with using her power every once in a while. It's probably why she was chosen, in fact. Just because she's got magic. Harry frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Then, do the passengers not have magic? No, I replied. Really? He asked, sounding surprised. That doesn't make any sense. Their powers have to work somehow, and you can't just will a fire into existence like that. He snapped for emphasis. Besides, your fire was definitely magical. Powers aren't magic, I replied. They're completely separate. Except, apparently, in the case of my passenger. That wait. Harry's eyes widened in shock, the realization hitting him like a brick. You mean, it learned how to perform, what, cross-dimensional evocations in the year and a bit you've been here? More like half a year, I said. It only really got clued in when I did. Harry's face blanched. Stars and stones, he muttered. Wait, back when we first met you said you lost your power. But you, or it, clearly used magical fire, I could feel it. So, is the fire its own thing and you got your power back somehow, or is it all just magic now? It's all magic now, I confirmed. So in 7 months it figured out clairvoyance and control and fire and 6 months, I corrected. It took me a month to buy into and start really studying magic. Oh, because that's so much better. He cut himself off, put his hands on the table to steady himself, and took a deep breath. 6 months. Hell's bells. I wanted to ask about that, actually, I said, picking up the remains of my sandwich. About what, exactly? He asked, looking up from the table. Teaching me. Teaching it, I said, then went back to eating. Harry stared at me for a good long while, looking at me like I was insane, or like I'd made a joke he had no clue how to respond to. It was a look I'd gotten a lot during my time in the wards, and it went on for long enough that I was able to finish off my sandwich, wipe my hand clean, and take a long sip of water. When he finally did speak, it was in a flat tone. You want me to teach that, how to better perform magic? He asked. I nodded. Not for free. But we could use a tutor, to make sure it doesn't fuck up. Because make no mistake, it's going to keep experimenting. That's its entire purpose, to learn, and I would rather it not blow open my brain on accident because it made some trivial mistake. Can it do that? He asked. I don't want to find out, I replied. Or more accurately, for it to happen again. All right, I get that. He gave a suspicious look, his hands curled around his beer glass. What are you even trying to offer, anyway? The power of the dark side? A passenger of my own. Even if I could offer that last one, I don't think I would, I replied. I don't know that I'd wish a trigger on anyone. And no, I'm not going to sit here and palpatin at you. I don't even have a robe. I shook my head. Anyway, my offer is simple. You're a private investigator. I'm good at gathering information, watching people. I figured I'd help you with cases. Oh. Harry pursed his lips and looked down at the dregs of his beer, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the glass. That could work. Maybe. He shook his head and sighed. Hell's bells, I can't believe I'm really considering this. But, I prompted. Harry let out a long, drawn-out sigh. But fine. If that thing's going to learn, it may as well learn responsibly. He glanced down at his beer glass, eyes narrowed. Even if I'm not being particularly responsible right now, drinking this early in the morning. He sighed again and shook his head. Okay. I'll do it. Let's figure out the details. Court debut 9. October 2000. Taylor. Over the course of a 10-minute chat, Harry and I hashed out the rough terms of our arrangement. If he wanted my help with a case, he could call or otherwise get in touch with me, explain the situation, and reap the benefits of my clairvoyance. If he wanted something more involved, like in-person backup, I didn't have any strict obligation to agree, though I probably would, depending on the circumstances and my schedule. In exchange, Harry would dedicate 4 to 6 hours a week teaching me about magic and the supernatural, split up between 2 days, 1 weekend, and 1 weekday. As my schedule changed from college term to college term, and Harry's job as a private investigator meant he worked inconsistent hours, the dates and times weren't exactly fixed, though for now they were set for Wednesday at 7 p.m., and Sunday at 10 am. The deal favored me, in my opinion. All right. First lessons on Wednesday, then, Harry said. Today's booked for me, I've got a meeting in about 40 minutes, and then a date. Speaking of, are you free now? I raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me out on a date? I asked incredulously. Harry's eyes widened in horror. Which, really? And shook his head fervently. No, nothing like that. I gave him a skeptical look, then took out my phone and checked the time. Unfortunately, the screen had bugged out somewhat, and I had to bring it close to make out the numbers. Oh, yeah, you might want to keep that turned off around me, he said. Modern electronics break easily around me. Most tech does, really. Thanks for warning me, I replied dryly, turning the phone off and putting it away. But yes, I'm free for the next 2 hours or so. Why? The meeting I mentioned. Tara wanted you to come and meet the alphas. You remember her? Harley's fiancé. She wants me to come meet the group of college werewolves. I frowned. Why? She says they're thinking of getting into superheroics, and I gathered she wants us to play the grizzled old mentor role to their wide-eyed neophytes. He looked me up and down really quick. Though I guess I'd have to take all the age in that role, and leave the grizzle to you. There's an idea, bear control. Wildly impractical in a city, but if I could set up a few in the tunnels beneath Chicago. I shook my head and put the idea on the back burner. Is that what she said, or is that what you inferred? I asked. Well, she didn't put it like that, but yet, she wants our help knocking some sense into them. So. I closed my eyes and thought about it for a moment. I'd functioned as a team leader for most of my Cape career, and I had a lot of advice to give, but the first team had been made up of my friends, and the second one had explicitly requested me. But these alphas were just a group of college kids, absolute novices. Did I really want to reveal my identity to them, spill my secrets to a dozen other people who might not be able to keep it secret? Not really. I'm not really seeing the appeal, I said, opening my eyes. I value my privacy, and joining up with a college superhero club isn't going to help in that regard. But, I can take a look at them with my power, and keep an eye out for them once they start going out. All right. Harley also wanted to talk to you. I shot him an irritated look, looking up at him over the rim of my glasses. I shot him an unimpressed look, my eyes narrowed and my head cocked. It would have worked better if he wasn't so damn tall. I frowned, and carefully moved on from the memory of Behemoth again. You couldn't have led with that. Hey, you've thrown a dozen curveballs at me, I've got to start pitching some back. I narrowed my eyes further, then huffed. Fine. Where and when does he want to meet? He's with Tara and the alphas right now, up at the Gold Coast. Not Harley's house, but someone else's. I think one of the alphas has got rich parents that are out for the weekend, or something like that. He snorted and shook his head. Trust fund werewolves. Okay. I can drop by for a quick chat then, arrange a longer meeting. I'll just avoid the alphas. Harry brought the platter of plates and glasses back to Mac, and then we headed out. Half an hour later, we stopped at the edge of the Gold Coast, a few blocks away from Harley's apartment. The house was average by the neighborhood standards, but that was like saying a millionaire was average at a high society ball. It wasn't exactly a mansion, but the white-bricked, 2-floor edifice could have easily fit my old house inside at least 4 times over, 6 times if I included the front yard. We drove in through a break in the front hedge, up a long driveway of white concrete. I revised my estimate to 8 times over as my passenger gave me a picture of the backyard, with its pool and shed and garden before coming to a stop in front of a giant garage. Harley was outside, leaning on a black Rolls-Royce and talking on his phone. Take a look inside, see who these alphas are, I muttered to my passenger. Let me know who they are once I'm done talking to Harley. By the time I was done giving orders, Harley had wrapped up his conversation, and turned to look at us as Harry and I got out of our respective cars. Mr. Dresden, Miss Bear, he said, nodding to both of us. Good to see you again. He looked better than the last time I'd seen him. He still had bags under his eyes, but the stress lines on his face weren't as obvious, his green eyes were more lively, and his hair was properly combed back. He was wearing a blue shirt over blue jeans, the sleeves cut short to expose his immensely muscled arms. With the way the shirt strained against his chest and shoulders, he looked strong enough to pass as a brute. Hello, I said, putting on a polite expression, moving to offer my hand. I'd never mastered the trick of putting on an easy smile. All my forced smiles looked too unnatural, but years of PR experience as a ward had taught me enough to seem serious and interested in any setting, even if I didn't care about the situation. And in this instance, I definitely cared. Making friends with a billionaire would be a major coup. Harley shook my hand, his large hand practically swallowing my own. His grip was tight, but not crushing, and his handshake was surprisingly gentle. He nodded again at me, then turned to Harry. Have you given any thought to my offer? Fixing up your circle and running maintenance? Harry asked. I'm good for it. Just don't expect me to set up circles far outside of Chicago, as I can't go on planes, too much risk I blow out some important system. That's acceptable, for now, Harley said. But would you consider going out of your way for a premium? Maybe, Harry replied, sticking his hands in his pockets. It would depend on how far you expected me to drive, and how much you were offering. Something to discuss later then, if I decide not to settle down in Chicago. He reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out a checkbook and pen. He took a minute to write a check out in plain, legible handwriting, then tore it off and handed it to Harry. I didn't pay it much mind, but when Harry started choking, I leaned over to see how much the check was worth. And stared. 15 grand. Harry yelled. This is more than fair, Harley interjected. Given the danger you willingly braved to contain me, and the assistance you provided me earlier. You can consider it the first in an installment, along with a bonus. Harry continued choking, his lips flapping like a fish on dry land. I took another look at the check, and noted it was for Feng Shui consultancy fees. It probably said something about Harley that he thought that was a reasonable excuse for shelling out 15 grand to a self-proclaimed wizard. As for you, young lady, Harley said, looking my way. I have multiple contacts within the medical community, ones who can recommend and supply a good prosthetic arm. He glanced at my stump, and his tone took on a doubtful quality. Unless you already have one. I froze, my hand clenching, and it took a few moments before I could give a stiff nod. I do, but it's cheap, I said carefully. More trouble than it's worth, most of the time, but all the good ones are outside of my price range. Cost is little object for me, and you've also been of great help to me. He crossed his arms. I won't force one on you if you don't want it, but it's a simple enough offer to make. I shifted in response, feeling surprisingly awkward. This was more or less what I'd been aiming for, but getting it so quickly and easily felt abnormal. Wrong, almost. Which was itself wrong. I'd helped him, it wasn't supposed to be surprising that he felt grateful. Thank you, I said. But most modern prosthetics are complex, aren't they? Battery-powered, electrically operated. The myoelectric ones at least, yes, Harley replied. I nodded slowly. I'll need to think about it. I'm going to be spending time around Harry, and so I need to figure out exactly how his magic breaks technology before I agree to anything. I don't see the point in getting a prosthetic that breaks in a week, for example. I see, he said slowly, his tone suggesting that he really didn't. A glance at Harry prompted the other man to step in. Practitioners of magic tend to damage delicate electronics and technology around them, Harry said. For example, you probably noticed how Kim doesn't have a TV in her house. The effect is correlated with a practitioner's strength, and for a wizard, it's pretty bad. It's why I try to avoid the hospital and people with pacemakers. For an electric prosthetic, particularly if it's got finicky pieces. He shook his head. It'd break down fast around me. Ah, Harley said, before turning back to me. In that case, I can give you my number. Once you've come to a decision, we can discuss how to proceed. Sure, I said, turning my phone back on and handing it over to him. He gently took the phone and began navigating through the menus, putting himself in as a contact. While Harley was fiddling with my phone, Harry perked up suddenly, his brow furrowing. You don't happen to have bodyguards or private security, do you? He asked. Harley glanced up from my phone. Not particularly. My condition complicates such arrangements. Well, you should look into getting some. I think someone's gunning for you. Harley's fingers stopped. I'm sorry. Murphy managed to slip me a copy of Harris's interrogation transcript, Harry elaborated. The unofficial one, anyway. He said someone told Denton about you, suggested you as a scapegoat for their murders. Considering this, someone also gave the FBI the belts that twisted their minds and turned them into vicious killers. Giving them your name was as good as painting a target on your back. I agree with Harry, I added. I still don't get why the supplier gave out belts to the FBI, but I don't think it's any coincidence that the FBI came to town just as you were negotiating a difficult business deal with a crime lord. The plan only made sense from the FBI's perspective. They wanted to engage in some vigilante justice, were provided with belts that twisted their reason, and they kept escalating from there. But the FBI had to get their belts from someone, and why that someone chose to give those particular people the Hexenwolf belts, I didn't know. Clearly, they wanted some degree of deniability, but what was their goal? If they wanted to kill Marconi or Harley, surely there were better ways to do it. Why attack someone obliquely in such an obviously supernatural way, in the only city with an openly practicing wizard. It struck me as a plan put together by a thinker, maybe a precog, something that looked nonsensical and incongruous from an outside perspective, that only made sense if you knew how people would react, how things would play out. Which made me wonder, had someone anticipated me? I see your point, Harley said, his brow furrowed. I'll have to see what options are available to me. Would you? Hell no, I'm not playing buzzacut linebacker to anyone, Harry said, crossing his arms. No way. I try to be like Switzerland, completely neutral. What I can do is ask around, maybe point you in the right direction. That would be appreciated. Harley finished tapping on my phone, and handed it back to me. Thank you. Out of curiosity, is there a reason you were waiting outside? I asked. Harley pursed his lips. These alphas are Terra's project. I only learned of them a few days ago. He glanced at the great white house, a frown creeping onto his expression. I'm still not sure how to react. Oh. Well, good luck wrangling a bunch of aspiring heroes, I said to Harry. You'll need patience. You're not going inside? Harley asked, faintly surprised. No, I replied. I really only came here to talk with you, and since that's done now, I've got another. I cut off suddenly as my passenger followed through on my request, sending me a composite image of the people inside. Slowly, I turned to face the giant house, feeling completely at a loss. Taylor? You all right? Harry asked, his tone worried. Yeah, I said slowly. You know what, I think I'll be joining you. Harry's eyebrows rose. Really? Why? I see my roommate in there, I replied. And a bunch of her friends. And I'm wondering how the hell I missed that my roommate was a werewolf. Court debut 10. October 2000. Taylor. Harry and I spent a few minutes planning our entrance, what we'd say, what we'd do, how we'd act. Harley didn't contribute to that discussion, instead, he pulled out his phone, put some distance between him and Harry, and went back to his business calls. I suppose being presumed missing, even for a day, caused a lot of issues for him. The front door to the house was open. The entrance was huge, easily big enough to fit my entire dorm room, with a giant mirrored closet on one side and a wall-to-wall collection of drawers and cabinets on the other side. It opened up further into a front hall, one with a chandelier hanging the ceiling, with a fancy, carpeted spiral staircase beyond that. The flooring was entirely hardwood, with fancy rugs laid out here and there. A few paintings and pictures hung along the walls, most were unfamiliar to me, but the New York skyline was familiar to me. A memory rose to the surface of New York in ruins, a flash from my time as Kepri. I shook it clear. I could have owned a place like this, once upon a time. I'd been a multimillionaire by 16, and if I'd stayed in Brockton Bay, that sum would only have grown. I wonder what happened to my account, I mused, running a hand over the wooden drawers. Had Lisa closed it and funneled the funds into her organization, or had she kept it open for me, an option for if or more likely when things went wrong? Not like it mattered anymore, Scion had probably obliterated whatever servers that money was stored on. Damn, Harry whistled, looking around the place in appreciation. I know this is the neighborhood all the Scrooge McDuck copycats live in, but this is still impressive. Yeah, I said, pulling my hand away. Come on. They're over that way. I pointed across the front hall, past the wall the spiral staircase was propped up against. I hear them, he said, rolling his shoulders and brushing his shoes against the doormat. Showtime. Tara and the Alphas were sitting in a living room, with a widescreen TV mounted on one wall, facing a U-ring of white couches and recliners. Tara was leaning back in one of those recliners, dressed in running shorts and a sleeveless shirt. She looked like she was napping, but she cracked open an eye as we approached, before leaning forward and coming to attention. The Alphas' conversation trailed off as they saw Tara react, and they all turned to look our way. I counted 13 of them, 8 to 5 in favor of the men. I only recognized half of them, and only knew half of those. The ones I didn't know ran the gamut from punks to computer nerds, going from earrings and nose rings, to tattoos, to thick glasses and fuzzy hair. Of the 3 that I actually knew, Marcy looked completely confused, while the other 2, Billy and Andy, just looked normally confused. While Harry went to take a seat in the other recliner, I wandered over to the couch Marcy was sitting on, plopped myself down, and swung my stump of an arm over her shoulder. Hey Marcy, I said conversationally. Fancy meeting you here. Hi, Taylor. She squeaked. What are you doing here? Meeting your friends. I figured I'd get a head start on that, I said, making a point of looking every one of them in the eyes, noting the ones that glanced away, before turning to face Marcy. Also, to provide some advice, but you seem to have the secret identity part of caping down already. Marcy's response was to stare at me, blank-faced and wide-eyed. The plan, such as it was was a hodgepodge mix of good cop bad cop, paired with shock and awe. The goal was to get the alphas to treat us not as two random newcomers, but as people to pay attention to listen to. In that respect, we were mixing up the stereotypes. Harry, despite being the older man, wasn't stepping into some kind of stern teacher role, but aiming to present himself as a relatable acquaintance and friend, someone to ask about the workings of the supernatural. I was aiming for the opposite. My job was to get them off balance, and then present myself as the stern hardass hinting at extensive experience with heroing and caping. That was the rough idea, anyway. "Excuse me, who are you two?" one of the women asked. She had the same figure as me, tall and thin and awkward, with similarly long and curly hair, though where mine was black, hers was a dark blonde. I think her name was Georgia. Billy had mentioned her a few times. She looked between me and Harry, before turning to face Tara. "What are they doing here?" "I invited them," the older woman said plainly. "They are experienced, and closer in age to you." Her voice took a right tone. "As you seem to be growing unruly, I thought you would listen more to those closer in age to you." Georgia hit a wince and looked away. Harry took the opportunity to lean forward. "My name's Harry Dresden. You've probably heard of me, seeing as how I'm the local wizard." My introduction was to hold out my hand and silently summon a candle flame. It was actually a slightly complicated procedure. Hold my hand down, place middle finger against thumb, think of fire, snap while rotating hand, and was basically useless outside of a showpiece. As a showpiece though, I thought it was pretty effective. A small, steady flame sparked into life above my thumb, drawing a sharp look from Harry and a jerk from Marcy, one that shook my arm. Before everyone's eyes, I passed the flame from my thumb to my index finger, then flicked it aside, breaking my concentration as I did so. "Taylor a bear," I said, with no elaboration. Theatricality and secrecy were great ways to capture and keep attention. The suspense of not knowing what was going on prompted speculation, and speculation had a habit of growing beyond the truth. It also kept things minimal on my end. Had I outright introduced myself as a veteran cape or something like that, that would have prompted pointed questions, people digging into my background. I didn't want to do that at this early stage. But by making a show of my introduction, hinting at my experience, and seeming an equal to a wizard, it left them not knowing what to think. "We don't need babysitters." That came from a guy with a throat tattoo, and I turned to look at him. Before I could respond, Billy interjected. "Tommy, shut up," he said. He turned to look at me, his eyes thoughtful and narrow. Billy Borden, short for William, was short for a guy. 5'5", maybe 5'6", with brown hair, the start of a beard, and thick glasses. He was also stout, his shirt showing off the lines of his figure, suggesting a frame packed with muscle. He was mild-mannered most of the time, but when a topic got his interest or attention, he got focused, determined, like a dog with a bone. Was that a bad comparison to make, now that I knew he was a werewolf? "I didn't know you had powers, Taylor," Billy said. "I didn't know you were a werewolf," I replied. "That's the point of keeping power secret." I took another look around the group, noting who seemed shocked and who seemed annoyed. "I heard you're making a hero group." "Not a hero group exactly," he replied slowly. "But maybe something close to it." I hummed and looked over at Harry, passing the buck back over to him. "I won't ask about whether you're serious," he began. "You're werewolves, and learning how to do that takes time, training, and dedication. You wouldn't have put the effort in just for kicks. My question is, why did you put in the effort? What made you come together?" There was a moment of silence, the various alphas shuffling around and awkwardly looking at each other. I shifted along with them, taking my stump off of Marcy's shoulders and assuming a more comfortable position. Marcy glanced at me, worrying at her lip, then turned back to the silent, "You go, no you go" conference going on. Eventually, the staring ended, and Billy cleared his throat and leaned forward. "I think most of us didn't like how things were going, Mr. Dresden. We're not stupid, we see and hear things everyone else tries to pretend aren't there. I don't know how many of us went looking for the statistics, but I know that's what did it for me. Did you know that violent crimes have increased nearly 50% in the last 3 years? Murder rates alone have almost doubled, particularly in heavy urban areas and isolated rural areas. Abductions and disappearances have gone up 300%. Harry blinked in surprise, and I let out a long sigh. The portals in Central Park had only opened a year and a half ago, which meant the upward trend in crime had been going on before parahumans entered the mix, but there was no question that parahumans had made it worse, intensified effects. You never quoted those statistics in our discussions, I remarked. We were talking about parahumans and how they were changing things, Billy said, turning my way. And I still don't know how they fit into the picture, what really happened in Central Park, why they started appearing or coming out of the shadows, or anything like that. But I do know that their appearance, it was like a spell was broken, and not in a good way. This last year has seen a major spike in crime, and He shrugged helplessly. I'm sort of a pessimist. I think that people are almost too incompetent to hurt themselves so badly. I mean, if criminals were trying, they couldn't increase their production by 300%, even with superpowers. So, what if the supernatural world is making a comeback? What if that accounts for some of what is going on? There were nods from around the room, hard faces, determined expressions. What if it does? Harry asked. Billy turned to face him. Someone has to do something, to help. And we got the opportunity to do so. He nodded in Tara's direction. Before we met her, we were just separate groups and clubs, regular college students. But then we met through the Northwest Passage project, and when she offered us the chance to do something, and we took it. Murmurs of agreement backed up Billy's statement. And does that go for all of you? Harry asked, looking over the group. One by one, they all nodded. Some nodded sharply and immediately, some more hesitantly, but all of them nodded. Marcy was in the former camp, looking on with surprising determination, though she kept stealing glances at me. Harry looked conflicted, his eyes a storm. He took another look around the room, and sort of slumped, accepting that the alphas were serious. I ran into you guys a few days ago, he said. I heard you talking about going out and tracking some people down. The Lobo killers. Billy flushed and looked away. Yeah. We were pissed, you know? We'd been werewolves for months by that point, and then the killings started. We thought they were trying to frame us, or track us down, and we panicked. Tara, well. She looked up from her recliner, and glanced at Billy. I explained the depths of your foolishness, she remarked. Billy's flush deepened, and some of the alphas ducked their heads. What were you going to do, if you found them? I asked. We weren't going to do anything, Georgia said, throwing a glance at Billy. But from the way he was talking, Billy wanted to kill them. They'd killed almost a dozen people by that point, Billy replied, drawing himself up. I saw his expression firm up, brow furrowing slightly, lips thinning, like it did when he started talking about an important, passionate subject. The police weren't doing anything, and we had to step up. So you were going to kill people sight unseen, I interjected. Or monsters. Or both. Billy and Georgia glared at each other a while longer, before Billy sighed and looked away. Yeah. I guess. Okay. Have any of you actually killed before? I asked bluntly. Uncertainty flickered across his expression. Well, no, we. He shook his head, and the rest of the alphas similarly shook their heads. No. I nodded and mulled that over for a moment, considering where to go from here. What did I actually want to be, to them? How much did I want to reveal? Did I want to mention that I'd killed? How would that affect the group, affect my acquaintances? Would it encourage them? Some of the monsters I'd heard about needed to be killed, sure, ghouls, vampires, more things that fed on humans. But I'd never taken Billy for a killer. Determined, strong in his convictions, sure. But the knowledge that he'd looked at the Lobo killings, and determined to hunt them down and kill them. I shook my head. No. That attitude needed to be curbed, at least somewhat. Had they actually managed to track the FBI down, somehow, some of them would have died, and the survivors would have been caught up in a shitstorm. The question was how to do so, if I wasn't going to speak from experience, talk about how I'd been pushed to kill, and that they shouldn't try and follow in my footsteps. I said, injecting some disapproval into my voice. I see. Implying they'd made a mistake was a start, but just a start. If some of the group were already willing to kill, then moralistic arguments wouldn't get anywhere. Instead, I'd need to build up to a practical argument, to root my objections in tangible concerns. I leaned back on the couch, draping my arm over the back. Well, you've got your group now, all with the same power. Where did you see yourself going? What did you actually want to do? We were hoping to help clean up the streets, Billy said. Our power, I know it isn't a lot. We just turn into wolves. Compared to a wizard, or, you, he sounded hesitant there, it doesn't really compare. But the system's getting overwhelmed. I know you moved to Chicago for university, but things have been getting bad. More homeless, more transient homeless, more drugs, more random violence, more organized crime, more dirt and grime, more everything. There was hesitance in the middle there, along with confusion. He didn't seem to understand why I'd come to Chicago for an English Lit degree, and that confusion was fair. Without knowing my circumstances, it'd seem a weird choice. But I'd had no real credentials, no paperwork, and while the government had helped somewhat, I'd resolved myself to studying for and taking the GED, and trying to claw my way up from there. Then the offer had come from U of C, and I'd been suspicious, but also relieved. Now, I was just suspicious. It was too much of a coincidence that I arrived in the one city with an openly practicing wizard, and that wizard just happened to run into me. Taylor. I shook my head and focused back on Billy. Sorry, what? I'm saying, didn't you notice these things? He asked. I thought about it for a moment, then shook my head. Not really. I mean, I noticed the streets were getting worse, but that didn't stand out to me. Which was slightly worrying. I knew I was used to Earthbed and its general state of decay, but that I'd missed the way this Chicago had deteriorated just because the Chicago I was familiar with was still worse. It spoke of a blind spot, one I needed to address. I guess my expectations weren't that high to begin with, I finished. Anyway, you didn't really say what you were planning to do. We wanted to take some of the pressure off, Billy said. Deal with the smaller things, give the city and the system room to breathe. We were thinking of targeting vampires, ghouls, lesser fairies, maybe some of the smaller gangs, nothing major or organized, but something, you know. I nodded. And were you going to operate in a particular area, or just vaguely in Chicago? We would have concentrated on the university, just because of proximity. Most of us live around there, go there, and are familiar with the surrounding areas. It seemed like the best place to start. During my time in the wards, I'd picked up a lot of PRT slang. Having a power that let me see and hear almost everything in my range meant I picked up a lot of things, including chatter among the troops and office workers. They had terms for almost every type of cape imaginable: Robin Hood, corporate vampire, petty crime, traveling salesman. If there were enough capes that operated in a similar way, you could bet there was slang for them. The term I was thinking of was neighborhood hero. It described small-time independent heroes and hero groups, capes that operated only in a particular neighborhood and area and rarely ventured outside. They didn't tend to last either because they decided to start operating in a wider area, or because they were killed or recruited, but the ones that did stick around developed a reputation. The PRT worked with the successful ones, because if you'd been a successful neighborhood hero for months and years, it meant you knew things: the terrain, the politics, the people. If the PRT or the Protectorate needed to operate in one of those areas, they'd liaise with the hero or heroes in question. As a ward, I rarely interacted with capes like that. But I remembered a discussion with one Sliver, some kind of projection master, about how he'd built his reputation, stayed alive and independent for 3 years. Okay. That sounds reasonable, I began. What about patrols? What territory are you going to start with? Are you going to operate openly? I wouldn't recommend that yet, not until the Lobo killings fade in notoriety and people get charged for them. Are you going to focus on local crime, or on the supernatural elements? If you are going to operate openly, how are you going to interact with people? Present yourselves. Billy blinked and looked around in confusion, glancing at Georgia and a few of the other alphas. We haven't really gotten that far. Then you should have a serious discussion about those topics, I said, leaning forward to cast a more serious profile. If you decide to patrol a given territory, you can familiarize yourself with the area ahead of time. If you focus on local crime, muggings, and thefts and maybe more serious issues, you risk running afoul of vigilante laws, so you'd want to read up on them and learn what you should avoid doing. If you tackle the supernatural, knowing what kind of creatures frequent the areas you'll operate in means you can prepare countermeasures. Not all of you have to patrol as werewolves, after all. Just because you've got a power doesn't mean you have to use it, as opposed to using something else. And if you're going to operate openly, to try and build a public reputation for yourselves, then you need to have a good, long talk about lethal force, because the Lobo killings are still fresh in everyone's mind, and if wolf-mauled corpses start showing up, you'll be the ones left to shoulder the blame. And even if you somehow manage to avoid that, the public does not like murderous vigilantes. I glanced over the rest of the alphas, before settling my gaze on Billy. Enthusiasm is great. Idealism is important. But you're all stepping into a dangerous world, and with a group this large, you need to be coordinated. If you go out without a plan, without an idea of what you want, without a sense for what you are going up against, your chances of death or injury go up drastically. I waved around my stump for emphasis. How'd you lose the arm? Throat tattoo, Tommy asked before I could go on. Which was really irritating. I burned it off, I replied immediately, turning one of my more placidly terrifying expressions on him. He blanched and leaned back, and I saw him mouth the word burned. I'm sorry, you what? Harry interjected, his eyes wide. You burned it off? Why? I sat back, feeling annoyed at myself for snapping back so quickly, and took a moment to compose my response. Someone had completely shredded it, and I needed the wound cauterized before it bled out. And, because of the threat I was facing, I didn't have the time or the tools for a clean amputation or operation. So I burned it off. The circumstances behind my missing arm didn't have much to do with what I was saying. What happened with Sveta had been plain bad luck, nothing that could really have been prepared for or planned around, and I hadn't burned the arm off myself that had been lung. But they didn't know that, and they didn't have to know that. Besides, it was about damn time I got some productive use out of the stump. And I did ask Lung to burn it off, so that had to count for something, right? Okay, Harry said, clearly unsure of how to react to that. Are you trying to make yourself a one-woman metal album cover? I raised an eyebrow, and he shook his head. Never mind, he muttered. I turned back to Billy, who was staring at me as if he was seeing me for the first time. Anyway, Billy William. You're lucky, in that you don't have to go into this blind. You've got people to talk to, and a mentor to back you up. I nodded in Tara's direction. Given she'd taught the alphas to shapeshift, she was almost certainly a werewolf herself. Take the time to ask questions. Figure out what you can tackle. Most of all, make plans. It can save your life. Billy swallowed and looked away, turning to face Harry after a moment. Well, Mr. Dresden. What do you think of the creatures I listed? Harry shook his head, and turned away from me to face Billy. Stay away from vampires for now, kid, you're not ready for them. Fairies, if you're going at them just as wolves, I'd also reconsider. Without magic of your own, your best bet for dealing with them is getting some iron, and unless you can get some iron teeth or claws. Billy glanced at Georgia and another, black-haired guy, Kirby, I think his name was. It'd be tricky, and we'd have to see. I figured. Wolves lack that all-important, crucial advantage of being a human opposable thumbs, Harry said. But ghouls. He mulled that around for a few moments. Ghouls you could tackle, so long as you were careful and didn't run into a pack of them. One-on-one I'd say the ghouls are better, more used to fighting for their lives, but as you build experience you should be able to handle them. Can you tell us more? Billy asked. I leaned back inside, stepping back from the conversation. As Harry and Billy started discussing the strengths, weaknesses, and characteristics of ghouls, I finally noticed Marcy staring intently at my stump. She noticed my notice, and looked up at me with wide eyes. Taylor, what's wrong with you? She asked, before immediately clapping her hands over her mouth. A lot of things, Marcy, I sighed. A lot of things. A/N, this part, summarized. Okay, so we're going to play nice guy, grouchy veteran, got it. 5 minutes later. Yes, so I burned off my arm. Excuse me, what the fuck? Court debut 11. October 2000. Taylor. The conversation settled into a comfortable rhythm as Billy, Georgia, Kirby, and a few other alphas quizzed Harry about the supernatural scene in Chicago. Some of it was information I already knew, vampires running the sex trade, for one, but the discussion about capabilities was informative. I'd already heard that ghouls had some sort of changer-stranger magic that let them pass as human, but I hadn't known that they were stronger and faster than a regular person. Fairies were similar to all the stories I'd read about them, here and back on bet, capricious, fond of wordplay, and weak to iron. Vampires were less so. They were still weak to sunlight, holy water, and true faith, whatever the hell that meant, but stakes through the heart weren't particularly special outside of being a stake through the heart, and the venomous kiss that induced addiction and delirium, the bat-like true form, and the human-shaped skin suits were all new. I was relieved that the weaknesses and idiosyncrasies of supernatural creatures didn't match exactly up to their mythical bet analogues, but the fact that there were so many analogues was still suspicious. Earth bet hadn't had ghouls, vampires, fairies, or ghosts, just stories about them, and yet, those stories still lined up with the supernatural reality of this earth. It strained coincidence, but I couldn't think of an explanation, couldn't grasp how it was that the myths of one world were so similar to the reality of another. And then there were the weird parts. How do you get holy water? Kirby asked. I looked over at Harry, curious for his response. Very easily. You go up to an ordained priest and ask for some. If he doesn't have any on hand, he walks over to fill the font, waves his hands, says a blessing, and hallelujah, you've got your holy water, Harry said. Admittedly, at that point you need to get the holy water from the priest, but that's usually not too hard. Most priests not in the know will just give you a weird look but sell it to you for a donation, and the priests in the know will usually just give it to you. That's it? I asked, eyes narrowed in skepticism. Really? Yup, he said. If you want consistent access to holy water, my suggestion is that you ask Father Forthill, over at St. Mary of the Angels Cathedral. I don't go to him often, I don't really need holy water all that often, but he's been my primary supplier for the past little while. How did a random blessing from a priest turn regular water into anti-vampire water? What kind of magic was involved in that? How did it make any goddamn sense? Though, I guess if you believed in gods, it did make some goddamn sense. When the conversation reached a lull, the more tactically minded alphas running out of questions to ask, Tara stood up and stretched, her figure rippling with muscle as she moved. Would you like to spar? She asked me. I frowned, the question catching me off guard. I almost asked why, before 14 sets of eyes fell on me. I looked up at Tara, meeting her ember eyes, and tried to figure out her angle. Was she just bored? Was there an ulterior motive, or? She arched one eyebrow, a silent challenge, and I realized what she was aiming for. She was offering an opportunity to show off, to challenge the Alpha's mentor and physically demonstrate that I was someone worth listening to, that I had the skills to back up my vague claims. She also could have been bored. Sure, I said, looking around the living room. There were a few walkways here and there, paths where 1 or 2 people could walk comfortably, but there wasn't anywhere near enough room to really fight. But we're going to need way more room. The backyard will do, Tara replied. Come along, pups. There was a small scramble as we all stood up and ambled along as a group, with Georgia rushing to the fore to lead the way. The tall blonde led us past a dining room with a table big enough to fit 8 people, heading directly for a glass sliding door that led outside. The backyard was as large as the front yard, with a giant patio, swimming pool, and open yard, each taking up roughly a third of the available space. Georgia cut left along the patio, heading for a stack of fold-up chairs, while I followed Tara onto the green. Weaver, I muttered, focusing on the older woman. A few moments later, my passenger started feeding me a kinesthetic sense of Tara's movements, which grew more detailed as it slipped more bugs onto her person. Tara noticed one of them, a fly, landing on her elbow, and she killed it with a swift, sharp slap, paying the insect little mind and giving absolutely no warning. My passenger switched to smaller, less noticeable bugs after that, but the misstep had still given me some valuable information about her general capabilities. Namely, that this was going to hurt. Rules of engagement? I asked, moving so we were 6 feet apart. I doubt either of us wants to go all out, but how far are we going to go? No crippling blows, or strikes at sensitive places, eyes, ears, nose, the like. Biting seems unnecessary. She sized me up, noted the way I was still favoring my left leg, and hummed. Avoid strikes to my stomach, and I shall avoid strikes at your wounded foot. Do you agree? My eyes fell to her stomach, and I wondered what injury she was covering for. Or, was she pregnant? She and Harley were together, and if either of them wanted kids, then the grey in Tara's hair meant they didn't have much time to have them in. Well, not really my problem. If she wants to avoid sensitive areas, I'm fine with that. I do, I said, falling into a stance and sizing her up. She was taller than me by an inch or two, with slightly longer reach, the kind of dull and faded scars that spoke of extensive experience, and the kind of muscle tone I could admit to being envious of. Meanwhile, I was down an arm, had a sprained ankle, and was more than a year out of practice. In conclusion, I was screwed, even with my passenger giving me a sense for her movements. But I could still put up a good fight. We both waited for the Alphas to finish setting up their deck chairs, though with 14 people and only 9 chairs, a few people, including Harry, had to lean up against wooden railings and fence posts. The Alphas were all either looking at me or Tara, but I noticed Harry staring intently at the space between us, eyes narrowed and brow furrowed. Shall we start? I asked. Tara's response was to rush at me, her long legs tearing up the distance. Her left fist shot out in a sharp gut punch, one I narrowly avoided. Mindful of her stomach, I stepped away from the blow rather than into it, which left me in a bad position. With no right hand, I couldn't do any complicated moves, and with a wounded right ankle, I couldn't sweep the back of her leg that easily. Instead, I swept my leg left around, hoping to make her face plant, but she pivoted out of the way and my foot only barely grazed hers. I backed up, bringing my arm up into a defensive position. You know, it's kind of unfair to ban places to hit, then immediately exploit that fact. Fights aren't meant to be fair, she replied, before coming at me again. I grunted and stepped back, then stepped into her next punch, ducking my head and head-butted her in the mouth. From my swarm sense, I felt Tara adjust and start to lean back, so I stretched out my left leg and tried to hook the back of her foot. The movement put her off balance and sent her hopping backwards, and I punished that by stepping in and punching her right in the chest. We separated again, and Tara brought a hand up to her split lip, grinning as she felt blood. Then she came at me again. Unfortunately, my initial estimate proved correct. Even with the swarm sense, Tara was just too strong, fast, and experienced to really be caught out by my preternatural reactions. With my injuries hampering my abilities, it wasn't long before she knocked me on my ass, one foot lightly pressing into my chest. Is that all? She asked, her tone curious and maybe just a little taunting. I'm out of practice, I muttered. I was thinking of retiring before all this supernatural shit came up. Retiring? Tara arched an eyebrow. At your tender age? Yeah, I said, tapping her leg a few times. She took it off my chest, and I took a deep breath. Help me up. Once I was back on my feet, Tara said, you have skill, and your reactions are impressive. But what of your magic? Is fire the only thing you are capable of? No, I said, rolling my shoulders and massaging a few forming bruises. I've got a few other tricks up my sleeve, and I guess I should get back into the habit of using them. Or rather, get into the habit of using them. I hadn't used them originally because this was just a spar, and I wasn't used to all my new abilities, but then again, Tara had thrown out the spirit of an even, fair spar on her first punch. Give me a moment to get ready, I said, before turning around and taking a deep breath. I had a few spells to work with, but not all of them were appropriate for the situation. Lung was too dangerous because of the fire, the same went for Sundancer. Parian had no real combat utility, and the force exerted by Rune was mild. That left me with Weaver, which I was already using for Swarm Sense, along with Ballistic and Shielder. I could lean more into Weaver, call in more bugs and properly swarm her, screw with her senses. It's what the old me would have done. But I no longer had any direct control over my swarm, and besides, I had new options. It was best to explore them early, in a safe setting. Let's try a mix of Weaver, Ballistic, and Shielder, I whispered. Keep the Swarm Sense from Weaver, but augment my attacks with Ballistic and weaken the blows with Shielder. It would tax my attention, splitting my focus 4 ways, but if I could make this setup work, it'd make me a decent brute thinker in a fight. I took another breath and turned around, feeling my body grow warm with magic. I settled into a loose stance, and then made a come at me gesture. This time, when she came at me, I moved to catch her first punch. A small grey-blue shield blinked into existence 6 inches out from my palm, breaking when her fist impacted it. The shield did its job though, and I caught the punch without hurting myself. I saw a brief flicker of confusion on her face, the 2 consecutive impacts throwing her off, and I seized the moment with a vicious kick to her shin. She let out a huff of pain and stumbled, and I let go of her hand to deliver a backhanded slap to her face. Her head jerked to the side with a crack, and she rushed backwards, putting some distance between us. I didn't let her recover and rushed after her, going for a flurry of light blows that hit harder than they should have. Despite that, Tara recovered soon enough, and I caught a flash of a savage grin as she went back on the offensive. With 2 arms to my one, she ruthlessly abused my inability to adequately protect my right side, aiming blows at my ribs, my chest, my arm. Weak shields flickered into existence to take the edge off her punches, but they didn't stop her, and during one offensive I got so caught up in blocking her punches that a sharp, sudden kick to my left foot sent me stumbling. Tara didn't follow up on the opening though, instead stepping back to let me recover. It seems you need forewarning to block an attack, she remarked. I looked down at my stinging foot, and compared the pain of the kick to the pain of her punches. It was definitely sharper, and Tara would know better than me if she'd hit a shield with her kick. Yeah, I said. While I only set vague parameters for my spells, my passenger was still bound by them. Tense and somewhat reluctant experimentation showed me that my passenger had to align with my intentions when it used magic, and couldn't just substitute a lung fire blast for a Sundancer candle, for example, or use animals with Weaver when I was focusing on just bugs. That it even extended to the placement of defensive shields was annoying, as it prevented me from having an automatic defense, but not totally unexpected. I still lost the second fight. I was unused to the new abilities, not entirely in sync with my passenger on those fronts. But it was a closer fight than the first, and when I got back up for a third go, I decided to try being clever. Every time I blink, punch what I'm looking at, I muttered under my breath, staring at the ground. Then I went on the offensive. Tara raised her arms to block, but a stare and a blink saw her reel back from an unexpected blow to the head, leaving her open for a ballistic-enhanced punch to the shoulder. It didn't take her down, but the fact she could now be struck at range forced her to get aggressive, closing the distance between us, which had the side effect of making my attacks slightly stronger, as the kinetic force had less time to bleed away. My physical punches and kicks suffered from the number of ways I was splitting my attention, so I abandoned direct offense in favor of blocking Tara's attacks and countering with a bunch of eye punches. Fuck, no, not eye punches. Shit, that's such a bad name. Ugh, I'd need to come up with a better one later. Anyway, even though the punches weren't technically coming from my eyes, they looked like they were shooting out from my arms. Mostly I could see myself having a lot of fun with this power in the future. Assuming I could come up with a better name for it. In the end, she grappled me to the ground, but wasn't able to keep me there. Blows to her chin and elbows rattled her enough that I was able to flip her around, and at that point she surrendered, pulling her hands back. I got off her and stood up, panting from the exertion. Good fight, I said in between breaths, holding out my hand. You adapt fast. So do you, she said. She took my arm, and I pulled her up onto her feet. We both stepped back to clean ourselves up, brushing off the grass and leaves that had gotten into our clothes and hair. I spared a glance at the alphas, and found them staring at me with a mix of intense interest and admiration. A few of the guys even looked like they were checking me out, which was a little flattering. Harry, meanwhile, just looked shocked. Anyone else want to spar? I asked, looking in Tommy's vague direction. None of the alphas took me up on my offer, and I shrugged. All right. As I walked back to the clump of alphas, leaning up against a railing close to where Marcy was sitting, my passenger showed me Tara turning to look at Harry. Would you like a spar? She asked. Harry shook his head fervently. No, no, I'm good, thanks. He shot another glance at me. I don't think I can top that. Tara shrugged. William, then. Let's see how you've improved. After a quick look around at the rest of the alphas and a longer look at me, Billy got up and faced off against Tara. As she began to kick his ass, I leaned down next to Marcy and asked, what was your plan for the rest of the day? You never really said. Marcy tore her eyes away from the fight, then let out a muted huff. Well, Andy and I were going to take you shopping, and then to see a movie, but then you showed up here and blew up everything I knew about you. She sighed and looked over at Georgia. Hey, Georgia, your parents have a home theater system, right? Georgia reluctantly took her eyes off Billy's rippling muscles and looked our way. We do, yet. Are you asking if you can use it? Marcy nodded. I was thinking we could make a small party out of it, a movie day kind of deal. Her brown eyes flickered in my direction. And maybe one of us could pick up some cake. Cake? I mean, sure, Georgia said. We'd have to order a lot more than just cake though, there's no way we could cook enough food for all of us. Marcy looked at me. Does that sound good? I thought about it, turning the idea around in my head. The last party I'd participated in had been crashed by that stupid spirit, but that was hopefully a one-time thing. If it wasn't, I was going to kick Harry's ass. And God, when was the last time I'd even been to a party? There had been that one time in the wards, after Behemoth's death, but the appearance of Konso kind of tainted that. Besides that, before my trigger? Before Mom's death? Fuck, that I was reaching that far back was just depressing. Sure, I said. Can we order Chinese food? I haven't had that in a while. Court debut 12. October 2000. Taylor. Harry didn't stick around for the after-party, citing magical wizard aura concerns. Tara left soon after too, driving back home with Harley. That left me alone in a giant house with 13 other college students, most of which I had to be introduced to. It was a long and laborious process. And that's Andy and Kirby, Billy said, pointing at the last two alphas. Andy I was familiar with, she was a couple of inches shorter than me, coming up to about eye level, though she often wore heels to look even taller. She was a pretty redhead, but she was also a little, plump, and didn't look like she worked out much. That would change with time, though, being a hero was a physically demanding job. Kirby, I barely knew. I'd seen the guy around Billy a few times, but never really interacted with him. He was tall, taller than me, with a thin, lean figure and untidy black hair. He also looked like he was stuck in the middle of a growth spurt, his arms and legs a little big for his body. It's nice to meet you all, I said, nodding at each of the alphas in turn. Okay, so I've placed all the orders, and the food should be ready in about 30-40 minutes, Georgia said, coming out of the kitchen with a note in hand. Someone will have to go pick it all up though, and go with Marcy to buy the cake. I don't know which of you drove here. I did, Alex said, glancing at Marcy. I can pick everything up. I don't have a lot of cash on me though. Marcy. Marcy looked at Alex and shrugged. Sure. We should probably leave now though, to browse for cakes and also pick up stuff like chips and drinks. And I was thinking we could all pitch in. I reached into the one back pocket I had, pulled out a 20, and passed it over to Marcy. A couple of the other alphas also pitched in, before Georgia casually matched us all by throwing in 5 20s just in case. What kind of movies do you have? I asked once Marcy and Alex had gone. Basically every major movie that came out in the past 20 years, Georgia replied. Half of which I don't think my parents have ever watched. As for the stuff I know is good, we've got all the Bond movies, the Die Hards, Men in Black. Do you have the? I immediately stopped and trailed off with an uncertain hum. I'd almost asked if they had Lord of the Rings, but I don't think those movies were out yet. Fuck, when did they start coming out? The early to mid-2000s, I think? Would they even be made on this earth? It'd suck if that didn't happen. The movies were pretty good from what I remembered. Think, what other movies came out recently? The Matrix. I threw out. Oh, definitely. Not sure where it is, exactly, but it's here somewhere. Maybe we should have a vote. Billy offered. At least throw out the ones we definitely don't want to watch. 20 minutes later, we'd near unanimously settled on The Matrix as the first movie, with camp split on whether Home Alone, Die Hard, or Men in Black should follow. Hopefully, once Marcy and Alex came back, they'd be able to break the deadlock. However, finishing so quickly meant there was a half hour in which there was little to do except satisfy the alpha's curiosity about me. I managed to sidestep most of the questions about my past by saying it's personal, metaphorically waving my stump around, and looking off into the distance. When they asked about my powers, I kept things simple: pyrokinesis, telekinesis, and animal control, I didn't touch on the clairvoyance, not yet. And when they asked if I was a para-human, I just said yes, said I'd had my powers for almost 4 years, and let them draw their own conclusions. But there was one question that demanded more thought. Are you going to join us? Georgia asked. Going to. Not wanting to or asking to, but going to. That implied that Georgia, at least, was okay with the idea of me becoming an alpha. It was nice to be accepted that easily. But I shook my head. Probably not, I said. You've got a good werewolf theme going, and I don't want to throw that off. That doesn't mean I won't work with you and help you, but I wouldn't do it as an alpha. It just didn't seem like a good idea to me. I knew, with absolute certainty, that I would fracture their group if I joined. I'd push for influence and control, and my ambitions were a lot greater than taking some of the pressure off of Chicago. I could never content myself with just policing the streets, and that meant I would inevitably get into a big fight, go up against an entrenched power. If I brought the alphas with me, some of them would die, maybe all of them. I didn't want that. We could teach you, Billy offered. Or, well, Tara could. Unless turning into a werewolf can fix this, I waved my stump around, then I don't see the point. Then I paused, because I wasn't sure. Can it? I don't know, Billy admitted. I'm not nearsighted when I transform, but for something like that. I doubt it, Kirby said. Our injuries carry over between transformations, which means we don't heal. And if we can't even close a cut, I doubt she could regrow an arm. But she wouldn't be regrowing it, Billy said. We've weighed ourselves, we know we weigh the same in both forms, except for the clothes. That means we're just rearranging mass. I know that, man, but healing is also just rearranging mass. You've been going on about using transformations to heal since we figured out the weight thing, but even Tara doesn't. Thanks for the offer, I interjected. But I'll pass. Marcy and Alex came back about 5 minutes after that, and the conversation turned to squabbling over food and seating arrangements. The couches were rearranged, a few chairs had to be brought out from the kitchen, and all the food and drink was distributed with a suspicious amount of the cake going to me. Then we got down to watching movies, specifically The Matrix, followed by Men in Black. They were pretty good. One was heavy on the action, the other on the comedy, and they had wildly differing plots. But they both had a common element that got me thinking: collective ignorance. In both movies, the general public was oblivious to the truth of their reality, and the people that were in the know either tried to enforce that ignorance, or just didn't openly fight against it. It seemed similar to the supernatural side of things in the real world. It was there, but hidden, and most people didn't go looking for it. They didn't think anything supernatural was out there, and didn't think to check their assumptions. Except now, things were different. Scion, and the wave of refugees that had followed, had put a crack in that rosy worldview, and the rise of para-humans and para-human crime was only widening that crack. Eventually, things would break. And when they did, a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it, Men in Black had said. Things were going to get ugly. About 5 hours later, I drove Marcy and myself back to our dorm room. She spent the first few minutes fidgeting, staring, and generally being uncharacteristically silent, and eventually it got awkward enough that I broke the silence. Thanks for the party, I said. It was fun. What? Marcy asked, shaking her head and looking my way. Oh, yeah. No problem, Taylor, it was the least I could do. You seem a little distracted. Marcy let out a shaky laugh. Can you blame me? I just found out my roommate's some badass magic ninja who burned her own fucking arm off. Which, seriously, what the hell? I still can't get over that. I was making the best of a bad situation, I replied. Taylor, that she let out an irritated huff, blowing some hair out of her eyes. Taylor, we're in college. We're supposed to be, you know, learning how to adult. That you were in a bad enough situation that burning your arm off seemed like a sensible choice, and that you were in that situation when you were, what, a teenager. She shook her head and sighed. It's just. I'm realizing just how little I really know about you. I hummed quietly for a few moments, then said, what can I say, I'm a secretive person. Yeah, I'm starting to get that. And now I'm wondering what you haven't told me. A lot, I admitted. What I shared is just the tip of the iceberg, and the rest I don't feel comfortable talking about, not yet. But we came to a red light, and I spared a glance her way. Maybe eventually. Burning your arm is just the tip of the iceberg. She grumbled under her breath. What the fuck's at the bottom? The reasons I have my constant nightmares. Marcy was silent for a couple of moments. Then, in a quiet, tiny voice, she said, oh. Right. Look, Marcy. I sighed. Never mind. Let's talk about something lighter. Are you going to stay in the dorm next term? Probably. Marcy replied. Why, are you moving out? You remember a few days ago, when I showed up in the morning looking like absolute shit? Yes. She said slowly, dread creeping into her tone. Yeah, I was in a fight. I was lucky no one but you saw me, and even then, you were suspicious. I made a right turn. Anyway, my point is, we live on the 6th floor of a public dorm. Every time we go in or out, we run the risk of running into someone in the halls, or on the grounds. And if we're injured, or disheveled, that raises suspicions. So yeah, I was thinking we could start looking for a place to rent, maybe with some of the other girls in the alphas. Like a bungalow, or a duplex. The sound went on for long enough that we reached another light, and when I looked over at Marcy I saw her face was rather flush. You all right there? I asked. Yeah, totally, perfect, she said. Definitely. Can I think about that? And ask some of the others? Sure, I said. We're not in that much of a rush. Our dorms paid out until the end of December, so we've got time. Yeah. Monday I handed in my essay, Tuesday I had a midterm for my HIST 18901 course, and Wednesday, I had a meeting with a wizard. Harry lived in the near west side, in the basement of an old wooden rooming house that had, according to him, somehow managed to survive all the Chicago fires. The place certainly looked the part. It had 2 stories, plus the basement, a small staircase leading up to a small porch, and looked like someone had squashed together an octagon and a rectangle, and then scaled it up into the 3rd dimension. It also looked much more spacious than my dorm room. I parked in the driveway, right behind Harry's multicolored Volkswagen, and headed to the side of the house, down a flight of stairs, and stopped in front of a solid, steel frame door, the entryway to a space my passenger couldn't reach into. As far as my powers were concerned, there were no bugs or animals anywhere inside, something which seemed improbable given the fact it was a basement, some kind of ward? Probably. I knocked twice on the heavy steel door, and listened for a response. It came a few seconds later in the form of muffled, incomprehensible grumbling. Another few seconds passed, and then, who is it? Taylor, I replied. All right, give me a moment. I stepped to the side, noting the hinges that meant it swung out rather than in, and avoided getting smacked in the face when the door opened a few minutes later to reveal Harry, dressed in a grey shirt and blue jeans. It also opened a chink in the wards, my passenger informing me that there were some assorted bugs and 1 cat inside the basement. Come in before you let all the heat out, he said, ushering me inside. I nodded and stepped inside, taking off my coat as I did so. I spotted a coat hanger to my immediate right, and as I hung up my coat, Harry closed the door and my sense of the outside world disappeared. I tensed, my coat still in hand, and Harry immediately noticed. Something up? He asked. I took a deep breath, forced myself to relax, and stepped away from the door. Your wards surprised me, I replied. Harry's eyebrows rose. You felt them going back up? I wiggled my hand. Sort of. I have my passenger constantly observing my surroundings, connected to nearby insects and animals, and now I'm completely cut off from the outside. It's a little unnerving. Hey. Which probably means you couldn't look inside before I opened the door. I nodded. Well, nice to know I have some privacy, he muttered. Make yourself at home. I took a look around the basement, and saw a lot of wood. Wood shelves, wood chairs, wood tables, all of it with that aged, weathered look that old wood took on. The second thing I noticed was the complete lack of lamps, bulbs, and light switches. The walls were smooth except for where shelves hung, and the ceiling had a few small gaps where light bulbs might once have hung. In their place, candles littered the room, set on hanging shelves and low tables. I looked over to the stone fireplace, and found the cat I'd sensed lounging around in front of it. He was grey, green-eyed, and bigger than a few of Rachel's old dogs. He spared me a single, solitary glance as I looked at him, and then ignored me. After the wood and lack of electricity, I noted the cloth. Tapestries hung on all the walls, covering a good chunk of the bare stone. Thick rugs covered the floor, layered on top of one another until the stone floor was barely visible. It made for a colorful home, full of oranges and browns and reds that mixed rather nicely with the firelight. I took a seat on the only couch in the room, while Harry sat down in a cushioned chair off to the side. Before we can really get started, I need to get an idea for how exactly your weird shit works, he began. Because what I saw when you fought Tara. I've never seen anyone use magic like that. Hell, I've never seen anything use magic like that. It's definitely not standard, from what I've read, I said. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. And what have you read? Elementary magic. Harry waited a few moments for me to continue, and then blinked when I didn't. Wait, that's it. You read the one book, on the basics, and you're capable of reactive shields and a Cyclops impersonation. I am not capable of anything, I replied. My passenger handles all of the magic. Harry clicked his tongue. You know what, why don't we just skip to the point where you explain how you cast spells? I shrugged. Sure. I picture what I want in my head, communicate my desires to my passenger, and it manifests the desired effect. You said it can't read your mind, right? I nodded. So how the hell does it line up what you want with what it's trying to cast? It can't be an exact match, he said. It isn't. I just provide the framework, make me a candle, control this, shield that, so on. It handles the finer details, like where the candle appears, how it looks like, how hot it is. That. He shook his head. I don't get how that kind of imprecision can work without giving you constant migraines, but it clearly does, so sure. You handle some of the visualization, and the intent. That at least makes sense. I guess that also explains how you can make reactive shields. You're not blowing your mind to pieces every time you cast silently, rapidly, or without a focus, it's your passenger that's risking its brain. What do you mean? I asked. Okay, it might not be risking its brain, let me back up. He took a deep breath. Magic is a kind of energy, given shape by thoughts and emotions. Thoughts define the shape of magic, and words define those thoughts. That's why most practitioners chant and say weird words when they cast spells. The words provide a kind of insulation as the energy of a spell burns through your mind. Think of it like a trigger, almost. You say the word, the spell comes out. You can cast silently, but it takes a bigger toll on you. The same goes for casting rapidly, which is called evocation. Since you don't have the time to really focus on all the details, some power gets loose and affects you. It takes a lot of practice to be good at evocations, because you need to learn to streamline every part of the spell. I'm not that good. And then there's the focus. He turned and pointed at a carved wooden staff, standing upright in an umbrella holder. Things like staves and rods help a wizard channel and focus energy. You can do magic without it. Hell, you could do magic buck naked if you wanted to, but it's a kind of safety valve. It protects you, and makes your magic more efficient. That you're just doing everything that would make me as a wizard cringe, as a novice, is mind-boggling. It's like looking down the barrel of a loaded gun while you're cleaning it, it's that insane. You should be dead, frankly, but you're not, so. He shrugged and threw up his hands. Your passenger clearly does things differently. Or maybe it doesn't, and it just doesn't care about little things like headaches and migraines and heads popping like overfilled balloons. I thought about the capabilities of my passenger, its powers, and said, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. That's reassuring, he muttered, then cleared his throat. Okay, fine, you play charades with your passenger and that somehow works. I don't know how, but it does. Moving on, getting the power and shaping it. Where does the power come from? Do you pull it in somehow, does it, is it a group effort? Pull in ambient magic, you mean? I asked. Yeah, from around you or whatever weird side dimension it lives in, he said. It doesn't do either. It burns away pieces of its body to generate power, I replied. Harry blinked, stared, and rubbed at his ears. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I did. What? Stars and stones, seriously, what, he said. The more you talk, the crazier this gets. It's like you're reading off some kind of parody script. Are you saying it uses the magic things need to live to power your spells? That your every spell is a mini death curse? I don't know what a death curse is, I said. It's, alright, you've read elementary magic, so I assume you're familiar with the idea that magic is life. I nodded. So, every living thing has some magic in it. Regular humans don't have a lot, practitioners have more, and wizards have way more. Generally, a practitioner can't use this internal magic, because they need it to live. You spend it, you die. A death curse, then, is what happens when a practitioner, usually a wizard, realizes they're about to die and decides to use all that power anyway. It makes for a hell of a bang. Which is what makes this so crazy, because your passenger shouldn't be able to use that power without killing itself. It is, sort of, I replied. It's how passengers work. Each of them has a massive store of energy they use for all the powers they hand out. Every time a power gets used, they burn a little piece of themselves, using up that energy. It's the same principle here. Harry looked morbidly fascinated at my words. That sounds utterly insane, but I can see it, kind of. I mean, I don't know how you'd go about siphoning just part of your life force, but it's sound, I suppose. He glanced at the fireplace, swallowed, and looked back at me. So these things have a lot of spare life, right? How much spare life, exactly? Enough that I could pipe in as much magic as my body can handle every second of every day for the rest of my life, and make only a minor dent in its reserves, I said. Hey, he grunted. That's a lot. And there's a bunch of these things, hell's bells. He shook his head. Throw another existential crisis on the pile. I should make a bingo card at this point. He took a deep breath. Well, I know I'm going to regret this, but let's keep going. You said your body functions as a pipeline for the magical energy. Yes. Wait, I was right. He blinked. Hey. That is surprisingly normal, in comparison to everything else. He shook his head. Alright, that lines up with the sponsorship method of spell casting I'm familiar with. You make a request, and the passenger casts spells by using you as a vector, getting the power from its dimension to ours. That sounds right, I said. I think. And if what you said to Kim holds, that most powers use portals somehow, then it doesn't need to magically punch through dimensions, the hole's already there. Harry scratched his chin. Alright, I get the picture now. Except, now I'm wondering what you want, exactly, he said. You don't need exercises in control, or sensing power, or manipulating magic. The passenger's in another dimension, and does magic in fundamentally inhuman ways. What are you expecting to get out of this? A few things. A spotter, for one, someone to double-check the way my passenger does things and help point out where it can improve. A guide, to explain the laws of magic in more detail and make sure we don't break them. And finally, a source of information. I want to learn about magic, how it works, the theory behind it, everything. I also need to know about the supernatural what's out there, and how to deal with it. I crossed my arm over my stump. And you're the best source of information I've got. You want the dummy's guide to magic and the supernatural, basically. To start with. Harry nodded. I can do that. He leaned forward, steepled his fingers, and adopted a lecturing tone. Elementary magic might have covered this, but I'll go into more detail. There are 3 fundamental rules you need to know about magic. First, magic is dangerous. This is obvious, you're playing with the fundamental building blocks of the universe, and if you are not careful, it can and will kill you. Second, magic is about belief. To use magic, you have to believe in it, that it is right and proper, that you can change the world with your will. When you cast a spell, you are telling the world this is the way things should be. That is why the laws exist, and why you shouldn't break them, because when you kill someone with magic, or violate their mind, or do anything like that, you are saying that you have the right to kill, and control, and violate others. More than that, you're saying that it is right that you kill, and control, and violate others. In that regard, magic is self-reinforcing, you cast what you believe, and you believe what you cast. And third, all magic has a cost. This applies equally to raw power, to knowledge, to the actual spells themselves. For me, I was born with my magic, my power, and the cost of that is isolation. Technology breaks around me, I can't look people in the eyes, I'm aware of this big, great, wonderful, horrible world that other people are totally ignorant about. The knowledge I have, I got through hard work and study. I learned, and I practiced, and I applied. And the spells I cast take energy, focus, preparation, tools. Nothing in magic is free. So if you hear someone trying to sell you on great power, secret knowledge, and general shortcuts, you should always question what they're getting out of the deal, because a lot of the time, it's your soul. Do you mean that literally, or metaphorically? I asked. Both. Sometimes, both at the same time, he replied. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He gave me a long, searching look. But I think you already know that. For the next hour, my passenger and I demonstrated our various spells for Harry, letting him examine how they worked and listening to his commentary. However, shortly after 7 o'clock, we were interrupted by a knocking at his door. I stopped concentrating on the thin beam of fire I was shooting into the fireplace and looked over at Harry. Are you expecting someone? He frowned and shook his head. No, and my rent's covered. Maybe it's a delivery, or the landlady wants me to move my car. He shrugged and went to open the door. Let me see. He got to the door, undid the latches and locks, pushed it open, and... Dinah? For a moment, I was stunned, my heart hammering out of my chest. Then the teenage girl shifted, and the illusion broke. The face was wrong, the hair was a burnished gold, the eyes a deep blue. The more I looked, the more differences I found. And yet, something about the cut of her hair, the haunted look in her eyes, and the hesitant, defensive posture reminded me of the scared, tortured girl I'd saved from Coil, a recognition that cut me down to the bone. Faith? Harry asked, bewildered. Is that you? What are you doing here? She swallowed and shook her head. I need your help. Court debut 13. October 2000. Taylor. The girl looked perfectly normal. She was young, maybe 13 or 14, and had the kind of innocent cuteness that would have people excusing everything she did. She was short for her age, with dark eyes, high cheekbones, and delicate hands, with a silver ring around one thumb. Even in Winslow, she wouldn't have stood out too much, except for her hair. The gold was too uniform and vibrant to be natural, and I wasn't sure even dyes could manage that kind of shade. Still, it was a small thing, fairly innocuous. And yet, something about the girl struck me as distinctly wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, couldn't put a name on the feeling. Something just seemed off. She was sitting on the far side of the couch from Harry. I had taken his chair and looking at me with a wary expression. "Who is she?" she asked, glancing at Harry. "That's Taylor," he said. "She's a co-worker of mine." "She's staring at me," Faith said. I shook my head. "Sorry. You just look like someone I used to know." Somehow, the Dinah I was familiar with was a world over, while the Dinah of this world would still be a baby right now, not even a toddler. Faith didn't even look like Dinah. And yet, somehow, that had been my first impression. "I didn't mean to make you nervous." Faith hummed doubtfully and scratched Harry's pet behind the ear, the giant grey cat having hopped onto the couch and laid out his head for her. Harry coughed pointedly and shifted in his seat. He'd seemed confused when Faith had first walked in, but had since shifted into a semi-professional expression, with straight lips and serious eyes. "Faith, how did you find me?" he asked. "My father's rich, you know." She tried to smirk, but it just looked awkward and forced. "He tracked you down, after you brought me back. He didn't do anything with it, but he kept the address in his notes. When, a few days ago, I remembered you, found it, and just, had to come here." "Why?" he asked. "Don't get me wrong, it's nice to see you again, but we only met once, 3 years ago. What happened, that you need my help?" "My mother died a month ago," she said. "Sunday evening. She was coming home, and I called her. We argued about her usual stupid things, what dress I should wear to her stupid balls, and. She lowered her head and stroked the cat for a few moments, and when she looked back up her eyes were red. I heard the crash, the honking, and yelling, and. I winced and looked away, the words cutting too close to me. And I think I killed her." I froze, and slowly looked back at her. "What?" Harry looked similarly shocked, but he recovered faster. "Because you called her?" he asked hesitantly. "Not just that." She pulled her arms back, much to the cat's displeasure, and wrapped them around herself. "It's a long story, so please don't interrupt." She looked at Harry, then stared at me, then down at her thumb ring, before finally taking a deep breath. "I didn't used to believe in magic, not until I met you. Then I was fascinated. I annoyed my parents so much looking for magic, and I know most of what I found and heard was silly and fictional, but..." She grimaced and shook her head. "Never mind." She took another breath. "A few days before Mother died, we had a big argument. We always have arguments, but this one was worse. That night, I saw a shooting star, and I wished for her to die." She let out an empty laugh. "Stupid, I know, but I was angry and. "That's not your fault," Harry said. "Wishing on a shooting star's just a story, there's no real power." "I know that." Faith yelled. I know that. Now, at least. It wasn't the shooting star, it was just me. Now, let me finish." She stared into the fireplace for a bit, tears welling up behind her eyes. "Mother died, because I distracted her. I panicked, threw the phone, locked myself in my room. But later, I could hear Father on the ground floor, yelling at someone about murderers and jails and punishments, and I thought he was talking about me. I felt guilty and angry and hopeless, and lost, like I was drowning." She was silent for a few moments, scrubbing at her eyes with a sleeve. "Then my hair changed. Like Mother's, but brighter. I freaked out, ran into the bathroom, tried to scrub it off, cut it, convince myself I wasn't crazy. But it didn't change. And when I cut it, it just grows back fast, and I think it hasn't grown since either. It's hard to tell." She shook her head. "Anyway, Father came up to my room, and I wanted him to forgive me, to explain away the hair. It was easy. He wasn't talking about me, he'd been yelling about the drunk driver that hit Mother. And I managed to convince him I'd dyed my hair for Mother, that everything was fine. It worked." That sounded like a trigger event, or something close. An unhappy home situation, distance from her parents if the way she said Mother and Father was any indication, coupled with guilt over an innocent mistake. Yet, I could see that being enough for an adult, let alone a young teenager. The hair was weird, though, an instant change in color, coupled with a kind of regenerative stasis. Then other things started happening. Little things, like people ignoring me when I wanted to, being helpful and doing things for me. I thought they were just pitying me, but looking back, Her voice hitched, she closed her eyes, and when she spoke again it was in a whisper. But then, there was a boy. A year older than me. I had a crush on him, most of the girls in my grade did, but he didn't notice. Until he did, and we started spending time together, a lot of time. My father disapproved, but I convinced him, again, and we went out on dates, and I think he already loves me, and that's so fast. We didn't even have the same interests, until I did, and I'd never even liked football, and now. She shook her head. I noticed other things too, other changes. Not just the hair, but other things, with my face and my makeup, how it didn't work right anymore, and other things. I know what puberty is, I'm not stupid, but this is all so fast. It can't be real. She looked down at the cat, and started stroking it again, slowly. That's when I realized I had magic. That I had killed my mother. Because I can make my wishes come true. I felt my heart skip a beat. A few beats, really. The wording wasn't the same, but the underlying idea. I can see the paths to victory. I can carry them out without fail. Had Contessa died? Was this her power? Or was I blowing this wildly out of proportion based on a single comment? What do you mean, exactly? Harry asked, sounding as disturbed as I felt. I make a wish, and I know how to make it happen. Not in detail, but I get feelings, impulses, hints. I say the right words, act at the right times, look the right ways. It's daunting. Harry gently wrapped his hand around hers, and frowned, cocking his head to the side. A few moments later, he looked my way and shook his head. He didn't feel any magic, then. Not entirely conclusive, but this was looking more and more like a trigger event. Which meant there was a silver lining on this cloud, the timing didn't match up, Faith didn't have her power until after her mother was dead, and so the car crash was an accident. We just had to convince her of that. I decided to start off simple. You said your hair changed color, just like that. Faith looked at me and nodded. It just happened, like magic. One moment it's brown, the next it's gold. Just like that. What happened right before that? Did you feel anything? I asked. I felt strange. Angry, hopeless, lost, hurting, and I think I saw something? A flash of light, and some bug woman. She shook her head. I'm not sure. I sat up straighter. Some bug woman? Was that me? And how did she remember the trigger vision? Or was I wrong, and this wasn't a trigger event? I'd have to check with Kim, see if she remembered anything. And a little before that, your mother died. An hour, Faith whispered. I nodded and crossed my arm over my stump. Your wishes, the ones that come true. How do you decide on them? I think of them, she replied. I picture one in my head, and it stays there. Just the one? I asked. One at a time. And does anything feel different about this wish? A pressure, a persistence. A little, she admitted, her brow furrowed in thought. Why are you asking this? She thinks you're a para-human, Harry said. I'm wondering the same myself. Faith frowned and looked between us. A para-human? Why? How? I'll explain soon. Just one more question, did you feel this pressure before your mother died? Faith looked uncertain, edging back against the couch. I had to, right? If you are a para-human, then you couldn't have. I looked over at Harry. Can you check her, just to make sure? What, with my sight? After what happened last time? I'm not, He frowned and looked off to the side. Actually, if that could work. He turned back to Faith and took a deep breath. I'm going to do a little magic, Faith, so I'm going to need you to stay very still, all right? She nodded slightly. All right. Harry sat there and stared for a few moments, then let out a sharp sigh. She's a para-human. I nodded. Then, Faith, you did not kill your mother. And I know this for a certainty, because I know how people become para-humans. It's on the worst day of their life. And in your case, you heard your mother die, were racked with guilt believing you killed her, and then were scared even more by your father's yelling, thinking you were going to be punished and sent to prison. That's a lot to go through, and you went through it all in the span of an hour. You had no time to process, just spiraled downwards until you triggered, until you got powers. That she got the power to make wishes, though, seemed a little on the nose. Powers were rarely so straightforward. And what was with her hair? An unfortunate mutation, a glitch in whatever changer power she had? While my thoughts raced, Faith looked down and swallowed. I didn't kill my mother. She asked, her voice weak and quiet. No, I said. You didn't. Oh. Harry wrapped an arm around her, and she leaned into it, burying her face in his shirt. She stayed that way for a while, crying faintly, while Harry and I looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Faith stayed on the couch, lying down to pet and hug the cat, while I followed Harry to the kitchenette at the back of the room. The moment we were alone, Harry looked over his shoulder and whispered, "That's one fucked up power." I leaned up against a wall and sighed. Yeah. It sucks. And I can't even tell if it's the passenger being cruel, or the passenger just not understanding the cruelty of being changed against your will. It's going to kill her, eventually, Harry said, bending down to crack open an icebox. People don't react well to being twisted like that. It breaks the mind. I went to respond, then paused and shot him a curious look. Is that some quirk of magic I'm not aware of? Harry nodded. It's hard to really, permanently twist a mind with magic. You can put in compulsions, alter what's there, but the mind remembers and the mind rebels. It fights against what's there, and can tear itself apart. Oh. Nasty. I looked back at the couch. Powers aren't limited like that. If they were, maybe Heartbreaker wouldn't have been as much of a problem. Heartbreaker. Asshole up in Canada, had the power to permanently twist the emotions of anyone he saw, could probably sense emotions too. He used it to build up a harem and evade the authorities, until he was the same kind of household name as the Zodiac Killer, Jack the Ripper, Al Capone. He was someone everyone knew about. He ran free for more than 20 years, because everyone was too afraid to go after him. I let out a long sigh, and wondered how Aisha was doing. It's an extreme example, most powers aren't that strong, but what made Heartbreaker dangerous was that his power never wore off. And it didn't automatically drive people to suicide either. Harry had gone still and silent halfway through my monologue, and was just kneeling beside the icebox, one arm stretched out. Finally, in a quiet, flat voice, he asked, "How did he die?" "One of my friends killed him. Don't really know how, but she managed it." "Good." He took out a few cans of pop, and closed the icebox with a rough shove. "By the way, how does your sight work with para-humans? You had an episode when you looked at me, but that didn't happen here." "That's because with you, I made the questionable decision of looking deeper, following the connection, and seeing the leprechaun at the end of the rainbow," he replied. "With Faith, I just checked that there was a connection, and didn't look any further." "Ah." I grabbed one of the cans and cracked it open. "Anyway, her power sucks, but it's a power she could live with. She could have ended up like the Ash Beast, with a power that constantly blows up everything around her. Or Sleeper, with, whatever the hell his power was, I couldn't remember anymore." "You're really not selling powers or passengers to me, you know," Harry said. I wasn't trying to. I took a sip, winced at the temperature, and lowered my voice even further. "I'm going to have to keep an eye on her. Precognition, mixed with that kind of social and physical adaptation? It's the kind of power that could break a lot of things if she was picked up by the wrong group." "Precognition? You think she can see the future?" Harry asked, leaning up against the countertop and looking at me. "The moment I first saw her, she looked like a girl that I did a lot to rescue from a bad situation, which means her power adjusted her before the door even opened. And then there's the timing of her arrival, she shows up asking for help, right when I'm here to chip in and explain the situation." I shook my head. "The timing's too pat. Admittedly, she might not actually see the future, most powers that do that get by on data crunching and simulation, but it's still analyzing the world around her, giving her guidance. And we live in a town with vampires, fairies, and other assorted nasties," he said. I nodded. "You'd know better than me. What would happen if any of them picked her up?" Harry grimaced and looked away. "Nothing good. That's why I want to keep an eye on her, so I know if she's ever in danger. But I need your help." "Yeah? With what?" "My spells don't last when I go to sleep. I assume it's because I can't focus. But that's 8 hours in which I can't watch or control anything, and a lot of things can happen in 8 hours. "Are you asking me to help you become Big Sister?" Harry asked. "Basically," I admitted. Harry let out a strangled chuckle. "Well, okay. Though, hypothetically speaking, what do you think I can even do? I can't make it so you don't need to sleep. The night we went after the werewolf, I managed to maintain a spell in my sleep. My dreams that night were weird, to put it simply, which is probably half of how I managed to pull it off, but I'm reluctant to test that particular method or use it regularly." "Because you strained yourself, pulled in way more power than you could handle," Harry guessed. "That's why you conked out at Kim's place." I nodded. "All right, you know how we just talked about magic being self-reinforcing? Yeah, I'm going to have to give you a rain check on helping you become a nighttime stalker on top of being a walking privacy violation. I get your reasoning for why you want to do that, I'm just not comfortable going there. He sighed. Besides, I'd have to do research into the topic, because right now, I'm not sure there is a way. Or at least, not one you'd go for. Why? Harry drummed his fingers against the can of Coke and licked his lips nervously. You haven't been able to repeat the spells in your sleep trick since that night, right? I shook my head. Then, and this is just a hunch, mind you, I think what happened that night was that you spread yourself a little thin, and your passenger was able to reach across whatever connection you shared and influence you directly. Enough to take the lion's share of the need for visualization, and enough to direct your dreams. Basically, you gave it a foothold. Court debut 14. October 2000. Taylor. That thoroughly killed the conversation between us. Harry didn't follow up that bomb with anything else, and I was too busy worrying about the implications. I didn't really remember the end of my time as Kepri, just feelings and flashes. But every time I'd thought about it, tried to dig into it, I remember feeling afraid. Terrified. Whoever, or whatever I had been at the end, I hadn't liked it. And if burning meant giving my passenger a hold over me again. I forced myself to think things through logically. Small amounts of burning didn't do anything, as far as I could tell, no influence over dreams, no alteration to the process of casting magic. It was pushing myself to the brink that had done it, and even then only for a night. That meant that the side effects were temporary, or at least most of them were. But I didn't have some kind of meter to track, an internal gauge for measuring how much of me was still me. So I had to be careful about my burning, operate under the assumption that major burning gave my passenger more leverage. I wouldn't take the option off the table, but I would only use it if the situation was incredibly dire. To assume otherwise, to act recklessly, was to risk waking up one day and realizing that I was no longer in control. I didn't want that. Eventually, after standing around not saying anything for a couple of minutes, we both awkwardly drifted back to the couch. Harry offered Faith a can of pop, and she shifted around until she was sitting on the couch, her knees pulled up to her chest. As I went to take a seat, I looked Faith over again, checking for characteristics that seemed familiar. She'd looked so much like Dinah in that first moment, and the more I looked, the more I noticed tiny similarities to Dinah, the curve of her nose, the arc of her eyebrows, the line of her chin. Nothing major in itself, but enough to reinforce the connection regardless. The question was, why Dinah? It was clear her power wanted to play me, lean on my history, and that it could casually dig deep into my past like that was its own kind of terrifying, but was it just so I would give her a helping hand? Or was there something more, something I wasn't seeing? Faith broke the awkward silence. You're a para-human, aren't you? She asked me. I blinked in surprise. Excuse me. I thought about it, while you were gone, she said. It makes sense. You know all these things, and he didn't. She nodded at Harry. He's a wizard, you're a para-human. She looked so confident, so sure in her deductions, only for that to crack as she asked, am I right? I nodded. I could have lied and said I wasn't, but I didn't see the point in doing so. Was that you, or your power giving you a hint? Faith flushed. My power, she muttered. But it's not mine, is it? I raised an eyebrow. Why would you think so? I heard a little of what you were talking about passengers. And what I saw, when my hair changed, that actually happened, I think. Someone died, and I got powers. Their powers. I leaned forward in my seat, my expression serious. Was that you, or your power giving you a hint? I asked. Both, she said. What? That didn't make any sense. Powers were supposed to obscure the truth about passengers, not nudge para-humans towards it. The veil of secrecy had broken down at the end, and there had always been outliers like Bonesaw and the Fairy Queen who could catch a glimpse of the truth, but for a precognitive passenger to just tell its para-human the truth went against everything I thought I knew. Something was seriously wrong here. Faith, before you came here, did you wish to find out what was happening to you? I asked. Faith started to nod, then flinched and leaned back, bringing a hand up to her head. Ow. Faith. Harry asked, leaning forward in worry. I'm fine. Just a headache, she said, wincing and rubbing at her temple. A headache? Did she just get a thinker headache? From what? Me guessing her wish. How did that make any sense? Does your power feel different, right now? Faith brought up the can of pop and pressed it against her head. A little, I think. The wish feels less solid? Like I lost it. She shook her head. It's hard to describe. You lost the wish because Taylor guessed it? Harry asked. I think so. What the fuck kind of power restriction was that? I finished off my pop, and set the can on the table. Faith, if you don't mind, I've got some questions about your power. Then, if you want, I can explain what passengers are. Are you up for that? Sure. I just need a moment, please. Our discussion lasted another 30 minutes. I probed at her thinker power, and determined that it wasn't as strong as Contessa's power had been. She didn't have a perfect economy of movement, couldn't pull off incredibly improbable feats, or pull information out of thin air. Faith didn't know much else, but it was still nice to confirm that I wouldn't have to worry about a mini Contessa running around. The talk about passengers lasted longer. I went over most of the same details as I had with Kim, explained their inhuman nature, and warned her to be wary of her power's impulses. It was a lot to dump on a 14-year-old girl, but the situation was different this time around. Kim just had a destructive power, Faith had one that seemed to actively change her mind. God, I felt bad for her. Her power, really sucked. I took off after that, though I had my power track Harry and Faith as he drove her back to her neighborhood. Predictably, her family lived on the Gold Coast, and in a frankly palatial estate. Whoever her father was, he wasn't just rich, he was very rich. And eventually, that money, and the influence that came with it, would go to Faith and her power. A rich, influential heiress, with the power to make her wishes come true. The next few decades were going to be interesting. I came back to my dorm, did some homework and studying, and then went to bed, though not for very long. I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, scared awake by some nightmare I could barely remember. Fortunately, the details slipped away fast, and after a cold shower I managed to fall asleep on the couch. I woke up to the sound of a creaking door, and looked up blearily to find Marcy coming out of her room. I fumbled around for my glasses, and put them on just in time to notice her giving me an odd look. "Rough night?" she asked hesitantly. "Yeah," I grumbled, throwing back the blanket and standing back to stretch. "Couldn't sleep in my room. Is everything all right?" "No," I said, letting out a heavy sigh. "But there's nothing to do, so I just have to live with it." Marcy didn't say anything in response, though I did notice that she made more breakfast than usual. I asked around the alphas, and most of them don't want to move yet, Marcy said once we sat down to eat. They like their roommates, or where they're renting, stuff like that. But Andy and Georgia are on board. So that's 4 people, including us, I said, taking a bite of toast. Splitting rent 4 ways might be tough. It might mean getting a part-time job. Between student loans and the refugee funds I was getting by, but that wasn't sustainable in the long term. Getting a job on top of my school obligations and my prospective Cape activities would just completely fuck my schedule, though. Maybe I could become an exterminator, lean on my power to make money. "Yeah," Marcy said. "Georgia said she'd talk with her parents once they come back from their vacation, get their help to find a place to rent. She said she wanted to get somewhere bigger to start with, in case some of the others change their minds." "That's a good idea." I ate a bit of bacon, and washed it down with tea. "Do you guys typically meet up on weekends?" "We try to," Marcy replied. "I don't think we had anything in particular planned for this weekend though." "Why?" "I want to have another meeting with everyone, where I could talk about my experience and offer some advice. I didn't do that last Sunday because I didn't want to spoil the party. And because I wanted to ask Harry a few questions he answered yesterday." "Oh. Well, you'd need to talk to Billy and Georgia about that, but we should be able to do that," Marcy said. "Most of us, anyway." The rest of the day went by like it usually did, go to class, listen to lectures, take notes, participate in discussions, forget a bit of everything that happened by the time of the next class, and repeat. I managed to call Kim in between classes though, and after a brief discussion she invited me to come by around 6. When I came over, Kim was looking much better. There were still faint scars along her throat and knuckles, but she no longer looked tired or disheveled, and she smiled widely when she opened the door. "Taylor, hi. Come in," she said, stepping back to make room. "Thanks," I said, rubbing my shoes against the doormat before heading inside. Once I'd hung up my coat, Kim led me to the living room, where she'd laid out a spread of tea and biscuits. "You said you had some questions for me?" she asked. "A few, yeah," I said, sinking down into a plush chair and sighing. "Oh, that's good. Anyway, I wanted to know how things were going with your powers." "It's different," she said. She brought her hands together, and I noticed she was wearing a set of cheap, plastic rings, a few on either hand. "I don't understand how they work, not really, but I've tried to figure them out. I've been keeping track though, and I know now why my powers change from water to fire and back." "Oh." I leaned forward and picked up my cup of tea. "You do?" Kim nodded. "It's related to the sun, I think. When the sun's up, I produce fire, and when the sun's down, I produce water. I'm pretty sure it's more complicated than that. Steam almost always comes out, so there's probably a fire-to-water ratio I'm still missing, but I've figured out that much. The charge still confuses me, though I've noticed it's been slowing down." "I'm sorry," I think you lost me, I said. Charge. The pressure I feel, she replied. As far as I can tell, the power builds up inside me, kind of like steam inside a boiler. I haven't had much of an opportunity to test it, but it feels like the more it builds up, the longer I transform. She brought a hand up and scratched at her neck. It's pretty uncomfortable after a few days, actually. It felt like I was going to explode, so I drove out of the city last night to transform out in the woods, which helped. I still lost everything except my underwear, but I thought that would happen, so I didn't lose anything important. Your power pushes you to transform? I asked. Definitely feels that way, she said. Which is annoying, but not that annoying. I mean, if the price of survival is that I blow up a tiny bit of forest every week, then, she shrugged, that's a small price to pay. That's assuming your passenger is satisfied with that, in the long term, I thought. Which, maybe it would be, Kim did have magic, and it could be more interested in observing that than it was in pushing Kim to use her para-human powers. I didn't really believe that, though. But everything else is fine. I asked. Kim huffed. Well, Harley pulled me back from the Northwest Passage project because he's worried about me, which isn't fine, but I'll bring him around. She sighed and shook her head. I get why he's worried and guilty, but it's not like I can't work. I didn't say anything in response. I empathized with her complaint, but I was also aware that my approach towards work was maybe not the most healthy. With the wards especially, I'd dedicated every bit of myself to my responsibilities, to preparing for the end of the world. And now, in the aftermath, I kind of regretted that. If you're up for it, I have a question about the night you got your powers, I said cautiously. Kim's smile slipped, and she looked down at the tea and biscuits. She reached over to pick up her cup, and cradled it in one hand, something I wasn't doing, because the cup was fucking hot. I suppose having steam boil right under your skin screwed with your sense of temperature. I don't like thinking about it, she said quietly. But you can ask, at least. I don't know if I'll be able to answer. I nodded slightly. Right around the time you would have gotten powers, probably when Harley stepped out of the ritual circle, do you remember seeing anything weird? A vision of something else, maybe another person. Kim furrowed her brow. I don't know. I don't exactly remember what happened then, to be honest. Not clearly. But I don't remember any kind of vision. Why do you ask? She probably hadn't seen anything, then. The vision I'd seen when King of Cups had second triggered had been pretty damn distinct and memorable. But if trigger visions were different now that Sion was dead. I just didn't have enough to go on, just 2 examples with no way to tell which was the outlier. Sometimes, when a passenger connects, a memory of theirs slips through, and you see it as a vision, I hedged. Most of the time you forget it, but very rarely it sticks around. Oh. I think I would have noticed something like that, Kim said. I nodded. Like I said, it's very rare. I was more curious than anything else. Kim nodded, and the conversation stalled there as we sat around drinking tea and eating biscuits. Every once in a while, Kim would open her mouth as if to say something, then pull back and do something else instead. I gave her time, but after the 4th time that happened, I decided to give her a little nudge. What's with the rings? I asked. I noticed them earlier, and I'm just wondering. They look like something you'd buy at a dollar store. They are, Kim said. They're an experiment, you could say. I want to see if I can wear rings without my powers destroying them, and in case I can't, I don't want to lose anything valuable. Why do you want to test that? I was thinking of finally making some spell foci, she admitted. I didn't see the point before, but now. She trailed off again, but this time I got why, or at least I thought I did. She had powers now, and was considering how to use them, combine them with her existing abilities. It wasn't unexpected, for a new para-human. I didn't want to push her in any particular direction though, so instead I asked, you didn't have foci before? Aren't they kind of important? Kind of, Kim agreed, but it's, oh, how did Harry put it, not training wheels, exactly. She shook her head. It's been a while, and I don't exactly remember, so I'll have to paraphrase. Foci are useful, but if you're not careful, they can become a crutch. If you only ever perform magic with foci, you'll never develop the ability to go without, and your progress will be stunted. When Harry started teaching me, he didn't even tell me about foci until I could already cast spells by myself. That seemed strange when put together with Harry's lecture yesterday, but if Harry had taught Kim from the start, then I suppose the difference was that he was there to watch her, and step in if she did something wrong. But for a self-taught novice, working without a focus was like throwing fuel on top of a fire, adding risk and danger where you didn't need to. That made sense. Sort of. So why didn't you have foci before? I asked. Because they're mostly useful for evocations, and I just never saw the need for them, Kim said. I'm not especially strong, not like Harry, and I never considered getting into a fight. My evocations are limited to a bit of fire, some rudimentary water magic, and some glamours. She ran a hand through her hair and muttered a word in some unfamiliar language, Russian, maybe, and for a few moments her dark brown hair became a deep, vibrant red. I preferred the more ritualized and occult kind of magic. Now, though, I'll have to brush up on my water magic. Why? One of the quirks of magic is that it's usually hard to use magic with water. The effect gets worse the more water you're dealing with, and running water especially grounds and washes away magical energies. So that's why I couldn't control any fish or other sea life, and why my control fell apart on rainy days. And one of your breaker forms is made of lots of highly pressurized water, I said. Kim furrowed her brow. Breaker forms. Technical power term, sorry. I meant your transformation. Oh. Yes, exactly. Fire is dangerously easy to work with, but it would be very useful if I could work magic in my water form. She took a deep breath in, and looked not quite directly at me. Back on your world, you were a cape, I think the term is. Is that right? I nodded. It's the slang for any kind of costumed parahuman. A lot of the first, big parahumans wore capes and cloaks, and the name stuck. A bit ironic, since capes are generally avoided in costumes. But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Kim shook her head. No, it's not. I do a lot of philanthropic work, for environmental causes. Fundraisers, marches, raising awareness. I love it, I believe in it, but barely anyone else does. People don't care, and it's frustrating. I work hard, I put in the hours, and nothing changes, nothing gets better. And I read the news, and talk with others in the know, and I see things getting worse and worse all over the place. I was always a little afraid of walking through Chicago at night, but now I avoid it entirely. And I couldn't do anything about that either, because I didn't have the power to change anything. And now you do, I said softly. She slumped and let out a heavy sigh. Yeah. And it's reckless, I know it's reckless, but I feel like I have to do something with my life, you know? Especially now, with my second chance. I sat there for a few moments, quietly sipping tea. So you want my advice? My help? Yes. Why not go to Harry? I asked. She laughed, the sound short and bitter. Because I know him. He means well, but he's also arrogant. Thinks he knows better than others, and he's got a chivalrous streak a mile wide. He's a good guy, but I wouldn't get anywhere if I went to him. She picked up a biscuit and bit down, hard. I figured that out a week ago. I thought about what to say. The recklessness she'd just admitted to wasn't ideal, and it might push her to take unnecessary risks. It might even get her killed. Having her stay on the sidelines would probably be better for her. It was also incredibly hypocritical, coming from me, and it wouldn't work either. She was a parahuman now, and that same kind of recklessness meant she was unlikely to listen to opposing viewpoints I should know. And, though it wasn't noble, I had to admit to being tempted by her power. That mix of durability and sheer destructive potential was strong, and could do a lot to help clean up the streets. Then I thought of the alphas. They didn't have strong magic or big powers, only the ability to turn into a wolf. And still, they were determined to help, to fight the villains and the dark side of the supernatural. If I wasn't arguing for them to stop, if I wasn't going to stop myself, then what right did I have to convince Kim otherwise? All right, I said. I can help with some conditions. Kim nodded. First, no going off on your own, not until you're more experienced and better understand your power. One of the leading causes of death amongst parahumans, amongst anyone that gets into a fight, really is running up against your limits in the middle of a fight without realizing it. If you want my help, then it's going to come with my oversight, so I can help keep you from making rookie mistakes. Second, you don't keep this secret from Harry or Harley or whoever you might be afraid will find out. It will complicate things, you won't be able to keep it hidden for long, and neither of us needs that kind of drama. Can you agree to those? I looked at Kim, my expression stern, and she turned away with a grimace. The first, sure. The second. She let out a long breath. I can do that. Good. I leaned back, and took a look around the room, measuring out the distances and getting a sense for the available space. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the alphas. I've already met with them, and since I'm going to be giving advice to them as well, I'd prefer to just bring you together. Plus, it will help you get used to working with groups and other powers, and cover your mutual weaknesses. Whether you decide to work with them in the long run is up to you, but there's safety in numbers and I think you should stick together while you are figuring everything out. I have no issue with that, Kim said. When would I meet them? Could you do this weekend? I asked. Court debut 15. October 2000. Taylor. The meeting was scheduled for Sunday, right at the time I was supposed to be meeting with Harry for another lesson/discussion. That was a little annoying, but I didn't fight against it too much, since it meant Harry couldn't use the "I have other things to do" argument as easily. Not that he tried very hard, once I explained the situation. And that was how 17 different people came to be in Kim's house on a Sunday morning, crammed into a living room that couldn't comfortably fit all of them. The chairs were occupied, the couch was cramped, and a few people doubled up. Seeing Billy sit on George's lap was a little funny, I had to admit, and the rest were either leaning up against the sides of the room or sitting down on carpets and mats. I stood at the back of the room, having moved a table against the wall in order to prop up an empty corkboard. "Thank you all for coming, and thank you Kim for setting this up." I nodded at the brunette, who shifted a little under everyone's eyes. "Now, I've always kind of sucked at formal speeches and presentations, so I'll try and stick to the point. Most of you have some kind of power, and want to become a hero, help fight crime. That's a good thing, but it's also dangerous. There's no support system in this line of work, no lifelines, and if you make a mistake, you can easily get crippled or even die. I don't want that to happen to any of you, so I put this together to teach you what I know, and hopefully, that will help keep you alive." I picked up the open water bottle I'd placed nearby, took a sip, and continued. "I've hinted at my expertise to all of you, and a few of you know some more details. But the stuff I'm going to teach you, you need to fucking remember, so I'm going to dig into my past a bit and explain why I'm the authority on this subject. I come from Earth Bet. I took my refugee identification card, a rough piece of plastic with a name, photo, and ID number stamped on it, and tossed it to a shocked Marcy. Most of the crowd was varying degrees of shocked or surprised, which I took as a good sign. And for 2.5 years before I came over as a refugee, I practically lived in the Cape scene, first in my hometown, then here in Chicago. I was an independent for the first few months, before I signed on with the Protectorate as a ward, the Protectorate being the big, national government hero team. That was glossing over a lot of history, but I didn't think digging into my villainous past would be in any way helpful right now. Now, how many of you have actually looked into the refugee stories, the big stuff like the Endbringers, the Slaughterhouse 9, Scion? Actual details, not the talk show theorizing all the TV anchors were doing in the early days after the portals opened. Billy raised his hand, as expected, and a couple of the other alphas raised their hands too, including Marcy. "I've fought all of them," I said. "A month into my Cape career, Leviathan hit my hometown. Legend, one of the Protectorate's founding members, managed to give a short speech before the fight started. He said that on a good day, a quarter of the defenders would die. That prediction turned out to be accurate. The room was dead silent in the wake of my pronouncement. That came out to 50 dead, to be precise, not counting the many civilian casualties," I went on. "About 100 more would have been varying degrees of crippled, if not for our healers. I would be one of them." Leviathan broke my spine when I tried to lure him away from a group of civilians. Everyone winced at that, even Tara. Then, 2 months later, I went to fight Behemoth. The first Endbringer, the hero killer. Casualty rates against him never dipped below 50%. After that, I participated against Khonsu and Tohu and Bohu, and the other Cymurg and Leviathan fights. Or tried to, in the case of the Cymurg, but getting into the weeds would distract from my point. Every time, I managed to beat the odds. Wait, Harry said, holding up a hand. "You're 19 now, so you would have been, what, 16, 17 for these fights? How did you even get to these fights? Who took you? What about your parents?" "Mom was dead and Dad wasn't all there," I sighed. "So there was no one to stop me, and we needed everyone that would step up and fight. Especially near the end, when it all started falling apart." I took a steadying sip. "We called them Endbringers for a reason." Harry worked at his jaw, trying to find something to say. "The government was really okay with using child soldiers? Teenagers? The adults were dropping like flies," I replied. "They hit a city every 2 to 3 months, and it would be a massacre every time. Even when we won, we lost people." "Hell's bells," he muttered. "What the hell even are these Endbringers? Behemoth and Leviathan I recognize as names from the Bible, and I think I recognize the Cymurg from Persian myth, but I don't get Khonsu or Tohu or Bohu." "Tohu and Bohu," I said idly. "They appeared together. Right. I just don't see the pattern. The Cymurg, the mythological Cymurg anyway, is supposed to be benevolent, Behemoth and Leviathan are primordial monsters, and the rest. I just don't get it." "I'm not sure about Khonsu and the twins myself," I replied. "They were just temporary designations that stuck. I think Khonsu referred to some Egyptian god, while the twins were something from the Bible." I shrugged. "It doesn't matter. They didn't really fit the pattern the first 3 set, anyway." I drank some more water, and stood there silently for a few moments before continuing on. "The Cymurg was the first name we gave her. She was 15 feet tall, all platinum white, and looked like a woman with a bunch of wings sticking out of her. People compared her to an angel, and for 3 days, she sang in the air above Lausanne. Then the entire city exploded into violence. People started killing each other, and a lot of residents left the city and tried to assassinate political leaders, bomb important buildings, and generally cause chaos. The city was quarantined, bombed, and never rebuilt, while the survivors were marked and treated as lepers. After that, some people named her Ziz, to complete the biblical set. Harry couldn't muster up a response to that, not one I could hear anyway. No one else could either. You won't ever have to deal with shit like the Endbringers. God, I hoped that was true. They were outliers and monsters in every sense of the word, and hopefully there isn't anything as bad as them in this world. But my point is that I have been in a hell of a lot of fights, come close to death more times than I can even count, and I'm still here to talk to you about it. Now, are there any other questions about them? Because I'd prefer to move on. I looked over the alphas, noting all their horrified expressions. Yes, Georgia. It's not about them, she said, shaking her head. I'm wondering if you fought Scion. And like that, all the horror and shock turned into morbid curiosity. And why wouldn't it? The Endbringers were just a horror story to them. Scion had actually affected them, in ways both large and small. I did, I said. He was worse than the Endbringers. They just destroyed cities, he destroyed worlds. You guys got off lucky, extremely so. I saw him crack continents, sink islands, and annihilate countries with all the effort we'd put into squashing an ant. You guys suffered a bit of property damage and a few hundred casualties. My world alone lost about 4 billion people. I gave them some time to process that, watched them reel and try to get their heads around that number. Then a thought struck me, and I turned to look at Harry. Speaking of which, how did New York suffer so little damage? Scion's attack should have been strong enough to wipe New York off the map. Harry stared blankly for a few moments, then blinked and shook his head once he realized I was addressing him. Wait, what? Why do you think I'd know? Because as a wizard, I think there's a chance you might have heard something. As opposed to everyone else, who probably didn't realize Manhattan should be a ghost town right now. Are you stereotyping me? Harry mumbled. Wizards enjoy giving the impression they know everything, Tara said. Even when they know very little. That is fair, he said, shaking a finger in her direction. And in this case, I do know a little. A bunch of wizards happened to be in the area when those portals opened up, and they managed to contain the blast. A few died from the effort. Just happened to be in the area, hey, I remarked. Yeah. Just happened, Harry said, adding in the air quotes. Real coincidence, that. So a bunch of wizards had probably seen me fly through the area, along with a number of other para-humans. That was something I'd have to keep in mind. I don't want to dwell on Scion, I said, turning back to the group. Not only is he not important to this discussion, but a lot of shit happened that week, and I'm never going to get over all of it. What I actually wanted to discuss are powers. I drank some more water, then put the bottle back down and turned around to face the corkboard. I put up a dozen flashcards, pinning them to the corkboard in 3 rough columns. I'm not going to go over the entire threat classification system, I said as I put up the flashcards, mainly because the system was designed for use by a major government organization with access to things like, SWAT teams, a large roster of para-humans, access to the National Guard, and limited authorization to use bombers and missiles and other military assets. You don't have any of that. What I am going to cover are the classifications themselves and general tactics for how to deal with all the categories, and then we're going to discuss how the categories apply to the supernatural creatures in the city. I finished putting everything up, then stepped back so everyone could get a good look. Trump. Harry read, looking at the leftmost column. Like the guy in New York. No, I said, tapping the 3 cards on the left. Trump, Tinker, Breaker. Respectively, these represent powers that interact with powers somehow nullifying them, copying them, giving them, developing new ones, powers that allow people to make advanced technology. I've heard people compare them to the mad scientists out of old comics and people who need to transform into a different state in order to access their powers. These 3 categories are, in my opinion, the least likely to come up with the supernatural. Everything I've heard about supernatural creatures suggests they tend towards raw power rather than advanced technology, and none of them are likely to have trump powers that affect us. Breakers, I can't be sure about, but my gut feeling is that supernatural creatures that transform are more likely to fall under the changer category. I moved on to the next column. Master, Striker, Thinker. Respectively, powers that create minions or control others, powers with special effects that are limited to touch or close range, and powers that provide information. These, I'm not sure about, and there's something I'll need Harry's input on to see if we need to worry about them. I leaned over to gesture at the rightmost column. And those are the types of powers and abilities that I think you're most likely to run into, based on what I've learned. I tapped the card on the top. I'll start with Brute. Going over the other 6 categories took the better part of an hour. I explained what each of the categories meant, how they were typically expressed, the accepted strategies for dealing with those kinds of powers, and fielded questions from everyone about each category and how powers were assessed. Once that lecture was finished, I got Billy to help me put up a blank poster, and then handed him a color marker and stepped back. Let's put this into practice, I said. Ghouls. What do you know about them, and how do they fit into the categories? They're cannibals, Billy said. Which means they won't be afraid to bite, but that's not really a comment on their abilities, I replied. They're strong and fast. That's Brute and Mover, right? Kirby asked. I nodded, and after a brief pause, Billy wrote Ghoul in the top left corner of the poster, then Brute and Mover under it. Some can transform to look like people, I think. Not, like, anyone, but just a person. That came from Isabel, who vaguely reminded me of Aisha. Which is? Changer? Or stranger? Powers can fall into 2 or more categories. In this case, stranger changer would be the best way to put it, I answered. Anything else? They can see in the dark, and have a sharp sense of smell, sharper than you'd expect, Harry said. Which falls under thinker, I finished when Harry didn't say more. Is that it? I waited a few moments, to see if anyone else would answer or was thinking of answering, then turned to Billy. And would you rate them minor, low, or high? Instead of defining a numerical system for everyone to use, I'd settled on 3 general categories of strength. Minor meant a power that was worth acknowledging, but was weak enough it wasn't really worth planning around. Low was a power that was problematic, but could be tackled with good sense and teamwork. High was a real and major threat, something that required specific tactics and preparation to tackle, or else was something to run away from. After some discussion, Kim, Harry, and the Alphas marked the enhanced senses as minor, and the rest as low. Why the minor rating? I asked. I agreed with it, but I still wanted to hear their reasoning. It doesn't give them an advantage over most of us, Kirby said. As wolves we'd be able to see and smell as well as them, and all it means is that we can't get the drop on them as easily. But in a fight, it doesn't give them that much of an edge, not like something like clairvoyance might. I nodded. Then, taking the other ratings, what's the strategy for dealing with ghouls? We should fight them in places that are open, but not that open, Billy said. They're fast and can climb around, so we don't want to fight around cover or places they can ambush us. We need to gang up on them, Georgia added. They're brutes, so they can take some punishment and hurt us back. If we're fighting a group, some of us would have to distract and tie them down so the rest of us can focus on them individually. There was a round of nods from the Alphas. We also need to keep an eye out for anyone we don't know, Andy said. Since some could be disguised. A good start, I praised, then turned to look at Kim. And how would you deal with them, if you were alone and couldn't run? You shouldn't be, but this is a thought exercise. Kim frowned, and looked down at her scarred hands. If I was alone, then I would try and figure out how many there are first, she said, speaking slowly. I could maybe take one on with my claws, but if there were multiple, then I would need to bait them into coming at me as a group, so I can transform and deal with them quickly, before I turn back. I nodded, then walked over to the backpack I'd brought along. Good. We'll move on to other threats in a bit, but before that, I want to discuss armor. I pulled out a long stretch of spider silk followed by a hunting knife, and passed the knife to Billy. This demonstration is going to need 2 hands, so. Marcy, can you come up here? My roommate started at my request, and after a brief look around, slowly got up and approached. I handed her the length of silk, and had her stretch it out and hold it off to the side. Now, Billy, try your hardest to cut it. Billy gave me a strange look, glanced down at the knife, and looked over at the rest of the Alphas. Most of them shrugged, not entirely understanding what I was going for. All right, he said, stepping closer to Marcy. He took a few moments to look over the piece of silk and how Marcy was holding it, prodding it lightly with the knife a few times, before finding a spot where it seemed he thought he could stab through and not hit Marcy. Of course, when he tried, the silk just went with the thrust, rather than splitting apart. I saw Billy frown, and he stabbed the silk a few more times, putting more effort behind each swing. Once that didn't accomplish anything, he had Marcy shift the silk around so he could swing the knife around without hitting her. When that didn't get anywhere, he progressed to just cutting into the top, which also didn't damage the silk in any noticeable way. Okay, that's pretty tough, Billy admitted, setting the knife down on the table. What's it made of? Spider silk. Specifically, black widow silk. Everyone gave me a look when I said that, but only Harry's eyes widened. Wait, is your entire costume made of that? He asked. Yep. People have been trying to make silk farms for decades, he said. How did you pull it off? My power gives me fine control over insects. I can have hundreds of black widows congregate in a single area without eating each other, and have them focus on doing nothing but spinning out silk, while other insects set up a kind of food processing line for them, I said. I've got a few farms in various places across the city, constantly producing silk. It's not as efficient as I would like, I have to split up the farms every night or else they'll slip from my control and eat each other. It's really annoying, because after I give them a command they usually follow it until I change it, but they don't seem to last through the night. I lost a few farms before I figured that out. By food processing line, do you mean you're having insects just walk up to get eaten by the spiders? Harry asked, looking faintly disturbed. Sometimes. Other times I have insects break down a rat or mouse and feed it to the spiders, I said. Harry's expression turned queasy. Hey, he said slowly, drawing out the word. I frowned. Why do you think I asked about the precise definition of the fourth law of magic? That was thou shalt not enthrall another, which boiled down to don't mind control people. In my case, I got around it in two different ways. No, I get why you were concerned about the control aspects, it's just. I wasn't exactly expecting that. He shook his head. Don't know why I didn't expect that, given what you did to the Lugaru. A few awkward moments later, Kim cleared her throat. How long do these commands last? She asked hesitantly. Something like 10 to 12 hours, if they're not refreshed, I said. So they should be capable of lasting through the night, but they just don't. It could be the sunrise, she said. I frowned. What about the sunrise? Kim turned around to look at Harry, but he just shook his head and gestured for her to continue. She turned back around, cleared her throat, and sat up a little straighter. Sunrise is a time of renewal and cleansing. When the sun comes up, it wears away at magic and standing spells, and washes away most of them if they aren't anchored or protected somehow. That could be what's happening. I glanced over at Harry, who nodded. That's mostly accurate, he said. There are some finer, fiddly details that explanation didn't cover, but it's nothing that matters to you. That was useful to know. It meant I would have to change my sleeping schedule so I could get up before the sun did, but it would also let me run the silk farms around the clock. Thank you, I said to Kim. That's good to know. But getting back to the point, I can produce a lot of this silk. Weaving it into clothes and armor takes longer, but I can do it. We don't take our clothes with us when we transform, though, Tommy said. So, would you make us, like, dog shirts? Very durable dog shirts, yes, I said. Or regular shirts, if you prefer. It's not something I'll force on you, but I do strongly recommend taking my offer. I turned to look at Kim. In your case, we'd need to figure out exactly what you take with you when you transform, but you could benefit from a thin suit as well. I can also show you how to add in defensive enchantments, Harry said. There had been some kind of argument between him and Kim when he'd first arrived, one I didn't catch, but from the look of guilt and shame I'd seen on Harry afterwards, it seemed like she'd convinced him to help her. Considering it's natural spider silk, it should hold magic a little better than regular clothes. I put the knife back in my backpack, and then took the silk back from Marcy. Thanks, I told Billy and Marcy, before stuffing the silk inside too. Now, seeing as how we've drifted onto this topic, I want to make a note about para-human powers, and my powers specifically. The simple explanation for my power is that it allows me to use magic, despite not having any natural talent or power. This is not the case for most other powers. I suspected all other powers was more accurate, but I didn't want to make such an absolute claim, not without more information. I paused, and swept my gaze over everyone else in the room, focusing especially on Kim. Most para-human powers do not use magic. They can do things that spellcasters would find difficult or impossible. Some powers can enthrall and rewrite your mind, others mess with time or see the future, and I knew one person whose power was to bind and use the ghosts of dead para-humans. And now that I knew that ghosts were apparently real, the Fairy Queen's power took on a much more disturbing tone. Don't assume anything, I emphasized. Tactics and defenses that work against magic and practitioners will most likely not work against para-humans, not perfectly anyway. If you run into someone you think is an actual para-human, your first step should always, be to gather more information because every power works differently, following its own internal system of rules. Is that clear? Court debut 16.k. December 2000. Kim Delaney. I see the monster my friend has become step out of the circle, sniffing and glaring at me with two human eyes. I get lost in those searing green eyes, frozen in terror. I'm going to die, I realize, and something inside me breaks at the thought. The moment ends, the monster growls, and a pressure boils over inside of me, struggling to get out. As the wolf prepares to lunge, I lash out, reckless and desperate. There's a cry of pain, not mine, and I stare in shock at the bloody furrows on the wolf's maw, and the strange, steaming claws bubbling out of my skin. The injuries close over, and the monster turns back to me, eyes burning with hatred. It lunges, and I fight back with my claws, but this time it's not surprised, and knocks me back onto the ground. Its jaws are on me a moment later, ripping into my throat before I have time to scream, and the last thing I see is a deep, bottomless ocean, dragging me down. I pulled my claws back from the throat of the ghoul I'd just killed, gagging at the acrid smell of burning flesh. The fire bursting out of the rents on my fingers sputtered and stalled, and fought me as I pushed it back down to join the pressure boiling inside me. The process was slow, taking long seconds, but the fires that wreathed my hand dimmed and shrunk as they were pulled back inside, leaving scorched silk, blackened rings, and ugly scars. The last few ghouls died around me, blinded by swarms of beetles and flies and brought low by packs of wolves. I flinched at the sound of tearing flesh, and looked away from the ghouls' messy deaths. It wasn't my first time seeing a ghoul die or killing them myself. This was my third patrol, but it was still unsettling, disturbing. Part of me thought I would never get used to it. An even smaller part hoped I would never get used to it. But it was so easy. Just one swipe, and fire burned inside me, hot and insistent, boiling so hot I felt as if I were in a sauna. Disturbed by the smell, I brought a hand up to cover my nose and stepped away from the burning corpse. The chamber the ghouls had tried luring us into looked like the node of an old sewer system, full of corrugated, waterlogged pipes and cracked stone walls. The ghouls' ambush had barely started before fireflies swarmed over them, lighting them up like bonfires in the gloom for Harry to blast. The fighting had gotten messy after that, wolves and ghouls grappling at each other as I went for the biggest, meanest one, trusting in my power to see me through. Injuries didn't scare me as much anymore. A ghoul had managed to tackle me on my first patrol, clawed at my exposed mouth and chin. The attack had drawn fire as well as blood, and I'd learned that as long as the pressure was boiling inside of me, it was difficult to really injure me. 7 ghouls, Harry said, poking at a corpse with his staff. Largest pack we've run into so far. They might have noticed the disappearances from our last patrols and banded together for protection. I still shivered at the sound of Taylor's voice. She sounded normal when we were just chatting, but got frighteningly intense when she started lecturing or commanding, and the effect only got worse when she put on her costume. The faceless mask with wide, buggy eyes made her look unnerving and unapproachable, an effect which wasn't helped by the crickets behind her mask. They chirped whenever she spoke, giving her voice a warbling, wavering quality that made her sound not quite human. If they're starting to organize, maybe we should back off, Harry cautioned. They were always going to organize once they realized the tables had turned, Taylor replied. That's not a reason to back off. Besides, that they still have no clue how to deal with us suggests they don't know what's happening, only that something is happening. Harry sighed and turned his Spider-Man mask on me, silently beseeching me for support. I shook my head. While I saw his point, I didn't want to back down just as we were starting to make a difference. Harry had been reluctant to support these patrols into Undertown. He'd argued that it was too dangerous, that there were too many things down there, and that there was no telling what they'd run into. Taylor had countered by producing a map of the tunnels, marked with indicators where creatures like ghouls, goblins, mocks, and other things had their lairs and territory. The main risk of wandering through the Warrens' Undertown is getting lost and blindsided. But I see everything that happens in the tunnels. I'd sided with her, as did most of the alphas, and so Harry had felt compelled to come along, grumbling the whole way. I think that was also why he was wearing the Spider-Man mask, as another form of protest. When put next to Taylor's mask, it made her look a little less intimidating and a little more silly. Taylor had sighed the first time she'd seen it, but hadn't fought Harry over his disguise. My own costume wasn't much better, admittedly. I wore a tattered coat and worn jeans over a practically skin-tight suit of dull grey silk, embellished with fingerless gloves, a pair of silver rings, and a kind of silk hood that covered everything above my nose, with holes cut out for my eyes. The alphas didn't even bother with that, wearing only silk wolf vests covered up with glued-on fur. But, you are right, Taylor said, calling her swarm back to her, the fireflies nestling into her hair as the rest of her bugs slipped beneath her cloak. My skin crawled at the notion of so many bugs being so close to me, but Taylor didn't even seem to notice. We've been wandering for a while, and this was a big group. We should head back, treat the few injuries we took, and not risk getting infected by whatever the hell's down here. A few of the alphas bristled at that, but a growl from Georgia, currently a big wolf with pale brown fur, stopped the brewing argument. Not for the first time, I wondered if Taylor had gotten the alphas to wear vests just so they couldn't argue back. They couldn't really transform while wearing one, after all. Have you decided on a name? Taylor asked softly. The path we took to get back was a long and winding one, owing to the various dangers that called Undertown home. We'd parked near an empty warehouse on the loop, wandered down from there, and had spent a few hours on a Saturday morning going through the tunnels, quieting ghosts and dealing with monsters. We could have cut back to the surface at any time. Taylor made sure to never stray too far from an exit, but the streets were packed this time of day, and we would have been very conspicuous. Not yet, I admitted. I was still hesitant about a lot of superhero things, like the costume and the name, but Taylor had made good points about why I should choose a name sooner rather than later. I definitely didn't want to get stuck with a name some big head on TV came up with to get ratings. I've got a few ideas, though. Crescent, Maelstrom, Ersatz. Maelstrom's a more villainous name, it's got a lot of destructive connotations, Taylor said. And I don't understand Ersatz. Why that name? It means replacement, or substitute, connecting to what happens when I transform, I replied. It also means knockoff, Harry added. Not sure that's the implication you want to make. It is a good reference to your power, but I have to agree with Harry, Taylor said. You don't want to be making the implication that you're cheap. Especially as a woman. It sucks, but there are a lot of assholes out there that'll jump on that. I winced and looked away. Right, I said, letting out a huff. Damn it. People suck, Harry commiserated. I do like Crescent though. Why'd you pick it? The moon angle. It had taken me almost 2 months to figure out how my pressure built up, and even now I only had a vague idea of how it built up. Still, I'd picked up enough to learn that the rate of growth fluctuated according to the lunar cycle, waxing and waning in time with the moon. That, and because of the shape of my claws, I said, drawing out some of the pressure within. The fire burst out in a curving motion, extending 3 inches past the tip of my nail and tapering off to a sharp point. The blaze threatened to spread, but I was calm and relatively safe, and forcing the fire back into place didn't take long. I would have to let the pressure out later, but it could wait until we were almost out. Besides, transforming in such a small, confined area like the tunnels we were walking through risked burning everyone nearby. It can also be used to refer to growth, and I like that idea, I added. Crescent, Taylor muttered. That could work. People will guess the moon connection, but they probably won't look deeper than the fire-water cycle. As for the costume, adjust the mask's shape to be an arc, put a moon emblem around the chest, it could definitely work. What does everyone else think? The alphas came to a stop, and most of them turned to look at me. I tried not to feel nervous as 10 wolves sized me up, and I don't think I succeeded. After a few moments, half the alphas wagged their heads up and down, including most of the girls. I think that's a yes, I said. I think so too. But it's your name and costume, ultimately. Now let's keep going. A few minutes later, Taylor came to a sudden stop. Wait. Something's up. I tensed and looked around. We were at a familiar-looking crossroads, a 4-way intersection of stone and mortar passageways, each maybe a dozen feet across. It was claustrophobic, open, and seemed a terrible place to fight. Is something coming? Harry asked. He brought up his blasting rod, a 2-foot-long stick of rune-carved wood, and pointed it down a random passageway. No, it's topside. It's big, like a giant ball of barbed tentacles. And it looks like it just tore out of an office building. The DAWs, I think. Harry lowered his rod. That doesn't sound good. No. Come on, we have to pick up the pace. We took off running, following Taylor's directions through the maze of tunnels and chambers. All the while she mumbled, the precise words obscured by the crickets. Occasionally though, the mumbling grew loud enough to make out. No, you idiots don't fuck me, really. What? Harry snapped. The cops just showed up and started shooting and now they're getting attacked. God damn it, stop. She punctuated the statement with a raised hand, and we all stumbled to a stop. And now it's actively going after civilians too, great, she muttered. Right, new plan, we'll need to take a direct route, or as close to direct as I can make it. That's not going to be safe, is it? Harry asked. No, it'll take us by a pack of mocks. I'll need your help powering a circle to hold them off. Holding them off is all well and good, but how are we going to get past them? Simple, I'll threaten to kill them if they don't get out of our way, she growled. Even through the heat, I felt a chill run down my spine at how casually she said that. Then, before any of us could argue, she cut left, and I heard the hum and buzz of insects begin to echo down the other passageways. Oh, sure, just run off to intimidate a bunch of FNMCs, why don't you? Harry grumbled before setting off after her. FNMCs? I asked in between breaths. Fairy ninja murder cats. After a couple of minutes of running, we spilled out into an abandoned township straight out of some old western. Rickety wooden buildings dominated the surroundings, wooden carts were strewn about the streets, and there was an honest-to-God board with Saloon written across it with 3 O's hanging off a wall. Taylor slowed down to a walking pace as we entered the centuries-old ghost town, and a wave of insects spilled out of the tunnel we'd just come out of. I barely managed not to squeak as an army of roaches and flies formed a large circle around our group, while beetles and wasps carried spiders and other flightless insects up to the dark roof of the cavern we'd found ourselves in. "Walk slowly and don't outpace the circle," Taylor muttered. "Wizard, on my mark, power it up." I'll give it all she can take," he said in a fake Scottish burr. We moved slowly through the town, swinging our heads around like they were on periscopes, all except Taylor. She just kept marching forward confidently, without even glancing at the darkened houses. There was a short yelp of pain that reminded me of my parents' old cat, which was followed by a deafening caterwauling. Taylor nudged Harry, and he poked the butt of his staff against the inner edge of the circle right as a mob of giant bobcats slid out of the shadows. They leapt at us, only to bounce off the circle Taylor and Harry were projecting. Then, before the Mox could recover and realize what had happened, a tide of insects washed down over them. Circles were an interesting subject. There were a lot of ways to construct them, and they could be used to hold just about anything. One of their quirks was that a circle was permeable to the material it was made of, so a circle made of dirty laundry could have a soggy sock strewn over it without breaking it. And in Taylor's case, a circle made out of insects under her control did not block her insect control spell and only her insect control spell. Still, anyone would be intimidated by a few dozen spiders, beetles, and wasps suddenly dropping onto their face, while swarms of ants and roaches surged up around their feet. "I will say this once and only once," Taylor intoned, and I flinched and covered my ears as what had to be every insect in this little town warbled and buzzed in time with her, giving her voice a terrifying, booming quality. "Swear to leave us be, and live. Press the assault, and I will devour your eyes, rip apart your whiskers, and feast on your tongues. Choose." Some Mox tried to retreat, and cried out as the swarm of insects around them began to bite and sting. More Mox panicked and were attacked, and soon only a handful were standing still and unharmed. Those stared down at the dimly glowing circle of insects, the thrashing bodies of their friends, and then Taylor, before the biggest one dipped its head. "We swear, Spirit," it said in a grating, sullen tone. "Your word alone isn't enough," Taylor replied, and the swarm echoed her with its buzz. "If the others don't swear, they die. If you care about their continued survival, you should convince them." The leader hissed and spat, but then it turned and began growling at the others, and soon enough 20 Mox were growling out pained oaths. Some, but not all of the insects retreated at that point, and Taylor swept out her arm. "Now, begone from my sight." The Mox glared hatefully at the insects and Taylor, but retreated rather than pressing the issue, fading back into the shadows. Long seconds passed in tense silence as we waited for the other shoe to drop, before Taylor finally said, "They're gone." Harry let out a sigh and pulled back his staff. "Not sure I could have held that circle if they kept attacking. That was a lot of Mox to ward off." He rolled his shoulders back, then looked at Taylor. "So, do you often threaten to eat people's eyes out, or was this a special occasion?" "I rarely threaten," Taylor replied. "We should keep going." This shaved off 5-6 minutes of wandering around, but the situation's rapidly getting worse. "You know, you keep giving off these supervillain vibes, I'm going to start calling you Magneto," Harry muttered as we started running again. "Just how bad is it?" "Well, the first responders are now the first casualties, the Richard Daley Plaza's a war zone, and the only ones still fighting are a few cops and a pair of people I can really only describe as giant, red-headed Amazons, one of which is swinging around an axe as big as she is and making little progress with it. So pretty bad." We pressed on, and it was just as we were climbing back up to the surface that the vision hit. A man in a white hood and green cape floated alongside a girl in a green and black robe, surrounded by glowing spirits. They fought back against flashes of golden light, blows strong enough to shatter mountains. "Oh hey, easy there," Harry's voice cut in. "Are you all right?" I shook my head, and realized Harry was holding me up with one arm, the same as Taylor. Whatever had happened, it had sent us stumbling backwards. "What happened?" Taylor groaned, rubbing at her head with her prosthetic arm. I think I saw something," I muttered. "A fight, I think." Taylor instantly fixated on me, the gold lenses on her mask boring into me. "What?" A fight," I said, "a guy in white with a green cape and a girl in a green and black robe, battling something that fought with golden light. That's Scion against Eidolon and the Fairy Queen." "The what?" Harry yelped. "But why the hell would that be showing up?" Taylor muttered, ignoring him. "Excuse me, the what?" "Not whatever you're thinking of." Taylor snapped. "Fuck, this is. I don't even fucking know. Give me a moment. Was that a trigger vision? What the hell is going on?" Taylor trailed off into low, nonsensical mutterings, and I realized she was communicating with her passenger. We followed her up into what seemed like a maintenance room, then stood around awkwardly as she paced around, burning lines into the floor with the fervor of her movements. Then, she stopped and froze. "Echidna? Fuck. I really don't want to ask," Harry said. "But Echidna? The mother of monsters? Where does she fit in? Echidna was a para-human whose power overtook her mind and body and started rampaging indiscriminately, Taylor replied. And I think that's what's going on here. My eyes widened in shock and fear, and Taylor's next words didn't help. I think something broke and went wrong with a trigger event, and now there's a giant monster tearing through downtown Chicago, one tough enough to shrug off an entire SWAT team shooting at it while being literally torn apart. God, why does this shit always happen to me? She ran a hand down her mask and sighed. Fuck. Okay, this is way more dangerous than I anticipated these patrols to be. Alphas, Kim, Harry, there's a good chance if you go out there to fight it that you might get seriously injured, or die. If anyone wants to back out, now might be your only chance. The silence didn't even hang for a second before Harry growled. Fuck that, he said. I'm not going to sit around while a monster's out there killing people. I'm in too, I said, my voice sounding hesitant and unsure. The alphas all glanced at each other, communicating through nudges and growls, but in the end they all shook their heads and growled. All right, Taylor sighed. Thank you. Now, here's the plan. Alphas, since it's ignoring gunfire, I doubt biting or clawing it will help. You're on search and rescue, stick to the edges, and get survivors and civilians out of the line of fire. Harry, we'll have to work on pinning it down, making sure it can't avoid our blows. Kim. I'd like it if you could attack it head-on, go straight for its core, where all the tentacles meet, that's where the thing's brain is probably going to be, and we need to destroy that to end this. Why me? I asked. Because there's a chance there's still a person in there, buried deep inside. And you're both our strongest asset, and your powers aren't magic. My mouth went dry as I realized what she was asking. You want me to kill someone? Yes. Flesh giving way beneath my claws, blood spurting, a head rolling. I don't know if I can do that, I said, looking down at my scarred hands. Okay. Just try and cripple it, then. We can work out how to take it down after that. Who knows, maybe the axe woman could do it. We were on the streets for a total of 15 seconds before the plan went to hell. We came out of a mall on the east side of Dearborn Street, pushing through panicking crowds and coming out into a scene right out of a nightmare. Broken cars were strewn about everywhere, bodies littered the broken ground, a few people stood around in a daze, and the trees on the far side of the plaza were all torn up. On the south side, the top half of an office building had been torn open, and I could vaguely track a line of destruction moving northwest, past City Hall. Somewhere between the groans and screams of pain, I heard a baby crying, and found a single unattended stroller right in the middle of the devastation. Oh, God! The alphas split off into pairs and trios and ran ahead, while Harry, Taylor, and I rushed across the ruined plaza. As we made it onto Clark Street, we turned north and saw a giant ball of vivid, purple-green tentacles, each one ranging from 5 to 20 feet long, tearing into the James R. Thompson Center, having already taken a chunk out of City Hall. A few police officers were hunkering behind cars and pouring fire into the thing, while the two Amazons Taylor described fought it up close. The one with the axe was dressed in some black suit and stayed further back, chopping away at any tentacles that came close, while the other somehow tore chunks out of the monster with her bare hands, the tentacles completely ignoring her. Where's Godzilla when you need him? Harry asked, bringing up his staff and blasting rod. For a moment, the fighting continued at its frenetic pace, before the monster froze. The defenders were caught off guard by the sudden shift, but were only able to get a few blows in before the thing suddenly moved, slithering across the ground with incredible speed right towards us. Scatter! Taylor yelled, before she and Harry bolted in opposite directions. I didn't. Throwing off my coat, I struggled with my fear as I called the pressure forth, imagining my skin folding back in on itself. The cold December winds brushed against me for the barest moment before great rents opened all over my body, and I twisted inwards as fire engulfed me. The cacophony of screams and car alarms fell silent, and my vision shifted into a monochrome red, showing degrees of heat. Most of my surroundings were a dim gray-black, while the people were a brighter crimson. The creature itself was mostly a dull reddish-brown, its tentacles lacking much heat, save for the dozen or so people held in its grasp. But right in the center, I could see a brighter patch of heat. Not quite the crimson of a human body, but still much sharper than the tentacles. That had to be the core Taylor described. I only had a few minutes before the transformation would reverse, less if I had to burst. I had to make it count. Forward, I thought. My body shot towards the monster, and as it came close to me it lashed out with one of its smaller tentacles. I cut it apart on reflex, then burst to the side, hoping to block off its advance and damage its larger tentacles. For some reason, it seemed maddeningly intent on getting past me, and I took advantage of its single-minded focus to rip apart some of the tentacles it used to get around. A flash of heat off to the side was all the warning I got before a giant tentacle whipped around at me, something or rather someone held in its grasp. I burst back, letting off a gout of steam and fire that pushed me out of the way before the tentacle could slam the struggling person held in its grasp into me. It's taking hostages. The bursts had taken their toll, shaving off maybe 10 seconds of power in the blink of an eye, and the monster took advantage of the opening to pass me by. I burst after it, rushing towards the heat I could see in the core, and had to burst more to avoid the errant swipes that tried to slam people into me. Then I got in close, and started to tear through one of the 20-foot-long tentacles that was shielding the core, flares of heat marking where my claws and body burnt the tentacles to ash. I went for what I thought were the arms, hoping to stun but not kill it, but as I carved my way towards the core and swiped my hand through a straight-lined pattern of heat, another vision hit. He held the heads of 2 people in his hands, partners. He ground one against the earth, reveling in her screams of pain, ignoring the cries of the gnats around him as he negated their attempts to rescue the trapped pair. The woman's head finally popped, and the man's screaming reached a fever pitch. When I came back to myself, the core was farther away than I expected, the monster having moved while I was hallucinating. I reached for my power and prepared to burst again, aiming for the body as taking out the arm hadn't done enough, when an enormous tentacle slammed down on me, engulfing me completely. I felt something twist and tear inside me as the tentacle burned around me, and screamed in pain as the fire turned on me, the remains of the tentacle preventing the power from going anywhere except inside. I felt the pressure vanish as I turned back, and sight and sound and smell came rushing back. I stumbled back with a wicked headache, and couldn't get out of the way when a small tentacle, freshly grown, burst out of the core and lashed out. It wrapped around me, the barbed mouths lining the tentacles struggling to get through the silk, but one latched onto my cheek and bit. My head swam, and a cascade of images flashed through my mind, all the schoolyard insults and squabbles I barely remembered going by in the blink of an eye, replaced by a memory I very much wished to forget. Harley's body was torn apart, every limb strewn about, the severed head lying at the edge of the room. My breathing was frantic, ragged, but my body was somehow pristine, clean of the blood I remembered spurting out, spilling over me. I turned to leave, gripped by panic, and the vision stuttered and started over. This time, I saw the way I tore Harley apart, the savagery, his helplessness. Stop, I thought. I don't want to see this again. I surfaced for a moment, saw that I was being crushed in a strong grip, and slipped back under before I could try and fight my way free. More blood, more carnage, more murder, playing over and over and over. And good fucking riddance, someone cursed, and I felt my skin tear as something was pulled away, and a moment later a shrill, horrified, warbling scream cut through the nausea. I gasped and dropped to the ground, struggling to breathe, and found that the woman in the suit had cut me loose. "You all right?" she asked. I shook my head and forced myself up onto my knees. Not really," I coughed. "Well, you're doing better than some of those other sods. Can you turn back into that fire elemental?" I reached for the well of pressure, and found it guttering, almost empty. "No," I gasped. "Can't. Shame." The woman bent down to haul me up, and I gasped as something shifted against my ribs. "Look, try to stay alive, would you? I like mortals that can tear up giant monsters." "Wait," I said, holding out a hand as she turned to leave. "Give me a moment." My mind always worked faster when I turned back, but it was rarely really significant, just a small boost. But now, my mind was clearer than ever, even with the pain and lingering dizziness, and it was rushing to draw connections. I felt like I had all the pieces of an epiphany, and just had to put them all together. I saw tears in her pants and suit, as well as a bite mark along her neck. What did you see when it?" "People I killed, mostly," she replied. "Annoying little shit." The visions, the single-minded focus on someone, the bodies, the uninjured bystanders, the stroller, the way all but a few police had been brutalized. I wasn't sure how the other woman fit, but I saw how everything else came together. It goes after crimes, or sins, or something," I gasped, forcing my words out. "That's how it determines who to go after." "Yet." The woman turned her head to the side, then grunted. "Makes sense, I suppose. Means your friend must have one long record though, with how it ignored my client and rushed her." "Friend?" I forced myself to look in the direction of the screams, and found the monster waving Taylor about in one of its tentacles. The screaming was coming from her and the thousands of insects and animals all around us. I swallowed. "Oh. Court debut 16. December 2000. Taylor. You'd be surprised what I'm capable of," I said. "I've mutilated people. Carved out a man's eyes, emasculated him. I've chopped off a woman's toes. Flayed people alive with the bites of thousands of insects. Hell, what I did to Triumph, he nearly died, choking on insects, the venom of 100 bee stings making his throat close up." There was a brief pause as Defiant and Dragon stared at me, and then the scene changed. I was in the bank, staring at a group of terrified hostages. She's a black widow spider. A single bite has been known to kill a full-grown human, or put them into a coma. You move, talk, try to find or kill the spiders I just put on your bodies, in your clothes, in your hair. I'll know in a split second, and I'll tell them to bite you several times. The hostages were my idea. A horrible idea, but a necessary one. Otherwise, some schmuck could have pulled a stunt and gotten themselves or others killed. Stop. I couldn't let that happen. If it meant keeping them quiet, out of harm's way, I was willing to terrorize them. Stop. I was going to hell for this. Stop. The moment broke like shattered glass, showing me Vista's angry expression as she bent space around a group of capes, her eyes boring into mine. My view expanded, and I saw all of the people that I had usurped, the thousands of open doors, the golden light of Sion. My eyes fell on Golem, his expression hard and cold, and I stepped around a corner, gun in hand. The first bullet killed a Cherish, the second a Screamer. The third hit Aster. Please, make it stop. A beam of golden light shot out, and killed Revel and Lady Photon. Laser Dream flashed before my eyes, her and Grace and Cuff and Tecton, all wearing the same expression, a rictus of hate. I saw Lung, and I saw him defeated, covered in bugs, his eyes carved out, venom tearing through his body. I saw Echidna and the capes I'd condemned to death by lying to Sundancer. I saw Triumph moving people between places at my behest, as a swarm of bugs surged down his throat. He shifted into Alexandria, then Pretender, and I saw the inviolable body be torn apart by Sion. I saw everyone. Thousands of people I didn't even know, their faces seared into memory. The YA with grave NGBN, destroyed by the Cymurg. The elite, drowned by Leviathan. The hundreds dead in Sion's last attack. A flash of Central Park, an unspoiled world, a moment of confusion followed by crushing guilt, the knowledge that a city was going to die because of me. Let me go. Teacher, his hands cut by my knife. Imp, her knife held to her throat. My body, moving without my direction. It all began again with Coil, 10,000 eyes staring at me as I raised my gun, the shadow of the future looming over me. Let me. Something tore, and a wave of sound jarred me awake, an apocalyptic buzzing mixed in with screeches, caws, and barks. I couldn't see anything, my lenses completely covered by something, and my entire body was on fire, and being crushed in some monstrous grip. Out, I have to get out. I shifted my left arm, forcing it past the cloak that had somehow gotten flipped around, and found something squishy and mushy to press against. Regent, I forced out. Regent. Heat tore through me, and the thing holding me shuddered as electricity surged into what passed for its nervous system. It spasmed and loosened, and I felt myself slip downwards out of its grip, before going into free fall. I'm going to die of a fucking fall. Then I heard a voice bellow, Ventus Servetus. Something else wrapped around me and pulled me down at an angle, and I hit the ground roughly, gagging behind my mask. Weaver, I grit out, desperate to figure out what was going on. 100 different perspectives slammed into my head, giving me a view that was at once panoramic, bird's eye, and up close and personal. I saw through cats, dogs, birds, and thousands upon thousands of insects as all the wildlife I'd somehow gathered tore at the trigger, covering it so thoroughly it almost seemed to be made of hard chitin instead of rubbery flesh. I must have been connected to the Weaver spell during, but to gather this much. Stop burning, I hissed as I forced myself onto my knees. Why are you even burning so much anyway? My awareness of the swarm constricted until I saw through only a dozen perspectives, all flyers. They felt strange, unnatural, with razor-tipped wings and talons that felt too sharp, eyes that saw too much, an anger no bird should feel, and which almost seemed to fight back against my control. Oh, fuck me, I muttered. Those birds. I'd been seeing those damn mutant birds for a month now, and I'd chalked them up to some fresh trigger, probably a master or a tinker. A month of searching hadn't gotten me any closer to finding the para-human or where they came from though. And since the birds never seemed to do anything, I'd put the problem on the back burner. And now my passenger had just taken control of someone's minions, without even asking me. Given the circumstances I wasn't too put out about it, but... fuck it. That was a problem for a future me. Pull them back, and stop burning so much, or I swear to God I'll cut this spell. Hey, are you alright? Hands gripped my back and I swung around on instinct, my hand curling into a fist. Instead of hitting anything though, my haymaker just flopped around, my body feeling sluggish and unresponsive. Stop, it's me, K Crescent. Are you alright? What the fuck do you think? I snarled, trying to wrestle my body back into working order. The pain hadn't lessened at all, my entire body was still on fire, and my right arm was flopping uselessly by my side, the prosthetic utterly ruined. It was a good thing it was the disposable one, the one meant to be worn around Harry and magic, and not the more valuable. Focus. Help me up, I said, as the mutant birds flew away from the trigger. The pain I was feeling faded slightly a moment later as my passenger pulled back its control, and my perspective broadened again. I'd have a headache later from processing so much information, but again, that was a problem for future me. The plaza was even more ruined, but at least I couldn't see any bystanders in the area. People had fled from the monster, leaving only the dead, the dying, and the defenders. The trigger looked much smaller, most of its larger tentacles burned or cut off, but it was preventing anyone from getting closer by lashing out with its remaining tentacles. I wondered why it wasn't moving, then spotted Harry about a dozen yards from the thing, holding his staff out towards it, his body trembling with exertion. Both redheads were with him, each staring at a different target. The one with the axe was looking at the trigger with an expression of frustrated desire, while the one in the ruined dress seemed almost desperately fixated on the mutant birds. "Show me the alphas," I said, and was relieved when I saw all 13 of them lingering at the edges of the battlefield, helping find and drag people away. Good. Good. My emotions were wild, raw. I wanted to curl up into a ball, wanted to rage and scream, wanted to kill the thing that had forced me to relive the worst moments of my life, that had forced me to remember. Tishy, Kim no, Crescent muttered, and it was like a bucket of water had been dumped over my head. The pain didn't go away, but it no longer dominated my senses, and the storm of conflicting feelings and desires grew a little quieter. "Now, come on up." She bent down, and I worked with her to get up on my feet, my legs feeling weak. "I thought you weren't any good with healing," I muttered. "I'm not really. I'm usually too weak and imprecise. But you can draw power out of emotion, and there's a lot of emotion going around right now. It's probably why the wizard hasn't fallen over yet," she explained. Right, Harry had mentioned that. From what I could recall, strong ambient emotion sort of supercharged the magic in an area, increasing the energy available for the practitioner to use. It was nothing I could use, but in a situation like this, with hundreds dead or wounded and thousands terrified, it was a silver lining on a very dark cloud. "Help me over to Harry, we need to plan the next step," I said. Slowly, we limped over to where Harry and the women were standing. As we moved, I noticed one of the cops moving his way as well, a small blonde, firing a submachine gun at the tentacle trigger. We arrived at about the same time, and as I saw her up close, I had a brief flash of déjà vu. "Chief Williams?" I shook my head, recognizing the woman in front of me as Lieutenant Murphy. Why had I thought of the Chief of Police of Betts, Chicago? Maybe she was the same or related by family. It didn't really matter right now. "Harry, what the hell is going on?" the cop demanded. "Little, busy here." "Corinne." Harry grit out. Well, at least it was a cop Harry was on decent terms with. "Stop wasting ammo," I said, pushing myself off of Crescent and forcing my legs to stay steady. "And focus on getting people out of here." "Who the hell are you?" the lieutenant asked, throwing a glare my way. "Doyen," I replied. It was a name I was still mulling over, but it was the best one I'd come up with and I didn't have time to brainstorm something better. If a SWAT team of a dozen didn't manage anything, shooting it with one submachine isn't going to help. "I suppose you saw that from your comfy vantage point," she bit back. The logical, calculating side of me realized that emotions were high, that the lieutenant probably didn't appreciate costumed heroes/vigilantes appearing, and that she'd seen a lot of people die right in front of her, some of which she might have been close to. Unfortunately for everyone, I was presently too fucking angry to care. "Rune," I whispered. "Turn on the safety so I don't get shot." I reached for the gun, waited for the slight click, and gestured at the lieutenant's hand while muttering, "Regent." Then I awkwardly tore the submachine gun out of her spasming hand. Cursing my body's own sluggishness, I flicked the gun to semi-automatic, turned off the safety, pointed it at the enemy, and leaned into the senses my passenger was feeding me as I aimed for the core. I hit 4 shots out of 5, before the trigger pulled back some of its tentacles and wrapped them defensively around itself. "There. I did more in a few fucking shots than your entire force did," I bit back. Crescent backed away from me as the lieutenant rounded on me, her expression thunderous. "You. Ladies. Octohydra first, catfight later." Harry bit out. That sort of defused the situation, but only because we both glared at him in response. "Cute as this is, I have to agree with the Sare Matter," the woman with the axe said, looking at us with amusement. "He looks like he's going to fall over in a minute, and my foot won't have healed by then." I glanced down at the Amazon's legs and fuck was she tall, even without heels, and saw that she was leaning on her axe, one of her feet twisted the wrong way. I took a deep breath, let it out, and repeated that a few times as I tried to calm down. "You're right," I said, snapping off a few more shots, more out of anger than anything else, before passing the gun back to the officer. "I'm sorry. I'm just in a lot of pain, and I'm really fucking pissed right now." The lieutenant took the gun back with a glare, though it softened as she looked at my ruined right arm. I guess I can understand that. Let's sort this out quickly, I said, and pointed at the Amazon. You said you heal? How fast? Very fast, compared to you mortals. But it'll take me a few minutes before I can even properly limp, and even then I don't fancy wading into heavy gravity against that thing. Also, Fire Girl, you should tell your boss what you figured out, she replied. Fire Girl. Crescent muttered, then shook her head when I looked her way. Right. It's a thinker, I think, sees crimes and punishes them. I think that's how it targets people. And of course it fucking laser focused on me the moment it saw me. And given how many people it's killed, it doesn't seem to have any sense of discretion or circumstance either, I muttered, looking around at the dozens of corpses. Or scale. I shook my head. Fuck. Wizard, you've got it pinned down, can't you burn it to death? Only as a last resort. I gestured at the carpet of bodies all around us. This doesn't qualify. I asked. Not yet. The anger surged again, but this time it didn't boil over. As frustrating as I found his restraint, I could sort of, vaguely understand his hesitation. It was the same reason I hadn't asked him to burn it from the start, and the same reason I wasn't burning to kill the Octohydra now either. If we could finish this without using magic lethally, that would be ideal. It just seemed less and less likely by the moment. Fine. Miss, I said, turning to the last member of our little huddle. Miss. The woman tore her gaze away from the mutant birds and turned to look at me. Where the woman with the axe looked relatively normal, dark red hair cut short, sea green eyes, scars around her face, and an athlete's figure, this one looked utterly inhuman. Her skin was so pale it could be mistaken for a statue, she was so tall she almost reached Harry's height, her curly red hair was so intensely shaded it looked like she'd just walked out of an animated show, and she somehow managed to mix the frame of a curvy model with a jacked-up bodybuilder without seeming grotesque. And to top it all off, her blue eyes were slit like a cat's. Even if Harry hadn't already taught me a little about fairies and Sid, I could probably have guessed her nature. It was why I was trying to be polite. Yes? She asked, her voice quiet and desolate, yet also faintly hopeful. You have some power that makes you invisible to the Octohydra? I asked. The fairy looked down at her unmarked body, then at the rest of us. I suppose I must, she whispered. If you borrow the axe, could you get in towards the core, the center, and kill it? I asked. Hey, you can't just borrow my axe without asking. You have to work into this, butter me up first, the Amazon said with an amused smile. Take me out for drinks, get my name though, you can skip that part if you want to get straight to the fun. I straightened out my cloak, gestured for my passenger to draw over some of my swarm, and turned to face the axe woman. You can lend it, or I can take it, I said, as a few hundred angrily buzzing bugs began to swarm around me. The other woman looked at the swarm and looked at my mask, before chuckling and turning to look at the fairy. You can borrow this, so long as you swear to give it back. If you don't, things are going to get ugly, she warned. That is no issue, the fairy replied, her tone still subdued. I have no interest in your axe. But I cannot kill the creature, only cripple it. I let out a harsh sigh as an unfair comparison to Crescent bubbled up. Fine. Look, you're already here, you're already fighting it, just please take the damn axe and help. Tidoyen, that's, Harry trailed off, his warning forgotten as the fairy just took the axe from the Amazon and strode forth with inhuman grace. I was surprised too, everything I'd heard and read about fairies and Sid suggested they didn't do anything for free, and didn't like taking orders. Except this one, apparently. What the hell? As the fairy stepped into the zone of heavy gravity Harry was maintaining, the Amazon turned and gave me an impressed look. Nice, she whistled. It's not easy to make old Josulfar jump at your say-so. She looked back to track the fairy's approach for a few moments, her gaze fixed on her axe, before glancing over at Harry. Hey, Sir Madr, you'd know this better than me. Pick-up lines are the in thing this decade, right? What? He asked, almost turning around. I guess. Good. She turned back to face me and gave me a very uncomfortable once-over. It didn't take me long to guess what she was doing, though it did take me a few seconds to actually process the realization. Are you really going to hit on me? I asked. Now. The Amazon shrugged. Is there a better time? She asked. I shook my head in disbelief. Who even are you? Call me Frades, she said. I'm the bodyguard for a guy who, how did he want me to put it to you, oh right. A guy who has a habit of losing his head. A habit of losing his head. Harley? Wait, you're from Monag? Harry asked, glancing over his shoulder in surprise. Obviously, Frades replied, puffing out her chest. But we should continue this later. The Josulfar's getting close. Grateful for an excuse to not focus on that proposition, I turned to see the fairy step past the thrashing outer layer of tentacles. She was moving slowly and carefully, using the axe to support her movements as she moved closer to the center, occasionally moving bodies and tentacles out of the way with her axe. Once she got up to the inner ball of tentacles, the ones wrapping around the core, she braced herself and raised the axe. She swung once, twice, thrice, cutting away at the protective layer. After every swing, she brushed a hand against the wound she'd made, and ice crystals formed along the exposed red-brown tissue. The octohydra's flailing intensified, and some of its outer tentacles reared back, but none of them even so much as touched the fairy. My eyes narrowed. The octohydra had ignored the fairy for the entire fight, but I'd assumed that was a combination of her being invisible, and the octohydra not caring about the damage she did. But even now, when it had to know where she was, when it was chopping away and getting close to its core, it still didn't attack her. It didn't add up. The octohydra knew something was there, but wasn't attacking her. That meant she had some kind of power that forced the octohydra to ignore her, one so strong that she couldn't be attacked even when she was directly threatening his life. It reminded me of August Prince, and that kid had been an incredible pain in the ass to deal with. If she turned on us, I just had to hope it didn't come to that. Finally, she seemed to hit something important, and the octohydra went berserk. The tentacles it had wrapped around itself unraveled, and they stretched out to attack the fairy. What? She looked just as surprised as I felt, and found herself enveloped by the octohydra. One tentacle tore the axe out of her grip and flung it backwards, sending it flying in the direction of the James R. Thompson Center, while the others wrapped around the fairy. And then something even stranger happened. The octohydra flung the fairy back in our direction before collapsing to the ground, its tentacles going limp and releasing the few people it still held. The fairy hit the ground hard enough to bounce, and when she didn't get back up, Crescent rushed over to treat her. Is it dead? Harry asked, lowering his staff. No, it isn't, Frady said. She stretched out her hand, then shook her head. And my axe is nowhere close, damn it. The vast majority of the animals my passenger had gathered were dead now, but most of the insects were still alive, and they began to report weak twitches and movements coming from the octohydra. It's getting back up. I pulled out my gun, braced it against an armpit, then reached back into the compartment to grab the magazine. Walking around with an unloaded gun out did make it harder to just draw and shoot, but it also meant I couldn't shoot myself on accident if something shifted the wrong way. We should kill it before it recovers. The lieutenant looked askance at my Glock. If you have your own gun, why did you take mine? To make a point. I loaded the gun, then racked the slide. Now come on. I started to walk towards the octohydra, fighting my own legs as I did so. They didn't just feel sore, they felt tingly, like they'd fallen asleep after a long period of not moving. That was probably bad, but I had bigger things to worry about right now. Harry and the lieutenant caught up with me quickly, Harry pulling out a .38 revolver as he jogged. Neither of those guns are legal, are they? The lieutenant asked. I plead the fifth, Harry replied. The octohydra's jerky movements grew more panicked as we approached, but whatever the fairy had done to it, it still lacked the strength to do anything. One small tentacle batted against my legs, trying to wrap around and squeeze, so I put a few bullets into the base of the tentacle before aiming at what I judged to be the core. So what now? Harry asked, bringing up his revolver. We shoot until it stops moving. Basically, I replied. Then I pulled the trigger. Then I pulled it again. And again, and again, and again, until the gun finally clicked empty. The two people beside me fired with similar abandon, riddling the fleshy mass with bullets. It was a gratuitous waste of ammo, but the octohydra finally slumped to the ground and stopped twitching. Silence fell over the plaza. I waited and waited and waited, but once it became apparent that the octohydra was really, truly dead, I let out a haggard breath. It was over. We were all alive. Now came the hard part. A/N, there was this whole bit at the end where Harry and Taylor would argue over the appropriateness of killing the paralyzed octohydra with magic. There'd be tragedy, tension, death. And then I realized that I'd paralyzed the damn octohydra. So it couldn't fight back. So there was no point in having an argument when you could just walk up and shoot it. And worse, I'd half realized it by having Harry ask Murphy to go get a shotgun. Which brings us to this Helsing-style ending, where a fuckload of gunshots go off and there's just blood everywhere. Court debut 17. December 2000. Taylor. I took a seat against one of the smaller tentacles and started to clean my gun, the carpet of insects shifting around me. With the octohydra's death, the surviving, non-mutant birds flew up into the air, giving me a bird's-eye view of the surroundings and a better idea of just how many people were watching. I'd noticed the many high-rise office buildings looking down on the plaza during my initial approach. All those high-rises meant people, onlookers, bystanders too stupid or curious to run in the face of an unstoppable monster, who were even now looking on and gawking. They stared out of offices, out of the broken section of City Hall, out of mall entrances and doorways, from behind cars and unofficial cordons. Hundreds, if not thousands of people, all wanting to know what happened next, what this meant for them. Just another day in the Cape life. I was sorely tempted to fuck off back to the van, go home, and just, ugh. I missed having reliable therapists. But the part of me that was Weaver, that had to deal with PR, and spinning my victories, and selling myself, and so much else, that part was telling me I couldn't just leave. I had to manage this situation somehow, turn it from a catastrophe to a tragedy, soften the impact somehow. No one else was going to do me any favors. I spotted a couple of news helicopters off in the distance, beginning their approach, and I had my passenger split off a flight of birds to form a beacon, along with a bunch of photogenic bugs, butterflies, bees, even a few dragonflies it had gotten from God knows where. I still didn't like butterflies, but I did acknowledge that they were more approachable than wasps. And in the meantime, I listened to the argument between wizard and cop. "What the hell am I looking at, Harry?" The lieutenant sighed. The fight had gone out of her, and while the anger was still there, lending some fire and determination to her expression, the rest of her looked tired. "You'd have to ask her," Harry said, gesturing in my direction. "And can we not use names? This feels way too public for me." "What am I supposed to call you, then?" "Spider Cowboy," she asked. "Hey, this is a nice duster, and I won't have you besmirching my girlfriend's good taste," Harry complained, tugging at the long black trench coat he'd started wearing a month ago. "Not even Susan can make that look good," the lieutenant replied, shaking her head. "And you didn't answer my question." "Look, right now I'm just a nobody, okay? Just your friendly neighborhood para-human," he replied. "You'll be a lot more than just a nobody if you stick around," I said, not looking up from my gun. "There are news helicopters and vans making their way here, and there are a bunch of people watching. We were lucky the tech companies hadn't replicated and proliferated bet smartphones yet, otherwise we'd also have to deal with 100 amateur reporters pulling out their phones, snapping pictures and taking videos." You can see them," Harry muttered. "How close?" "A few minutes, maybe." "You should take the others and go now," I said. "I can't just let you leave an active crime scene," the lieutenant said, turning to face us properly. "You're a person of interest. You can't stop him either." "Not helping." Harry muttered in my direction. He cleared his throat. "Look, Murph, I can give you a rundown and report later, once I actually know what happened here. But if we, stick around here, our lives are done. Gonzo, flushed, ruined, a bunch more synonyms you can mix and match. Can you really guarantee the police and other agencies won't lock us up, peel off our masks, and start rooting into our lives?" The lieutenant swore and turned away, running a hand through her messy blonde hair and glaring at the octohydra. "I can't let you leave an active crime scene," the lieutenant repeated, putting special emphasis on the let. "But I can't leave either. You understand that?" Harry nodded slowly, his stupid mask hiding all expression. "Yeah. I understand. Thanks, Murph." He turned to face me. "Can you call the others back?" "Already on it." Each of the alphas had an animal or a clump of bugs gather around them, pulling them back from their search and rescue efforts. They started filtering back into the plaza, milling around Kim and us. When the lieutenant saw them, she let out a long-suffering sigh. "Great. Dogs are here too." They're not. They're dogs," the lieutenant stressed, throwing a glare at Harry. "After what happened with the Lobo killings, there are to be no wolves involved with any crime scenes." "Got it." Yeah, sure." Harry put his gun away, then went to offer me a hand. I shook my head. "Someone needs to stick around and handle the initial reaction, and I'm the least identifiable of all of you." I half saw Harry's brow scrunch up behind his mask. "You're not going?" he asked. "Not yet," I said. My legs felt like jelly, and I didn't want to be visibly carried anywhere. The idea of staying made me nervous, but after being taken out so decisively at the start, I didn't need any more blows to my image that might reinforce a helpless damsel in distress impression. I'd take a break, then make my own way out of here. I had enough of a swarm and a broad enough bag of tricks to manage that, at least. "If you say so, I guess," he said, sounding hesitant and unsure. He pulled his hand back, and went over to Crescent. She was standing back from the ferry now, the redhead having gotten back on her feet. He exchanged a few words with Crescent and the Alphas, along with Frades and the ferry, and most of them looked at me afterwards. I shrugged. "Well, all right then," Harry said. "We'll bring the van around, I guess." Then he pricked his finger, smeared a tiny bit of blood against his staff, and waved it around in a big arc. "Ventus veliki, ubrium, ubrium." The blood on the staff began to steam, and as he swept the staff out farther and farther, the steam began to spread to other blood spatters along the ground. The lieutenant turned with deliberate slowness, raising a hand and beginning to yell, but before she could finish, large billows of fog rose from the ground, enveloping a good chunk of the plaza in a thick mist. Cries of alarm went up among the bystanders, which I ignored in favor of tracking the group's progress. They all made their way east towards the mall we'd come out of, and once they were inside, the mist quickly dissipated. They stayed there for a bit, talking, before Harry and Crescent pulled the vests off some of the Alpha, before all 13 wolves dashed off towards where we'd parked our van. Wolves running through the streets were a bit obvious in my opinion, but complete secrecy was already shot, so whatever. In the aftermath, the lieutenant turned to face me, and I finally got a good, personal look at the woman in charge of special investigations. She was short even for a woman, barely a hair over 5 feet, with a face covered in stress lines. She wore a heavy jacket and jeans, the front spattered with blood and some other fluid, along with a shoulder-strapped holster that was currently empty. For a few moments, she looked around the plaza, taking in the full scale of the death and devastation, before letting out a shuddering breath. "Are you just going to sit there like that?" she asked. "Like what? With your gun out, and bugs all over your..." She gestured at her face and waved at me. "You're everything." I had bugs on me? I brought up a hand to rub at my mask, and winced as the sun suddenly stabbed into my eyes. The bright flash disoriented me, and when I'd recovered enough to squint, I saw a dozen flies clinging to my finger that hadn't been there before. My passenger must have covered me up as it gathered the swarm, or maybe my old instincts had shaped the expression of the spell somehow. Maybe both. Either way, it showed that I'd gone blind again and hadn't noticed. That wasn't really a problem, but it was worrying that I hadn't realized it. I muttered a few words and closed my eyes, and a few moments later the layer of bugs that had accumulated sloughed off. A couple more instructions, and they began to move among the fallen, gathering next to those that were still alive and breathing. "What are you doing?" "Signaling which ones can still be saved," I replied, opening my eyes a crack and adjusting to the sun. I slipped my gun back into my side compartment, then awkwardly zipped it up with stiff fingers. "At a rough guess? We're looking at 20 to 30 dead, minimum, and hundreds more injured in some way. I don't know how the numbers will shift in the next few hours." The lieutenant swore in a way that reminded me of Aisha. "This is a fucking disaster," she muttered once she was done. "What the hell even happened here, anyway? And who are you?" I looked to the left, at the building marked as the Cook County Office Building, and peered up at the broken windows and gaping stone marking where the octohydra had escaped. I recognized the floors as belonging to the state attorney's office, and tried to put the pieces together, to come up with a narrative that wouldn't just provide more ammunition to the anti-para-human movement. I snorted. Come up with a narrative. That made me sound like Alexandria, or Arms Master. But so much of heroing hell, so much of caping was selling a narrative. Convincing others that they should listen to you, that things went the way you said, that they should be afraid of you, that they should trust you, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, we're looking at an accident, and a tragedy, I said, turning back to look at the lieutenant. Someone in the state prosecutor's office, maybe a district attorney, maybe a paralegal or a secretary, or even just some unlucky visitor developed powers and became a para-human. I patted the bulge of purple-green flesh we'd shot full of holes. And they broke in the process. The transformation clearly took away their senses. There are no eyes or ears or anything else like that anywhere along the body, and must have left them disoriented, confused, and scared. Combine that with the broken sense of judgment they received, and what looks like no clear way to turn back, and it's little wonder they went insane. The lieutenant looked over at a pair of individuals, a guy and a girl in their mid-20s. They'd been crushed together, so the octohydra had probably picked them up at the same time. A couple, maybe? I doubt even a scared person would have done this, the lieutenant muttered. Killing so many people? Rampaging around instead of finding somewhere to hide. She shook her head. What's the real story? I ran a hand over my dress, trying to smooth out the wrinkles and failing horribly. Exactly what I told you. But, it's possible we also have to worry about possession. The lieutenant winced and turned away. I gave up the dress as a lost cause, and then looked up at the sky, turning my attention to the news choppers that had started to circle overhead. She followed my gaze, and scowled. Vultures, she muttered, then shook her head. Fine. Who are you, and the others? As I said earlier, I am Doyen. The fire girl is Crescent, the dogs are the Alphas, and Harry is... Nobody. The lieutenant arched an eyebrow. Nobody. Nobody, I repeated. It was petty payback, but his mask still annoyed me, and if he wasn't going to pick a name, then it was free game. Besides, it wasn't a bad name. That is what he said, isn't it? He's just a nobody. Nobody, the lieutenant repeated. She shrugged. That works. And the others? I have no clue. I'd never met them before today, and even the others I only work with on a case-by-case basis. And you just happened to be in the area when this went down? The lieutenant asked, sounding very skeptical. I shrugged. Yes. I stopped as something violently snapped the connection between me and the mutant birds, cutting off a portion of my senses. I looked up to find them perched atop City Hall, every single one of their beady eyes fixed directly on me. A chill ran down my spine, and even a muttered request to probe at them again while burning only let me glimpse a glimmer of something in the birds before the connection was snapped again. I didn't try a third time. Yes. The lieutenant prompted. I looked away from the now uncontrollable mutant birds, my swarm moving to gather around me. If the birds came at me, could I take them? I was out of ammo, and so was the lieutenant. If they mobbed me, and my armor didn't hold up, then I'd be dead in seconds. I would have to be careful about leaving. We were clearing out some of the supernatural predators that lurk beneath the city, I said slowly, keeping a magical eye on the birds. The alphas are new to this, and I thought it would be a relatively safe way to get some experience. We happened to be close enough to respond, like you were. Clearing out? The lieutenant asked, a hard edge to her tone. Yes. So far we've been focusing on the ghouls, they're the least threatening. Relatively, anyway. Ghouls. I frowned. Cannibal shapeshifters. How do you not know what they are? The lieutenant scowled. Oh. Those. I guess Harry. Nobody never bothered to tell me what they were. I stared at her for a few seconds, thankful for my mask. I'll be sure to yell at him later, I said. Just for you. She snorted. As for the others, I called them Amazons at first, but that is a little stereotypical, I said. That's not my problem. She started to cross her arms, then remembered she was still holding an SMG. You are. I don't have any intention to interfere with the police, or their work. Yet. Then I paused and reconsidered. Well, maybe yours, but only because of which department you head. My goal isn't to get involved with vigilantism, but to fight back against the para-human crime wave. That's the same thing, she said. We both know it isn't. There are the thieves and thugs and killers, and mobsters that have been around forever. And eventually, I would get to them, because I didn't trust the Chicago PD in the slightest. And then there are the vampires and ghouls and fairies crawling out of the woodwork, things you don't have the equipment or training or power to deal with effectively. And you're saying you do, she said, her eyes narrowed. Yes. I looked up at her, meeting her eyes with my own. And I think you recognize that, otherwise you wouldn't have stayed Lieutenant of Special Investigations for longer than anyone else, even though you were rewarded with the position just days before the portals opened in Central Park and the world went to hell. If you didn't think there was a difference you wouldn't have given a wizard the time of day, much less hired him on as a police consultant not once, but about 20 times in the past year. How do you know all that? The lieutenant asked, her scowl coming back. In fact, the scowl fit her so well it almost seemed like her natural state. It's all a matter of public record, and I think doing your research is important, I said. Plus, it doesn't take a genius to know that SI is where careers were sent to die. But after this, you'll be a public hero. Something settled over me, and I saw the lieutenant blink and shake her head in confusion. Before I could react, someone picked me up and threw me over their shoulder. I saw a flash of dark red hair, and then found myself dangling a few feet off the ground. I grabbed a pants leg on reflex, trying to pull myself down where I could roll away, but my hand trembled and struggled to get a solid grip. Sorry about that, Frades said. But I doubt you can walk right now. Firegirl and the Josulfar think the Hydra had some kind of poison, so I offered to go back for you and bring you to them. Besides, I need to stick close to my principal. Could you put me down? I demanded, still trying to escape. I can walk just fine. Frades snorted, pulled me off her shoulder, and set me down on my legs. The moment she let go of me, I collapsed. Doesn't look like it to me, she said, before picking me back up. I let out a sound that was halfway between a growl, a snarl, and a sigh. I was busy. Yeah, you were busy dying, Frades replied. Don't worry about your reputation, they can't see us. Not for another few minutes anyway, and by then I'll be out of your hair and under a glamour. Back in the plaza, the lieutenant seemed to realize what had happened, and scowled at the tentacle I'd been sitting on. Then she shook her head and strode off, calling out to the forming crowds and other surviving cops, trying to establish some semblance of order. I let out a sigh and slumped against the other woman. Just so you know, the news will probably be calling you Amazon within a couple of hours. Amazon, hey? Not bad, but not what I would have chosen. Too Greek for me. I'll have to do something about that later, Frades mused. Too Greek. I'm a Valkyrie, girl. That threw me for a second. Wait, like, the ones from Norse mythology? I asked. Is there some other kind I'm not aware of? Because if so, I'd like to take my sisters and go beat them up for taking our name. That was even more confusing. So, you're a Valkyrie, and you just work as a bodyguard, I said. My sisters and I have worked as a lot of things over the millennia, girl. Warriors, bodyguards, representatives, heralds of the dead, meat-bearers, occasionally wives. Well, not me, I find marriage and monogamy boring. We walked through the entrance to the mall, and Frades took me down to the lower levels where Harry and the others were hiding in a janitor's closet. I didn't say anything else as she was doing that. Her statement that she was an ancient Valkyrie from actual myth had thrown me. I mean, sure, I knew that things were very, very weird on this alternate Earth, what with the magic and the monsters. But it hadn't seemed spectacular to me, unreal. People had powers they didn't ask for, some were stronger than others, and there were monsters and criminals lurking in the shadows, preying on people. It was like a fantasy version of my old life, something I could understand. But my old life didn't have ancient, questionably divine warrior women. I hadn't been expecting to run into something so jarring, and it called a lot of things into question. If there were a bunch of functionally immortal women from Norse mythology running around, then presumably there were plenty of immortal things from other myths and cultures running around too. And if that was the case, how the hell did I still recognize this world? Why was it in any way similar to Bet? She could have been lying or crazy, and it would have been easier to just assume that she was, to call her delusional and shut her down. But people had said the same about Glaistiguane, and while she had been delusional, she had also been right. So I had to consider that Frades was telling the truth, and the fact that I even had to consider that as a possibility was itself crazy. And here we are, Frades said, completely unaware of my recurring existential crisis. She entered the closet, and set me down next to Crescent. I have to go now, get my axe, return to my client, do my job. Hope you stick around, this is the most fun I've had in a year. Then she turned around and walked off, limping only slightly. I know it's a bit rich, coming from me, but she is weird, I grunted, pushing myself up against the wall. Crescent knelt down next to me and put a hand up against a bit of exposed flesh, and I sighed as the pain receded. What's the plan? I asked, trying to stand up and failing. The Alphas are getting the van house that going, by the way. Harry asked. They're close, I replied. Good. I told them to meet us at Garland Crescent. The Pedway's got an exit there, and it's kind of a side street. The tricky bit is going to be getting there. I can take off my mask, hand off my duster, and hide my staff easily enough, and Crescent can disguise herself too somewhat, but we can't really hide you as easily. He glanced at the fairy, and there was a rustling about his mouth. And she's, well, still around. I turned to look at the fairy and weighed my options. I didn't feel comfortable relying on her, but she'd listened to me once already, and I was short on options. You are a fairy, right? Or a Cid, if that's better. I am not, she replied quietly. I blinked. Ayo a Salfar? I asked, probably butchering the pronunciation. No. Not that either. I looked over at Harry, who shrugged and shook his head. I looked back. But you can use magic, yes? I asked. Yes, some. She looked down at me properly. Would you like me to carry you? From the other side of the janitor's closet, Harry cut his hand across his throat. Would that incur any kind of debt? I asked. If she said she wasn't a fairy, that was that fairies couldn't lie, but it was still good to check. The cutting motion intensified. Across from me, the not-fairy redhead blinked. Why would it? She asked, sounding confused. The cutting motion stopped. I glanced up at Harry, then had Crescent help me up to my feet. My legs totally failed to support my weight, so I had to lean awkwardly against her. Do you have somewhere you need to be, or get back to? A home, maybe? The woman looked down. Not anymore, she whispered. Okay, this situation was intensely weird and bizarre, but I didn't have time to unravel it right now. Help me get to my vehicle, and we can work things out afterwards. All right. Very well. She walked over to me, bent down, and picked me up in a bridal carry. She furrowed her brow, and then changed. Her tattered dress turned into a heavy winter coat, her intense red hair faded into a dull blonde, and her skin took on a passably healthy shade. And I vanished. Not literally, I was still in her arms, and holy shit, they were so solid it felt like being carried by Campanile, but I did turn invisible, my own sight going dark as a result. I focused on the senses the passenger was supplying, and saw a vague shimmer around the woman's arms, one that made it look like she'd crossed them for warmth. I'm still here, I said before Harry and Kim could panic. Let's get a move on. Half a minute later, 3 people slipped out of the janitor's closet and headed down to the pedway. Harry had taken off his mask, given his duster to Kim, and somehow cloaked his staff in a shimmering haze of air. The shimmer was very noticeable, but with the way Harry held it and how fast he moved, people would hopefully think it was just a freak heat wave. Kim had lowered the hood of her costume and covered herself up with Harry's duster, altering her hair to be a dull brown and the duster to be a light grey. A few people shot us strange looks, but most were occupied with the news of what had happened, and had no time for a few strangers hurriedly rushing to their destination. Unnervingly, the mutant birds vanished some time after we entered the pedway. I'm not even sure how. One moment they were there, still perched on the roof of City Hall and somehow staring right at me, and the next they were gone, like they'd teleport or something. Teleporting mutant birds, controlled by something that could overthrow my magical control. Yeah, that wasn't scary at all. We came out of the pedway about 4 minutes later, exiting onto a side street and piling into the back of our Harley-supplied van. The alphas inside were either wearing masks or were still wolves, and they looked at us as we piled in. Some upgraded to staring once the redhead dropped her illusion and let a bunch of college-aged guys get a good look at her. The only one that didn't look was Tommy, and that was because he was the one in the driver's seat. We need to get you to a hospital, Harry said as he closed the back doors. No, no hospital, I groaned. The poison, whatever it was, had definitely gotten worse in the time it had taken to get to the van, to the point I couldn't even move my legs anymore. If a woman with a missing arm shows up while suffering from the same poisoning as the other victims, it won't take them long to figure out who I am. We need to get somewhere safe, somewhere the cops won't think to look. Do I look like I have a network of safe houses? Harry demanded. Figure something out, I grunted. Use my phone if you have to. It's disposable. After I'm done with it, it's definitely going to be disposable, Harry muttered. With my help, he reached into my side compartment and pulled out my Nokia, before passing it to Georgia and asking her to turn it on. How are you feeling? Kim asked. Not great, I replied. I can't move my legs, my arms feeling stiff and shaky, and it's getting hard to breathe. Plus, I think I'm getting woozy. Shit, Kim said. I can't really treat poisons. I don't know how. Allow me, the redhead said. She laid a hand over my chest, and I suddenly felt like I'd been plunged into the bay in the middle of winter. I practically froze over, and nearly passed out from the shock. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Harry demanded, snatching his hand back from the phone he was about to take. I am lowering her body temperature and slowing her heart to stem the spread of the poison, the redhead replied. It is the most I can do in this circumstance. I heard someone moving around the van, and a few moments later someone put my head in their lap. Marcy, by the look of it. How bad is it? She demanded. From what I experienced, and what Doyen has described, she is suffering from muscle paralysis. Identifying the toxin assailing her, with only that symptom to reference, is not possible, the redhead said. I saw Kim's face blanch, and painfully turned to look at her. What is it? I asked. I need a moment, Harry interrupted, pushing his way to the front of the van. He sat down in the passenger seat, and then held the phone up to his ear, or rather, about 2 inches from his ear. Come on, pick up. Hey, Michael, Charity. Hi, look, is. I tuned him out and turned back to Kim. What is it? I repeated. Muscle paralysis, trouble breathing, drowsiness. I recognize that list of symptoms, sort of. It's what Pavulon causes. Pavulon. I groaned. And the octohydra came out of a prosecutor's office and targeted crimes. Pavulon. I repeated, more forcefully this time. Kim swallowed and looked away, turning to face the redhead. It's the lethal injection drug used in Illinois. My heart stopped. The redhead cocked her head to the side in consideration. That is correct. And there it went again. Harry had turned around at the pronouncement, his eyes wide. Then an awful feedback screech came out of the phone, and he winced. Charity? Charity, you shit. He put the phone down, the screen scrambled and broken, and shook his head. Okay, he's not home and she doesn't like me, that's not an option. You bricked a Nokia, I muttered, my voice coming out funny. Yeah, I'm just Mr. Magic Hands right here, Harry grumbled. Hell's bells. Kid, cut north then west, get onto the Kennedy Express, then come off around Clybourne. We need to get to St. Mary of the Angels. I'm not a kid, Tommy muttered. I tried to think of a way out of my situation. Going to the hospital might help, but it would probably take too long. By the time I got there and they started treating me, I'd be dead. That left only magical solutions. Can we get the poison out of me? I asked. Draw it out with thaumaturgy somehow. I mean, yeah, in theory, but in practice it's already mixed in with your blood. You'd need to get a relatively pure sample of the toxin or poison, and then somehow draw that and only that out of your bloodstream. I can't do that, and I'm pretty sure I'm the best person here at thaumaturgy. That's not a good answer, I coughed. So to make this work, I need a sample, and a way to filter it. Could I use the stuff smeared on my costume for the sample? I mean, it can't hurt at this stage, I guess, but... Then tear some off and pass it over, I ordered. Crescent, I've got a notepad. Take it out, write out your suspicions, and I'll have it delivered to the lieutenant so she knows. As for me, I had to gamble on my passenger. I didn't know how my passenger saw the world, exactly, but I knew its senses far exceeded mine. I couldn't tap into them normally for whatever reason, but that didn't mean the passenger wasn't using them anyway. If there was anything that could pick out the poison from my blood. Walk me through how you'd do it, I told Harry. I told you, I can. Walk me through it. Okay, okay. Shit, picture your blood, alright? Then. I listened intently to Harry's explanation, pausing only to have him throw a scrap of paper out the window for a bird to pick up. Once my orders had been impressed on the bird, I focused on Harry's visualization instructions, tightly gripped the stained piece of cloth Kim had torn off, and readied myself. All on you now, passenger, I muttered. Heat shot through me, enough for a light burn, light enough I couldn't have argued against it even if I'd been willing to do so. A muddy red liquid began to run out of the cuts and bites on my legs, seeping into the heavy cloth that covered the floor of the van. As it went on, my vision started to blur, and I grew colder and colder. It's not working, Harry said. You're pulling out too much blood. It's working, I panted. Just mixed in. Not going to kill me. I had to believe that. I had to believe my passenger could get me out of this mess. Because if I didn't, I would die. Shortly after that, I blacked out. I woke up some time later to some of the worst pain I'd ever suffered. My entire body felt sore and weak, I had a splitting headache, and every single breath was a struggle. I tried to sit up, utterly failed, and settled for looking around. I was in some kind of cramped storage room, boxes stacked all the way up to the ceiling. From the feel of it, I was lying on some kind of cot, and not even the kind of cot you'd get in a hospital. Still, back pain was the least of my worries right now. My head and right arm felt strangely light, and some weak prodding revealed that my costume had been removed, along with the remains of my prosthetic arm. My hand flew up to my face, and I relaxed as I felt the presence of a mask, a half mask from the feel of it. I sighed in relief and slumped back down, the brief shot of adrenaline passing along with the panic. I wasn't alone in the room. Kim and the redhead were both with me, while Harry was nowhere to be seen. Kim shifted as I started to move around, looking away from the redhead. She moved to sit next to me, put a hand against my shoulder, and pushed some more magic into me. How are you feeling? She asked. Like shit, I summarized. But I'm alive, in one piece, and not in danger, so on the scale of near-death experiences, maybe a 7 out of 10. What's a 10 out of 10? I'd rather not talk about it, I said. Where's the wizard? He's downstairs, talking to the priest. Said he would be back soon, Kim replied. Uh-huh. And her? I flopped a hand in the redhead's direction. She hasn't moved since we got here. She took a seat, and is just there. I tried to raise my head, and Kim helped prop me up by bunching up a bit of bedding. As Kim had said, the redhead was just sitting there, staring down at her hands. She looked up briefly as I looked her way, but when I didn't say anything she looked back down. She took over the blood, drawing once you went unconscious, Kim continued. From what we could tell, you'd taken out enough mostly pure toxin that someone else could take over without killing you. We also talked about what she could be, but we're still not sure. She says she's not a changeling or vampire, but the wizard thinks she's wrong about the changeling part. About not knowing she is one, I mean. What's a changeling? I asked. I doubt it's the fairy child replacement I've read about. Kim shook her head. Not entirely. Changelings are the children of fairies and humans, and start coming into their nature around their teens. I guess that's why the stories go the way they do. But I'm not sure about that, myself. About what changelings are, or that she might be one. Both. What happened with the octohydra doesn't make sense to me. She said she didn't do anything to it, but it was almost paralyzed after it grabbed her. The wizard thought it was some kind of karmic backlash for hurting the innocent, but we're dealing with a para-human power. Is that possible? Almost anything's possible, I said. Though it would be one of the stranger power quirks I'd come across, and there wouldn't be any genuine karmic backlash involved. So we've got some strange woman who is some kind of supernatural, who has no issue about wading into a fight with a tentacle monster, and has somehow never committed a wrong in her life. So it seems, Kim said. Okay. Either we just happened to run into a magical saint, or one of our assumptions is wrong. I sighed and looked over at the redhead. I felt exhausted, both mentally and physically, and that scared me because exhaustion meant sleep, and sleep meant nightmares. I needed something to do, something to occupy my attention, so I didn't nod off. Figuring out the redhead was a good start. What did I know about her? She was strong and tough, with an inhuman look and an impossible figure. She was wearing the remains of a blue dress that might have been pretty once, but was now ruined by dirt and grime and tears. She either had some unconscious stranger and master powers that let her avoid and stun the octohydra, or she was innocent or both. She had magic, and she wasn't a fairy. If she was some kind of supernatural being, or half-being, or whatever, then I had no way to identify her. Kim and Harry both knew more than me, and if neither of them could figure it out, then I wasn't going to beat them. But I did know para-humans, and it was possible this woman either was a para-human, or was connected to one. "Hello," I said. The redhead looked up at me, her eyes despondent and empty. "What's your name?" I asked. There was no response. I frowned and tried to sit up again, and this time I managed to half-prop myself against my stump. "Hello? Can you hear me?" "I can hear you perfectly well," the woman replied. "Then, do you have a name?" I asked, a vague suspicion forming in my head. "I do not," she said quietly. "Mother never named me." I paused, frowning. That was a weird response. It suggested she only had the one parent, a mother who had never named her. "What about your father?" I asked. "I do not have one." About what I expected, based on the previous response. Still, no name, a physique that looked sculpted, just one parent, something wasn't adding up here. What could she be? If she had magic, then she had to be native to this earth. That ruled out her being a case 53, if Cauldron had known about magic, they would have used it against Scion. She could have been a new trigger, one whose powers mutated them, but I couldn't confirm that without Harry. Or... I paused, a chill running down my spine. There was that probable Tinker/Master running around. And those birds had definitely been mutated, which meant if they did belong to a Tinker, then they were some kind of bio-Tinker. Which raised the troubling possibility that they had upgraded from mutant birds to mutant humans, and that we'd just run off with their latest creation. It would explain why she thought she had one parent. It would even explain what had happened with the octohydra. It had ignored her completely, avoided her even, like it had avoided the child in the stroller. What if it was because of the same reason? Because neither of them had lived long enough to do any wrong? God, I hoped I was wrong. But I had to be sure. "Were you born, or made?" I asked the redhead. Kim didn't understand my question. She furrowed her brow, and looked back and forth between me and the redhead. A couple of seconds later though, her eyes widened in realization, and she turned to stare at the redhead. "I was made," the redhead replied. "Fuck. My mother wrought me out of flesh and blood and sinew. She gave me life and purpose and meaning." She looked back down, and her shoulders slumped. "And she has disowned me." Court debut 18. December 2000. Taylor. Dealing with abandoned, self-aware biotinker creations was not something my career had prepared me for, so I put it off in favor of re-establishing my surveillance net. I laid back down with Kim's help, angled my head so the other woman couldn't see my lips, and started giving orders, whispering so quietly that even I couldn't hear myself. The bugs around me told me that I was in a church, and that the only other people inside were Harry and a couple of black-robed priests. Next was the plaza where we had fought the octohydra. I spent a minute examining it, observing the police cordons that had been set up, the mass of curious onlookers and talking head reporters milling at the edges, the efforts to move the giant corpse. It took a little longer to find Lieutenant Murphy, who was still on the scene, directing recovery efforts and arguing with people. I would have to get in touch with her later. A brief check of the sun's position let me guess that an hour had passed since I'd blacked out, so after getting my bag of feathers from Kim, I had my passenger throw out a wider net to search for priority targets. Faith was easy to find, as she was still in her house. I didn't look deeper than that out of respect for privacy. My next targets were Marconi and the brothel-running vampires. They were the two biggest gangs in the city, and they would have to go eventually. For now though, they were both too large and too connected for me to go up against, particularly when there were softer, more pressing targets to go after. Marconi and the vampires represented a slow rot, a poison seeping into the city. The ghouls and fairies were more immediate issues, regularly feeding on and murdering people. They took priority over the gangs. So for now I watched their properties, tracked their movements, and gathered information, waiting for an opportunity to take them down. In a way, the situation reminded me of Brockton Bay, two big factions clashing with each other, smaller groups surviving around them, while the authorities ineffectually tried to keep a lid on the situation. Neither group seemed to be particularly active, so I left them to their plotting and checked out the alphas. Most of them had dispersed, though a few were still driving around in the van with Tommy. Marcy I found in my car, maybe 10 minutes away from the church and getting closer. Soon after that, I just about ran out of things to distract me from what happened, so in the interest of not dwelling on things, I decided to focus on the redhead. She hadn't moved at all in the past 15 minutes, except for a rhythmic rise and fall of her shoulders that occurred in time with her breathing. I spared a look at Kim, found her fiddling with her rings, and slowly sat back up. What would you like to be called? I asked. The redhead looked up and blinked languidly, seeming confused by the question. She looked around the room, then furrowed her brow. Derdriu, she said after a long pause. I would like to be called Derdriu. I nodded. Derdriu, then. When were you let go? A number of days ago, she replied listlessly. I am not sure of the precise date, I only recently made it to the surface. Then I encountered that creature, and I tried to subdue it for my mother. But I wasn't strong enough. Oh. A biotinker getting their hands on the octohydra, like I needed more nightmare fuel. Are you hungry, thirsty? I asked, trying to focus on Derdriu. I suppose. I suppressed a sigh. This wasn't working, whatever relationship she had with her mother, being thrown out had clearly destroyed her. I needed to find a different approach. Why did you listen to me, help me? I asked. You had authority over me. What? I do? Did? Why? I asked, feeling thoroughly confused. Derdriu's brow furrowed. You directed my mother's creations. I assumed you were an associate of hers. Her eyes narrowed, and her posture grew a little tense. Was I mistaken? Crap. I glanced over at Kim, and was relieved to see she had tensed up as well, her fingers outstretched. She had to have recovered enough pressure to at least manifest her claws, and with the full moon only a few days away, she might even have recovered enough charge to transform briefly. But if it came to a fight, I was dead. The tight confines of the room combined with my immobility spelled disaster for me. All that being said, I didn't feel comfortable about outright lying to Derdriu. I don't believe I've met your mother, I said carefully. But I assume she didn't object to my direction, with how easily she threw off my influence. For a few tense moments Derdriu examined me, her lips pursed and her eyes narrowed. Then she slumped, and the fight went out of her. Perhaps, she said. But it doesn't matter. She may seek retribution, she may not. Either way, she ignored me. I let out a long, slow breath, and then gestured for Kim to relax. Derdriu, do you have anywhere to go? Any money, clothes, friends? No. Harry and a priest came by a few moments later, an older man that Harry identified as Father Forthill. After we were introduced, I managed to coax Derdriu to go get cleaned up, while I stayed and ate some of the sandwiches the priest had prepared. Why this church, anyway? I asked in between bites. It's the only place I could think of that Murphy wouldn't think to check, and I knew Father Forthill could keep a secret. Besides, this place is a supernatural Fort Knox, there isn't anything in the city that could break in here, not without working through human patsies. I paused in the middle of eating and frowned. Because it's a church? I asked hesitantly. Does this have anything to do with that true faith thing you talked about? Sort of. The pure faith stuff is different, and the reason St. Mary's is tough isn't just because it's a church. I mean, that does have something to do with it. Most supernatural entities are weakened by consecrated, holy ground, but the real strength comes from the ritual elements. People have been blessing this place with prayers, masses, communions, weddings, baptisms, and other stately rituals over and over through the decades. It was actually first consecrated a little over a century ago, and that's a long time for positive energy to build up. So it's warded, I summarized. To put it simply, Harry replied. Really well warded, too. I could probably throw my death curse directly at the walls, and I'd be lucky to singe them. Not that I would. And the true, pure faith bit? Is it some religious thing? Harry shook his head. No. It tends to be a religious thing, but that's just coincidence. The kind of strong, pure faith that comes up in magic is entirely about belief. It's less about a god, and more about an idea, or ideology. Faith in God is the most common, but you can have strong faith in other religions and beliefs. In my case, it's magic. He reached into his shirt and pulled out a silver pentacle, a 5-pointed star held inside a solid circle. To me, the pentacle represents the forces of magic, constrained and ordered by human will. I believe that magic is a force intended to be used to create, to protect, and to preserve. That it's a gift to be used responsibly and wisely, and to help protect those who can't protect themselves. As he spoke, pale blue light began to spill from the symbol, though it stopped once he let it go. Does it need a focus? I asked. Like a crucifix, or that pentacle? It definitely helps, Harry said. More so if it's sentimental to you. This is the only keepsake I've got of my mother's, my only tie to her, and I'd like to think that helps. Off to the side, I saw Kim blink. That's your mother's. Harry nodded. So, you're saying you had inherited silver this entire time, Kim said slowly. Harry froze, and his eyes widened as I turned to give him a look. Is that so? I said calmly. That would have been very useful to know, before I got into a fight with a werewolf. Ha, yet. Harry swallowed. I forgot. Like you forgot to tell the Lieutenant of Special Investigations about the cannibal shapeshifters living underground. I asked acerbically. Did you forget the vampires too? What about the fairies? Look, I answer Murphy's questions on a case-by-case basis. And she doesn't know anything, I interjected. Holy shit, how are you so bad at this? I've been under a lot of stress lately, all right. Harry said, scowling. I've got a lot of things to juggle right now. And it looks like you're going to toss another ball my way, in the shape of that woman. What's her name, Deirdre? I sighed and let the topic drop. For now. That's not her name. Really? Harry frowned. Why did you call her that then? It's what she asked to be called. But according to her, she doesn't have a name. Harry's frown deepened. I think you should take this from the top. I walked Harry through everything I had learned, starting with my suspicions and ending with what Deirdre had told me. By the end of it, Harry was scratching at the stubble on his chin, his brow furrowed in concern. So she's like Pinocchio, he summarized. Well, it's not every day I run into a real girl. Excuse me? Kim asked. Harry waved her off. You get what I mean. Moving past statements your girlfriend wouldn't appreciate, I said dryly, do you have any idea what Deirdre means? My gut feeling is that it's some kind of word or title, it means something, I just don't know what. I'm not a walking dictionary, Harry replied. Besides, all names mean something. That's how they started. I shot him an exasperated look. You get what I mean. Most people don't care about the meaning of their name, or it's just a piece of trivia to them. It's probably the opposite in Deirdre's case. I get it, Harry said, bringing up his hands. Deirdre. Sounds Scottish, Irish. He shrugged. Something like that. I rubbed at my ribs. If you've got time, could you look into it? I'm probably going to be on bed rest for the next few days. You can say that again. You damn near bled out in the van. I mean, stars and stones, it worked, but... He shook his head. If any medical wizards had seen you, I think they would still be yelling. They can yell all they want, I said, turning to look at Kim. Have you had any problems? I vaguely recall you being picked up as well. Kim shook her head. I had a bit of stiffness, but it went away. I'm not sure if that's because I was only affected by a small dose, because of my powers, or both. Depends on how your powers regeneration works, I said. It's not like you've tested it on poisoning or internal damage. I paused, then looked at her more closely. Right. Kim gave me an affronted look. I'm not crazy. Just wanted to make sure. I've heard of some pretty idiotic power tests in my time, and read about a whole lot more. Back in the late 80s, early 90s there was this brute. Cochet, I think his name was. Hell's bells, Harry muttered. What? I asked, looking over at Harry. He sighed and shook his head. Russian folk tale, don't worry about it. Okay. He had some kind of incredible durability or regeneration or something. I don't remember the details. Anyway, he really liked demonstrating his invincibility, and at one point he partnered with a TV network to make a show where he would throw himself into incredibly dangerous situations and do incredibly stupid things for ratings. His power kept him safe through most of it, up until he chugged a gallon of bleach on national television. Harry and Kim both winced. Ouch, he said. I'm guessing that didn't go well for him. Not in the slightest, I replied. He didn't die, but his reputation tanked pretty hard. I don't know what happened to him after that. Back in the early 90s? Kim asked, frowning. Don't you mean a few years ago? No, Earth bet's about 14 years ahead of you guys. I really don't know why. Probably something to do with magic, I replied. Which I still found weird, but it was a much less pressing level of weird than everything else on my plate, so I didn't worry about it that often. Wait, what? Kim asked, eyes going wide. Really? Yeah, I said. Kim looked over at Harry. What in the world could cause that? He shrugged. I don't know. Santa's Christmas magic, maybe. I blinked, and it took a few seconds for the words to percolate and make sense. Wait, Santa's real? I blurted out. Yeah, but he's a fairy. Real heavyweight from what I hear, Harry replied. That never mind. I shook my head. We're getting off track. Deirdre. What are we going to do about her? The trouble was, Deirdre's situation was incredibly complicated. We couldn't return her to her mother, and we couldn't leave her alone either with literally nothing to her name, including a name. Sending her out into the world was the same thing as killing her. At the same time, none of us were comfortable with taking in a complete unknown. In the end, Harry asked Forthill to look after Deirdre while we recovered from our injuries, while I convinced Deirdre to disguise herself and go along with it. Neither needed much convincing. Forthill agreed out of compassion, while Deirdre agreed out of listlessness. Marcy arrived a few minutes later, and after changing into the spare set of clothes she brought, I managed to stumble my way towards the parking lot. Harry, Kim, and Marcy met me by the service entrance, my field backpack slung over my roommate's shoulder. "Good luck dealing with the lieutenant," I said, pulling my coat tighter around me. "If you see her first, you can tell her I'll call her later." "Sure, I can pass on that message," Harry replied. "By the way, it's good to see your regent spell is working out, but maybe in the future, you could avoid using Sith lightning on my friends? Just something to consider." "I'm not a Sith Lord," I replied. "No, you just look like a Sith lady," he retorted. I sighed and looked over at the other two. "Back me up here?" I asked. Kim and Marcy both shook their heads. "I'm with Harry on this," Kim said. "I could see you in a black robe tempting people to the dark side." "You're not as wrinkly though," Harry added. "Or in a bulky life support suit. Yet." I shook my head in exasperation. "Whatever. I'll see you around." Marcy helped me to my car, before not quite forcefully forcing me into the passenger seat. I didn't object that much. I wasn't in any shape to drive, though I did frown when we turned east off the I-90 rather than continuing south to our dorm. "Marcy, where are we going?" I asked, looking over in her direction. "To the hospital," she replied curtly. "What? No. I do not need to go." "Bullshit!" Marcy yelled, briefly throwing a glare my way. "Taylor, you were injected with some kind of lethal injection drug, then to treat it you lost a whole lot of blood, is the point. What were you going to do, go home and sleep it off?" I took a deep, steadying breath. "I told you, if a one-armed woman." "I brought your prosthetic, and your ID," Marcy interjected, reaching into the back of the car at the next stoplight. She pulled out a plastic bag and dropped it in my lap, and I pulled it open to see my phone, my wallet, and the lifelike, myoelectric prosthetic that was never, ever going near Harry. "So you're not one-armed, you're disabled. And since you decided bloodletting was a good way to deal with poisoning, they might not notice the drugs in your system." "If they run my blood they will definitely notice the drugs," I snarled. "Then they won't see that much." Another red light came up, and after swearing and coming to a stop, she turned to glare at me. "Taylor, you nearly died. And while apparently that's just fucking blasé to you, it isn't to me." She let out a sharp huff and turned back to face the road. "You're going to the hospital. Why is this even an issue, anyway?" "Because I don't." I cut myself off with a huff and looked away. "Because I don't want to be around other people right now," I finished in my head. My hand trembled, and my thoughts circled around the things I'd been forced to remember, to relieve. "I just want to be alone right now," I said. Marcy spared a glance my way. Some of the anger and fear in her expression bled away, replaced by concern. "Taylor." She shook her head and looked back at the road. "I don't think that's a good idea right now. You don't know me." Marcy's hands tightened around the wheel. "I guess I don't," she said, her voice coming out funny. "But I know you're going to the hospital." End of story. The rest of the ride was spent in sullen silence, and things didn't improve when we got to Mercy Hospital. I was very quickly bundled off into a room, had my blood drawn, asked for my blood type A positive and then hooked up to N4, with the nurse coming by frequently to check on my situation. Apparently, the hospital was under a lot of pressure right now. What a surprise. The only thing that kept me from going insane over the 3 hours the procedure took was the TV in the corner of the room. I spent an hour flipping through the various news channels, but most of it was pointless ratings baiting. They talked about what had happened at the Richard Daley Plaza, talked to witnesses, called experts, and picked apart the few statements and bits of footage that had been released. I was lucky the concept of the 24-hour news cycle hadn't quite taken off yet. In a few years, the news would be completely pointless rather than just mostly pointless. NBC did tell me something useful though, somewhere around the 45-minute mark. A 30-something woman with curly brown hair and a grey business suit looked past the camera, visibly read off the teleprompter, and then looked back at the audience. "We've just received reports that the individual responsible for the downtown massacre is none other than Justine Roberts. The controversial state prosecutor and ardent proponent of the death penalty was recently discovered to have been heavily involved with the Illinois Regional Forensics Institute, which has come under fire for its shoddy oversight and testing practices. Officials are still investigating how many cases are impacted, however." I switched the channel to some random sitcom and mulled over what I'd just heard. Justine Roberts had been a pretty single-minded prosecutor, exclusively pursuing death penalty cases, almost always successfully. I hadn't paid a lot of attention to her, but it was hard to miss the people and news channels going on about the long arm of the law. The more I thought about the situation, the shittier it looked. A prosecutor notorious for pursuing the death penalty and securing results through bad evidence was already a big scandal. That same prosecutor triggering, probably as a result of learning about the IRFI's bad practices, and killing a ton of people in the heart of downtown Chicago? There was no way this incident didn't hit the national news, and I'd be willing to bet on it going international. And of course, everyone would be playing that blurry clip of me sitting on a tentacle, calmly talking with a police officer, before disappearing into thin air. All my plans for a careful public debut, ruined. I didn't regret intervening, despite all the consequences. I'd saved a lot of lives, after all. But this was going to complicate things. Eventually, I got bored of picking through the news, and switched to mindless sitcoms like Friends to keep my mind off of everything that had happened. Unfortunately, the blood transfusion wasn't the end of it. The doctors had more tests, treatments for the lingering drugs, more tests that left them scratching their heads, and by the time I was in any position to try and leave, the sun had already long set. They asked me to stay overnight as a precaution, and while that would probably rack up more bills that my university health insurance would only half cover, I was too exhausted to argue at that point. I was back with Bonesaw, but the setting was different than usual. I was wrapped in a straitjacket and sat on a couch, while Bonesaw stood behind me and fiddled with my skull. There was a screen in front of me, an old staticky monitor, and the screen sparked and shifted in time with Bonesaw's cuts. With the spine connected to the brainstem, she sang. The voice was a little different than I remembered, more of a woman's than a girl's. The screen blurred into static for a moment, and when it resolved, I saw Brian, strewn about the inside of a walk-in freezer. Bonesaw hummed in appreciation for a moment, before digging in again. And the brainstem connected to the cerebellum. A lock of platinum blonde hair fell over my shoulder, before a long finger flicked it back and out of sight. The screen shifted to show Echidna, the video zooming in on her misshapen, chimeric heads and limbs. I saw lions, bulls, dogs, claws, legs, and tentacles, all flowing into each other. Ooh. And the cerebellum connected to the hippocampus. And the hippocampus connected to the amygdala. I felt fear, but it was strangely distant, like seeing a reflection through a mirror. I could feel my body react to the horrors on screen, to the things being done to me, but there was a weird delay to it. The screen changed to show the sprawling body of Sion's partner. Just as before, I found it strangely beautiful. A collage of human body parts, like the sketch outlines of an artist, variations on a theme thrown out to see what worked. Canyons and valleys of soft grey flesh, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Aha! And the amygdala connects to this stupid little song. I woke up with a shriek, my hands flying to the back of my head. My prosthetic spazzed out halfway there, overwhelmed by all the input, and it smacked me in the temple. I fell over on the bed, clutching at the back of my head and making sure it was still whole. The 4 in my left arm almost came loose, and the clatter and scream woke Marcy, my roommate, tumbling out of the chair I'd fallen asleep in. I was vaguely aware of her calling for help, of first a night nurse and later a doctor coming in to examine me. I couldn't pay attention to them. The rest of my dream was fragmentary and blurry, and I could only recall pieces shooting Aster, the skeleton of Behemoth, King of Cups' second trigger, my first time with Brian. My emotions were even wilder, a raw mix of fear and desire and anger mixing together without any rhyme or reason. I couldn't get them under control, and I remember fighting and screaming as the hospital staff tried to calm me down. They must have sedated me at one point, because I crashed hard a few minutes later, the siren call of sleep lulling me back to rest. It's not surprising, considering what she's been through, I remember someone saying. She'll need someone to stay with her. I laughed myself hoarse in response. A/N, the IRFI isn't a real forensic institute, I just needed a plausible enough name for a forensics institute that was going to be dumpstered for the sake of a trigger. Anyway, the Octohydra's power, for anyone that's interested in it. Judgment/the Octohydra was meant to be a primary thinker with a changer/striker secondary. Their thinker power allowed them to mark a target and start getting background details and information about said target, with a special emphasis on violent deeds. Under certain conditions, Judgment was also able to transform her arms into whip-like tentacles lined with sharp, toxic mouths loaded with a mild paralytic and hallucinogenic. Because Judgment's changer element is strictly secondary, I wanted to add in a kind of backlash to the equation to emphasize the thinker aspect. Judgment is also one of the first triggers I genned, back when I was still intent on making para-humans on average weaker, which played into why I added limitations. In this case, Judgment has to mentally designate a target as guilty before they can transform and use their changer tentacles, and using the tentacles on someone that hasn't been designated guilty, either now, or in the past, produces a mental and physical backlash. Judgment lingered in my notes since before the rewrite, and originally, was supposed to be just a normal para-human, who probably would have run into Doyen, scanned her, and then started going after her. But when the rewrite came, one of my betas suggested making my planned Broken Trigger segment more interactive and less horror movie. I'm paraphrasing, and I think it was one of my betas that suggested that, not sure now. The original Broken Trigger was meant to be a stranger power gone wrong, enveloping an entire courthouse in its effect. When I decided to change that, I looked through my list of para-humans, saw Judgment, looked at my notes for Deirdre, and went, now there's a fun way to introduce this character. So Judgment's power was scaled up, the changer power affected her entire body, the drug grew more intense, the thinker power was no longer limited in the number of people it could target, and so on and so forth. The base elements were still there. The shard had time to fit those in before the trigger started breaking, but once the shard faltered, everything started spiraling out of control. Judgment's mind broke under the tidal wave of information that wasn't moderated in any way, and thus we got the Octohydra. Court debut 19. December 2000. Taylor. It snowed overnight. I left the hospital in the morning. There was another argument with the doctors about staying longer so they could run more tests, monitor my situation, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. The sooner, the better. So they sighed, made a note in my file that I was being discharged against medical advice, and turned me loose. The drive back to our dorm somehow managed to be even more depressing than yesterday. I avoided looking at Marcy or anything else, and clutched the backpack with my costume and gear. My surveillance network focused almost entirely around me. It was how I spotted a familiar cat waiting near the dorm's parking lot, hiding under a snow-dusted bench. The hell? I muttered, ignoring a look from Marcy. What was Harry's cat doing here? I didn't live that far from Harry's place, considering the size of Chicago, but for a cat, it was definitely too far for a casual jaunt. Not to mention the weirdness of Mr. lounging around near my dorm's parking lot, in winter. Something was up, and that something turned out to be possession. When Marcy parked in front of our dorm, the cat burst out from his hiding place, jumped up onto the hood of my car, and looked at me with eyes that were more orange than usual. Hey Queenie, let me in. I'm freezing someone's balls off here. Did that cat just speak? Marcy asked, staring at Mr. with wide eyes. In a TV British accent. I'll have you know that this is entirely authentic, thank you very much, the possessed cat replied. I assumed it was possessed anyway, it made more sense than a mundane cat suddenly developing the ability to talk. My hand crept for my backpack, before I remembered that my gun was out of ammo. And why should I let you in? I asked cautiously, looking around to see if anyone was nearby. They weren't. Students had better things to do on snowy Sunday mornings than hang around parking lots, and anyone looking at us from the nearby dorms would just see a cat on a car. The possessed cat blinked languidly. Because Harry sent me, Day. Who else would call you Queenie? I settled my hand on my backpack. I distinctly remember telling him not to call me that. Let me quote him then, if you're going to call me nobody, I'm going to call you Queenie, the cat said, in a rather authentic recreation of Harry's voice. Now, can you let me in? It really is cold out here, and I've got a message for you. I looked over at Marcy, sighed, and reluctantly got out of the car, grabbed the cat, and got back inside. The backpack ended up between my legs, while the cat curled up in my lap. Oh, this is much nicer, the cat purred. Who even are you? I asked. And why are you possessing Harry's cat? I'm a spirit, girlie. I tan in the sunlight faster than the palest Irish woman. As for my name, I'm not really in the habit of giving it out to anyone I meet, even girls with long legs. Not that Harry lets me meet many people, but it's the principle of the thing. Call me Mr. B. I'll settle for B, I replied. What's the message? And why you? Harry got a visit from the cop lady yesterday, and he thinks she might be watching him. He's worried she may have tapped his ancient, retro phone too, so he sent me in this big lug. First time in months I get to stretch my legs, and it's to run an errand, there's just no appreciation. I waited for the spirit's grumbling to subside, then coughed. The message. I repeated. It's about your Deirdre girl, B said. There's a few things her name could be a reference to, all out of old Irish myth or language. The most likely one is Deirdre of the Sorrows. Have either of you ever heard of her? Marcy and I both shook our heads. How about Helen of Troy? From the Trojan War? Marcy asked. Yeah, her. The same basic idea as her anyway, an exceptionally hot woman people fought wars over. Deirdre wasn't exactly an Irish Helen though. There's a whole lot of background to her story and the Ulster cycle, but the basics are that she was prophesied to be the most beautiful woman to ever live. And because we're dealing with old myths and lusty heroes, she was so excessively beautiful that she was supposed to split the royal house in two. Fascinating, I said, and even mostly meant it. But I can read the story in full when I'm not in a car talking to a possessed cat. What did this Deirdre actually do? The short version is that she grew up in seclusion, and fell in love with a young warrior, Naes. They ran off to Scotland, led a happy family life, and because this is an old myth they didn't get to live happily ever after. You see, the king of the court she was born into declared he'd marry her before she was even born, and he wasn't happy. Deirdre ran away. So he tracked her down, killed her husband, screwed up his alliances in the process, and finally drove her to commit suicide. So, she was a damsel in distress? Marcy asked. That trope implies a rescue from a bad situation and a happily ever after, I replied. Usually, anyway. Either way, I don't think an old Irish myth where the namesake is widowed and killed herself fits. Sure, if you look at it head on. But if you look at it as a metaphor for a blissful life that was cruelly interrupted. That could work, I said, cocking my head to the side. But it still doesn't feel right. I looked down at B. And how do you know the metaphor might fit, anyway? The cat let out a distinctly unfeline snort. You think Harry does his own research? I'm the one who came up with the possibilities, after he explained the situation. I hummed in response. What are the other possibilities? They're etymological, mostly. Spend long enough as a spirit, and you pick up all kinds of languages and phrases. Old Irish is outside my usual wheelhouse, but I know enough Celtic to make a few guesses. Of the possible root words, the most likely one is der, for daughter. I looked back on how Deirdre had acted when talking about her mother, the longing and depression. That seems promising, I said. It gets better. A couple other meanings the names picked up over the centuries is stuff like worried, broken-hearted, sorrowful, fear, afraid. You see where I'm going with this? I nodded slowly. And how many of those meanings could she be expected to know? Don't know, B said. Wasn't the question, isn't my problem. But if she is a fairy, or something like a fairy, then I'd bet on most or all of them. Fairies just know human language, all of it. Okay, I said, trying not to think about how that kind of general fluency might work. Thanks for the message. Is that it? That's all I was told to say. Got to say though, Queenie, your soul looks even more messed up than the last time I saw you. Less broken, but more messed up. I frowned, and turned the words around in my head. Then I froze, and turned the words around some more. Then I picked up the cat by the scruff of his neck and tossed him into the back seat. The cat yowled as he flew, and when he landed he turned around and hissed at me, the orange glow of his eyes briefly fading. He sent you? I demanded. What the fuck was he thinking? Taylor. Marcy asked, giving me a worried look. You remember that party back in March, the one I ended by pulling the fire alarm? I asked. Oh. Marcy flushed. You mean the one where it nearly devolved into an orgy, yet? That's because this asshole showed up and mastered us, I said, jabbing a finger at the cat. The cat sniffed. I didn't do anything to anyone that a keg wouldn't have done. Marcy blinked, furrowed her brow, and turned to glare at the cat. Give me one reason I shouldn't throw you out of that cat and give you a tan, I demanded. You can't. I narrowed my eyes. Don't test me. I mean, you literally can't. You don't have the ability to exorcise me. It's an empty whoa, hey, put that down. The that in question was my gun, which I had pulled out of my backpack and was now aiming at the cat. It was unloaded, but the spirit didn't know that. I repeat, don't test me, I growled. It took the spirit a few seconds to respond, and when it did, its voice was less certain. You wouldn't shoot Harry's cat. I cocked the gun for emphasis. The cat's eyes narrowed, and the glow in his eyes intensified. You, just might. Geez, something did a number on you recently. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? I mean it looks like someone screwed around with your head. There's leftover bits of fairy magic clinging to you. I frowned and looked away, lowering the gun in the process. The dream. I didn't remember much about it, but my reaction to it had been extreme. I'd had bad dreams like that, in the early days after Gold Morning, but those had faded with time. Add in the emotional weirdness. I shook my head. Don't change the subject. I still need a reason. If you shoot me, I can't tell Harry about what happened? Which means he can't help you. I gave that some thought, then let out a long, slow sigh. I put the gun away, and took a few steadying breaths, trying to ignore the scared and uneasy look in Marcy's eyes. It doesn't look that bad, all things considered, the spirit said. But if you're getting fairy attention you'll want to set up some dream wards. Maybe a circle of iron around your bed. I live in a dorm room, I said, taking a deep breath. The bed set against the wall. Hey, I'm just offering suggestions. I took one last breath, then leaned over and opened the back door. Just, go. And don't come back unless you're bringing something from Harry. Yeah, sure. The cat bolted, and I closed the door with a sigh. I took off my glasses and rubbed at my eyes, before slumping against my seat. You wouldn't have actually shot it, right? Marcy asked in a quiet voice. No, I said, exhausted. The gun was empty. But... I shook my head. Fuck it. Let's get inside. I need to eat something that isn't bland hospital food, and then we need to move the couch. I'll be sleeping on it tonight, soon as I can figure out how to surround it in iron. Marcy nodded slowly. 30 minutes later, after I'd showered, eaten, and started feeling like a human being again, I slumped down in front of Marcy with no clue what to say. Taylor, what happened with the tentacle monster? She asked. I've been through a lot of shit, Marcy. I've watched cities die, done a lot of things I'm not proud of. I've mutilated people. Carved out a man's eyes, emasculated him. I've chopped off a woman's toes. Flayed people alive with the bites of thousands of insects. Hell, what I did to Triumph, he nearly died, choking on insects, the venom of 100 bee stings making his throat close up. I shook my head. So many things I've tried to forget or bury or move past, and it shoved them all in my face. And I can't even talk about any of them, or go to a therapist. Basically no one on this earth is qualified to deal with my mountain of issues. I just wanted to get away from all of this shit. Because for all intents and purposes, my life is over. The most important parts of my life, the most impactful, the most meaningful, they're all behind me. But of course, with my luck, I end up on the one fucking world that sucks me back into this life. I don't understand, Marcy said. I sighed. I know. Fuck, I know. And maybe someday I'll talk about it, about everything. But for now, I don't get any fucking peace. I shook my head again and tried to focus on something else. What do you think about Deirdre? The tall redhead. Marcy shot me a look at the blatant change in subject, before shaking her head and sighing. I don't know. She's hot, I guess. I raised an eyebrow. Hot. Marcy flushed. Yeah. But she also seems like a robot, almost. She barely talked after you blacked out. Short answers to any questions, only occasional commentary. It felt like if we didn't prompt her, she'd just sit there silently, forever. What's the deal with her, anyway? I gave Marcy the same explanation I'd given Harry, and by the end of it, she was frowning. So, she's a daughter with a broken heart, Marcy said. That's sad. I nodded. And fucked up. I want to do something nice for her. She helped a lot with the octohydra and might have even saved my life, but I have no clue how to start. And you think I do? Marcy asked. No. But I think that together, we can come up with at least one half-assed idea. A few days later, I wound up in the Church of St. Mary of the Angels. I had no more weird nightmares since I encircled the couch in iron, just regular nightmares. Between that and the way a dozen of my relay birds had just vanished after being blindsided by a mutant bird, I concluded that Deirdre's mother was both a fairy, and a little pissed at what I'd done. I say a little, because a fairy with the power to shape or create autonomous life could have taken me out very easily if she were angry. I'd come into the chapel on one of my off days. I had a lot of those now that it was exam season, and after a brief chat with one of the priests, I sat down on one of the pews and settled in to wait. The chapel itself was huge, bigger than most stadiums back in Brockton Bay. Gleaming hardwood floors shone over the whole room, broken up with ranks upon ranks of wooden pews. The altar and nave were lavishly decorated with gold embellishments and engravings, while a fresco of the Virgin Mary ascending to heaven loomed over the chapel. The chapel alone was big enough to fit over 1,000 people, and even back on Earth bet it had been packed each and every single Sunday. I'd gone only once. After Behemoth's death it hadn't been my first choice, but Tecton had offered to accompany me out of the Protectorate base, and under the terms of my probation, that was the only way I got to leave. Even weeks after, even on a Wednesday, the church had been so packed that crowds spilled out into the parking lot. A lot of people were hopeful again, gripped by the belief that the decline might reverse, that the Endbringers could be defeated. Then Khonsu happened. My parents hadn't raised me to be religious, and I never developed any independent faith. And after I'd gotten powers, after I had seen just how screwed up the world really was, I never saw the point. Even when I'd seen the post-Behemoth crowds, I hadn't felt anything special. Maybe it was because I knew that the end of the world was still coming, that even if the other shoe didn't drop soon, it would drop eventually. Maybe I just found it easier to believe God didn't exist, than to try to reconcile his existence with a world like mine. I thought back to Harry's words on faith, on how it was the belief that mattered, the idea. With classes wrapping up and my first few exams postponed after the downtown massacre, I found myself with a lot of time to think. Did I believe in anything strongly enough to qualify as pure faith? Not gods, not established faiths or religions. When the world was ending, when humanity was being destroyed, no one had come down from the heavens to intercede. No demons had crawled out of the woodwork to offer poisoned chalices. It had come down to us capes, humans, people. Just people, in the end. Fighting not out of some grand desire to save humanity, to stand together in the face of annihilation. Enough jackasses had split off to grab crumbs off a crumbling pie to bury that notion. I'd seen humanity at its lowest, and no grand ideal had shone through. What had shone through were simpler things. Pride, revenge, sheer bloody-minded stubbornness. Was that what I believed in? The uglier side of human emotion? That in the face of devastation and death, it was spite and stubbornness that would carry us through? Maybe. An older man with bright blue eyes sat down next to me, smoothing out his clerical robes in the process. Father Forthill, I said, recognizing him on the approach. Miss, he said, nodding. I don't believe I caught your name last time. I gave the matter some thought, then shrugged. He'd already seen my face, my glasses, and missing arm. If he wanted to out me, he had enough to screw me over. A name wouldn't change that. Taylor, I said. You can call me Taylor. Taylor, then. I was informed you wanted to speak to me. Do you need counsel? He asked. I turned to face him, giving him an evaluating look. Did I need counseling? Absolutely. Did I need it from a priest, even one in the know? Maybe later, I said, turning back to face the fresco. I came to ask about the woman I left in your care. How has she been? Forthill sighed. Solemn. Very, very solemn. She started assisting us with chores without any prompting, but she does not ask for anything. Most often, she sits in the small room we have set aside for her, and stares out the window. Some of my brothers are unnerved by her, most pity her, for what little she has shared of her past. There wasn't much to her past to begin with. She's rudderless, I said. Lost. Forthill nodded. Can I speak to her? I asked. Of course, he replied. He led me out of the chapel and through a network of hallways and empty rooms. When we reached a flight of stairs he paused, looked both ways and glanced at me. If I may, I'm surprised by your youth. Particularly when you seem so world-weary. I snorted. Life comes at you whether you like it or not, father. I thought of imp, romp, August Prince, starlet, vista, bonesaw. All capes that had triggered young, who had been disillusioned by the world when they were still trying to figure out who they were. It doesn't care about your age. I've known people younger than me who have twice, or 3 times my experience. Forthill gave me a sad look, before leading me up the stairs. We stopped by an old wooden door, and Forthill gently rapped his knuckles against the door. Yes. A quiet voice called out. It's Father Forthill, he replied. There is someone here to see you. They can come in. Forthill nodded and stepped away from the door. I will be waiting outside. Thank you, I said, before turning the knob and heading inside. The room was hollow. Not literally, there was a small drawer, a table, a chair, and a folding cot all cramped together, taking up much of the available space. It was more atmospheric. The bed on the cot was perfectly made, the corners of the room were dusty, and the table was decorated with only a single candle and a copy of the Bible, which was covered in a thin patna of dust. Deirdre sat by the window, her eyes flickering between the falling snowflakes. She turned to look at me as I walked in, and I was struck by how much more normal her disguise made her look. She was still impressively tall, but some of that height appeared to come from high heels, obfuscating her true natural height. Her curly hair was irregular, almost dull blonde, and her blue eyes seemed perfectly normal. Her pale skin made her look faintly Irish, and while her figure was still very statuesque and impressive, she looked more like a model and less like an Amazon. It made me wonder exactly how her mother had made her. Going from birds to humans was a big jump after all, and even Bonesaw had needed the resources and expertise of many tinkers in order to create her clones. Was Deirdre a newborn in a truer sense, a new life grown to adulthood? Or had her mother just taken a person and reshaped them, and I was seeing what remained of the original? It was hard to tell. Oh. Doyen, she remarked. You are still alive. Taylor, when I'm out of costume, I said. Revealing my name to Deirdre was barely even a risk. If her mother had managed to track me down and haunt me in my hospital bed, she almost certainly knew who I was and where I lived. I didn't like that. The notion that there was a biotinker who might decide to snatch me at any time made my skin crawl, but it did change the calculus when it came to Deirdre. I stepped inside, and gestured at the cot. May I sit? If you wish. I nodded, closed the door, and sat down on the edge. You're surprised to see me. I did not spend long with my mother, but in my time with her, she did not strike me as one for mercy. Or kindness. Kindness. I thought of the nightmare I'd had, and tried not to let my reaction show. Well, she did get her payback. A dozen of my flock, for the dozen I controlled. You have her favor, then? I doubted that. How long were you with your mother? I asked. How old are you? Deirdre turned away from the window and tapped a finger against the edge of the table. A matter of months. Time could flow strangely in her domain, and I did not keep track. But, 3 feels correct. 3 months, from creation to exile. That was, how did I even treat that? She clearly wasn't an infant, mentally or physically, but she also didn't seem ready to be independent. How much personality and autonomy did she really have? Was she a fancy bio-robot, winding down without orders, or was she a person? I suppose I would find out. Do you have any plans for the future? Anything you'd like to do? I asked, knowing full well the answer was no. Deirdre let out a bitter laugh. What future? I have no future. A bit darker than I anticipated, but not outside my expectations. Because you won't live long without your mother, or because you think your life has no meaning or purpose. Serving mother was my purpose. Without it. She trailed off, and looked back out the window. A minute passed in silence, and when she turned back to face me, she was frowning slightly. Do you believe I will die soon? You might. Why? She asked. Depends how your mother made you, I said. Most things made by para-human powers degrade over time. That might apply to you. Assuming she was a biotinker or master creation, but given the timing and circumstances, I felt comfortable making that assumption. Mother's work is not substandard, she sniffed. And I can feel the remnants of her power inside me, sustaining me. Perhaps I may age, but I will not decay. So in other words, you do have a long life ahead of you, I pointed out. Are you going to spend it living in this room? What else is there for me? A nicer room, for one, I said. Comfortable clothes. Regular showers. Good food. Movies or books or games, or whatever you might find entertaining. If you're going to spend the rest of your life going through the same routine over and over again, you may as well make it an enjoyable routine. And maybe along the way, you'll find a purpose. I didn't say that out loud though. Deirdre still seemed fixated on her mother, and trying to steer her away so soon wasn't likely to end well. It might not even be possible, depending on how her tinkered biology and mindset interacted with whatever fairy magic sustained her. Deirdre looked back out the window, a thoughtful expression on her face. She didn't say anything at first, so I crossed my arms and focused on the information my passenger was sending, counting the creatures under my control. I'd gotten up to 26 birds, 102 flies, and 5 dogs by the time she turned to face me again. Your words have some merit, she said. But I lack the means and opportunity to secure those comforts. On your own, maybe, I said. But you helped me out when I was in trouble. Maybe you wouldn't have if you knew I wasn't connected to your mother, but you still helped me. I'd like to repay that debt. Acknowledging the debt was a risk, but I figured it was the best way to get her to listen to me. Children naturally picked up some of their parents' habits and culture, and for someone made by a fairy, I was willing to bet Deirdre had a strong sense of debt and obligation. I suppose it would be churlish to deny you that opportunity, she allowed. Great, I said, getting up off the cot and smoothing out my coat. I'd like to do it now, if that's all right with you. And if it doesn't pan out, you can always just come back here. Deirdre shrugged and stood to follow me. I exchanged a few words with Father Forthill on the way out, thanking him for his help. Then I led Deirdre out the service exit and into the parking lot, heading for a dark blue minivan. I waved at the driver, and the sliding door opened as I approached. Deirdre stopped as she reached the door, blinking and looking around at everyone inside. What is this? She asked, confused. George is borrowing her parents' minivan, I said, gesturing to the driver's seat. Around me, the rest of the girls in the alphas looked at Deirdre. Now get in. This is a girls' day out, and we're going shopping. Court debut 20. December 2000. Taylor. Harry opened the door, and looked down at me with surprise. Hey. Taylor. There's no one watching you. I checked, I said. No mundane observers anyway, like suspicious loiters or occupied cars. Magical observation wasn't something I could check. I was going to say it's not a Wednesday, but that works too, he said. Do you need something? Did Kim give you the dreamcatcher? Yet. I don't know how much it's helped, though, I said. I haven't gotten any more weird dreams, but that might be the circle of iron. I did slap it together in a couple of hours, so it's not that strong, Harry said. He looked into my eyes for a moment, then nodded and stepped back. Anyway, come in. Thanks, I said, stepping inside and taking off my coat. From his position in front of the fireplace, Mr. looked over and hissed at me. Harry shot his cat a weird look, then glanced at me. Something happened on Sunday? He asked. I stared at Harry for a few seconds, wondering why the hell he was asking that. Did he just not consider pointing a gun at your cat to be something? Yeah. That's why I'm here. To apologize. Harry furrowed his brow. Okay. Let's finish this discussion first. Coke. Pepsi, I replied. Philistin, Harry sniffed. He wandered off to his kitchen, while I went for the chair furthest from Mr. The cat glared at me for a few moments, long enough for me to wonder if he was supernaturally intelligent, before he sniffed and went back to lounging before the fire. Here, Harry said, handing me a red can before sitting down on the couch. When are you moving into the new place? In a week or so, I said, nestling the can between my legs and cracking open the can. I'd already called Harley about getting a new cable-operated arm, but it would take some time before that arrived. We're waiting for exams to wrap up first. Are you renting the place? He asked. I shook my head. There was some argument between Georgia and her parents, and now. I think they're giving her a house they used to rent out? Putting it in her name? Something like that. Because apparently handing over a house to your college-aged daughter was just a normal thing to do. Which should strengthen the threshold, if I understand that properly. Having legal ownership over a property helps, Harry confirmed. It reinforces that the place is a real home. Are you paying rent to Georgia, then? Technically, we're splitting the mortgage. However that works. Harry hummed and cracked open his own can. Well, that might help with the threshold. He took a sip. They really just handed the place over to her. Yeah, I said. Harry shook his head. Rich people are crazy. Anyway, I'll try to come by after you move in, help set up some wards. Thanks, I said awkwardly. I drank some pop, cleared my throat, then turned to face Harry head on. You might reconsider after my apology, though. Harry furrowed his brow. Okay, seriously, what happened? I'm guessing Bob lied about everything going well. Bob? Was that the spirit's name? It started well, I said slowly. It ended poorly. I took another sip and considered how to proceed, because I really hadn't been expecting Harry to not know what happened. I had a pretty shitty time up to that point, I began. Between being assaulted by the octohydra, nearly dying, being confined to a hospital bed for 5 hours, and having the mother of all nightmares, I don't really know how to finish that sentence. Point is, it sucked, a lot. Then, when your spirit showed up, he didn't introduce himself at all. He just curled up in my lap. Harry winced. Hell's bells, Bob. Yeah, I said. We made it through the discussion of Deirdre's name without issue. Then he dropped the fact that he'd seen my soul earlier, which made it easy to identify him. Harry dragged a hand down his face and growled. So I threw Mr. into the back seat. Harry took a deep breath and looked down at Mr. Is that what you're apologizing for? I mean, it is a bit of a dick move, but given the circumstances I can understand it. No, I overreacted. Or, no, I reacted appropriately to the spirit, but I dragged Mr. into it when I shouldn't have. I threatened to toss the spirit out of Mr. and into the sunlight, and when he pissed me off, I pulled out an unloaded gun and aimed it at Mr. Harry blinked and slowly turned to look at me. What? He asked. Are you saying you threatened to kill my cat? I gave the impression of a threat, I replied. Harry took a deep, shuddering breath and looked away. His hands clenched and unclenched a few times, and there was a little tick at his brow that I tried not to stare at. I got another flash of behemoth and turned away before it could get worse, taking a few more sips of pop. The awkward silence dragged on for most of a minute, interspersed with quiet sips and deep breaths, before Harry finally looked back at me. All right. That was definitely a dick move, he said tightly. I know. And I'm sorry. No. I've got a date in a half hour, and I'd rather not go into that angry. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about or apologize for? He asked sharply. Nothing that can't wait until later. I paused, then added, mostly. There is one question I've got that I would appreciate an answer to. What is it? Are you going to keep working for SI, as a wizard? I asked. Because after the downtown massacre, that's basically the same thing as taking off your Spider-Man mask and going public. I would never take off the mask, Harry claimed. I don't know. He sighed and finished off his Coke, chugging it in one go. Back before all this para-human craziness started, I advertised myself as a wizard so that people who had problems, real problems that they couldn't explain, could find me and come to me for help. There were a bunch of cranks too, and the people that came to me for standard pie work, but if I wanted to just be a private investigator I would have had more luck not advertising myself as a wizard. I'm in this to help people. But I can't be publicly recognized as a wizard either. Something about the way he said that struck me as off. Why? Because you want to protect your identity. That's part of it, but, you've heard of the White Council, right? Secret society of wizards that back up the decapitation happy magical law enforcement, I said. I've heard of them, mostly from Bok and Kim. Harry nodded. They value their privacy even more than you do. They don't like it when people learn about them, and the magical community really only knows about them through the wardens. I've already gotten a notice and a warning for appearing on live television, and I really don't want to know what they'd do if my being a bona fide wizard became common knowledge. Especially since it might push people to start digging seriously into the supernatural, which absolutely no one wants. The predators are doing a pretty shit job of hiding, then, I said. Some are, but those are mostly independents and small fry. Ghouls outside of clans, rogue vampires, lesser fairy, that kind of thing. The major organizations, like the Red Court? They don't want people learning about them, because down that road lie witch hunts and inquisitions. I don't know how it was in your world and history, but in mine, the Inquisition and the witch hunts they stirred up killed a lot of people, including some real wizards and monsters, and that was back in the Middle Ages. People back then fought the supernatural with torches and pitchforks. Now they've got guns, and the population's 15 times bigger. If people learn what's really out there, it's going to be a bloodbath, on all sides. I thought about that for a few moments, then nodded in agreement. If anything, it'd be worse. But if they're that worried about it, why aren't they cracking down on all the independent predators? Harry sighed. Because most supernatural nations are full of monsters and predators. And the chaos gives them cover to operate. A pretty shitty catch-22, then. Blow the whistle, and get a lot of people killed fast, potentially including yourself. Do nothing, and get a lot of people killed slowly, over time. So where's the White Council in all of this? Or their wardens? How come we haven't seen any of them? I demanded. I don't fucking know, Harry said. I'm not on good terms with the council, so I don't get a lot of news from them. And the few missives I do get are all about how I should lay low, hunker down, wait for the council's decision. Like they haven't had a year to decide. So they're useless, basically, I summed up. As far as I can tell, yeah, Harry sighed. The wardens might be doing something, but there are only a few hundred of them, I think, to cover the entire world. He shrugged. Assuming they even bothered to protect people in the first place, they're definitely overworked now. He looked past me at a wall-mounted clock. We'll have to postpone this discussion for later. Getting back to the point, I don't want to stop being a wizard, or helping people as a wizard. But I don't know how I'd continue working for SI, either. I nodded slowly. In that case, I think I've got an idea. Lieutenant Murphy stalked into her office with a huff, threw her jacket over the back of her chair, and slumped down in front of her desktop, some ancient monstrosity of a computer which looked old enough to predate Scion. A few moments later an old, short, fat guy of a cop came by with a cup of coffee, which the lieutenant took with a grumble of thanks and a glare at her monitor. You look like hell, the old guy remarked, leaning up against the wall. You're one to talk, the lieutenant muttered. Their outfits were a study in contrasts. Where the lieutenant wore a passably nice set of dark blue dress suit and pants, the old guy's suit looked to be the color and consistency of vomit. The lieutenant looked like she'd just come from a meeting, the old guy looked like he'd just been thrown out of a meeting. Brass still blaming you for everything? He asked. I looked down at the notes I'd collected over 4 days of bugging meetings and tried not to snort. Listening to the mayor and his people argue with the chief of police and his people over who was to blame for the downtown massacre and running around like headless chickens day in and day out was making me long for the PRT under Chief Director West. The lieutenant grumbled something I didn't catch, drank some coffee, grimaced, and carried on. Even though I wasn't first on the scene, or the one to call in SWAT, or who made the call to shoot instead of evacuating people. A lot of people are afraid that heads will roll, and they want to make sure mine goes first. Bastards. Yet. Can you make sure no one bothers me? I've got another report to write up now, and I really don't need another headache, she said. Sure thing, Chief. As the old guy walked out of the room, I checked my notebook and flipped open my new burner phone, making sure to use my prosthetic. I hit one of the numbers I'd set to speed dial, and waited for the lieutenant to pick up her ringing phone. Instead, she glared at it, drank some more coffee, and put in her login details, her computer finally finishing the boot sequence. I rolled my eyes at her password !@ that was barely better than password 123 and waited for her to pick up the phone. She didn't. So I called her again. This time, the lieutenant snarled and picked up the phone. Lieutenant Murphy speaking, she said in a sickly sweet tone, her words echoing over the phone in my power. I turned down the phone's volume, tapped the side of my mask to set the crickets to chirping, and said, if you'd answered the phone originally, you wouldn't have to go through the headache of changing your password later. The lieutenant jumped out of her seat and whirled to face the window. I saw her look across the street, staring at a big office building that was directly opposite her precinct. Unfortunately for her, I was 15 miles south of her office, sitting around in the forest by Wolf Lake. "Are you watching me?" she demanded. "I was waiting for you," I replied. "We never got to finish our discussion, and I've been busy this past week." "Yet? With what?" she demanded. "Recovering from a near-death experience, doing research, distressing. Exams. The usual, really. You usually recover from near-death experiences?" she asked. That was a weird question. "If I didn't, would I be around to talk to you?" I asked. "And you can stop glaring at that office building. I'm not there." "Then how did you know I was here?" she asked, turning away from the window. "Did you bug my office?" "Yes, I did." "Magic?" I replied. "Or para-human powers? Pick whichever you prefer." "Did our warning about the drug arrive in time?" I wasn't in any shape to notice by that point. The lieutenant started ruffling through her desk, the phone receiver pressed up against her shoulder. "It helped," she grumbled. "But a dozen people either died on the way to the hospital or were too far gone for treatment once they got there. Some more are dealing with lifelong complications and nerve damage. But I'm informed it could have been much, much worse." "That's good to hear," I said. "Lifelong complications? Had I avoided those, or had I just not noticed any? Are you really going to keep rummaging around?" "Yes," she growled. I shrugged and looked over at Marcy. She glanced over at me, panted, and went back to watching the woods. "I'll just get started, then," I said, looking down at my notebook. "The downtown massacre's part of a trend." That gave the lieutenant pause. "What?" she asked. "I've been looking into similar mass devastation events, both here in America and abroad," I said. "I'm not sure people have put it together yet, but events like that have been happening since July, at least. They've been rare so far, I think, but it's hard to tell with the limited data set I'm working with. The internet was still growing, lacking many of the tools and resources I'd grown accustomed to, which made finding relevant information difficult. I was relegated to digging through news archives and guessing, trying to figure out which major incidents had been accidental or magical and which had been para-human related. The downtown massacre's the second event in America that I know of, and the third worldwide. I can't prove they're all related to para-humans developing broken, uncontrollable powers, but whether it's para-human or magical in origin the trend is clear." The lieutenant looked down at her coffee, finished it off, and grimaced. "What are the other two?" "Back in August, half a block of Boston suburbia was wiped out by a freak explosion in a fast-spreading fire. I heard about that one. Took hours to finally get it under control." I nodded out of habit. By the time firefighters were able to contain the blaze, the house where it started had burnt completely to ash. And a month before that, in Edinburgh, a major courthouse vanished for 2 hours. From what I could dig up, people just forgot about it, and a bunch of people went missing in the aftermath, I said, reading off my notes. "Christ," the lieutenant muttered. "And that's just what you could dig up in a week." "In 5 days, but yes," I said. "What's your point?" she asked. "My point is that, particularly in Chicago, everyone seems to be more interested in trying to throw each other under the bus first rather than taking steps to address the issue. Or even acknowledge that there is an issue. Have you been bugging those meetings too?" The lieutenant snarked. "They barely qualify as meetings," I replied. "The point is that it's been a week, and while people have come out to grudgingly congratulate you for your handling of the situation, I haven't heard any solid plans to actually address the para-human issue, or any discussion to expand or reform SI. Welcome to Chicago," she grumbled. "The only time the brass pays attention to my department is when they need to shovel more shit on it." I checked my notes, and found that we'd drifted sort of off topic. I couldn't see a way to get back subtly, so I shrugged and got to the point. "Which is precisely the problem. And to address that, I'd like to propose a partnership, or a consultancy agreement. Whichever you'd prefer." The lieutenant finally stopped rummaging around and sat back down. "That's rich, coming from a vigilante." "That's rich, coming from a woman who employs a wizard," I retorted. "Your department's under fire because it was the designated shitcan of the CPD, and now you look good in the face of a public disaster. But I bet you haven't gotten any proposals for extra funding or support from your superiors, not even preliminary offers. Because they don't like that their bad policies have been called into question, so now they want you out of the picture." The lieutenant scowled at the window, and for a moment I felt like Glenn, talking to a younger me. Talk about déjà vu. Your department is bare bones with respect to everything, and yet you've stayed on because you actually believe in the weird stuff, because you know there are things out there you need help to deal with. If you get replaced, if they shut down SI and start up a para-human crimes division or something like that, there's no guarantee that whoever they'll put in charge will have any clue how to handle what's going on. What, exactly, are you offering? She asked through gritted teeth. To step into Harry's shoes on a more full-time basis. Just with my bugging, I can collect a lot of information on the gangs and criminal organizations entrenched throughout the city. And if you run into the kind of para-human threat sidearms can't deal with, I can show up to help, or nobody, or Crescent, or all of us if necessary. I already have Harry on call, she said. Not for much longer, I lied. Not officially, anyway. Well, half-lied. Harry had agreed to step back from being Harry the Wizard to nobody the totally not a wizard para-human, but only if the lieutenant agreed to work with us in our cape personas. I just declined to mention that little detail. He's already expressed a desire to back off from major public wizarding, I added. Which I believe you already know. What, did you bug him too? She snarled. No, I just asked him. The lieutenant huffed and glared at her computer. And what do you want out of this? Money. Even if you paid me your department's entire budget, which would defeat the purpose of helping you, I'm certain I could get more out of selling my services to the private sector on a contractual basis. There's a surprising amount of demand for animal byproducts, and I can produce or facilitate the production of industrial quantities of basically anything, I said. No, I want to help you because I don't want to be doing this job for the rest of my life. The pitch of the crickets rose almost in time with my tone, and the lieutenant leaned back from her phone. I want a competent, clean police department so that I don't have to try and manage the para-human problem on my own, I went on. I want to do something with my life that isn't just plugging holes in a sinking ship, hoping things will get better eventually. And if you're not going to take my help, then I'll let you fail and move on to someone who will. They'd be more corrupt, but I could handle that. It'd almost be easier, because then I could blackmail them without worrying about the ethics or morality of it. I trailed off as Marcy turned to look at me, her wolf eyes wide with worry, and I suppressed a sigh. In her office, the lieutenant sat in her chair, her face puckered up in displeasure. After a long pause, she said, I looked up your name in the dictionary. I snorted. You'd be the first. Seriously, how hard was it to find a word's meaning? And what was with the minority that thought it was some Chinese name? It was a French loanword, damn it. The definitions are all over the place, but they all sound like expert, she noted coolly. I hummed and waited for her to go on. After another few seconds of silence, Lieutenant Murphy sighed. What, exactly, can you do? She asked grudgingly. I smiled. A lot of things, Lieutenant. A/N, Taylor, I'm trying to help you woman. /Murphy, I don't think you are. Taylor, flashback, Glenn, I'm trying to help you Weaver. /Taylor, I don't think you are. Taylor, is this what hindsight feels like? Court debut 21. April 2001. Taylor. The moon was half gone, the streets were quiet, and there I was, standing out in the open, waiting for vampires to come to me. I sighed and brought my watch up to my face, angling it to catch the faint moonlight. 10 o'clock, roughly. The sun had finally gone down an hour ago, so the vampires should have started roaming by now. I'd even done them the favor of standing on the outskirts of their territory, a few blocks away from the Velvet Room, their chief brothel/base in Chicago. I didn't know why the vampires suddenly wanted to meet with me, but it probably had something to do with the new state of the city. Working together with SI and Lieutenant Murphy, we'd managed to whittle down many of the independent predators. The rest either left to seek greener pastures, or banded together for protection. That rarely helped, all it did was make them a bigger target for Crescent and nobody. The night air was still cool, this early into spring. There were faint traces of snow around the parking lot I was standing in, the remnants of a particularly strong and vicious winter. Hopefully they would be gone in a few weeks when May came around. A few cars belonging to night shift workers occupied more or less random spots throughout the lot, breaking up lines of approach. A pair of tall buildings covered my flanks, and here in the Gold Coast, the street lights were all in working order. I was visible, and surrounded by a small pack of dogs, but not exposed. A few minutes later, I finally saw a pair of individuals leave the vampire's warded estate, dressed like they were heading out to play tennis, shorts and shirts and hats and all. I tracked their leisurely approach through the streets, gathering swarms of insects to support the dogs and birds I'd gathered, when two people suddenly appeared on the roof of a nearby building. I twitched, and directed my passenger to focus on them. One was a short girl, maybe 15 or 16 years old. Her outfit just screamed cape, a long robe, a winter cap, and a scarf that she looped around her face, all in white and flecked with bits of ice. The man was more normal, wearing a blue sweater over grey slacks, though he wore the kind of glasses I might have imagined teacher wearing, big and bulky and reflective. He wasn't teacher, though, too short for one, too slim for another. Plus, he had a full head of hair. There's a teleporter around, I remarked. One who looks like they can bring people along. What was their range? Was it bigger than mine before the relay birds factored in, Or had they snuck in through a blind spot while I was focused on the vampires? Maybe they'd hopped along rooftops. I sighed, and made a mental note to revise my surveillance patterns with my passenger later. The teleporter was an unwelcome surprise, one I'd have to keep in mind going forward. Were they with the vampires? The guy looked vaguely familiar. A quick question to my passenger suggested that we'd seen him before, or at least a man with a similar scrawny build and hairstyle. He'd come in and out of the Velvet Room numerous times over the past few months, primarily during the daytime. Not a vampire, then, but a frequent patron of their services, if not an employee of some sort. Teleporter and someone else, maybe a para-human, maybe a practitioner, I said. Both are probably with the vampires. Going by the outfits, I was leaning towards cape and practitioner. The girl was probably the teleporter, while the guy was an unknown. Either way, it was bad. We'd maintained a monopoly of force so far by being the only group in the city with para-humans and heavy hitters. If the local vampires were starting to field para-humans, and strong para-humans in particular, that meant the gap between us was closing. We'd have to step up efforts against them. I gave no outward sign that I'd noticed the new arrivals, though I did have my passenger slip a few bugs onto them. More forces were mustered in dark corners, on rooftops, and in the gaps between houses, masses of insects climbing up onto cats and dogs and birds for rapid delivery. Sometime around 10:15, the two vampires finally entered the parking lot. They were both of average build and height, with blue eyes and striking blonde hair. They looked nearly identical, which pegged their looks as artificial. I wasn't great with biology, but I knew identical twins couldn't be of mixed sex. I turned to look at them, as did the few dozen spiders I had sitting atop my hair bun. "That's far enough," I said. There was a brief hitch in their step, a flash of discomfort as they heard the grating buzz of wasps and bees in place of my usual accompaniment of crickets. Neither of them looked like nobody's description of Bianca, the head vampiress, namely, a redhead in an expensive dress and, I quote, respectable tracts of land. "You're not with your mistress, so you're not guards, and it only takes one to deliver a message," I said. The woman of the pair licked her lips. "Nervous?" she asked. "Of two vampires?" I affected a scoff. "Hardly. But it makes me doubt your good faith." "We were just on the way to our game of doubles," the man replied. "And that led you through a half-empty parking lot? You lie worse than my son." I crossed my arm over my cloak, a few black widows covering up the symbol on my hand. "You asked the wizard to inform me your mistress had a message for me. I'm here. Stop insulting my intelligence and get on with it." The woman bared her teeth and stepped forward, but the man put a hand on her shoulder and gently pulled her back. "Very well. My name is Kyle Hamilton. This is my sister, Kelly. We are associates of Madame Bianca's, and we are here to deliver an invitation." "Isn't that what you did last night?" I asked. Kyle smiled with false charm. "That was a request. This is different. There are formalities to observe." Harry had already given me the summary of what had happened to him last night, so I could guess what would happen next. "Then bring it out," I said. "The Vampire Court extends a formal invitation to Lady Doyen, as a local power of note," Kyle said in a measured tone, reaching into a pocket to produce a decorated white envelope, "to attend the reception of Bianca St. Clair to the rank of Margravine of the Vampire Court, 3 nights hence, reception to begin at midnight." He flashed another smile at me. "The safety of all invited guests is assured, by word of the assembled court." About what I expected, though I was still surprised. I wasn't sure how to take being recognized as a local power of note by vampires, though, it definitely wasn't an honor. But it did mean I was being recognized. Hooray for me. "Let me see the invitation," I said, drawing my prosthetic out from under the cloak. Kyle and Kelly smiled, and sauntered forward together. I rolled my eyes, my mask hiding my expression. Were they really going to try this? It seemed they would. When Kyle was about a yard away, the envelope a few inches out of reach, Kelly surged forward to attack me. The bugs I had on her gave me a bit of warning, but she still moved fast enough that by the time my hand was in position, she was trying to bite into my neck. Unfortunately for her, she underestimated the strength of spider silk. The pair on the rooftop shifted at the same time, the girl reaching out to take the man's hand, so she needed physical contact to carry people, useful to know. But before anyone else could react, I thought of the battle at the oil rig, of the united front we'd presented against Sion, before it all went wrong. I brought up my real hand, a weak, blue-gold light emanating from the back, and Kelly pulled away in surprise. Before I could grab her face and cover her in Black Widows though, the veil I was standing next to broke, and a giantess surged out. She grabbed the vampiress by the neck, hoisted her up into the air, and slammed her against the lamp pillar I was standing next to. The pair on the roof froze at the sudden reversal, and for a few moments, there was near absolute silence, save for the sounds of struggle and snarling dogs. Not exactly according to plan, but I could roll with it. "You must really think we're stupid," I said coldly, injecting a bit of amusement into my tone as Kyle backed up. His blue eyes flooded with black as he looked past me at Crescent and nobody, who were armed and had their foci pointed at him, then over to where Kelly was flailing and failing to dislodge Deirdre. Showing up with a partner twice, in 2 nights? Did you think the wizard wouldn't guess what you were trying to do, just because you didn't get a chance to jump him? Did you think he wouldn't tell me about your meeting? Well, they do dress like villainous mooks, nobody said. The kind that run at the hero 1 or 2 at a time to get beaten up over and over again. I looked over at Kelly and waved my hand in front of her, to minimal effect. Disappointing, but not surprising, she must have been surprised by the surge of faith, not deterred by the strength of it. Still, it was proof that it worked, I just needed to refine it. I stopped focusing on the memories and turned to face Deirdre. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't formal protections only apply to the messenger themselves? Any member of these accords may ordain a herald to carry their messages on their behalf. So long as the herald acts within the bounds of these accords, they are afforded all protections and consideration of neutrality necessary for their duty. Failure to maintain good conduct exposes a herald to retribution, as defined in. Thank you, I said, cutting Deirdre off before she could start listing off the many punishment clauses. I wasn't sure how Deirdre had an encyclopedic knowledge of the Unseelie Accords, the supernatural world's Geneva Conventions, basically, but it proved useful on occasion. You are not a member of the Accords, Kyle hissed. No. But all that really means is that legally, I can shoot the messenger too, I replied. So do you really want to push that point? You cannot shoot me, not in front of the wizard. Do you have hearing issues too? Nobody asked. Because I'm only obligated to be nice within the bounds of the Accords. And as you just pointed out, you're not on accorded business right now. I don't have to do anything. Kelly's skin rippled, her eyes now completely back. She hissed and spat at Deirdre, the glob splattering against a thin patina of ice. Her skin started to tear, before Deirdre slugged her in the stomach, hard. Kelly coughed and hacked, blood spilling out of her throat, and the rippling intensified. Before it could get any further, I brought my hand up to Kelly's face, and the black widows perched there skittered onto her cheeks. She froze, and her skin stopped rippling. I'm sure vampires are tougher than a regular human, I said. Which is why there are 6 black widows on your face, rather than just the one. Yow. Deirdre fractionally relaxed her grip, and Kelly coughed. You wouldn't dare, she rasped. You'd be surprised, I said. And I think we've established by this point that you're at my mercy. Not that I could push it very far, while I could kill Kelly here and now, I didn't want to. Bianca already had a grudge against nobody over something that happened a year ago, and shooting one of her messengers in the head might push her over the edge. When the fight finally started, I wanted it to start on my terms, preferably with a knockout blow, not prematurely over some petty dominance display. Besides, there was one other article of faith I wanted to test. I looked over at Kyle and held my real hand out. The invitation, please, I said, making sure to speak loudly. Or would you rather go back to your mistress and tell her you screwed up a simple delivery job? The pair on the roof shifted at my words, and Kyle's eyes narrowed into slits. He stalked forwards and thrust the envelope at me, his eyes never quite leaving nobody. There, he spat. Now release my sister. Not just yet, I said, passing the envelope over to nobody. Kyle took another step forward. You have no RI. The dogs at my heels snapped at him, and he glared down at them. Rather than back off though, they moved closer, directed by my power. While that staring contest went on, I reached under my cloak, and pulled a small spray bottle out of my open storage compartment. Kyle's eyes flickered to it in confusion, a moment before I brought it up to Kelly's face and squirted. The holy water hit her face, and she screamed in pain. She clawed at the side I'd sprayed, kicking and screaming. I watched as some of the pale skin burned away, revealing something dark and leathery writhing underneath, and I felt unexpectedly sick. I couldn't tell if it was from the burning, or what I saw underneath, or both, but it made me reluctant to spray again. I lowered the bottle and stepped back. That's for the bite, I said. You can release her now. Deirdre let go of Kelly, and the woman slumped to the ground. A moment later she snarled and picked herself up, getting ready to lunge. Her brother stepped in before that could happen, clamping a hand against her shoulder and shoving her back. I muttered an order to my passenger, then raised my voice. Let me make one thing clear, vampires. The people of this city are under our protection. All across the parking lot, hidden clumps of bugs and animals appeared one after another. They slunk from under cars, appeared from around corners, and flew down from windowsills, until a small army surrounded us, all snarling, cawing, buzzing, and hissing. If you attack anyone, if you feed on anyone, I will find out, I said. And there will be consequences. I brought up my hand again, and thought of the oil rig. Now, fuck off. You don't actually have a kid, right? Nobody asked once they were gone. The vampires left as soon as they were free to, while the pair on the rooftop argued for a bit. The girl seemed to think the two could take us if they took us by surprise, while the man thought otherwise. From what I could infer, the man was some kind of master or mind mage, one that used his voice. It couldn't have been amazing if he was reluctant to use it against us though, and I took that as a good sign. In the end, the man won the argument, possibly by using his powers, and the girl grabbed the man and started to teleport away. It took them at least 10 seconds to do so, time in which the girl froze her surroundings and encased herself and the man in ice. Maybe it took her longer, but I couldn't tell for sure. The bugs I had on them died once she started giving off cold, and the statues remained on the roof. No, I said, finally turning my attention back to nobody. I don't. There was a slim chance I might have adopted Aiden, had I not done what I did to defeat Sion. If I'd remained, tried to build a life in the ruins of my old one, yeah, I could see it, kind of. I'd already taken him in once, and from what I could remember he had some kind of bird variation on my power. And now I would never see him again. It was a smaller loss, compared to the separation from all my friends, but it hurt in a different way. Is that the same as the one you got? I asked him. Let me see. He pulled out the invitation and held it under the lamp. The words shone under the light with a white-yellow glint, the same as the symbol on the back of my hand. The bearer, Lady Doyen, and an escort of her choosing, invited to a reception, elevation to the rank of Margravine, yada yada yada. This is the same thing, just with the name swapped out. Congratulations, the vampires think you're important. But not smart, clearly, I said. Do they really think I'm going to go to this reception? Well, they are vampires. Arrogance comes with the package, along with weird eyes and a terrible taste in fashion. You're one to talk. Your fashion sense is worse than mine. You've got the order backwards, nobody said, tugging at his black duster. This is a classic. Sure, I said. The soulless eyes of nobody's latest Spider-Man mask stared back at me. What are you going to do with this? He asked, waving the invitation around. For a moment I considered destroying it, then decided it wasn't worth it. If nothing else, it would make a decent trophy once everything was said and done, something to look back on and remember. You can hold on to it for now, I decided. You don't want it. I'm thinking there might be a tracking spell attached, I said. Or a bug. So you're giving it to me, he said dryly. He took the invitation anyway, putting it back in the envelope and stuffing it into a pocket. The vampires already knew where he lived, after all. How'd you pull off the trick with the light? He asked as we started heading back to our separately parked cars. Deirdre's Vale wasn't especially big, so we moved as a tightly packed group. I'm guessing some kind of faith magic, but I don't recognize the symbol. I angled my hand so he could see it properly. The symbol woven into my glove was of a rising sun, emanating rays of light. The symbol was made out of real gold, held in place by a thin layer of silk. It was the most expensive part of my costume, but it felt right to put care and money into it. Fitting. You know the symbol doesn't mean much, right? Vampires don't burn better just because you've flashed an image of the sun at them. Unless you've taken to worshipping Sol Invictus, nobody said. Who? Old Roman sun god, worshipped by soldiers, he answered. Oh. No. I looked down at the symbol, then over at Deirdre. It's for remembrance. Remembrance of what? Gold morning. Harry's stride hitched for a moment, but he recovered quickly. When he spoke, his voice was subdued. Oh. It took a few moments for him to speak again. What's the belief, then? Or, what did you think of to produce the faith? Pride. Revenge. Stubbornness, I said. Harry turned his head to look down at me. That's an interesting mix. It's from a discussion I had, back when it was going on, I said. Our first attempt to fight Sion failed, hard, and morale collapsed. Our coalition fell apart, most of the defenders running off. The fate of humanity was on the line, and most people decided to grab what they could in the time we had. Some were still fighting. But, I figured it wasn't out of some grand ideal, some dedication to humanity. We'd tried that, and we'd failed. It was the smaller things, the selfish things, that kept us going. Those of us that continued to fight, we fought out of pride. Out of revenge. Out of sheer, bloody-minded stubbornness. I clenched my hand, the memories welling up. The symbol glowed again, the light weak and faint. There were other events, leading up to the big one. Other fights, where hope seemed lost but we fought on anyway. That's why I believe in it, because I've seen it. That in the face of death, in the face of an enemy you can't hope to beat, some people will still fight. Not everyone. Far, far from everyone. But enough. Whether it's an average guy or the most powerful man alive, some will fight. Nobody didn't have anything to say to that. Deirdre didn't either. She had a shallow well of opinions, and while most were odd and eclectic, she typically stayed silent. Crescent, though, looked at me with sadness in her eyes. That's sad, she said. That's one way to put it, nobody said. He took a deep breath, and drew himself up. You should probably think of it in terms of determination. I glanced up at him. Determination? Why? The kind of energy that best repels things like vampires and demons and spirits, that kind of strong faith, comes from positive emotions and beliefs. It sounds like silly new age quackery, I know, but it's also true. If you want your beliefs, your faith, to have a real impact, it's best to work with that kind of mindset. Focus on the good, not the bad. He paused for a moment, then added, besides, you need a sunny disposition to fight vampires. I laughed and shook my head. He was right, in that it did sound like new age quackery, the kind of stuff you'd read in self-help books, or trash like The Secret. But that didn't mean it was wrong. Not anymore. Nobody split off from us after another block, slipping off his mask, camouflaging his staff, and rushing off to his color palette of a car. The rest of us headed for my car, with Deirdre taking the driver's seat while Crescent and I piled into the back, where we took off or hid the most conspicuous parts of our costumes. Mine was layered and all-encompassing, so all I could do was take off my helmet, hide my cloak, and cover myself up with a coat. You wouldn't have really killed them, would you? Kim asked. She sounded worried. I looked over at her and found her staring out the window, looking out into the night. No, I sighed. They're vampires, but they're still people. Eventually, we'll have to deal with them. But not tonight. Kim nodded, her fingers trembling nervously. Kim was in the same boat as me, with her one-piece suit. She'd been a bit pudgy when I met her. Not fat, but physical activity hadn't been on her radar, kind of like Theo. Now her costume emphasized muscle, particularly legs that had been toned by regular runs. Her costume had also undergone a redesign in terms of style. For reasons I didn't fully understand, maybe her passenger was generous, maybe the weight loss affected the initial calibration, maybe something else entirely. Kim had more give with the amount of clothing her transformation preserved, so she was no longer relegated to a thin, skin-tight suit. That gave us more room to work with for embellishments and comfort padding. The result was a red spider silk catsuit, with streaks of silver running down the arms and legs. The catsuit covered almost her entire body, starting from her feet. Regular shoes were still a no-go, so we had to compensate with minimalist soles and thicker stockings, and stopping just shy of her neck and wrists. A hairband, a domino mask, and a few pieces of jewelry, a set of rings and a torque, all silver, completed the ensemble. Once we got in the car, she took off the plain white hairband, and the domino mask. Both were lightly enchanted to help her disguise. The hairband darkened the color of her hair, and filled it with streaks of light to give it a starry night look. The domino mask blurred the lines of her face, changed the color of her eyes from green to blue, minor alterations, to throw off identification. Kim couldn't enchant more complicated glamours. The jewelry stayed on, their purpose was more functional than aesthetic. Deirdre was another problem entirely. Where Kim and I were regular tall people, and Harry was at least lean and didn't demand much of a costume, only a silk underlayer to pad his duster with, Deirdre was just impractically big in every sense. With a mix of Kim's curves and Harley's giant physique, making anything for the redhead was an exercise in patience and frustration. At first, I hadn't even wanted Deirdre on the front lines. Sure, having a goddamn brute stranger that could hide other people was a major asset, but it was also painfully obvious that she had been designed to be a slave, a biological construct with no greater purpose than to serve another person. It felt wrong to exploit her like that. Unfortunately, the same powers that made her tempting to bring along also made it next to impossible to leave her at her home. One week she just decided that she would shadow me on my patrols, and I hadn't been able to shake her since. Which brought me to her costume. Since it was impossible to hide her height and physique, and since she didn't seem to have any opinion on her costume, I'd gone for a dark blue suit and pants, something that looked professional and allowed me to layer silk and shell plating without standing out as abnormal. Well, except for the marble pale skin, the impossibly bright red hair, and her, everything. The small domino mask she wore was almost an afterthought. Even if people looked up at her face and remembered it, she walked around under a glamour anytime she wasn't in costume. It was also a plain enough look to ditch or change for something more exotic or glamorous, in case she ever developed opinions on fashion or decided to go her own way. I buckled up and told Deirdre, drop Kim off first. Having a driver felt awkward, but I'd learned to let Deirdre handle some of the smaller things. It was better than her deciding she needed to be useful and finding some more problematic way to be so. As Deirdre started up the engine, I looked at the symbol on the back of my hand, thinking of Harry's words. Determination. The word made me think of Chevalier. If there was anyone who embodied the idea, who lived and breathed determination, it was Chevalier. He'd taken a less than intuitive and glamorous power, and he'd thrived. He'd been a hero since the dawn of the Protectorate, and he'd climbed his way to leadership over it. He took over at its darkest point, when things looked like they might fall apart, and he brought it together. Not alone, but he was the visionary, the icon. Thinking of Harry made me think of Behemoth, and this time, when I turned my thoughts to something else, I found myself picturing Chevalier's last stand. He'd stalked out in damaged armor, carrying his cannon blade in one hand, limping forward to face down the Endbringer. Even though he'd barely recovered from the assassination attempt, he walked out to fight, to stall, to buy time for the hospital to be evacuated. He'd come out to die, and only Sion's intervention had saved him. Some of that memory was tainted now, darkened by the knowledge of what had come after. But that single moment, where Chevalier stood in front of Behemoth, his armor melted and ruined, his cannon blade turning into slag, that stood out. The symbol glowed again, letting off a faint blue-gold light. Maybe it was my imagination, but it seemed brighter than it had before. I looked at it for a few moments, squinting. Then I shrugged. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was real. But if I had to pick one to believe in, I'd pick the second.